Kind reminder. If you find it difficult to understand, please refer to chapter The Death of Reality Ailey. You should be able to comprehend it then. What is real? What is false? What is a dream? What is the heart? What is existence? Xiao Ziyu time is now the third collapse of pre-civilization. Location: Songhai City. Songhai City, a true metropolis. The streets at night remain vibrant, bustling with life. Vendors incessantly call out, and vehicles traverse the roads, brimming with vitality. On the side of the street, a beggar appears starkly out of place in this flourishing city. Some attempt to offer him alms, while others try to engage him in conversation. Yet the beggar remains silent, merely drawing one cigarette after another. Minors are prohibited from smoking. Please do not imitate. TSK, an old smoker. No wonder he's a beggar. He looks mute, yet he seems quite pitiful. Perhaps he smokes due to some burden on his heart. Suddenly, the blaring sound of an alarm disrupts this scene. The shrill siren reverberates through every corner of the city, instilling fear in the hearts of the people, who are left bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The crowd disperses in a frenzy, some seeking to return home to their loved ones, while others aim to flee the scene. Yet the beggar, as if untouched by the calamity, continues smoking his cigarette. A barrage of meteors descends from the sky, and the collapsed beasts, from unknown origins, emerge within the city. The terrified populace witnesses this and feels as though all hope has dissipated. A singular thought echoes in their minds. Am I to perish? The beggar finishes his last puff and rises. His sharp gaze surveys the chaos, remaining wordless, as if mourning for the people while preparing for the impending confrontation. I entrust the skies to you. Two figures, appearing as if they had always been present, suddenly emerge behind the beggar. Kid, if you can't hold on any longer, just say so. There's no need to force yourself. Don't let a moment of impulse ruin your future. I will. With that, the beggar clasps his hands together. He then gestures forward. Would release. Advent of the tree realm. Enormous trees sprout from the ground, spreading rapidly in all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, the people mistakenly believe it to be another facet of the disaster. They flee desperately, wishing to evade the encroaching trees. Yet, within mere moments, the trees have overtaken them. Those who were caught have already begun to panic, displaying emotions of defiance, rage, or despair. The trees seem to heed the cries of the people, bypassing them entirely, either piercing through or ensnaring them. Those trees appear to only attack the beasts. Someone must be coming to rescue us. How wonderful. Look, the meteors seem to be intercepted as well. What is that blue mech? It's incredible. The people perceive a glimmer of hope. Some brave souls even seize weapons to strike at the ensnared collapsed beasts. TSK, the beggar appears slightly weakened. The tree's advance slows considerably. With one hand maintaining the technique, the beggar's other hand delves into his clothing, as if searching for something. Have you found it? The beggar produced a scroll, unfurling it to reveal a series of incomprehensible symbols, with a prominent character for seal inscribed in the center. Placing his hand upon the seal, he fell into silence. Could he be dead? It seems those trees were his doing. He cannot be dead. Can he? As the beggar remained motionless, murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd, unable to fathom that the very person who appeared to have rescued them might have perished. He's alive again. Minutes passed, and the beggar withdrew his hand from the paper, resuming his incantation with both hands. The character seal vanished. Excuse me, could you explain what's happening? A youthful yet resolute voice broke through. The beggar turned, surprised to see his student approaching. Incredulity washed over the beggar as he stared at the student, his eyes filled with confusion. What brings you here? Chapter 29, The Venomous Cocoon. Morning light filtered in as Xiao Ziyu awoke, gazing vacantly at the ceiling. This was once an ordinary world, yet now it felt suffocating. Xiao Ziyu slowly sat up, enveloped in a profound silence. With the impending collapse, the heavens and earth seemed on the brink of annihilation. His own body lay in a state of disrepair. It appeared that Xiao Ziyu's presence could alter nothing, much like before. From beginning to end, he had remained a complete failure. Ziyu, as he returned from breakfast, a voice unexpectedly called out to him. Hua, what is it? Turning to face the speaker, he inquired upon recognizing her. Would you practice with me? Logically, at this hour, the people here were no different from ordinary individuals. Engaging Xiao Ziyu in practice? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu acquiesced. Neither carried weapons, relying solely on their bare hands. Hua clasped her fists and offered a slight bow, perhaps a customary gesture from her homeland. Xiao Ziyu remained silent, mirroring Hua's bow. The sparring commenced, with Hua launching a probing straight punch, which Xiao Ziyu deftly evaded. She swiftly raised her right leg, attempting a knee strike, only to be met by Xiao Ziyu's palms, which blocked her attack. After all, Hua was still an ordinary person. Xiao Ziyu primarily defended, seldom countering, yet he seemed to navigate the encounter with ease. After mere minutes of exchanges, they paused. Hua appeared to take a deep breath, perhaps feeling fatigued. Xiao Ziyu, now at a loss for words, pondered whether he should offer encouragement or solace. Yet, he remained troubled, his expression grave, reminiscent of a person on the brink of death reflecting on their loved ones and the world. "Let's head back," Hua remarked, observing Xiao Ziyu's icy demeanor, and chose not to say more. All right. Xiao Ziyu was unaware of why Hua had suddenly sought him for practice. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. It mattered not. None of this was significant. What truly mattered was how to resolve the impending collapse. In the ensuing days, with the assistance of Ban, Xiao Ziyu undertook a meticulous selection of memories regarding those individuals from above, striving to uncover the one responsible for the poison cocoon. Notify everyone for an urgent assembly. In the darkness, a crimson light fixated upon a man. Understood. The man responded, resembling a marionette devoid of any emotion. Xiao Ziyu concealed himself in the shadows, observing as an increasing number of individuals gravitated toward this location. Only when a man nodded at Xiao Ziyu did he gradually reveal himself. "Who are you?" The crowd erupted into a cacophony upon sighting Xiao Ziyu. Silence. Xiao Ziyu stated impassively, his demeanor unperturbed. "The poison cocoon is hereby disbanded. You have two choices. First, withdraw from the poison cocoon and pursue whatever you desire. Second, I shall escort you to meet your grandparents." "Who do you think you are, declaring a disbandment? Show me the documents." The crowd continued to murmur restlessly. Troublesome. Xiao Ziyu seemed somewhat fatigued. His eyes shifted, the three-demo Sharingan surveying the crowd. Although the combat prowess of the poison cocoon was not insignificant, prior to the inception of the Fusion Warrior program, they were merely ordinary individuals. Xiao Ziyu cast an illusion to discern good from evil. They would witness a child being bullied, that if they extended a helping hand, they could depart. Remaining indifferent would result in becoming sacrificial offerings. 5 minutes later, approximately 65% of them had reached out to assist. Perhaps this minor illusion could not entirely ascertain an individual's moral character. Yet, Xiao Ziyu was disinclined to concern himself with such matters, preferring not to resort to violence impulsively. He dispelled the illusion for those 65 individuals, then turned his back on the remaining 35 and departed without further comment. After all, the authorities had ceased to assign them tasks that, in a sense, this marked the dissolution of the poison cocoon. "Where are you taking them?" Sakura inquired as she caught up from behind. "I am taking them to meet their grandparents," Xiao Ziyu replied. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly, perhaps believing that Xiao Ziyu was engaging in unwarranted slaughter. "I offer them a chance." Xiao Ziyu glanced at Sakura and paused in his steps. "The reanimation jutsu. Excellent. Merely a passerby. Reanimation jutsu. Release. I allowed them to witness the tragic plight of a child," Xiao Ziyu stated, kicking aside the obstructive debris. Those who remained were the ones who reached out. They were indifferent. Sakura refrained from responding, perhaps contemplating the veracity of Xiao Ziyu's words. "What are you doing now?" Sakura looked up, observing Xiao Ziyu as he drew cards, and inquired. "You may interpret it as euthanasia." Xiao Ziyu casually fabricated an excuse. Minutes later, several heaps of debris lay scattered upon the ground. Xiao Ziyu took a deep breath, remaining silent. He turned to leave. "Are you one of the moths to the flame?" Sakura suddenly called out to stop him. "Yes." Xiao Ziyu slowly turned his head, seemingly pondering for a moment before responding. "Please take me there." Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Sakura. "Why do you wish to join there?" "It is perilous." Xiao Ziyu turned fully around, standing tall, and questioned her. "Even if you do not consider your own well-being, do you not think of Ling? What if you were to perish? What would become of her?" "My intention in freeing you from the cocoon of poison was to deter you from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Yet, you still choose to join the moths to the flame? Undertaking such actions could lead to your demise at any moment. Your only family is gone. What shall happen to Ling? And what of you? What compels you to join them?" Sakura inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding Xiao Ziyu. "Me? Ha ha. Do you suppose you can compare yourself to me?" Sakura's words seemed to evoke a jest, and Xiao Ziyu chuckled, a sound tinged with self-mockery. "I possess nothing. What can one devoid of all possessions possibly lose? My entire existence holds no significance, including this utterly meaningless life." Xiao Ziyu's smile faded, revealing a countenance as frigid as ice. Sakura fell silent. "I am not the type to arbitrarily seize control over another's life. I merely offer a warning, or perhaps a suggestion. You are free to act as you wish." With that, Xiao Ziyu turned to depart once more. I still choose to join. Came Sakura's voice from behind. It is also for Ling. I cannot allow her to endure in a world rife with calamity. Xiao Ziyu remained silent. Ling's mark is a constant presence. You must ensure that the pendant is never out of your possession. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ziyu spoke without turning back. You need not worry, I shall keep it close at all times. Chapter 30, Reality Dream 2. The young girl lingered at the airport, patiently awaiting her flight. A sharp and urgent alarm reverberated throughout the terminal. All passengers, please remain in place and do not move. The girl gazed outside. The sky was devoid of stars, filled instead with a multitude of meteors. What is happening? She murmured to herself, fleeing the airport. Upon escaping, a thunderous noise erupted behind her. The airport had been struck by meteors. Perhaps it was more fitting to call her ruin now. Faced with the devastation before her, the girl felt an overwhelming panic, uncertain of her next steps. She crouched in a corner, and trees began to sprout before her, stretching backward. What is this? For reasons unknown, these trees seemed to embody hope, guiding her forward. Perhaps the source of these trees held the answer she sought, and so she felt compelled to follow their path. The girl wandered for what felt like an eternity. The crowd around her grew, and the meteors in the sky faded from sight, their presence no longer felt. At long last, she discovered a peculiar figure sitting cross-legged on the ground, with trees radiating from around him, cloaked in a hat that obscured his face and garbed in tattered rags like a beggar. His long hair rendered it impossible for the girl to discern his gender. His hands moved in gestures she could not comprehend. Summoning her courage, she approached and asked, "Excuse me, do you know what is happening here?" Upon hearing her, the beggar seemed momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in disbelief. "How is that you are here? Do you know me? Can you tell me what is transpiring?" The girl's curiosity deepened, mingled with confusion, yet her desire to uncover the truth remained unwavering. The beggar seemed to regain a semblance of reason. His voice was notably cold, yet tinged with a hint of frailty. "You will come to know that the moth drawn to the flame has arrived. Hua, remember this. It matters not if you forget. You are an exceptional individual, so strive to form your own judgments, and do not allow others to dictate the course of your life." A.S.'s words faded. The beggar appeared to lose strength, his body slumping into silence. "I have found the source." This girl, that a gentle yet resolute voice emerged from behind the young woman, prompting her to turn. It was a woman with crimson hair. The red-haired woman acknowledged the girl, but, adhering to her duty, first inquired about the beggar. "Did you create these trees? And was that blue mech in the sky also your doing?" The beggar shuddered, suddenly emanating a formidable chakra. The girl seemed taken aback, succumbing to unconsciousness. "The trees? Yes, it was this lad's doing." "This lad? What are you talking about? With such power, why not join us in battle? May I ask for your name?" The red-haired woman found the beggar's words perplexing. However, based on several instruments analyses, she could ascertain that this individual was indeed the source that had prevented the city from crumbling. "I will not associate with insects, nor will he." The beggar scoffed in response. "Truly, it is quite unsightly." He shook his head, as if to dismiss something. "I once had some expectations of what is termed humanity." The beggar began slowly. "Yet, this lad's experiences have only deepened my disdain. He is no savior," he continued. "He will merely become a second Obito. Though perhaps that is not entirely accurate." "What are you saying?" The red-haired woman grew increasingly bewildered, unable to comprehend the beggar's ramblings. "Forget it. I tire of dealing with insects. Out of respect for Hashirama and this lad, I shall spare you." With that, the beggar uttered one last phrase before leaping away from the scene. Regarding the female protagonist, I once contemplated a method of not writing her directly. An open-ended conclusion, allowing readers to project themselves into the narrative, choosing who they wish to pursue further. However, this would imply that I could not write daily life scenes, and I suspect I am not particularly adept at crafting sweet, everyday moments. Chapter 31. Dream Reality 1. After breaking free from the cocoon of poison, Sakura, resolute in her decision to join, prompted Xiao Ziyu to refrain from further commentary. However, as Xiao Ziyu escorted Sakura into the moth space, someone approached him. "You are Ziyu, correct? We need to have a conversation." It appeared that May had been waiting for some time. "Yes." Although Xiao Ziyu was uncertain of Mai's intentions, he acquiesced. The two made their way to a secluded area. "Can you tell me what transpired that day?" May scanned the surroundings, ensuring they were alone before speaking. "Are you referring to those fools?" "They have become utterly foolish," Xiao Ziyu replied bluntly, yet accurately. "I have examined your records. Your identity and origins are riddled with inconsistencies." "Care to explain?" "Because it was compiled by Ailey. Could you explain the rationale behind such actions?" May appeared somewhat at a loss. fully aware that the information was fabricated. Because I possess no background. I come from nowhere and shall return to nowhere. And what about those in higher positions? You have been a moth to the flame for some time now. You should be able to discern that those worthless individuals contribute nothing to combating the collapse, aside from financial support. I have heard of your abilities from Kevin. Are they truly as he described? Indeed. I can't shake the feeling that your understanding of the collapse surpasses ours. Perhaps. Would you be willing to share any insights that elude me? There are 13 Hershers. Did you know that? Indeed. I did not. My knowledge is limited as well. I am uncertain how to navigate the collapse. Xiao Ziyu sighed. So, the current situation is this. You have manipulated those individuals and now wish for me to lead the people in the fight against the collapse? Precisely. They seem to be contemplating something and fell silent. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Nothing more. That if there are any meetings within the moths to the flame, I will inform you. I feel unworthy. I believe your strength and intellect are commendable, so let us listen together. I understand. Whoosh. Mei's gaze shifted to Sakura, who expressed a desire to join the moths of the flame. Let her join my faction. I have reservations about others. Xiao Ziyu pondered for a moment before addressing Mei. Indeed, Mei perhaps regarded her as merely an ordinary newcomer, acquiescing before turning to leave. Ailey, please find 2 rooms for Sakura. Make sure they are of good quality. Xiao Ziyu then turned to Elysian. Why 2 rooms? Elysian inquired, perplexed. Let Ling stay here. The facilities are quite adequate. I feel more at ease. What about you? Xiao Ziyu looked at Sakura and asked, but regarding these matters, do you intend to keep it a secret from her for a lifetime? A benevolent lie is, after all, still a deception. I need to reflect on this. It seemed that Xiao Ziyu began to occupy himself with tasks. Night fell. Xiao Ziyu ultimately made a decision to invite Elysian to stargaze. It is indeed a rare occurrence for Ziyu to extend such an invitation. Elysian appeared to view it as merely a casual outing to observe the stars. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Elysian, then turned his gaze back to the heavens. Could you promise me one thing? He asked. What is it? As long as it's not too difficult, I can assist you. Elysian replied with her characteristic cheerful demeanor. Whatever it may be, whenever it may be, take good care of your life. Elysian seemed somewhat puzzled, observing Xiao Ziyu's profile as he continued to gaze at the night sky in silence. Do not sacrifice your life for mere insects, all right? Elysian appeared to still be struggling to comprehend the essence of Xiao Ziyu's words. Never mind, I understand. You wish to construct an everlasting paradise. I will aid you. But before that, you must not perish. Is that agreeable? Xiao Ziyu slightly turned his head, his eyes shifting towards Elysian. With my capabilities, how could I possibly die? Rest assured. It seemed Elysian still did not grasp the depth of Xiao Ziyu's meaning, or perhaps, the current Elysian simply could not fathom it. Promise me. Elysian regarded Xiao Ziyu with a serious expression. All right, I promise you, okay? I detest deceit profoundly. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Of course not. Elysian never lies. It's getting late. Good night. Xiao Ziyu rose and slowly departed. Chapter 32, Reality Dream. 3. Time, following the third collapse of the pre-civilization. Ban could not control Xiao Ziyu's body for long, and now Xiao Ziyu's consciousness had succumbed to a faint state. With no other choice, Ban was compelled to maneuver Xiao Ziyu's body to a secluded area. Consequently, Xiao Ziyu's body collapsed onto the ground. Although Ban was unable to maintain control for an extended period, he was determined to guide himself to a place of safety. This was also the reason why Xiao Ziyu dared to recklessly overdraw his chakra. His body seemed to be somewhat fatigued. Xiao Ziyu felt as though his eyelids were exceedingly heavy, rendering him incapable of opening them directly. With considerable effort, he gradually managed to pry his eyes open. A ceiling came into view. What ceiling? Where had Ban placed him? Where did this room come from? You're awake? A woman's voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of coldness. Xiao Ziyu, feeling somewhat weak, propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings. Sakura? Where did Ban run off to? Isn't Sakura's homeland to the east? How could one possibly end up here? Wow, brother, why is your hair white? A youthful voice interjected from the side. It was, as expected, Ling White. Xiao Ziyu was somewhat puzzled by the situation. I found you collapsed in the wilderness and brought you back. Sakura seemed to have held back something she wanted to say. Is that so? Thank you, Xiao Ziyu replied, feeling a mix of gratitude and confusion. Why are you looking at me? I just randomly found a place and couldn't control you. Who knew someone would pass by? Hello, brother, I'm Ling. This is my sister, Sakura. Ling, seemingly unaccustomed to strangers, cheerfully introduced herself. Ah, thank you. I'm Xiao Ziyu. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyu felt the absence of a surname from a bygone civilization to be quite bothersome. Ziyu, why did you faint outside? It appeared that Ling was quite curious about the boy her sister had brought home. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, unsure whether he should speak the truth. Sakura seemed to sense his inclination to conceal something, her gaze sharpening as if she suspected him to be a dangerous individual. Noticing Sakura's vigilant eyes only deepened Xiao Ziyu's confusion. Should I tell the truth? He tentatively inquired. The intensity of Sakura's gaze suggested that any attempt at deception could lead to dire consequences. Sakura remained silent, her expression affirming his unspoken question. Ling, too, said nothing, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for whatever intriguing tale Xiao Ziyu might share. The East Asia region has already perished. It appeared that Ling was unaware of such matters. As a killer, Sakura should have been informed. Perhaps the news simply had not spread rapidly enough. What happened there? Ling asked, puzzled. There was a third collapse. The third Herschers obliterated the entirety of East Asia. I could only save a handful of people from one city. Xiao Ziyu, perhaps still exhausted, spoke without much thought, failing to consider that they were entirely oblivious to these events. Collapse? Herschers? Unsurprisingly, Ling was completely bewildered. Sakura seemed to be in a similar predicament. I seem to have said something I shouldn't have. What should I do now? Chapter 33, Dream Conference. Xiao Ziyu slowly surveyed his surroundings. Some wore playful smiles, while others bore serious expressions. Xiao Ziyu initially believed that Mei's suggestion to attend a meeting was merely a formality, a gross underestimation of the circumstances. Why are you here as well? Maybe you inquired, her curiosity piqued. Did you not claim to abstain from leadership roles? I am uncertain, Xiao Ziyu hesitated, his words trailing off. How is your health faring? Maybe you leaned closer, whispering her concern. It has worsened, unfortunately, Xiao Ziyu replied quietly after a brief silence. Alas, it's a pity you lack adaptability. Otherwise, my plan might have been your salvation. All right, Mei. Everyone has arrived. Maybe you slowly addressed her companion, directing her gaze towards him. You may take the floor. I shall remain silent. Very well. Maybe you acquiesced, seemingly preparing to speak. After discussions between Mei and myself, we have resolved to experiment with a new initiative, aptly named the Fusion Warrior Project. Are we proposing this now? The initial success rate was clearly 0. No need to elaborate. Let us disperse. Xiao Ziyu interrupted Mei Biyu, employing an illusion to compel several unfamiliar individuals to depart. Do you find this unfeasible? Observing the attendees leaving like marionettes, Mei Biyu understood Xiao Ziyu's actions. No, this matter does not warrant public deliberation. If you deem it feasible, then so be it. If not, then it is not. Personally, I would prefer not to witness them forsaking humanity. How can you be certain? Mei Biyu furrowed her brow, as she had yet to disclose the specifics of the plan. I am aware. However, the current success rate remains at 0, does it not? Indeed. Hence the necessity for experimentation. Experimentation? I could capture a few insects for you when time permits. Would that suffice? You may save your efforts. After all, with you at the helm, it appears that Xiao Ziyu has played a pivotal role in each victory over the lawbearers. I hope you do not perish too soon. Additionally, please procure more experimental subjects for me. Understood, Xiao Ziyu affirmed, preparing to take his leave. Wait a moment. There is one more matter, Mei interjected. Having observed the exchange between the two, I would like you to review the crafting of the 6th divine key and offer any suggestions you might have. Oh, would you like me to elucidate this plan? Mei seemed to recall that Xiao Ziyu had not participated in the prior high-level meetings, and he might be unaware of the details. No need. Hey, I heard you possess remarkable abilities. Vervi emerged unexpectedly, greeting them. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. By the way, I brought the 3rd divine key along. Why not see if you can utilize it? Vervi produced a lipstick, presenting it with a flourish. Bang! In the next moment, a flower seemingly emerged from the lipstick as if by magic. Xiao Ziyu remained utterly unresponsive. Oh dear, why is there no reaction at all? I have meticulously prepared this. Veilwei appeared somewhat disheartened by Xiao Ziyu's indifference. Well, give it a try. Allow me to introduce you to the 3rd key of God, the cleansing thunder of 7. It can alter its form depending on the user. Veilwei retracted the flower and extended her hand, offering the lipstick to Xiao Ziyu, uncertain whether to accept it. Xiao Ziyu recalled Meibius mentioning that her adaptability to the collapse energy was exceedingly low. Would merely touching that key result in her demise? A flash of gold darted past. Whoosh! The wooden clone reached out and took the lipstick. Its right hand rapidly began to change color and crumble. However, the The lipstick itself seemed to undergo no transformation. Whoosh. The wooden clone appeared unable to withstand the pressure any longer and teleported the lipstick away. Whoosh. Whoosh. Where has it gone? Veilwei gazed at Xiao Ziyu, who had taken the lipstick without any visible change, only for it to vanish a moment later. I know someone who would be quite compatible with it. I cannot be. I took the liberty of giving her this lipstick key. Is that acceptable? Xiao Ziyu explained. It is permissible, but how did you manage to give it to her? Veilwei seemed a bit puzzled. Chapter 34. The Reality of Dreams. 4. The Collapse. Xiao Ziyu truly did not know how to elucidate the situation to them, so she resorted to using illusions to project scenes of the collapse onto the two. What were those just now? Ling frowned, seemingly unable to believe what she had just witnessed. Sakura remained silent. That is the collapse. Collapse and civilization cannot coexist. How could that be real? It appears Ling still refused to accept it. It is indeed real. However, there is merely a final segment of time left before the world meets its end. Moreover, would you believe me if I said I could create clones? Xiao Ziyu summoned 2 wooden clones for demonstration. Unbelievable, isn't it? Quite unscientific, wouldn't you agree? I can create clones. The phenomenon of collapse exists as well. The world is indeed on the brink of destruction. The 3 fell into silence. I have received news. East Asia has indeed suffered calamities, but the explanation is merely that they are natural disasters. Sakura avoided Ling's gaze and turned to Xiao Ziyu. That is not incorrect. The collapse can also be regarded as a natural disaster. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to witness it. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon emerged from beneath their feet, carrying them away into the distance. After a while, they returned to Sakura's home. Those enormous white creatures are known as collapse beasts, a manifestation of the collapse. Sakura remained silent, seemingly unable to process the overwhelming information. Thank you for sharing this with me, she spoke slowly. What can be done to end this? As it stands, there is no solution. The last ruler is insurmountable. This place is destined for ruin. Ling is still so young. Her life stretches far ahead. How can this be allowed? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, attempting to offer words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss. He seemed to harbor thoughts that he struggled to articulate. Once more, he opened his mouth but fell silent again, still hesitant. You have witnessed those creatures. What if they were to appear near Ling and you were not there to protect her? Sakura appeared to be making a decision. Then I shall remain by Ling's side at all times to shield her. Does this imply withdrawing from the toxic cocoon? Those monsters. How could an ordinary person like you protect Ling? I wish I could stay by your side to safeguard you. Is that permissible? It seemed that Xiao Ziyu had been grappling with this notion all along. Sakura glanced at the wooden dragon beneath them. Can you teach me these abilities? I'm afraid that acquiring such knowledge would lead to the loss of everything, including family. Xiao Ziyu felt it inappropriate to impart wisdom at that moment. So he fabricated a reason that might persuade Sakura to abandon her aspirations. Then you. Sakura turned her gaze towards Xiao Ziyu, her eyes reflecting either pity or confusion. I have nothing, no home, friends, or family. It was indeed a truthful statement, albeit not due to the reasons associated with mastering these techniques. Xiao Ziyu stated, there is nothing at all, rather than, there is nothing left. The distinction between the two phrases may appear negligible, yet in reality, it is profoundly significant. If something has never existed, how can one speak of loss? However, Ing seems oblivious to Xiao Ziyu's wordplay. I apologize, he murmurs, perhaps unaware of the reason he feels compelled to utter such an apology. Chapter 35. The Dream Will Perish. Whoosh. Xiao Ziyu returned to his chamber, only to find Sakura seemingly awaiting his arrival, with a blade-like weapon, the cleansing thunder of 7, beside her. Is this what you brought? She inquired upon seeing him. Indeed, others may not wield it. It has transformed into a sword. You can utilize it. Although I profess to protect you, there may be times when I find myself powerless. Having more adept weapons is surely advantageous, Xiao Ziyu replied with a nod. Sakura fell into silence, as if contemplating a refusal. Thank you, she eventually murmured. Yet her expression of gratitude seemed to stem from a shared demeanor of cold indifference with Xiao Ziyu. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation surged within him, and Xiao Ziyu felt an urge to expel something from his throat. Despite his efforts to suppress it, a sound escaped him. As Sakura picked up the cleansing thunder of 7 and prepared to depart, she turned her head in curiosity upon hearing Xiao Ziyu's commotion. Cough! He exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure, feeling somewhat powerless and unable to summon the flying thunder god technique. Xiao Ziyu appeared to be in excruciating pain, kneeling on the ground. His left hand pressed against his chest, while his right hand supported him on the ground. A pool of fresh blood spilled from his lips. I have yet to elaborate on the so-called corruption disease from the pre-civilization era that Xiao Ziyu suffers from. This will be addressed later. Cough, cough. Ha ha. Xiao Ziyu's body uncontrollably expelled more blood, gasping for breath. The blood on the ground spread, indicating that he had lost a significant amount. What is wrong with you? Upon witnessing this scene, Sakura immediately set aside the 7 thunders of atonement and rushed to Xiao Ziyu's side, her right hand gently stroking his back, seemingly attempting to ease his discomfort. Heaving breaths, Xiao Ziyu's spitting of blood had ceased, yet he continued to struggle for air, looking distinctly unwell. I am fine. He raised his left hand, attempting to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his hand trembled uncontrollably. You certainly do not appear to be fine. Sakura furrowed her brow and stood up, seemingly intent on seeking help for Xiao Ziyu. Please don't tell anyone. I'm just on the verge of death. Xiao Ziyu managed to struggle into a seated position against the wall, speaking to Sakura. Sakura paused, yet her expression indicated she still did not comprehend his actions or words. Everyone has their time to die. Dying with dignity is commendable. Rest assured, I promise I will protect you. Until the corruption is eradicated, I will not rest in peace. Sakura opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to respond, but Xiao Ziyu interrupted her with his continued speech. I beg you for today. Pretend you did not see anything and do not speak of it to others, he said, lowering his head, exhaling deeply, evidently oblivious to Sakura's earlier intent to speak. But why? Why indeed? It seems I have grown accustomed to mistrusting others. Is it the same for them? Xiao Ziyu extended his right hand, trembling as he lifted his shirt. At a glance, the grotesque patterns etched upon his long-trained body were evident, spreading ominously close to his chest. I advise you to limit your contact with me. Can you promise not to speak of this to anyone? I will make every effort to avoid contact with others. Xiao Ziyu appeared weary as he released his right hand and inquired. I understand. Thank you. Xiao Ziyu watched him leave with a somewhat distorted expression and began to speak to himself. I never imagined I would slowly perish in such a painful manner. Indeed, it seems that I, Xiao Ziyu, have accomplished nothing and am utterly meaningless. A person born to be scorned, a complete waste with nothing to my name. Ha ha. Xiao Ziyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, his face etched with sorrow. Chapter 36, Reality and Dreams v. Xiao Ziyu slowly opened his eyes, the ceiling above him appearing both strange and familiar. He remained silent, instinctively surveying his surroundings. It was unfamiliar, yet imbued with a peculiar sentiment. Although several days had passed since Sakura had taken him in, he had settled here comfortably. The 3 of them had tacitly agreed not to mention the collapse that Xiao Ziyu had spoken of. Recently, Sakura had also refrained from going out, seemingly resolved to spend more time with Ling. Xiao Ziyu felt rather out of place here. However, Sakura did not expel him, and Ling seemed to take a fondness to this rare outsider. After a brief moment of collecting his thoughts, Xiao Ziyu appeared to remain uncertain about his purpose. With a solemn expression, he sat on the bed, lost in contemplation. What am I to do? What should I do? Ziyu, are you awake? Breakfast is ready, came the voice of Ling, who peeked through the door. All right. Thank you, Ling, Xiao Ziyu replied, regaining his composure and striving to mask his previously impassive demeanor. Ling dutifully retreated from the room and gently closed the door. Xiao Ziyu, feeling a sense of frustration, rose from his slumber to prepare for his morning routine. Upon gazing into the mirror, he beheld a man who appeared somewhat disheartened. The man's hair was a pale hue, reflecting a sense of weariness. His countenance seemed to bear the marks of fatigue. Xiao Ziyu tousled his seemingly disheveled white hair, attempting to present himself in a more spirited manner. However, the effect appeared to be rather lackluster. The silence around him was unusually pronounced. Typically, Zhu Jian and Ban would engage in playful banter. Yet recently, they seemed utterly fatigued, scarcely uttering a word, their bodies appearing somewhat unwell. Despite his efforts, Xiao Ziyu could not discern the cause of this peculiar behavior. He decided to set aside his curiosity, feeling a slight headache creeping in, and ceased his contemplation. After completing his grooming with efficiency and precision, he strode directly out of his room. Upon seeing Xiao Ziyu emerge, Ing merely offered a subtle nod, communicating silently without further conversation. Xiao Ziyu, mirroring Ing's demeanor, returned the gesture with a nod, took a seat, and partook in the meal laid before him without reservation. Xiao Ziyu has been by Sakura and Ling's side for over a month. He appears to have succumbed to a sense of defeat, seemingly indifferent to resisting the impending chaos. He has remained in Sakura's hometown, never venturing beyond its borders. Is this an accurate assessment? Indeed, Xiao Ziyu, as an outsider, ought to confront the chaos with unwavering resolve, fighting to the bitter end. However, this assertion may not hold true. Xiao Ziyu possesses neither remarkable virtues nor capabilities. What compels him to rescue others? Does he truly possess the ability to save lives? Meanwhile, Hashirama and Madara remain inexplicably silent. The cataclysm appears to be gradually decelerating, for there are scarcely any traces of the ruined beasts in Sakura's homeland. Xiao Ziyu resembles a patient truly rescued by the cherry blossoms, residing continuously with the two sisters. Xiao Ziyu initially sought only to protect them, yet it appeared that there was little danger present. Ing typically exuded an air of indifference, yet exhibited a gentle sisterly warmth exclusively in the presence of Ling, likely a remnant of her previous profession. Conversely, Ling displayed considerable enthusiasm towards Xiao Ziyu, seemingly relishing in their playful interactions. As time passed in this seemingly ordinary existence, Xiao Ziyu found himself nearly forgetting that he did not belong here, forgetting the experiences he had once endured. However, this tranquil and mundane life was not destined to last long. Chapter 37. Dream Therapy. Hello, my name is Xiao Ziyu, he said, extending his hand in greeting to the man before him. Ah, the headquarters informed me to receive you, Si Paxi replied, shaking Xiao Ziyu's hand before leading the way to an undisclosed destination. Along the route, Si Paxi turned slightly to regard Xiao Ziyu. This place is not suitable. Where are we headed? Xiao Ziyu surveyed the bustling street, filled with pedestrians. I will take you to the branch, Si Paxi responded. We shall discuss matters upon arrival. Moreover, are there not many patients afflicted with the collapse here? Xiao Ziyu leaned closer to Si Paxi, lowering his voice. Indeed, there are quite a few. Moments later, the two entered the branch's base and took their seats to converse. Do you currently possess any methods for treating the collapse? Xiao Ziyu inquired directly. Regrettably, we have made little progress in treating the collapse, Si Paxi replied, seemingly perplexed. Is headquarters here to oversee the work progress? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziyu fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the whereabouts of Feier. He recalled a person, Su, who might hold the key to salvation. Please follow me, Si Paxi said after a brief pause, rising to lead the way. After considerable effort, Xiao Ziyu first sought out Si Paxi, then found Feier through him, and subsequently located Su via Feier. Although the journey was lengthy and convoluted, at last, Xiao Ziyu had the opportunity to meet Su. After all, he was unaware of the specific location of Su's city or which hospital to approach, leaving him no choice but to pursue this route. Hello. May I inquire where you are feeling unwell? In the examination room, only Su and Xiao Ziyu remained. Greetings, I am Xiao Ziyu, he said. Noticing that the surveillance camera in the corner had come to a halt, Xiao Ziyu picked up a pen from Su's desk and, with a gentle flick, shattered the surveillance device. I apologize, but confidentiality is paramount. No one else can be privy to this information. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Ziyu was resolute in keeping his status as a patient with a deteriorating condition under wraps. Upon witnessing the destruction of the monitor, Su immediately rose, eager to intervene, but halted as Xiao Ziyu began to elucidate the situation, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Xiao Ziyu took a few steps back and boldly lifted the hem of his garment, revealing the grotesque patterns etched upon his skin. As far as I know, Su, you have likely encountered or treated this ailment before. Indeed, this illness is quite formidable, Su acknowledged. You should also be aware that despite taking protective measures, treating this condition can still result in transmission. Perhaps, as it stands, I do not appear to have contracted it, Su remarked, seemingly unfazed by the implications. Yet prolonged exposure will inevitably lead to infection. This is an undeniable fact. Do you believe that? Regardless, I shall endeavor to save these patients. And I will extend that effort towards you, to the best of my abilities, even if it means I might perish in the process, unable to save myself. Oh, the compassionate heart of a healer. I shall not abandon any patient, Xiao Ziyu replied. Thank you, Su responded. Please wait here for a moment. With that, he exited the room, possibly to gather protective equipment. In truth, the serum was only successfully developed during the 8th instance of the collapse. And it is only now that we have just concluded the 6th occurrence, which took place a little over 6 months ago. Xiao Ziyu was aware of these circumstances, leading to the realization that Su might ultimately be unable to save him. However, at this moment, apart from Su, it seemed that no one else could offer him salvation. As expected, Su conducted an examination on Xiao Ziyu. Similar to other patients afflicted with the collapse syndrome, the levels of collapse energy within him were steadily increasing and proving difficult to suppress. Despite Su's earnest efforts to mitigate the effects of the collapse disease, the results appeared to be unsatisfactory. Su had initially intended for Xiao Ziyu to be hospitalized for better observation and treatment, but Xiao Ziyu declined the offer, leaving Su unaware of the existence of the collapse. Xiao Ziyu still had to go and cleanse the ruined beast. It was impossible for him to remain in the hospital indefinitely. Given the current circumstances, Xiao Ziyu could only strive to survive until the 8th ruin. The first vial was designated for Su. That was a privilege Xiao Ziyu could not usurp. If he were to take it, Su would perish, and his own significance would scarcely rival that of Su. Therefore, Xiao Ziyu could only await the second vial of serum. The passage of time loomed long ahead. Can Xiao Ziyu endure until that time? Will the serum be able to save him? This remains unknown to anyone. Chapter 38, Reality and Dreams, 6. It was a day that was unadorned, ordinary, and tranquil. Xiao Ziyu could not recall how long he had been residing at Sakura's home. He only knew that it seemed they had all grown exceedingly familiar with one another. In the early days of this arrangement, it was primarily Sakura who undertook all household chores and tended to the two of them. However, after a few days, Xiao Ziyu began to feel that his idle existence, contributing nothing, was utterly ignoble. Thus, he started to assist Sakura with various tasks, accompanying her to procure ingredients and occasionally sweeping the floors. On this particular day, Xiao Ziyu, as was customary, accompanied Sakura to buy groceries. Although he was there in a supportive role, their interactions were akin to those of mute individuals, with scarcely any conversation exchanged between them. Xiao Ziyu was merely assisting Sakura in carrying her belongings, nothing more. As they approached the house, Sakura's keen senses detected an unusual tension in the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Ziyu received a whispered warning from Ban, alerting him to an impending threat. Just as the two heightened their vigilance, the door suddenly burst open, and two shadowy figures lunged at their throats with daggers drawn. Although Sakura was unarmed, she was a top-tier assassin. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say she had retired from that life. Nonetheless, after a brief retreat of 2 steps, Sakura skillfully intercepted the oncoming daggers. Xiao Ziyu directly channeled his chakra into his right foot and delivered a fierce kick to the man's groin. Despite being an ordinary person, Xiao Ziyu exerted all his strength, targeting such a sensitive area. The outcome was inevitable. The man, unable to maintain his grip on the dagger due to the excruciating pain, collapsed to the ground, trembling while clutching his groin. Although it appeared that he had lost all capacity for movement, Xiao Ziyu still executed a follow-up strike. He then turned his attention to Sakura, who was locked in a standoff with an assassin. Employing the same technique, he circled behind and delivered a kick to the groin, followed by another decisive blow. Sakura glanced at the 2 fallen figures on the ground, comically clutching their groins, and without a moment's hesitation, dashed straight into the house. Xiao Ziyu followed closely behind. "Stop! Raise your hands." Just as the two had rushed in, they spotted another man. "Move again, and she will die immediately." Meanwhile, Ling was bound with hemp ropes, her hands and feet restrained by that man. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Ing, who appeared quite anxious, yet could only slowly raise her hand. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the distance, estimating it to be about 5 or 6 meters, realizing that the hostage could not be dispatched with a single strike. Reluctantly, he raised his hand slowly. Then, 2 men emerged from within the room. Who has committed a crime? What is the purpose of so many people here? Could it be that Ing has offended someone due to her past as an assassin? Would release. The 2 men produced 2 lengths of rope from seemingly nowhere and bound the 2 individuals tightly. Why bother with Forget-Me-Not? One of the men began to speak. Isn't Forget-Me-Not Ying's code name? So, it is indeed a matter of offending someone? In the shadows, Xiao Ziyu stole a glance at the 2 men before Ing, as well as the one still holding Ling hostage not far away, who seemed to be contemplating the next course of action. Your abilities are highly regarded by the higher-ups. How did you suddenly turn traitor? We cannot be blamed for this. They are concerned that you might reveal information that should remain undisclosed, hence the necessity to eliminate you. Oh, is it because you are an assassin that you know some hidden truths? That cannot be right. Isn't it sufficient to simply instruct an assassin on whom to target? Forget it, pondering these trivial matters. There is a saying, never argue with an imbecile. Only an imbecile knows what another imbecile is thinking. Let Madara take a look later, and all will be revealed. I am willing to do anything. Just release Ling. You, an experienced employee, think that the witness can survive? The man holding Ling seemed to relax slightly, as if contemplating releasing her. Ing appeared to want to say something more, but was silenced by tape that was stuck over her mouth. Boss, since the higher-ups want her dead. One of the men who had come to bind them suddenly spoke up. Why don't we forget you? Don't you understand the importance of respect? The man holding Ling finally loosened his grip and slowly approached Ing. Forget you. Finally, this imbecile has let go. Xiao Ziyu merely intended to ensure Ling's safety, waiting for that individual to release her. Of course, if that person sought to harm Ling first, Xiao Ziyu would not hesitate to act, even at the risk of mistakenly injuring her. Besides Sakura, the bound and immobile Xiao Ziyu suddenly transformed, his entire body taking on a wooden hue, as several wooden limbs sprouted from him. Before the two individuals in front of Sakura could react, they were already pinned against the wall by the wooden tendrils, while one of the wooden branches forced its way into their mouths, rendering them speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyu swiftly moved to confront the person who had just taken Ling hostage. Subsequently, he delivered a swift kick to the groin. Not to mention 3 kicks. One was sufficient to incapacitate the assailant, who collapsed to the ground. Xiao Ziyu crouched down, grasping the man's neck and lifting him into the air. Yet, the man absurdly attempted to curl his body in a futile effort to alleviate the pain. Xiao Ziyu maintained a grip around the throat, as a wooden doppelganger split from his body to untie Sakura and Ling. I am not a virtuous person. Xiao Ziyu seemed somewhat enraged. Though he wore a smile, it appeared chilling and terrifying. He leaned closer to the ear of the individual before him and whispered, Do you truly enjoy this? I shall craft something for you from wood shortly. Xiao Ziyu then turned his gaze towards the 2 individuals pinned against the wall by the wooden doppelganger. First, I shall sever your hands and feet, and then I will chop you into pieces, 1 slice at a time, as one would with a chicken. Oh, and finally, I shall provide you with a cage, an immersion cage for pigs. No, that would be too merciful for you. Xiao Ziyu chuckled again, his laughter more chilling than before. What do you think of this? He said, as he held the man and approached the wall, caressing the impenetrable tree with a sinister smile. Of course, Xiao Ziyu spoke these words in a hushed tone, ensuring that the 2 sisters did not overhear. As for the 3 individuals, their faces were etched with terror. Perhaps they were contemplating how this person had ascended without inquiry and resorted to such brutal methods, exhibiting such perversion. As assassins, failure leading to death was a common occurrence. Yet to perish in such a manner was utterly humiliating. From a divine perspective, the punishment was undeniably painful, indeed cruel. One might even call it a form of sadistic execution. However, for a madman, this may not be particularly extraordinary. Chapter 39, Dream Reality 2. Within the realm of the mind, Xiao Ziyu gazed at the figures of Hashirama and Madara before him. They appeared to be engaged in some silent endeavor, forming seals without uttering a word. Hashirama, Madara, Xiao Ziyu tentatively called out, yet they remained unresponsive to his presence. What was amiss? Xiao Ziyu pondered deeply over the peculiar behaviors exhibited by Hashirama and Madara, gradually making his way towards Su. Could it be that they have also succumbed to corruption? He mused. Yet, I find myself utterly powerless. He knocked gently on the door. Please come in, a voice from within replied. Xiao Ziyu pushed the door open and entered, subsequently closing it behind him. Have there been any changes in your symptoms recently? Su inquired as soon as Xiao Ziyu stepped inside. No, it remains the same, vomiting blood, weakness, fatigue, Xiao Ziyu replied, shaking his head. I thought of a solution a couple of days ago. Please wait a moment, Su said before leaving, seemingly to retrieve something. Xiao Ziyu waited for a brief moment, but instead of Su, he was met with the unsettling sounds of what appeared to be a medical dispute. Xiao Ziyu pushed open the door and stepped outside, where approximately 5 or 6 individuals were gathered, clamoring loudly. Compensation! Compensation! Your hospital has killed my father. This was intentional. After hearing a few phrases, Xiao Ziyu lost the desire to listen any further. In other places, it is conceivable that doctors may lack ethics. But in a place where Su, a great sage, resides, it is unimaginable that he would tolerate any of his colleagues engaging in unscrupulous behaviors. Xiao Ziyu took 2 steps forward and beheld that trapped within the throng were Fao and Su. They were presumably only there to placate the leaders. Fao, the harbinger of death, was not someone Xiao Ziyu placed much faith in. Xiao Ziyu, feeling disinclined to engage in unnecessary conversation, swiftly incapacitated an individual and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver them to Moebius as a test subject. Upon encountering the sudden pile of experimental subjects, Moebius inquired, "Klein, where are they?" "They're at the hospital," Fao responded with a hint of confusion. "They've returned home. It is not that I lack compassion. I simply find no desire to elaborate. I am here to work. Your inquiries are unwarranted." Xiao Ziyu interrupted Fao, unwilling to explain further in the bustling hospital environment. "Understood," Fao replied after a moment of silence. Nearby, Su appeared perplexed by his mentor's deference towards a patient, as if the patient were a superior. "Su, focus on your tasks," Fao advised, casting a glance at the bewildered Su before departing. All right." Su observed Fao's retreating figure, a touch confused yet compliant. "Come in," Su gestured, leading Xiao Ziyu into a room, where he produced a syringe. "Is this your method?" Xiao Ziyu questioned, eyeing the syringe in Su's hand. "Yes, it should prove effective," Su replied, proceeding to administer the injection to Xiao Ziyu. "Observe for half an hour. It should yield results," Su instructed before exiting the room. "Perhaps to attend to other patients." Xiao Ziyu regarded the site of the injection and closed his eyes, absorbing natural energy. Half an hour later, Su re-entered the room, noticing Xiao Ziyu in a meditative state. "Is he asleep?" Su inquired tentatively while retrieving his instruments. "No." Xiao Ziyu opened his eyes and responded. "I will conduct an examination." "Very well. Indeed, it seems effective. Look, the colors have lightened," Su remarked after completing the examination and lifting Xiao Ziyu's shirt to observe the patterns. "But they have not vanished, merely suppressed. Perhaps it is best not to question how Su accomplished this. It is indeed impressive. Do you feel any improvement in your condition?" Su asked, glancing at the examination data and then at Xiao Ziyu. Just as Xiao Ziyu was about to respond, he overheard the conversation between Hashirama and Madara. "It has been suppressed. There is indeed some effect." "Yes, I feel slightly better." Although Xiao Ziyu sensed little change, he echoed the sentiments expressed by Hashirama and Madara. "Return next week, and should any issues arise in the meantime, do not hesitate to come back," Su advised as he began to tidy up. "Thank you." Xiao Ziyu expressed his gratitude before departing. "Hashirama, Madara, what transpired between you two earlier?" "I do not know. I only felt an inability to exert strength, as if another force were gnawing away at me. And now, that young man's medicine seems to have some efficacy. Is there a Moebius in your body? Where is Weiwei?" Ziyu asked as he arrived at Moebius's laboratory. "The information is in the third drawer of the lower right-hand side. You may find it yourself." Moebius replied without lifting his head, seemingly engrossed in an experiment. Xiao Ziyu cast a glance at the blood-stained operating table before following Moebius's guidance to search for the materials. "By the way, in the future, if you need to deliver something, please either bring it yourself or give me a heads up." Moebius suddenly raised his head and said to Xiao Ziyu, "Have you finished?" "Just now. These nearly toppled my culture solution." My apologies. I shall certainly remember next time," Xiao Ziyu replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed as he continued to sift through the documents. The depths of existence? Suddenly, Xiao Ziyu's attention was captured by a particular term. "This place has no reason to exist." Chapter 40. The Reality of Dreams. 7. Xiao Ziyu did not interrogate those individuals. Instead, he allowed Ban to employ an illusion. In terms of outcome, their ramblings appeared to hold some truth. Sakura, originally an assassin of the poison pupa, had withdrawn due to Xiao Ziyu's foreknowledge of the impending collapse. Although Xiao Ziyu was unaware of the specifics of the situation, it was evident that Sakura had not managed to escape. Thus, it raises the question, does the poison pupa no longer wish to retain Sakura? Quite troublesome indeed. It is certainly a conundrum. Xiao Ziyu initially believed that perhaps he could simply watch as the two sisters continued their tranquil existence. However, the reality proved otherwise, as numerous individuals began to stir trouble in the following days. Reluctantly, Ing took Ling along and joined the moths to the flame. Xiao Ziyu, likewise. However, Xiao Ziyu is somewhat capable of dealing with ordinary collapse beasts. The intensity of his chakra appears to be inferior to that of the collapse energy. He is unable to contend with any Hershers. Moreover, his adaptability to collapse energy is exceedingly low. Therefore, although Xiao Ziyu has not perished and has arrived here, it appears that he is unable to effect any change. His presence does not signify that he possesses the capability to accomplish or transform anything. He is even incapable of participating in the Fusion Warrior project. Xiao Ziyu is akin to an anomaly. He possesses slightly greater prowess than the average soldier, yet falls short of the capabilities of a fused warrior. Xiao Ziyu's interactions with the elite dwindled to the point of near absence, with only Elysian occasionally expressing concern for this peculiar individual. Xiao Ziyu is not the protagonist. The world does not revolve around him. Xiao Ziyu found himself ensnared in a vivid and immersive narrative, observing as events unfolded in accordance with the original storyline. The fourth lawgiver, Kevin, brought resolution to the chaos. The fifth lawgiver continued to be a whirlwind, swiftly dismantling adversaries. The sixth lawgiver remained beyond Xiao Ziyu's reach, rendering him unable to draw closer to the lawgiver. As in the past, the sixth law of death resulted in the annihilation of an entire city, a consequence of Kevin and Alicia's indecision. The seventh lawgiver followed suit. Captain Hua, along with Himiko, was chosen as the flame lawgiver, incinerating Australia before being confronted by Kevin. Xiao Ziyu began to succumb to the ravages of decay, his body adorned with the grotesque patterns of a devastating illness. Yet, he clung to life, gasping for breath, refusing to succumb to death. His presence here neither adds to nor detracts from the world around him. What purpose does Xiao Ziyu serve in merely enduring such a life? He is utterly powerless, relegated to the role of a mere observer, witnessing the unfolding of all the original tragedies. The death of Gray's mother, Blanca, mirrors the eighth event, the ninth. The annihilation of the M continent and the death of Gray, leaving him an orphan. The 10th event sees the law of control still wielded by Dr. May, who resolves matters with the blank key. The 11th tragedy, the incident of confinement, results in the annihilation of the fusion warriors, leaving only 13 survivors. Alicia proposes the eradication of the 13 heroes, only to be met with disapproval from the higher-ups, who instead suggest the elimination of 5 heroes. Subsequently, the Moth of Fire discovers the presence of a lawmaker's reaction within Ling, leading to her confinement. At this juncture, Xiao Ziyu, after years of erosion, has become nearly incapacitated. Leaning against the wall, he appears to be in great anguish. Each tentative step he takes, supported by the wall, leaves him breathless, on the verge of collapse. With another laborious step, he can no longer suppress his agonized groans. Even as he traverses this path of suffering, Xiao Ziyu perseveres, determined to continue forward. Perhaps realizing that he may be of no assistance whatsoever. Yet, he is compelled by a desire to witness and to attempt. Ever since he arrived here and joined the Moth of Fire, Xiao Ziyu is akin to an ordinary individual. He has accomplished nothing, instigated no change, and can only observe, watching, until this very moment. Xiao Ziyu was unwilling to resign himself to fate. He yearned to make an attempt, hoping that he could effect some change. Perhaps for the first time, he wished to save Ling, though save felt like an overstatement given his own impotence. He longed to assist Ing and Ling, wishing he were not a mere burden, hoping to bring about some transformation. Fortunately, as Xiao Ziyu dragged his battered body before Ling, he found her to be alive, seemingly well, and still holding on to hope. Ziyugu? Ling appeared startled. It had been several years since they last met. He was just an ordinary person, a failure. A stranger. How could Ing allow a stranger to approach Ling? I'm leaving, he managed to utter, the words seemingly exhausting all his strength. Yet, it seemed Ling felt that if she were to depart, she would only burden her sister further. Xiao Ziyu, trembling, raised his right hand to grasp Ling's, intent on escorting her away. Kill her quickly. She is a demon. A cacophony of shouts echoed from a distance. Soon, a band of scoundrels materialized before them. You dare to unleash the demon? He is a demon too. Kill them all. The enraged voices from the crowd surged forth. Get lost. Xiao Ziyu managed to spit out, his grip on Ling unwavering. The mob began to close in on them, seemingly intent on their destruction. One more step. No mercy. Struggling, Xiao Ziyu summoned the skeletal remains of his Susanoo, glaring fiercely. The sound of gunfire erupted, striking the skeletal frame. In truth, though these guards were merely ordinary people, ones that the former Xiao Ziyu could have easily overpowered, he now found himself in a state of utter disrepair. His body shattered, and his spirit on the brink of collapse. Xiao Ziyu has become utterly incapable of taking a life. Xiao Ziyu fell silent, limping as he grasped Ling, sustaining the skeletal form of Susanoo. Gradually, they made their way outward. The crowd attempted to impede their progress, yet could not breach the defenses of the skeletal structure. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Ziyu finally extricated himself from the throng. He gazed at the seemingly fragile Ling before slowly extending his right hand. 5-element sealing. Xiao Ziyu yearned for clarity, wishing to escort Ling to a place of safety. However, after merely casting a simple sealing spell, He felt as though he had been rendered utterly exhausted, as if on the brink of death. Xiao Ziyu gradually lost consciousness. Xiao Ziyu wished to articulate something, yet it appeared as though he lacked even the slightest ounce of strength. Even if Xiao Ziyu exerted every bit of his energy, he could not persuade his slowly closing eyelids to part. Chapter 41, Dream Reality, Part 3. A considerable time had elapsed since the sixth collapse, and Xiao Ziyu had scarcely paid attention to the passage of time. Yet, an ominous premonition lingered, suggesting that the next calamity was imminent. The next foe would be Yin. Currently, due to his interference, Hua seemed not to recognize Himiko. How should Yin be confronted? With fire? That notion seemed utterly ludicrous. Perhaps with wood release? Yet, wood release would be corroded within mere seconds of approaching a lawmaker. Moreover, it was the lawmaker of flame, likely to eradicate him even more swiftly. When he had previously battled the fourth lawmaker, it was perhaps due to the fact that the lawmaker had not yet fully mastered their powers. His wood clone had managed to reach the flying thunder god technique, allowing him a fleeting moment to deliver a punch. Was it possible that his own strikes were simply not swift enough? Yet, Xiao Ziyu believed he had trained himself to be quite rapid. He had indeed practiced to enhance his speed, but perhaps he lacked the knowledge of how to train effectively, or perhaps Xiao Ziyu was genuinely fast enough. After more than a month of practice, he had made no discernible progress. His mastery of celestial techniques remained rudimentary, let alone the true thousand hands of Hashirama. Even his own Myojin gate seemed to pale in comparison to Hashirama's prowess. Nevertheless, in his spare time, Xiao Ziyu diligently practiced harnessing natural energy. He considered himself to have exerted considerable effort, yet it seemed to yield no fruitful results. Could it be that the omnipresence of the collapse energy hindered him? Although Hashirama and Madara may have been somewhat stronger than he, it appeared that they too were unable to unleash their full potential. Xiao Ziyu attempted, Ban remarked. Hashirama, using his own body, found that his true thousand hands were not as formidable as before. Could it be that Hashirama has aged? That he is no longer capable? It should not be the case. Xiao Ziyu pondered endlessly but could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. He was uncertain whether he had perished and traversed into another realm or if he had merely transitioned without losing his life. In any case, his physical form appeared to be his own, devoid of any discomfort. His visage remained unchanged as well. Well, this matter seemed trivial. But then, what truly holds significance? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, the tea on the table now cold. Ziyu, there is a mission. The door creaked open as Hua stepped inside. Oh, very well. Xiao Ziyu collected himself, responding with a nod before rising to follow. Where to? Twilight Street. What is happening there? I am not entirely sure. But it seems there are reports of individuals privately adopting patients afflicted by the collapse disease, Hua replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing the term collapse disease, Xiao Ziyu instinctively took a step back. So, we are to investigate and act according to the circumstances, Hua continued. Xiao Ziyu nodded thoughtfully. Twilight Street sounds rather intriguing. On the way, Elysian gazed out the window, marveling at the scenery. Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Why are there four of us? Actually, this was originally my mission. Elysian brought you all into this, Ing remarked, glancing at the group before continuing. Let us not be so formal, just call me Ailey. Besides, aren't we a team? We should tackle this mission together. Is that so? It seems others are easily influenced by change, yet Ailey appears to be the only variable. However, I have another question, Xiao Ziyu said, looking at the others. Why can't I escort you there? He seemed to believe that no mode of transportation could rival the speed and safety of his flying thunder god technique. Oh, but isn't it lovely to enjoy the scenery along the way? The mission isn't urgent, is it? Elysian responded. In truth, I am quite anxious, Xiao Ziyu admitted. And I still need to find Weir Wei. Do you have some pressing matter? Elysian inquired, her gaze fixed on him. No, nothing at all, Xiao Ziyu replied, forcing a nervous smile. How is it that I think of something, and you ask? Could Ailey be reading minds? Twilight Street, Xiao Ziyu murmured, staring out the window. Could it be that Pato, Aponia, and Shinjie will join us now? No, Pato won't be coming. It seems she mistakenly thought she was there to collect something and ended up being labeled a volunteer, came the response. Pato is rather like a conceptual deity. Is it necessary to mark her? Never mind. Relying on luck is not a wise mindset. Before long, the four disembarked from the transport and began their approach to Twilight Street on foot. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the others, noting their light and agile forms. I recall that Sakura had brought a multitude of items, all of which were pilfered by Pato. What happened to the 7 thunderbolts of purification? As Xiao Ziyu covertly observed Sakura, she failed to spot the aforementioned artifacts anywhere in sight. Could it be that they have been conveniently transformed into lipstick for easier transport? All right, let us proceed, Sakura declared, prompting the group to stride purposefully towards Twilight Street. Chapter 42, The Death of Reality. A dream of Elysian. Xiao Ziyu gradually opened her eyes, the pink ceiling coming into focus. A sense of confusion enveloped her. She struggled to recall the events that had transpired. She could not ascertain her whereabouts, her actions, nor the circumstances surrounding her fainting spell. Trembling, she extended her right hand to steady herself as she descended from the bed. Surveying her surroundings, she found the room devoid of any presence. Yet, the decor of this chamber seemed eerily reminiscent of Elysia's. But where could Elysia be? Xiao Ziyu was unaware of how long he had been unconscious, nor did he have any knowledge of the current time. However, an ominous premonition began to swell within him, growing ever more intense. Xiao Ziyu dragged his battered body towards that place from his memories. In truth, it was not far from Alicia's room to there. Yet, for the current Xiao Ziyu, it felt as if he were traversing a bed of needles, with 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Xiao Ziyu was unaware of how long he had been walking. At last, it seemed he could hear them. He could hear their voices in conversation. How wonderful. Alicia, thank goodness. Bang. The sound of gunfire erupted from that direction. The piercing gunshot felt like a knife stabbing into Xiao Ziyu's body, igniting his nerves. In that moment, Xiao Ziyu seemed to have forgotten that his body was being devoured, leaving him in a state of disarray. Xiao Ziyu has taken to running. Originally, Xiao Ziyu limped painfully, each step a struggle. However, as he gasped for breath and caught sight of them, he beheld Alicia lying amidst a pool of blood. She appeared to still cling to consciousness, her awareness flickering as she slowly turned her head towards the late-arriving Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu gazed upon Alicia's countenance. There was no trace of sorrow to be seen. She was smiling. Alicia wore a smile. Alicia smiled gently. Those somewhat dim eyes appeared to convey an apology to Xiao Ziyu, or perhaps offered solace to him. Alternatively, they seemed to be a farewell to the world. Or perhaps it was simply Alicia bidding adieu. Observing Alicia, who was gradually slipping away from the embrace of life before him, Xiao Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging, teeth clenched in a furious grimace. Anger, sorrow, and resentment coursed through him. His eyes seemed to ache, but was it from exhaustion? No. Xiao Ziyu's dark eyes began to swirl. 1 crescent, 2 crescents, 3 crescents. Alicia slowly closed her eyes. She seemed to have adorned herself with makeup. It appeared that she had dressed elegantly for this occasion. Yet, Alicia continued to greet the world with a smile. Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu's breath grew increasingly rapid, as if the arrival of the Sharingan could not quell his fury. Tears began to cascade down his cheeks. He appeared more enraged than ever before. You worthless piece of trash. What can you possibly accomplish? You are utterly useless. What purpose do you serve? It has always been this way. Always. Xiao Ziyu's voice echoed with despair. What significance does your existence hold? You can achieve nothing. You are devoid of meaning. He fell to his knees, hands pressed against the ground, and let out a tortured howl. Xiao Ziyu. No one could witness this torment. Xiao Ziyu's eyes underwent yet another transformation, radiating a terrifying crimson glow, heralding his own rebirth. Within the realm of his spirit, this boy astonishingly managed to awaken the Sharingan, while Obito appeared to be utterly exhausted. This unprecedented shift from blindness to a kaleidoscopic vision was remarkable. Hashirama, too, seemed to be in poor condition, mirroring the plight of the two. Chapter 43, Dream of Padua. The twilight streets appeared rather desolate. Is nightfall upon us? Or is it merely the geographical features of this place? Xiao Ziyu gazed at the sky, recalling that it had not seemed so yellow moments ago. Now, it resembled dusk. It seemed rather early for such a time. Even though he had just traversed this path, a voice whispered in his ear, "You've lost your belongings." Xiao Ziyu, in disbelief, slowly extended his hand into the inner pocket of his trench coat. His right hand grasped nothing but air. The scroll he had recently crafted to store Sage Chakra had vanished, with assistance from Hashirama and Obito. In reality, it contained a minuscule concentration of ruin energy. Here, natural energy manifested as ruin energy, albeit at an exceedingly low concentration. In simpler terms, it functioned like a power bank, just in case. With Hashirama and Obito present, the charging speed was commendable, ensuring it wouldn't take an eternity to accumulate a modest amount. Did someone pass by just now? Surely not. I didn't even see anyone to siphon my chakra. Padua, that hand is indeed impressive. Even amidst his internal musings, Xiao Ziyu found himself at a loss for words. 3 corners behind you. The voice of Obito's brand of navigation began to activate, surpassing even GPS in its efficacy. It had previously been Obito's navigation that first detected Sakura. Should I pursue? Initially, Xiao Ziyu considered letting it go, but with Obito's reminder of her location, he pondered whether to retrieve it. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to chase after her. After all, he had been relieved of 3 items. Each one contained a month's worth of refined sage chakra. Just one would suffice for Xiao Ziyu to recharge 5 times. An exceptionally large capacity power bank. 3 months was no trifling duration. Only with Hashirama and Obito present could he have crafted a scroll capable of holding such an abundance. Wait for me a moment. I need to fetch something. Without delay, Xiao Ziyu turned and sprinted in the direction Obito had indicated, calling out to the 3 individuals. It appeared that the trio had not noticed when Xiao Ziyu had been relieved of his possessions. Perhaps they too had been tricked, but without the alert from Obito's navigation, they remained oblivious. Observing Xiao Ziyu's departing figure, the 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Yet, rather than remaining stationary, she pursued with determination. Meanwhile, the girl concealed in the shadows examined her findings, contemplating discarding the seemingly useless scrolls when she sensed that someone was tailing her. Trusting her instincts, she swiftly gathered her belongings and fled. Wait, Xiao Ziyu had just caught a glimpse of Paduo, only for her to vanish once more from his sight. After a prolonged chase, Paduo believed she had eluded her pursuer. Leaning against a wall, she intended to reassess her surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, several branches stealthily emerged from the wall behind her. Suddenly, Paduo found herself ensnared by the branches, immobilized, and unable to move. Please, spare me, she pleaded, her voice trembling as she beheld the man approaching her. I promise I won't do it again. Have I truly reached this age? She mused, reflecting on the lack of temporal awareness since her arrival. No wonder I've been feeling somewhat unsteady. Could it be due to the breakdown illness? I glanced at the impassive Xiao Ziyu, hesitating to speak. Chapter 44, Reality Dream 8. Alicia is dead. Alicia is dead. Alicia, she is truly gone. In Zhao's ears, Bai's voice echoed. What is your ability? I don't know. Xiao Ziyu attempted to perceive his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet it appeared unchanged. I seem to see myself. Is my perception expanding? No, this self does not appear to be me. He is not here. What do you mean? Bai inquired, furrowing his brow. From what I can tell, it seems to be the 4th breakdown. Is he drawing closer to the Hershers? Xiao Ziyu found himself in a state of confusion. Despite being near the lawgiver, the erosion he experienced seemed to intensify. Yet, the other Xiao Ziyu appeared to be afflicted in a similar manner, but at a noticeably slower pace. After a moment of contemplation, Ban continued to inquire. He was defeated. He never managed to surpass the 4th lawgiver. Xiao Ziyu covered his left eye with his right hand, seemingly gazing at something invisible before him. I see another version of myself. Hearing this perplexing description, instinctively furrowed his brow and looked at Ban with curiosity. His time corresponds to the 2nd collapse. Ban disregarded its reaction and pressed on with his questioning. He perished at the hands of the lawgiver of the void, transformed into a headless corpse. Why does Xiao Ziyu perceive himself battling the 2nd lawgiver when the 1st lawgiver they encountered was the 3rd? Suddenly, Xiao Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape, as if he had uncovered a profound secret. What did you see? Ban asked, observing Xiao Ziyu's expression. I saw the cells of. I truly saw them. Xiao Ziyu's breaths quickened, perhaps fueled by excitement. S brow furrowed deeper. What is happening to my cells? I saw myself lying on the operating table of Mobius. Xiao Ziyu exclaimed, but was interrupted by a sudden cough, possibly due to overwhelming exhilaration, or perhaps merely the intensifying erosion of the collapse. I was dissected by Mobius. Then she studied my cells. The cells of might be the fundamental cause of the erosion. Even without cells, we would still face erosion. But it seems as if those cells have lost control, frantically and endlessly absorbing collapse energy. I see something else. Xiao Ziyu exclaimed, filled with fervor. Alicia. I saw Alicia. She is not dead. No, that can't be right. I saw myself defeating a lawgiver. It was the lawgiver of erosion. And then, I took my own life. That version of me witnessed Alicia's demise and subsequently ended his own. What exactly did you perceive? It is neither the future nor the past. I do not know. I will attempt to use my right eye. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Ziyu began to channel his chakra to activate the abilities of his right eye. What do you think will happen if you use your right eye? Could not contain his curiosity. It feels as though I am stepping into the visions I just witnessed. I feel as though I can replace them. Dreams, reality. I understand now. Xiao Ziyu's body trembled with excitement, and a smile akin to that of newfound hope gradually emerged upon his face. I can create dreams, and then enter the dream. No, that is not quite right. It seems more like I am being drawn into them. In other words, my ability is to fabricate dreams, and to interchange reality with dreams, thus transforming dreams into reality. There is hope. There is hope. Alicia can resurrect by transforming with her eyes. Young man, do not recklessly employ the power of your eyes. The consequences could be dire. Ben pondered for a moment and spoke. Why? Given the current failures, why not simply return to the past? Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat perplexed. If we return to the past, will your eyes retain their power? Will your memories endure? Xiao Ziyu paused, reflecting on the astute question. There are myriad methods to resurrect individuals. If what you say is true, it would be best not to use your eyes unless absolutely necessary. Since I possess the ability to create dreams, young man, you should experiment to see if you can influence the dream. After a brief contemplation, Ban declared, As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Ziyu, disregarding the need to alleviate the encroachment, sat down immediately to attempt his endeavor. After a while, he opened his eyes slowly, appearing somewhat despondent. I cannot intervene in the progression of dreams. The development of dreams and thoughts seemed beyond his control. The dreams were vivid, indistinguishable from reality. However, it felt as if Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, hesitating to articulate. Despite exhausting his mind, he struggled to find the appropriate descriptor. Xiao Ziyu continued to grapple with his thoughts. I understand. It is akin to different personas, varying intellects, different versions of myself. Some of me are quite clever, even contemplating the possibility of awakening the Sharingan, and indeed, it manifested, albeit only to the level of 3 tomo. Perhaps it is because they exist within dreams. It is inherently a power of my eyes, hence they cannot unlock the Manjiki. Others of me are rather foolish, possessing a lamentably low battle IQ, dying upon encountering the Lawbringer. Even? Xiao Ziyu's expression of disdain suggested he had witnessed an extraordinary dream. Even what? Ban slowly inquired. Oh, no, it's nothing. Xiao Ziyu gulped. Am I truly so lecherous, so perverse? How could I be this kind of person, and yet still have dreams of such a nature? Ben uttered a single word. This is not insignificant. It is a useful discovery. Are there any other discoveries? The spot was disregarded entirely. This offered no assistance in overcoming the collapse. Merely a futile dream, which if not transformed, remains an everlasting illusion. It has not genuinely harmed them. Furthermore, Xiao Ziyu pondered. It seems that within those dreams, I possess the ability to accelerate time. Moreover, it appears that the power of the lowrider has been diminished. At the very least, I can exchange a few blows with the lowrider. Yet, in reality, we cannot even approach the lowrider. Ban began to contemplate. Perhaps it is due to the fact that this is a world you have created, thereby lowering the combat prowess of the collapse. Or perhaps your own strength has been augmented. If it were merely a dream, that would be acceptable. However, if you can indeed transform it, it would be akin to forcibly elevating your own power with your own eyes or, conversely, compelling the collapse to weaken. Ben nodded. This is indeed a remarkably useful discovery. Are there any more? At present, it seems I have not discerned any other distinctions. Additionally, it appears that the duration of those dreams varies. It seems I can select when to commence the dream. However, it appears I can only choose a time subsequent to our arrival here. As for the last point, currently, no dream has traversed the end. The swiftest dream met its demise at the hands of the corrupted lowrider. How many dreams can you create simultaneously? Ban contemplated for a moment before inquiring. I do not know. At this moment, I am simultaneously observing approximately 300 dreams. I am uncertain if I can increase that number. Chapter 45, Dream of Paduo. Xiao Ziyu had just opened his mouth to articulate something when the 3 trailing behind had already caught up. Oh, how exhilarating. As Alicia barely emerged, she beheld a young girl ensnared against the wall by Xiao Ziyu. Ying remained silent. Hua opened her mouth, but ultimately chose not to speak. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Alicia, noting the peculiar expression on her face, attempting to clarify. Hey, big bro, could you let me go? I can do whatever you want, Paduo. Behind him, seemed to notice that Xiao Ziyu's voice did not sound elderly and continued to plead for mercy. You don't need to speak as if I have any intention of doing something to you. Xiao Ziyu turned to Paduo, a mixture of shock, confusion, and a sense of something being amiss evident on his face. What is wrong with her? Hua inquired from behind. Oh, she took my belongings. I will release her once I retrieve them, Xiao Ziyu explained without turning back, loosening his grip slightly, intending to allow Pajuo to return it herself. We'll return this to you now, Pajuo said, moving her limbs and promptly rummaging through her pockets. Xiao Ziyu crouched down to pick up the scroll that had fallen to the ground, intending to turn and leave. However, Alicia, upon seeing the adorable girl, approached her to greet. Ah, hello. Pato seemed somewhat uneasy but felt compelled to respond to Alicia. Ziyu, it appears she is the vigilante of Twilight Street. Sakura recalled from previous information and spoke to Xiao Ziyu, not bothering to lower her voice. Pato glanced nervously at the trio staring at her, paralyzed by fear. The intel suggested that she had someone backing her. Sakura attempted to say more but was interrupted by Xiao Ziyu. There is no one. The boss is merely her catchphrase. This person does not exist. There is no need for investigation, Xiao Ziyu explained nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Pato, a few steps behind Xiao Ziyu, felt even more terrified. She had hoped to escape once again relying on the non-existent boss, unaware of the deception. Ah, we just arrived here. Since we are unfamiliar with the place, why not guide us? My name is Alicia. You can call me Ali. Alicia, for reasons unknown, took Pato's hand, perhaps simply enamored by beautiful and charming girls. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Pato, who was being pulled by Alicia, hesitating to speak. Hello, I am Xiao Ziyu. You may omit the Xiao. With a sigh, Xiao Ziyu did not intervene and began to speak. Should I intervene? This matter ought not to exist. Should I not intervene? It seems it won't affect anything. Then, as Alicia suggested, would you guide us, if you please? Xiao Ziyu reached into her pocket, but suddenly hesitated. How much should a guide cost for a day? I have never seen a guide before. Ah, never mind. How about 20,000 for a day? Is that too low? Will it suffice? The last part of her inquiry was directed at Pato, and the earlier statement left Hua somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing Xiao Ziyu's words, Pato involuntarily smiled wider. Really? Is that true? Pato's smile grew, stretching almost to her ears. I do not enjoy deception, Xiao Ziyu remarked, pulling out a handful of banknotes from her clothing and directly handing them to Pato. Meanwhile, in a certain bank vault, a small amount was missing. After all, if they could not defeat the end, everyone would be lost. Xiao Ziyu casually marked a few banks, expressing gratitude. The generous boss, the one called Pajuo Phyllis, happily accepted the banknotes, tucking them into his waist pouch, seemingly lowering his guard. You can simply call me Pajuo. What arrangements do you have? Boss, I am thoroughly familiar with this street at dusk. May I inquire a few questions? Sakura looked towards Pajuo and asked. This seems. Pajuo appeared to anticipate that Sakura would pose some difficult questions. How much is acceptable? An additional 50,000 a day. Is that sufficient? Although Xiao Ziyu was uncertain about Sakura's inquiries, it was not his money, and the price was being raised directly. Xiao Ziyu carried no cash on him. However, with a mark, he could easily acquire what he needed. Therefore, in a strict sense, Xiao Ziyu was either impoverished or the wealthiest individual. After all, he could obtain anything he desired. Sufficient. Pajuo joyfully accepted another handful of banknotes, stuffing them into his pouch. Pajuo glanced at Sakura, seemingly pondering what to call her. Sakura. Xiao Ziyu subtly nudged Pajuo and remarked. Oh, Sister Sakura. Please, feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is nothing here I am unaware of. You said it directly? Sakura temporarily disregarded Pajuo, glancing at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly uncomfortable with the revelation of names. I despise deception. I apologize, but it truly does not matter. Xiao Ziyu offered his apologies. You, Brother Ziyu. Brother Ziyu, Sister Ailey, and Sister Sakura. Pajuo recalled Xiao Ziyu's previous words and then turned to Hua. Hua. Xiao Ziyu prompted. Oh, Sister Hua. Come, you see, it's getting late. Shall we find a place to settle down first? Pajuo inquired of Xiao Ziyu. Certainly. This way, please. I know the most suitable and safest locations. The street at dusk is quite pleasant, albeit a bit chaotic. However, rest assured. Along the way, Pajuo, perhaps due to strong professional ethics, became exceedingly warm after receiving the money. Is there a sanatorium around here? Sakura asked during the journey. Indeed, there is. It primarily houses children, along with some adults, Pajuo replied. Where is it? Sakura. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Sakura, signaling her to remain calm. Never mind. We can discuss it tomorrow. All right then. What brings the four of you to the street at dusk? Xiao Ziyu remained silent, disliking deception. yet felt it inappropriate to speak directly. Hua, like Sakura, also remained quiet, perhaps believing it was not the right moment to speak. "We are here for a vacation," Ailey said cheerfully. Chapter 46, Reality of Inaction. Ahem. Although his body continued to be ravaged, Xiao Ziyu now felt no pain in his waist, nor fatigue in his legs. Spitting blood was of little concern. His heart no longer beat. His spirits were remarkably high. His heart no longer beats? Oh, it was merely a minor procedure. Xiao Ziyu gradually opened his eyes and slowly descended from the operating table of Mobius. Xiao Ziyu, after all, is merely an ordinary individual. Yet he boldly approached Mobius with a proposal for research. Naturally, Mobius viewed this as a frivolous endeavor and initially intended to dismiss it. However, in the end, he acquiesced to Xiao Ziyu's request. What transpired in between remains a mystery. Who could fathom how Xiao Ziyu managed to persuade Mobius? "Your cells exhibit a vitality that surpasses the ordinary," Mobius's voice resonated. Xiao Ziyu remained silent, perhaps too fatigued or simply disinclined to respond. "It should not be," Mobius continued. "Your entropy adaptability is evidently low, yet the entropy content of your cells is remarkably high. Ah, so you possess a knack for such matters? Let us see if we can enhance these cells. Perhaps my cells hold other potential." Mobius regarded Xiao Ziyu in silence. Xiao Ziyu possesses exceptionally high cellular vitality. What would happen if an ordinary person were to undergo transplantation? And what if a fusion warrior were to receive the same? Mobius was indeed somewhat intrigued. "You may leave," he remarked disdainfully, for Xiao Ziyu was merely a worthless individual, unworthy of further discourse. Xiao Ziyu remained silent as well. He was aware that those dreams once made him appear valiant, yet in the present reality, he remained a mere waste. Xiao Ziyu slowly turned to leave. Ban remarked that one should refrain from employing the power of sight unless absolutely necessary. However, when exactly does one reach the point of necessity? In this current reality, I find myself utterly impotent. My combat prowess is insufficient, and my intellect falls short. I cannot even approach an ordinary ruler. Is it possible to confront the end? Does it hold any significance to continue existing in this so-called reality? Or must I merely wait for a favorable conclusion to manifest in my dreams, and then seek a transformation? This notion indeed seems feasible. Yet, although the devastation within the dream appears somewhat diminished, if a transformation occurs, will the damage be restored? Is the weakening confined solely to the dream realm? Or, as Ban suggested, is it truly possible to forcibly enhance or diminish one's abilities? Xiao Ziyu was unaware of the passage of time, each minute and second, each day and month, slowly slipping away. She was oblivious to the progress of the research on the Mbias strip, as she had not sought her out, nor did she possess the authority to do so. Xiao Ziyu spends each day in idleness, merely gazing upon those dreams, hoping to unearth some new revelations or perhaps to discover a more formidable version of himself. Xiao Ziyu became weak once more, just as he began to realize the capabilities of his own eyes. Xiao Ziyu was indeed filled with joy and excitement. However now, day after day of idleness, coupled with the relentless erosion of chaos, weighs heavily upon him. Xiao Ziyu's health deteriorates with each passing day. Xiao Ziyu also believed that Ling had been sealed by him and would not transform into a Hershers. However, what Xiao Ziyu was unaware of was that Ling had been captured once more and was now imprisoned anew. Xiao Ziyu once believed he had effected a slight change, thinking he had rescued Ling. However, when he learned the truth, Ling had long since perished. Everything reverted to its original course, albeit with a mere delay. Ling was still executed by those lunatics without due process. Ing, as before, accompanied Ling until the very last moment. Xiao Ziyu could hardly believe it. Nothing had changed for him. He wished to apologize, yet his lips refused to part. Elysian was gone. Sakura and Ling were no more. Xiao Ziyu has already lost all sense of awareness. What significance does this hypocritical reality hold? Until the inevitable end arrives. Chapter 47. Dream and Reality 4. Before long, Padu led 6 individuals to what appeared to be a quaint inn. It did not seem particularly lavish. Perhaps a reflection of the underdeveloped economy of Twilight Street? In the hall, several men appeared to be fixated on the group. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the few individuals. Merely ordinary people. The 5 rooms were the best available. Approaching the front desk, Xiao Ziyu spoke. Very well. That will be a total of 22,000. How would you like to pay? Initially, Xiao Ziyu had assumed that Twilight Street would resemble a region plagued by economic hardship. Yet it appeared that the staff exhibited commendable etiquette. In cash, he replied, retrieving a substantial wad of banknotes from his attire and placing it upon the counter. Where did he pull that from? After a brief moment, the receptionist counted the money and handed the room keys to the group. Wait, can I stay too? Pato seemed somewhat taken aback. The payment has been made, so it's entirely up to you. If you wish to stay, you may. If not, then no. Xiao Ziyu replied nonchalantly as he ascended the stairs. On the staircase, Xiao Ziyu slowly turned his head to glance at the men who appeared intent on following them. As he turned back, those individuals abruptly softened and succumbed to slumber. What is wrong with them? Elysian inquired, observing the group on the first floor who had suddenly fallen asleep. Youth, I suppose. Being young has its perks. They can just drop off to sleep. Unlike me, I rely on external means to drift into slumber, Xiao Ziyu shrugged and remarked. Indeed, as the days passed, Xiao Ziyu had yet to conceive a beneficial method and could only rely on illusions to force himself to sleep. Aren't you around my age? Your words imply that I have aged. Elysia seemed a bit displeased. Though they appeared similar in appearance, the reality was different. Apologies, Pato calls me old master. So I assumed I must be aging. As night fell, nothing of note transpired. The group appeared to have retired early. Naturally, Xiao Ziyu too relied on illusions to fall asleep. Before resting, he kindly assisted the previously sneaky men in the lobby in finding a room for their slumber. The First Research Institute of Mebius. Xiao Ziyu is truly a benevolent soul, thoughtfully arranging for them a spacious room to rest in, and even providing a skilled, green-haired beauty to assist them in falling asleep. However, once they succumbed to slumber, they found themselves unable to awaken. It must be said that having Hashirama and Madara by their side was exceedingly beneficial. An abnormal presence had sensed their plight and was able to track them. When sleep eluded them, Madara cast an illusion to enforce slumber upon them. On the following day, the group did not burden themselves with cumbersome equipment. After a brief grooming, they allowed Pato to lead them towards the so-called sanatorium. Along the way, Pato animatedly described the streets and alleys of Twilight Street, sharing insights into the local customs and culture. Sakura remained silent, as did Xiao Ziyu, Hua, Hashirama, and Madara. Only Alicia offered enthusiastic support, showering Pato with praise for every word spoken. This so-called team was amusingly composed of 3 icebergs. Before long, they arrived at the so-called sanatorium. From the exterior, it appeared to occupy a considerable expanse, perhaps due to the multitude of people. Yet, upon closer inspection, it seemed rather rudimentary. With a firm knock, Pato rapped on the grand door. Why does the door evoke a sense of foreboding? Beside her, Xiao Ziyu instinctively furrowed his brow. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing a white-haired man adorned with a mask standing before them. What brings you here? He inquired. Chapter 48, The Shift in Reality. Xiao Ziyu gazed intently into his dreams, endeavoring to uncover whether his kaleidoscopic Sharingan possessed any additional abilities. Day after day, he found himself ensnared in this relentless cycle, feeling powerless to effect any change. Until, at long last, the end had undeniably arrived, yet he remained devoid of any significant progress. Within the kaleidoscope, there appeared to be no promising dreams available for transformation. Xiao Ziyu, as an outlier, was oblivious to the fact that when the end approached, they had already ascended to the moon to confront it. What significance does knowledge hold? Even the lawgivers cannot draw near. What can the end accomplish? Unable to fight back, unable to flee, and devoid of any conceivable solution. Xiao Ziyu is characterized by 3 deficiencies: incompetence, powerlessness, and inability. Upon receiving the news, he hurried to the portal, just in time to witness Pato entering. Xiao Ziyu yearned to call out to Pato, to implore her not to proceed. Yet, his throat felt as if it were in agony, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. All he could manage were muffled groans. As Xiao Ziyu stepped through the portal, his gaze fell upon the scattered remnants of the Dominion keys strewn across the ground. Among them, something caught his attention, a coin. Was that Pato's? Xiao Ziyu was uncertain about how the old tricks of Hashirama and Madara could be of any assistance in this situation. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to give it a try. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not calm his mind, nor could he gather his chakra. Panic set in. Xiao Ziyu's breathing grew increasingly labored, unable to fathom the scene before him. In the distance, there lay a stone, casting a shadow that seemed to cradle a figure. But it was not merely a person. It was half a person, Cosmo, severed at the waist. Before him, there appeared to be a harmonica. The dazzling flames in the distance captured Xiao Ziyu's attention. Seemingly Kevin engaged in a fierce battle against the flames of demise. Suspended in the vastness of space, something seemed to float. Was that? It was the self-proclaimed grand invention of Verway, reduced to mere fragments. But what of Verway? Xiao Ziyu remains unseen. Unseen indeed. Yet, what significance does it hold if he cannot be perceived? Does Xiao Ziyu remain oblivious? Velvy was struck with such force that she was sent to Jupiter. Xiao Ziyu could scarcely discern the whereabouts of the thousand calamities. Perhaps they had long since been reduced to naught. In the distance, a magnificent whale appeared, exuding an air of grace. However, it was but a fleeting moment. Xiao Ziyu watched in horror as the end effortlessly tore the whale apart, piece by piece, as though it were merely a loaf of bread. In the distance, it seemed that Kevin and the end had exchanged blows, creating a widening gap between them. Meanwhile, the end appeared to have noticed another individual approaching and directly pointed a finger at Xiao Ziyu. The destructive energy began to coalesce at the tip of the finger, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Perhaps, with this strike, Xiao Ziyu has been completely obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Xiao Ziyu desperately yearned to move, to escape. Perhaps the erosion of despair had penetrated too deeply. Xiao Ziyu remained utterly motionless, while a beam of energy, forged from an overwhelming surge of destructive power, hurtled directly towards him. Zhu Jian. A voice echoed in his ear, yet it bore an unfamiliar tone, devoid of its usual cadence. There was an unsettling sense of eager resignation to death in its timbre. The next moment, Xiao Ziyu sprang into action, executing a series of instantaneous movements that distanced him from his original position by over 100 meters, perhaps due to the lunar environment. The impact of the beam produced no sound. However, the multitude of floating debris in the gaping crater seemed to proclaim his narrow escape. "Young man, use your eyes," came the voice of Zhu Jian once more, resonating in his ear. Xiao Ziyu immediately endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, attempting to harness his chakra to wield the powers of his kaleidoscopic eyes. However, no matter how fervently he tried, it appeared that he could not glimpse into the realm of dreams, nor could he muster even a trace of chakra. In the distance, it seemed that the end once again raised a finger, as if another assault were imminent. Van longed to seize control of Xiao Ziyu's body, but was hindered by his own corruption, rendering him incapable of mastery over his form. As the impending attack drew ever closer, the situation became increasingly dire. Xiao Ziyu seemed to sense that something was forcefully extracted from within him. Xiao Ziyu's hands moved uncontrollably, summoning two wooden doppelgangers. Subsequently, Xiao Ziyu seemed to perceive something entering the wooden clone. Suddenly, he felt a significant lightness in his body. Ben swiftly summoned his complete Susanoo and charged forward, simultaneously mouthing what appeared to be the words Hashirama. Hashirama also summoned a wooden figure and surged ahead, seemingly shouting something as well, from his lip movements. It was likely Madara. Hashirama? Ban? Xiao Ziyu was somewhat taken aback. Logically, these wooden clones, having been eroded, should be nearly devoid of techniques, just as he was. Yet, how could they now? Hashirama? Ban? Xiao Ziyu called out once more, but there was no response from within him. Or rather, Xiao Ziyu now finds himself devoid of the interstitial and markings within. The two have forcibly severed their souls, allowing for a transcendence beyond their limits. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they can withstand the impending assault. The wooden avatar is utterly incapable of bearing the weight of their souls. Their actions amount to a self-destructive endeavor. The wooden entity and Susanoo hasten towards the oncoming attack, seemingly intent on providing Xiao Ziyu with even the briefest of reprieves, striving to buy him precious moments. However, within mere 3 seconds, they are swiftly engulfed by the radiance of the assault. Remarkably, it appears that their desperate sacrifice has indeed slowed the attack, albeit slightly. Perhaps it is the agony coursing through their bodies, or the heartache weighing heavily upon them, that causes tears to cascade down Xiao Ziyu's cheeks unbidden. Meanwhile, the powers of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan begin to manifest, as time itself commences its retrogressive march. The world seems to be undergoing a process of deletion and rebirth, rapidly enveloped in blinding light. The body of the end is swiftly disintegrating, and so too is Kevin's form. Xiao Ziyu appeared to be just as ordinary. Meanwhile, the bisected Kosi demon seemed to be piecing itself together, only to gradually dissipate. The shards of the Dominion key scattered across the ground began to restore themselves, only to shatter once more until they vanished completely. A radiant light slowly emerged from the earth, rejuvenating the body of Qianjie, which then shattered and dissipated again. In the distance, fragments of steel floated in space, commencing their journey towards the moon, as if something was returning from Jupiter. Far away, a colossal arc raced back at an astonishing speed, only to fragment and vanish. The sound of objects shattering resonated in rapid succession, growing increasingly fast. It was peculiar. How could there be sound on the moon? As for Earth, those areas that were once visible on the moon and had transformed into barren wastelands appeared to be swiftly regaining vitality. Subsequently, Xiao Ziyu lost consciousness. When he awoke once more and opened his eyes, he beheld Hashirama and Madara. Chapter 49, The Dream Rehabilitation Center. What brings you here? The white-haired man appeared vigilant as he surveyed the crowd. Beneath the mask, what expression lay hidden? Who could tell? Are you the person in charge here? We represent a charitable organization intending to make a donation and have come to inspect the premises, spoke Sakura. Ah, that is understandable. The white-haired man fell silent for a moment before leading the group inside. Apollonia, someone is calling for you, the white-haired man shouted towards the courtyard. Seemingly on his way to retrieve some goods, Xiao Ziyu gazed at the departing figure of Qianjia. Perhaps this life was indeed what Qianjia desired. A sense of foreboding loomed. Was calamity approaching? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, seemingly engulfed in concern. In the courtyard, distant laughter echoed as children frolicked, some trailing behind Qianjia, seemingly eager to assist. Yet, upon reflection, it was more accurate to say that Qianjia was aiding them in transporting goods. Inside the house, a figure donned an outfit that Xiao Ziyu found difficult to describe. He was uncertain whether it could even be classified as a nun's attire. Nevertheless, it appeared just as it always had. Xiao Ziyu is, after all, a man. From the very first moment our eyes met, my gaze uncontrollably drifted in that direction. Do not gaze upon that which is improper. Do not speak of that which is improper. Refrain from inappropriate gazes. What others choose to wear is their own prerogative. I need only to govern my own actions and refrain from indiscreet looks. Xiao Ziyu gradually closed his eyes, choosing not to gaze at Apollonia. Do the guests have any matters to discuss? Apollonia's voice resonated with an air of weariness and lethargy. Xiao Ziyu found it difficult to articulate the sensation, though it was a feeling familiar to all. This place appears quite lively, remarked Elysian, observing the children frolicking in the distance. These children are unfortunate souls, rendered homeless by disaster, Apollonia elaborated. Disaster? Do they comprehend the concept of collapse? With so many children around, is it appropriate to speak of such matters? Xiao Ziyu remained with his eyes closed, lost in contemplation. The notion of disaster seemed to amuse Elysian, who glanced at Apollonia and then surveyed the surroundings. How many people are here? Approximately 60, Apollonia replied, leading the group indoors. 60 must refer to the number of individuals. Xiao Ziyu mused, still with his eyes shut, trailing behind the others. And how many are afflicted by the collapse? The collapse appears to be contagious, Elysian noted. Indeed, Apollonia and Qianjia may remain unaffected, but what of the children? Who was that person just now? Elysian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the white-haired masked man. His name is Qianjia. He arrived at the sanatorium's courtyard and has since stayed to assist. Apollonia spoke fondly of him. In truth, Qianjia is quite a gentle soul. Qianjia? Elysian furrowed her brow, the name stirring a distant recollection. Oh, she turned to Xiao Ziyu, who remained with his eyes shut. What's the matter? Elysian wondered, gradually slowing her pace to return to Xiao Ziyu's side, waving her hand before his closed eyes. I can sense you, he replied. What troubles your eyes? Are you fatigued? Elysian queried, bemused by his sudden act of closing them. Xiao Ziyu parted his lips, hesitating to respond. Should I confess that my gaze uncontrollably drifts in that direction? Would that make me appear frivolous? There's sand in my eyes, he finally said. Would you like me to blow it away for you? Elysian offered with concern. There's no need, he replied. Is Qianjia the one you mentioned who resolves the fifth herald? Elysian leaned closer, whispering in his ear. Did I say that? It seems so. He pondered. Before long, Apollonia had ushered the group into a clean and orderly room. Xiao Ziyu remained with her eyes closed, while Alicia conversed with Apollonia as if they were old friends, discussing various matters. Sakura, Hua, and Xiao Ziyu remained still until the conversation gradually shifted towards the main topic. Are there only children here? Apollonia paused for a moment before responding. No, there are also some patients. Xiao Ziyu slowly opened her eyes, eager to observe Apollonia's expression, which revealed no emotion, still bearing that look of compassion for humanity. To Apollonia, those patients seemed to be nothing more than patients. How many of those patients are there? Xiao Ziyu inquired. Approximately over 50, Apollonia replied. Do you believe that by accepting them, you are saving them? Xiao Ziyu fixed her gaze on Apollonia's eyes. Perhaps I truly cannot heal them, but providing them with a place of peace is my duty. If I were to say that the afflictions of those patients are contagious, would you still save them? You would. Kindness can become a source of evil. By gathering those individuals, you imply that the children here are likely to be infected. If you do not accept them, they will only be left to fend for themselves. Xiao Ziyu turned her gaze to the window. Observing Qianjia passing by with a box of goods, accompanied by several children assisting him with smaller items. Apollonia remained silent. Perhaps she had long understood these matters yet still chose to extend her hand to those afflicted by ruinous diseases. Humanity is often beset by desires and fears. Ever so greedy, wanting to save this one and that one. Human capacity is ultimately limited. To refrain from saving is to ensure the safety of the normal populace. To save is to protect the vulnerable. This matter holds no absolute right or wrong. Xiao Ziyu turned her head to face Apollonia. How can humanity dare to oppose the heavens? When calamities descend from the skies, countless souls are left wandering. When they are scorned and shunned by others, your acceptance can indeed render you a savior in their eyes. Yet, this affliction is beyond healing. To merely survive in this world serves no purpose. Day after day, suffering immeasurably, each step a struggle, unable to care for oneself. Apollonia, you must disperse them, otherwise calamity will erupt here because of them. Xiao Ziyu's words held merit from a rational standpoint. Adopting those afflicted with ruinous diseases brings forth nothing but harm. Yet, must they be abandoned solely due to their illness? There has not yet been any significant disaster here. Xiao Ziyu mused, glancing out the window. When calamity descends upon this land, where will you turn? How will you protect those you wish to safeguard? Xiao Ziyu herself was unsure why she felt compelled to voice these thoughts. Perhaps it was merely an impromptu reflection. Just as she was about to speak again, an unusual commotion arose outside. The ground seemed to tremble. What? Xiao Ziyu furrowed her brow, looking down at the floor. They have arrived. After a moment of perception, Ban responded, would release. The tree world descends. Upon hearing Ban's warning, Xiao Ziyu immediately employed the tree world descending technique to envelop the vicinity of the clinic in a protective canopy of trees, striving to safeguard the individuals within. Xiao Ziyu uttered no further words but cast a sweeping glance around the trio of Elysian, who instantly comprehended that the collapse was imminent. The four of them promptly abandoned Apollonia and rushed forth to assess the situation. Utilizing the wood release, with dragon technique, Xiao Ziyu ascended upon the dragon. Surveying the state of Twilight Street from above, the pedestrians along the street appeared to be rapidly transforming into death warriors. A glance revealed countless collapsed beasts towering above the buildings. Are there any Hershers among them? Xiao Ziyu inquired of Elysian, just to be cautious. Uncertain, there are no updates. Elysian replied, simultaneously drawing her bow and launching an arrow towards the distant collapsed beasts. I recall that the collapse on Twilight Street coincided with the Inferno Hershers' emergence. Could it be arriving so soon? Xiao Ziyu glanced downwards, observing numerous ruined beasts converging towards his position. The tree realm's manifestation should be sufficient to withstand the onslaught for a time. However, if their numbers proved overwhelming, the tree realm would succumb to the corruption of the ruined energy. It was imperative to safeguard this location first. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu issued commands, instructing everyone to temporarily set aside their initial objectives for coming here, even though he himself remained uncertain of their purpose. With Xiao Ziyu's assent, the trio leaped into the tree realm, then ventured forth to intervene. Chapter 50. The departure of the lady outside the rehabilitation center. A cacophony of sounds reverberated frequently. The children within were left perplexed, only able to perceive a formidable wall of trees, approximately 10 meters high, encircling the facility. Yet, those trees appeared to be under assault from some unseen force, teetering precariously. With a grand gesture, Xiao Ziyu executed the wood release, with dragon technique, summoning 10 or more wooden dragons from the earth, which surged towards the ruined beasts surrounding the center. These creatures, seemingly devoid of intelligence, were easily ensnared by the wooden dragon's serpentine movements. However, this merely resulted in entanglement. The bodies of the wooden dragons began to change color rapidly, indicating that relying solely on them for resolution was not a feasible solution. Xiao Ziyu is unable to prevent the wooden dragon from absorbing the energy of collapse. The sanatorium remains within, and other techniques are not particularly suitable. Flying Thunder God. Xiao Ziyu has never transmitted such a large number of people at once. A few individuals or a dozen would be acceptable, but over 100 in total is quite extraordinary. Xiao Ziyu was apprehensive about unforeseen events, uncertain of where he might end up. I really ought to learn a weapon, he mused inwardly. as he retrieved a power bank and unfolded it. The scroll unfurled, revealing incomprehensible runes encircling a central character that read seal. Xiao Ziyu promptly seated himself in meditation, commencing his rejuvenation. Meanwhile, the wooden dragon continued to entwine the corrupted beasts. Perhaps Elysian and her companions could take this opportunity to deal with those corrupted creatures. With the assistance of the pillars and ban, Xiao Ziyu had absorbed energy for merely around 10 seconds before rising to his feet. Xiao Ziyu opened his eyes, and the visage of an immortal mask gradually emerged. Xiao Ziyu retracted the scroll and, with a sudden leap, channeled his chakra into his right fist, aiming a powerful strike at one of the corrupted beasts ensnared by the wooden dragon. With a resounding thud, he delivered a blow that shattered the creature, which appeared to be of the war machine class. The Xiao Ziyu was uncertain and opted to obliterate its head. One might question if such a creature could even be referred to as having a head. Subsequently, Xiao Ziyu employed the same technique, demolishing all the corrupted beasts that had gathered around the infirmary, attempting to breach the defenses but thwarted by the wooden dragon with a single punch each. Perhaps due to his infrequent use of Sage Mode, or perhaps due to his lack of proficiency, Xiao Ziyu seemed somewhat fatigued. The visage of the sage on his face had already faded. It is possible that this was his first endeavor to amplify his physical prowess using Sage Chakra, and he mismanaged the dosage. Xiao Ziyu gazed into the distance at the graceful figure of Elysian, who was skillfully drawing her bow and leaping with agility. His eyes then drifted to Hua, who was practicing martial arts not far away. Lastly, he observed Sakura, who appeared almost invincible here, wielding the purification thunder with remarkable prowess. Xiao Ziyu reached into his clothing, attempting to recharge once more, but was halted by Zhu Jian's admonition. If you cannot endure it, then refrain from absorbing it. Such actions will only harm your body. Xiao Ziyu paused for a moment before withdrawing his hand. A notification echoed, urging everyone to be on guard. A response from the Loriners has emerged in Australia. May's voice resonated in his ears. They truly have arrived, Xiao Ziyu remarked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. He surveyed the situation around him. Another wave of collapsed beasts had inexplicably surged forth, and a breach had formed in the tree realm, with a throng of collapsed beasts mindlessly pressing towards it. Bang! Just as Xiao Ziyu intended to approach the breach, a sound akin to an explosion erupted from within the sanatorium. Bang! The tree realm was violently torn open, not by the collapsed beasts, but rather, it appeared to be a result of Qianjie's assault on them. Xiao Ziyu leapt into the tree realm, surveying the conditions of the nursing home. Not only were there large creatures present, but a multitude of flies swarmed through the air, each more varied than the last. In the courtyard, he witnessed Qianjie tearing apart a corrupted beast with his bare hands. Chapter 51. The absence of the matriarch. He should be able to hold his ground, Xiao Ziyu mused, glancing at the three figures in the distance before teleporting them back with the Flying Thunder God technique. He utilized would clone to create a doppelganger to accompany them, while he himself teleported to Australia, heading towards the lawmaker. The wood clone sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that obliterated a small fly, explaining, "Let us protect the children for now. In times of crisis, remember to use the mark he left behind." Qianjie remained silent, seemingly consumed by a frenzied rage as the battle unfolded, the scene growing increasingly bloody and violent. Australia. Boom. Crash. As Xiao Ziyu just arrived via the Flying Thunder God technique, he was met with a scene of flames engulfing the building, thick black smoke billowing upward. On the ground, there were even individuals on fire, desperately crying for help. Truly, they were human beings aflame. How am I to rescue them? Xiao Ziyu surveyed his surroundings, and aside from the pervasive flames and charred corpses, he beheld nothing else. There was no sign of the lawmaker. Was there someone on the stage? With a swift glance upward, he noticed a wooden plank, or perhaps steel, hovering above. It was of little consequence. After all, it was bound to fall. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Ziyu retrieved a handful of gravel from his pocket and hurled it toward the shadowy figure on the stage. Fortunately, his stones reached their target before the burning debris could descend. Whoosh! Xiao Ziyu swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, lifting the individual and subsequently teleporting to another marked location. Whoosh! Xiao Ziyu casually teleported to another Flying Thunder God location in Australia. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was still engulfed in flames, and the ground was teeming with countless collapsed beasts. Yet, the Hershers was still nowhere to be seen. Sensing the approaching collapsed beast behind him, Xiao Ziyu remained motionless. just as the formidable paw of the beast was about to crush the two of them. A skeletal blue Susanoo materialized instantaneously, its skeletal arm wielding a blade that cleaved the creature behind Xiao Ziyu in twain. The resounding thud of the massive beast hitting the ground was startling, seemingly alarming the person beside him. "May, help me locate the Hershers," Xiao Ziyu requested. Realizing his inability to find her, he activated the communication channel with May. He glanced at Eden, who appeared somewhat incredulous. I recall Eden mentioning that she took a considerable amount of time to recuperate from psychological therapy. Rest assured, you are safe now. The wood release, wood dragon technique conjured a wooden dragon beneath their feet, lifting them skyward, away from the chaos below. I found her. She is approximately 20 kilometers to the east of your current position. May's voice resonated in his ear. Good. Are there any signs of life near the Hershers? Xiao Ziyu responded, following May's guidance as he soared toward the indicated location. I'm not certain. What do you intend to do? May sounded quite occupied on the other end. If there is no one around, I shall attempt something. Wait a moment. Let me conduct a scan for you. In his haste, Xiao Ziyu had forgotten about Eden on the dragon as they sped through the air. What is happening? Eden suddenly inquired, appearing to regain some semblance of rationality. Collapse has now escalated from the 7th to the 13th. Everything shall turn to ash, Xiao Ziyu replied candidly. Collapse? Never mind. I am not adept at psychological counseling. Xiao Ziyu sighed, unable to fathom how he would react if he had not traversed dimensions and suddenly encountered such calamity in his homeland. Regardless, do not worry. You will be fine. As long as I live, you shall not perish. If I die, it is imperative that you survive. Where are we headed now? Oh, right. Wood release, wood clone. Another wooden dragon emerged alongside them. The wood clone lifted Eden and leaped onto the other dragon, and then the two dragons diverged. Xiao Ziyu prepared to confront the enemy. Eden, remain in the heavens for now. The chakra harnessed from the thunder god to return to headquarters is rather abundant. It is prudent to wait until the situation is resolved. Within 5 kilometers of the Lagavur, no signs of life remain. In my ear, May's voice resounded. Chapter 52. I desire a title for my lady. Very well, Xiao Ziyu replied, intending to experiment with some extensive techniques. Xiao Ziyu, surprisingly unconcerned about his own mortality, released his wooden clone, leading to Eden's demise. With the flying thunder god technique at his disposal, he reacted with such swiftness that capture or harm would forever elude him. Witnessing the preceding spectacle, Eden appeared increasingly perplexed. The wooden clone glanced at Eden and elucidated, Xiao Ziyu, is that your name? Yes, came the reply. In the distance, it appeared that several enormous fireballs were hurtling towards him. Xiao Ziyu skillfully maneuvered the wooden dragon to evade the fireballs, remaining unscathed. His gaze fell upon a distant figure. A woman no larger than a mere black dot. Could it still be Himiko? Xiao Ziyu mused to himself. The Arbiter seemed to have taken notice of him, directing flames in his direction. Surrounding the Arbiter were the remnants of corrupted beasts. It appeared that no one had survived. Hashirama, help me. Xiao Ziyu called out as he narrowly dodged another fireball. Oh, Hashirama responded. With a clap of his hands, Xiao Ziyu appeared poised to unleash a grand technique. A tremendous surge of celestial chakra enveloped him, generating a powerful gust of wind, revealing the visage of a sage upon his face. The earth began to tremble violently, as if something colossal were breaking through the ground. A towering wooden figure, several dozen meters high, emerged swiftly from the earth, approximately 800 meters from the Arbiter. Yet, the tremors did not cease. Something even greater seemed poised to appear. True Thousand Hands. Beneath the wooden figure, a more immense Buddha rapidly took form. Behind the Buddha, an enigmatic circular object appeared. In mere moments, the Buddha fully manifested, standing nearly 1,000 meters tall, dwarfing the humanoid Arbiter. Thud. Xiao Ziyu leaped from the wooden dragon, landing atop the Buddha's head on its nose, hands pressed together in prayer, while the wooden dragon ascended to the clouds, transformed to Buddha. In the next instant, the countless hands behind the Buddha appeared to stir. Meanwhile, the Arbiter had already unleashed flames toward Xiao Ziyu. Was he truly intending to confront the flames head-on with wood? No. Before the hands of the Buddha could even move, Xiao Ziyu and the colossal Buddha vanished, reappearing behind the Arbiter. Xiao Ziyu employed the recently acquired wooden dragon to create a mark. Although transporting the Buddha statue consumed a considerable amount of chakra, fortunately, there remained enough for the task. This perhaps could be dubbed the Sage Technique. Would release. True thousand-handed spiral flashing swallow dance of the flying thunder god's super wooden dragon second stage. Ascending Buddha? The lawgiver had just been pondering the whereabouts of that colossal entity when, in the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a vast shadow. A sinning Buddha. As the lawgiver turned around, the Buddha's statue had vanished from sight. Instead, he was met with an onslaught of enormous fists descending upon him from all directions, creating an impenetrable wall of force. It seemed there was no escape. Bang, bang, bang. Countless fists rained down upon the lawgiver, and the ground appeared to be caving in beneath the assault. As the final few blows landed, it seemed that the lawgiver had not found a resolution. Ban. Xiao Ziyu made a decisive choice, surrendering his body to Ban. Subsequently, the disc that had originally been intended to support the arms of the great Buddha fell, and a surge of blue chakra began to envelop the statue. Perhaps Ban had not emerged for quite some time, since Xiao Ziyu joined the moth to the flame. Ban had rarely made an appearance. This may have contributed to his apparent excitement and fervor. The complete body Susanoo. As Ban's words echoed, the blue chakra fully enveloped the Buddha, encasing it like a suit of armor. Pillar. Ban summoned a colossal blade made of chakra, which seemed to be hundreds of meters long. It appeared to be rather large. However, the statue was so immense that the actual weaponry may not have been entirely proportionate. A statue measuring hundreds of meters, wielding a mere 40-meter blade, is a rather comical disparity. To put it into perspective, it would be akin to a person standing at 1.8 meters wielding a paltry 7-centimeter knife. Truly absurd. It's not the statue swinging the blade. Rather, it would be as if the statue were squatting down to stab with such a diminutive weapon. Just imagine. It's quite ludicrous. Chapter 53. Mother, come back. Although Xiao Ziyu resides within the realm of the spirit, he still endeavors to utilize the remaining chakra to accelerate the pace of this colossal entity through the Flying Thunder God technique. Is this a combination technique of the three? Perhaps it is referred to as the 4-stage 3 forms of the Armored Sage, Spiral, Flash Susanoo? Just a jest. As the dust upon the ground gradually settles, it appears that the ruler remains in good condition. Perhaps the true Thousand Hands did not sustain excessive damage. This was somewhat anticipated by Xiao Ziyu, though he remains uncertain whether a resolution can be achieved at this moment. Ideally, that would be the case. If not, then he is at a loss for what to do next. Having just recovered from the scene where Xiao Ziyu had diverted 2 of its hands, the ruler looked up only to behold a statue of Buddha, fully armored and wearing a crow Tengu mask. The massive blade, measuring several hundred meters, was now perilously close. The ruler erupted in a torrent of flames, summoning a fire dragon in an attempt to counter the impending strike. Yet, in the next instant, the armored Buddha statue vanished from before the ruler, reappearing behind it. To explain, Xiao Ziyu had marked several of the true Thousand Hands, and upon striking, he was able to affix the mark onto the ruler. This technique is termed the Super Flash Flying Thunder God technique of the armored Buddha, 2nd stage. Perhaps the ruler, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of such a formidable entity, was subsequently struck. However, the ruler's body did not split in 2 from the blow. It appeared that the powers of the collapse were employed for defense. The actions of the statue, controlled by Ban, remained uninterrupted, even after the blade struck the ruler. It continued its motion. The ruler found itself dragged around beneath the blade. Still alive? As the rotation ceased, Ban seemed somewhat perplexed. The ruler gently raised a hand, and in the next moment, it appeared as though something was being disrupted. The armored Susanoo outside remained unaffected. Yet the right arm of the Buddha statue within began to disintegrate or perhaps burn. Within the spiritual realm, Xiao Ziyu was panting heavily. Having executed 2 consecutive transfers of the enormous Buddha statue using the Flying Thunder God, his chakra was nearly depleted. Yet, the ruler appeared to be in excellent spirits. Retreat. 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 Xiao Ziyu decisively concluded that if he could not defeat it, then he should not engage any further. Surely he could not outrun it either. TCH, outside. Ben seemed somewhat displeased. How does one employ the Flying Thunder God technique again? The Buddha statue and the armored Susanoo began to dissipate slowly. They are departing. Ben murmured to himself as if he had just realized. With a scoff, Ben cast a derisive glance at the ruler before whoosh. In the sky above Eden, what was that? It seemed the 2 had not strayed too far, as they caught sight of certain objects. Those were figurines. The wooden clone pondered for a moment before responding. Could he be referring to the 4-stage 3 forms of the armored sage Spiral Flash Susanoo? Well then, since we have not resolved this matter, let us depart. The wooden dragon shattered, and the 2 departed using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the twilight streets, several individuals exerted their utmost efforts to thwart the onslaught of the corrupted beasts. However, the patients afflicted by the corruption that Apollonia had taken under her wing inexplicably transformed into death warriors. Within their ranks, they became harbingers of doom. Although Alicia and her companions arrived in time to intervene, many children tragically lost their lives as a consequence. The sanatorium, unable to withstand the fierce clashes involving the wooden avatars, succumbed to ruin and collapsed into a desolate heap. Chapter 54. Longing for the title maiden originally. There were over 60 children in this place. As a result of the corruption, only around 30 remained. Around them, it appeared that all the corrupted beasts had been eradicated by the collective effort. The atmosphere turned eerily quiet. Hua glanced at the sanatorium, which had recently brimmed with vitality. Some children wept loudly, gripped by fear, while others remained unervingly silent. Apollonia knelt upon the ground, tears seemingly streaming from her eyes. She raised her hands in prayer for the souls lost. Qianjie stood atop the ruins, seething with rage, flames seemingly igniting upon his form. Were these flames his own? What are these? Qianjie turned to the wooden avatar and bellowed. As you can see, these are known as corrupted beasts. They lack intelligence and are mere products of corruption. This calamity will obliterate everything. Let us return, the wooden avatar sighed, gradually transporting everyone, including the surviving children, away from this place. Half a day later, all wooden avatars were dispelled, and Xiao Ziyu emerged from a state of exhaustion. The children were temporarily sent for psychological treatment. You did not resolve the Hershers? Mei inquired, directing her gaze at Xiao Ziyu. I tried my utmost. In the end, that one did not perish, and I was left powerless, Xiao Ziyu replied, shaking his head. Are you implying that such an attack could not overcome the Hershers? Mei regarded the satellite images with confusion. Indeed, Xiao Ziyu responded helplessly. Could you not defeat that Hershers? Kevin asked, looking towards Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, contemplating his response. Kevin remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Are you considering undergoing the fusion warrior procedure? Xiao Ziyu tentatively probed. Kevin slowly raised his head, meeting Xiao Ziyu's gaze. There is no other option left. But isn't the current success rate 0? Though Kevin might succeed. Xiao Ziyu appeared reluctant to witness it. Furthermore, when compared to those cold statistics, I place my faith in Mei. As the words hung in the air, Kevin turned away, waving his hand in farewell. Wish me success, he uttered without glancing back. A pang of inexplicable sorrow washed over Xiao Ziyu as he gazed at Kevin's retreating figure. Slowly, Kevin spoke once more. I wish you success. Xiao Ziyu approached Alicia, glancing at the few individuals surrounding them. Have you explained everything? Xiao Ziyu inquired softly, leaning closer to Alicia. Yes, I have explained everything, Alicia replied with a gentle nod. Xiao Ziyu once again cast his gaze upon the crowd. Padu appeared somewhat frightened, huddled in a tight ball. Qianjie seemed to have just experienced a fit of anger, sitting there with a restless demeanor, silent. Eden seemed to be in a slightly better state, yet her expression suggested she still struggled to fully comprehend the absurdity of the collapse. Meanwhile, Apollonia wore a countenance heavy with sorrow, the shadows of grief etched deeply upon her face. Xiao Ziyu is not a managerial personnel. Xiao Ziyu found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Mei should be performing surgery on Kevin. Maybe you, indifferent to these circumstances, left the atmosphere steeped in silence. Everyone remained quiet, enveloped in sorrow. Chapter 55, Title Mother, Hee. Sighing, Xiao Ziyu seemed to experience a slight headache, rubbing his temples as he departed. It appears that the ruler of flames will reduce Australia to ashes in a week. This implies that Kevin must defeat the flame ruler at least a week later. What can I accomplish in this week? Why are both the great Buddha and Susanoo still alive? Am I too weak? That shouldn't be the case. Is it just me? Or does it feel like someone is watching me? That night, Qianjie sought out Xiao Ziyu. Where are they now? I want to tear them apart. Calm down. The situation at Twilight Street has already concluded. Xiao Ziyu attempted to pacify Qianjie. Where are they? Wait, I'm merely an ordinary member. You shouldn't question me. I don't know. Qianjie seized Xiao Ziyu by the collar, lifting him. Wait. I'm still trying to calm you down. Being anxious is futile. And besides, have you not joined yet? That is beyond my control. Then I shall join right now. What is this place called? No, it's too late for that. Can we discuss this tomorrow? Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat weakened, speaking with little strength. No. Right now? Hurry. Qianjie continued to grip Xiao Ziyu firmly, their masked face inching closer to him. Xiao Ziyu seemed rather speechless. He sighed, his eyes swirling with the three-tomo Sharingan, casting an illusion to forcibly put Qianjie to sleep. Where is Qianjie's room? Xiao Ziyu initially intended to escort Qianjie back, only to suddenly realize he was unaware of the room assigned to Qianjie by Elysian. Never mind. He propped Qianjie against the wall. I am utterly exhausted, Xiao Ziyu muttered to himself, then planned to lie down and cast an illusion for himself. Knock, knock. Just as Xiao Ziyu lay down, someone seemed to knock on the door. Ugh, Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat irritated as he rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, Apollonia's visage greeted him. Are you unwell? Upon seeing Xiao Ziyu close his eyes, Apollonia approached with concern and inquired. No. I was just practicing my hearing and sensory skills. I didn't expect you to be so diligent. Apollonia stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. Xiao Ziyu, slightly embarrassed, stepped aside. What brings you here? Xiao Ziyu gestured for Apollonia to take a seat while he remained standing, inquiring further. Apollonia, however, remained silent, directing her gaze towards Qianjie in the corner. Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, expressing his apologies and insisting that she disregard him before posing another question. Apollonia took a deep breath, yet her sigh carried a tinge of melancholy. Ziyu, do you know that I possess an innate ability? She began to unfold her narrative, sounding as though she were recounting her past. My words compel others to heed my persuasion. Thus, whenever disputes arose among the children in the sanatorium, I could easily sway them. Xiao Ziyu was already aware of this, yet he remained uncertain of Apollonia's intended revelation. Witnessing those children suffer, I could not bear it. So I took in the afflicted. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyu felt a surge of awkwardness, likening himself to a harbinger of misfortune. His intention had merely been to offer a reminder. Little did he know that calamity would ensue. I had thought I could shelter those unfortunate souls from disaster. Yet it turned out that I was the cause of their demise. Xiao Ziyu could no longer contain herself, sensing that Apollonia seemed to be burdened by guilt. There was no need for such remorse. If one possesses the ability, they should act, and if not, they should retreat, even if you hadn't taken them in. Their fate on Twilight Street would ultimately lead to death, transforming them into the reanimated dead. It could be considered fortunate that we happened upon them, thereby mitigating the casualties. Do you share this sentiment, Apollonia? Slowly, Apollonia raised her gaze towards the still closed eyes of Xiao Ziyu. Destruction is simply this way. It is unavoidable. Life is inherently destined for demise. Some say the essence of existence lies in the journey of living. Destruction is a calamity, at the very least. You provided them with a semblance of stability before their end. Such a gift is rare for them. Is that not something commendable? Xiao Ziyu paused for a moment, gradually lifting her head, still with eyes shut. Apollonia, you are too kind. Kindness is not a flaw, but excessive benevolence can lead to malevolence. Extreme altruism may ultimately harm oneself. As the ancients say, a gentleman does not save indiscriminately. When faced with misfortune, empathy is a universal trait. However, a true gentleman will not jeopardize his own safety in the act of saving others. One must prioritize self-love before extending love to others. Regardless of the time, place, or circumstance, oneself must always come first, no matter how fervently one wishes to rescue others. If you perish, you can no longer offer salvation. To be alive is to be capable of saving others. Life is the necessary precondition for all endeavors. You, Apollonia, are not selfish enough. Selflessness is not inherently virtuous. A person who cannot be selfish cannot truly be selfless. Be a bit more selfish, Apollonia. You are still quite young, and your journey is far from over. Chapter 56. It is futile to shout until one's throat is raw. And I have reached a point of no return, with no options left, nowhere to go. Apollonia remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Why does it feel as though you have experienced so much? Xiao Ziyu inquired lightly, to which Apollonia responded with a soft laugh. Indeed, it is peculiar. It feels as if I have endured a great deal. Then how long have you been resisting? Well, approximately. Perhaps a little over 4 years. My grasp of time is rather vague. I can't quite remember the months or years. From the 3rd to the 8th is 5 years. And now it is about the 7th. For years and some change seems accurate. Then you must have saved many people, right? Not really. I have not saved many. Rescuing others is inherently difficult. Moreover, I was originally an inconsequential person. This place is called the Moth to the Flame, correct? Yes, once this ordeal concludes. We will send someone to clean up, and you can return. Xiao Ziyu did not extend an invitation for them to join the Moth to the Flame. The title of heroic elite sounded quite refined. But if given a choice, who would desire such a title, which signifies the impending doom of humanity? May I remain here? To remain here would mean to engage in a relentless struggle against destruction. You appear remarkably youthful. So much so that the term maiden could aptly describe you. As a maiden, how do you confront the impending chaos? Xiao Ziyu suddenly realized that she was unaware of Apollonia's age. Yet, are you not also quite young? Young man? Apollonia remarked, gradually extending her right hand to grasp Xiao Ziyu's. Upon feeling Apollonia's grip, Xiao Ziyu was somewhat perplexed. Doubtful of the situation, Xiao Ziyu exerted more strength. Wait, have you trained? Why is it? Yet Apollonia did not relinquish her hold, even though Xiao Ziyu refrained from using chakra. What did that signify? Normally, did Apollonia possess greater strength than Xiao Ziyu? Xiao Ziyu found it hard to believe. All right, I acknowledge your strength. Let go. Despite his efforts to break free, he had no choice but to speak. Apophis slowly released her grip. What is required to join here? She inquired gradually. Those suited for combat should proceed to fight, while those unfit for battle should remain at the base to organize data and such. It puzzled Xiao Ziyu that everyone sought his guidance on such matters. He was merely an ordinary person, unfamiliar with these complexities. What will happen to those children? Apophis pondered for a moment before asking about the surviving children. I'm not concerned about them. Most will require psychological therapy. Once they can confront the reality before them, they will be allowed to leave. The Moth of the Flame will escort them to safety and provide them with some financial means to survive. Xiao Ziyu replied candidly. Moreover, my doppelganger has observed something. Among the children, there are also those afflicted by the collapse disease. In other words, those who perished did not primarily do so due to the negligence of Ailey and the others. Rather, most succumbed to the collapse disease. Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat fatigued, raising his right hand to scratch his head, causing his shirt to lift slightly. Apophis noticed his yawn, and the skin revealed beneath his raised shirt seemed to bear the markings of the collapse disease. Perhaps it was too dim for Apophis to see clearly, so she reached out to touch Xiao Ziyu's abdomen, wanting to ascertain the truth. Suddenly feeling the sensation at his abdomen, Xiao Ziyu instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Upon closer inspection, combined with her touch, Apophis became convinced that Xiao Ziyu was also afflicted by the collapse disease. You too are a patient of the collapse disease, Apophis remarked, glancing at Xiao Ziyu a few steps away, her heart heavy with an unnameable feeling. Xiao Ziyu remained silent. Chapter 57. Yummy. Shoo, don't tell anyone, all right? Xiao Ziyu leaned closer to Apophis and whispered, but didn't you just tell me not to conceal the existence of collapse disease patients? Ahem, this situation is different. The resistance among the people here is considerably higher, Xiao Ziyu faltered, seemingly at a loss for a justification. How is your health? Apophis refrained from further comment and posed the question. At least I'm not on the verge of death right now. Normally, I should be. He coughed. Ever since I took the medicine, I have indeed felt somewhat better and have hardly coughed up blood since. Xiao Ziyu knelt on the ground. His left hand pressed against the earth while his right clutched his chest in a desperate attempt to alleviate the excruciating pain. Blood spread across the floor as he gasped in agony, seemingly unable to muster the strength to wipe away the crimson stains at the corners of his mouth. Should I fetch someone? Apollonia knelt beside him, gently patting his back and softly stroking his chest in a futile effort to ease his suffering. Xiao Ziyu's breath quickened, his eyes gradually becoming bloodshot. Another spasm racked his body, and he coughed up yet another mouthful of blood. Is there anyone here who can save you? Seeing Xiao Ziyu's feeble response, Apollonia inquired again. No, not now. When the time comes, I shall be fine, but not at this moment. Xiao Ziyu struggled to articulate. Please, do not speak of this to others. He was resigned, pondering why each time someone entered his room, he succumbed to this affliction, unable to gather his chakra. Strangely, such episodes had never occurred during battle. If they had, the inability to harness chakra combined with utter weakness would have surely signaled his demise. I understand. I will keep your secret, Apollonia assured him. Thank you. Xiao Ziyu seemed to feel slightly better, gradually leaning against the bed with Apollonia's assistance as he sat on the floor. Yet, he still appeared unwell, breathless and weak. I can manage in a moment, he murmured as he observed Apollonia beginning to clean the blood from the floor. It is my duty to care for the patient. Apollonia replied, unperturbed, as she quickly tidied up the mess. Afterward, she procured a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood from Xiao Ziyu's lips, though he wished to refuse. His body felt too fatigued, and his breathing began to steady, his eyelids slowly succumbing to the weight of exhaustion. Ah, you are too weary, Ziyu, Apollonia remarked, noticing the fluttering of his eyelids. Subsequently, she picked him up and placed him on the bed, tucking him in with a blanket. Is this the strength of a mighty warrior? To lift me so effortlessly? Xiao Ziyu intended to voice a quip, Yet his body felt overwhelmingly drained, and though his mouth opened, no sound emerged. His consciousness began to wane. Never mind, he thought. I trust Apollonia will not divulge this. In a haze, he caught sight of Qianjia, bound in the corner. Chapter 58. Do not. Title: Mother. The following day, Xiao Ziyu seemed to have never experienced such a refreshing slumber. He felt somewhat invigorated. Could it be the result of excessive absorption of chakra from the celestial arts yesterday? Recollecting the relatively comfortable sleep he had last night, a subtle smile graced his lips as he gradually opened his eyes. What greeted him was Qianjia, who appeared quite irate, perched atop Xiao Ziyu. Qianjia gripped his collar with his right hand. Although to Xiao Ziyu it seemed like merely a mask gazing back at him, that mask appeared to be glaring with fury. Damn you! Qianjia exclaimed, shaking Xiao Ziyu vigorously, up and down, to the point where Xiao Ziyu felt dizzy. What did you do last night? Qianjia demanded angrily. At that moment, the door swung open, and Elysian appeared before them. Oh! Xiao Ziyu turned to Elysian, who was stifling laughter, a hint of confusion on his face. Qianjia also cast a puzzled glance at Elysian, who was trying to suppress her giggles. Wow, you two seem to have a great relationship. Sorry, I want to interrupt. She chirped, and with that, Elysian exited the room, closing the door behind her. Xiao Ziyu was left bewildered. Qianjia too was at a loss. Xiao Ziyu turned to Qianjia. Remaining silent, Qianjia reciprocated the silence with a glance. Speak up. After a moment of intense eye contact with the mask, Qianjia resumed. You don't. Don't shake me. I can't even articulate properly with you grabbing me like this. All right. And about joining. How does one join? You should ask Elysian. She knows. I don't. What use are you then? I truly feel rather useless. A moment later, at the Firemoth canteen, one bowl of beef noodles. Without beef. No, I mean, without scallions. Xiao Ziyu almost slipped in his words. A bowl of beef noodles, without beef, he repeated, as Qianjia mimicked Xiao Ziyu's mannerisms and spoke to the staff. Are you sure? The staff seemed on the verge of laughter. Absolutely. Qianjia slammed the table and strode away. You didn't take your ticket. Hua remarked, you know. It's rare for Elysian not to seek out Xiao Ziyu or anyone else for a chat. Instead, she seems to be using a megaphone to promote something. What is she up to? Qianjia inquired, observing Elysian as she walked back and forth with the megaphone. Perhaps due to the distance and the volume not being set too high, the two could not discern what Elysian was announcing. Who knows? She probably found some new amusement. Xiao Ziyu replied, glancing back, finding it quite normal. I'm ready. So am I. Qianjia appeared as a rustic bumpkin, seemingly unfamiliar with the surroundings, and thus followed Xiao Ziyu towards the place where they had just purchased noodles. Moments later, he exclaimed, Why is there no meat in my bowl? He glanced at Xiao Ziyu's noodles, then at his own, which were heaped with green onions, and questioned angrily, Didn't you say you didn't want any? Xiao Ziyu replied, bewildered. Didn't you say the same? That was a slip of the tongue. Huh? Are you messing with me? Qianjia erupted, rising from the table, ready to strike Xiao Ziyu, but was hastily restrained by him. If you want it, just eat it, Xiao Ziyu said helplessly, dividing his beef and offering half to Qianjia. After finishing breakfast, Qianjia trailed behind Xiao Ziyu, the two walking in tandem. Why are you following me? Xiao Ziyu could not help but glance back and inquire. Aren't we supposed to handle some formalities? Qianjia seemed somewhat puzzled. I really don't know how to do that. Consult Ailey. She can help. I don't wish to see that woman, Qianjia retorted, having only met Ailey once the previous day, despite Xiao Ziyu's absence during that encounter. What had Ailey done to provoke such disdain from him? As they surveyed their surroundings, it appeared that numerous onlookers were pointing at them. Xiao Ziyu felt perplexed. He had never experienced such scrutiny before. Could it be due to Qianjia's mask? Suddenly, Ailey appeared from nowhere, waving cheerfully. Good morning, Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu responded curtly. Good morning, Qianjia. Ailey greeted, seemingly accustomed to Xiao Ziyu's indifferent demeanor, turning her attention towards Qianjia. Get lost. Oh, don't be so cold. We're comrades now. Please. Just go away. You haven't been around these past few days? Regular checkups are necessary. Xiao Ziyu ignored their exchange, picking up his phone to read a message from Sue. I have something to attend to. Ailey, Qianjia and Apollonia wish to join. Could you handle that? Have Paduo and Eden responded? Xiao Ziyu inquired as he put his phone away. Yes, I understand. Paduo seems a bit frightened, but don't worry. I'll go reassure Eden, Ailey replied. Where are you going? Qianjia asked. It's a matter of urgency, Xiao Ziyu responded, leaving without further explanation, vanishing in a flash. With a whoosh, Xiaoziyu reappeared at a teleportation point near the hospital and walked inside. Please, come in. Xiaoziyu pushed the door open, glancing to see that Su appeared to be occupied with something. You've arrived. How have you been lately? Are those symptoms still present? Upon noticing Xiaoziyu's entrance, Su began rummaging through instruments while inquiring. Not much has changed recently. I did vomit blood yesterday, feeling weak and dizzy, Xiaoziyu replied candidly. After all, visiting a hospital without being truthful would serve no purpose. Really? Su seemed a bit perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, Su sighed. It should have been effective. You know. It is effective. It merely seems that its potency has diminished. Su muttered to himself, retrieving a syringe to administer an injection to Xiaoziyu. Let us observe for half an hour. Very well, Xiaoziyu acquiesced, subsequently settling into a meditative posture. Half an hour later, he remarked, it is indeed beneficial. However, the effects seem to have weakened. I believe it's not that your medicine has lost its efficacy, but rather that my condition has deteriorated, and the illness has worsened. Observing Su's anxious demeanor, Xiaoziyu spoke. He pondered briefly and discreetly placed a small pebble into the pocket of Su's coat. Perhaps he could now draw Su into his plans. Would it be wise to do so? It appeared that such an alliance could indeed bolster overall strength. Yet, Xiaoziyu hesitated, reluctant to lead Su further into the unfolding narrative. Everyone is exceedingly weary, he thought. Chapter 60. Mother, I cannot endure any longer. Very well then. I shall take my leave, Xiaoziyu sighed, leaving without waiting to see if Su responded, and exited through the door. Swish. Is this the place? Xiaoziyu surveyed his surroundings. The structure before him resembled a workshop. Could it be a spiral workshop? He was uncertain, having never seen one before. No. It appeared more akin to a prison. As Xiaoziyu proceeded slowly, he continued to survey his environment. Is this the abyss? Suddenly feeling a wave of discomfort, he clenched his right hand into a fist. Is it due to the corruption? Is that why the Lawbringer remains alive? Or perhaps the chakra energy cannot compete with the energy of collapse. Yet, I am unable to wield collapse energy. My clones can linger near the Lawbringer for about 2 seconds. Could I instruct a clone to utilize techniques based on collapse energy, despite the brief duration? That seems impractical. Or rather, quite troublesome. Training requires time, and clones inherently cannot interact extensively with collapse energy. Xiaoziyu knocked on the large door, but no one responded. How troublesome. Seeing that there was no reply, he attempted to push the door, and to his surprise, it opened with a gentle nudge. Xiaoziyu surveyed the area, which appeared rather desolate, devoid of any sound, enveloped in an eerie silence. Xiaoziyu surveyed his surroundings once more, yet found no sign of life. He proceeded along the path, pondering the efficacy of his attacks against the ruler. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps my assaults indeed lack potency against the ruler. However, no ruler has yet been able to unravel the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he had never encountered the Void Ruler, he was aware of the powers that it wielded. It dawned on him that the Flying Thunder God commands lightning. If my own strikes prove futile, why not employ their own methods against them? It is worth a try. He mused. Could I possibly inscribe marks upon the bodies of every individual on this planet? Perform a surgical operation? Perhaps distribute sustenance? Let me ponder this further. Moreover, if others were to transform into rulers, and Kevin were to draw forth a sheath, I could instantly teleport into the ruler's body with the Flying Thunder God technique. Wouldn't he that caused the ruler to explode? The challenge in combating the ruler lies in the uncertainty of their locations. Kevin must first ascertain their positions to strike swiftly. I need to practice. When a ruler appears, I can sense abnormalities in the marks, yet there are too many for me to pinpoint their exact location. If I could rely on the extensive network of marks to directly locate them. That seems feasible. Then Kevin wouldn't need to move. He could simply remain in place and strike. I could teleport directly to the ruler. At the very least, I could prepare Kevin, and then deliver him to the ruler's back to execute a swift strike. Xiaoziyu appeared to find merit in his thoughts, nodding to himself. However, amidst his musings, he suddenly became aware of how long he had been walking, seemingly without making any progress. A labyrinth? Xiaoziyu looked around, filled with confusion. As Xiaoziyu advanced slowly, he meticulously scrutinized the labyrinth for any potential traps or similar hazards. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, an object that resembled a toy sprang forth from the floor, blossoming into a flower. Xiaoziyu had long sensed the anomaly and promptly summoned the Susanoo skeleton for defense. To his surprise, it turned out to be merely a flower. Within the Susanoo, Xiaoziyu gazed at the flower before him, feeling somewhat awkward and speechless. Welcome, my dear audience. It seemed the sound of the floral mechanism had attracted attention from someone nearby. What brings you here? Upon seeing the newcomer, Vervi appeared somewhat taken aback. What is this? Vervi, upon noticing Xiao Ziyu, was captivated by the still-active Susanoo skeleton, even tapping it curiously. This, Xiao Ziyu stumbled over his words, hesitating to retract the Susanoo. Oh no. Xiao Ziyu was oblivious to Vervi climbing onto the Susanoo, and as he withdrew it, she promptly fell to the ground. Why has it vanished again? Vervi asked, scratching her head as she sat on the floor. This is called Susanoo, Xiao Ziyu explained after a moment's contemplation. Realizing there was little to conceal, especially since Mei had already seen the Buddha statue encasing the Susanoo. It might still be effective against ordinary ruined beasts, but an attack at the Herrscher's level should be capable of breaking through it. He helped Vervi up from the floor. Then let us test it. I happen to have various weapons suited for different levels of attack. Perhaps you were curious about Susanoo? Vervi suggested, guiding Xiao Ziyu deeper into the area. Oh, no. I did not come for that. It is not important. Xiao Ziyu repeatedly declined, wishing to set the test aside, as he had other matters to attend to. Speak. What brings you to the resourceful Lady Vervi? Well, it is like this. Do you have a solution? Xiao Ziyu scanned the various trinkets surrounding them. I can. But what do you need that for? Vervi pondered, lifting her gaze slightly. I have a hypothesis. Let me see if I can make it work. Xiao Ziyu replied after a moment of thought. Very well, grant me some time. I shall notify you when the time comes. As Vervi appeared ready to depart, Xiao Ziyu called out to her. Vervi, she turned back, but Xiao Ziyu remained silent, perhaps feeling a bit exasperated with the questions. Xiao Ziyu approached Vervi and gently tapped her on the nape, leaving a flying thunder god mark, the design being that of a spiral. How peculiar, Vervi remarked, bewildered by Xiao Ziyu's inexplicable behavior and cryptic words. Farewell. Whoosh. Xiao Ziyu returned to the Firemoth base, surveying his surroundings. There were no familiar faces in sight. As he recalled something, he made his way towards the laboratory of Mobius. Gently, he tapped on the door, and soon after, Klein opened it. What brings you here? Mobius inquired, glancing at the visitor. How's Kevin? Has he succeeded? Xiao Ziyu asked, looking around. You'll have to ask Mei about that. She should still be in the observation phase. Is the seventh lawmaker still there? Xiao Ziyu casually seated himself on the operating table, posing the question. Who else could possibly stop her? Mobius replied. Mobius, could you do me a favor? Is that possible? Xiao Ziyu pretended to ponder before asking. Is it that ailment of yours again? No, it's different. You see, Xiao Ziyu handed something to Mobius and briefly explained. Interesting. Sure. I'll take a look when I have time, but not at this moment, Mobius responded, seemingly intrigued by what Xiao Ziyu had provided. All right then. I'll take my leave. Xiao Ziyu acknowledged, turning to depart. Take care. No need to see me out. Throughout Xiao Ziyu's arrival and departure, Mobius remained engrossed in his work, perhaps too focused to lift his gaze. The condition seems quite stable. Shall we attempt once more with the Flame Lawmaker? Let us go. If I can't defeat her, I'll simply flee. Whoosh. The third day of the Flame Lawmaker's emergence. Australia. Xiao Ziyu discovered a functioning flying thunder god mark and teleported to Australia. Xiao Ziyu surveyed his surroundings, finding no one in sight. The crackling sound of flames echoed in the air, and he could still discern a number of corrupted beasts weaving through the inferno. The ruler remained elusive, hidden from view. As he contemplated the scene, Xiao Ziyu began to devise a plan. Perhaps he could attract its attention. Thus, he initiated the wood release technique of the wooden man. Xiao Ziyu summoned a wooden figure, directing it to engage in combat with the ruins beasts in an attempt to lure the lawmaker to this location, while he himself remained hidden in the shadows, observing. How did you manage to act alone? Mei's voice crackled through the earpiece. Is there a locator embedded in something released by the Moth of Fire? How is it that Xiao Ziyu was detected the moment he arrived? I have an idea. Let me try something, Xiao Ziyu responded after a brief silence. How is Kevin? Kevin remains unconscious. His vital signs are rather unstable. There was an unusual hesitance in Mei's voice, as if tinged with disappointment or sorrow. Do not worry. Kevin will be fine, Xiao Ziyu reassured after a moment of contemplation. What are you thinking? Mei inquired, her emotions seemingly collected. I will see if I can reflect the lawmaker's attack back at them. As Xiao Ziyu observed, the lawmaker appeared, incinerating the wooden figure in the blink of an eye. Activate Sage Mode to enhance perception. Chapter 62. The Dream Resume's battle manipulating molecules? Is that possible? Can it control from a distance, or does it require contact? Let's avoid contact for now. Xiao Ziyu had prepared himself prior to his arrival. After a deep breath and closing his eyes, he opened them once more, revealing the visage of a sage. The distant lawmaker seemed to sense something amiss, gradually approaching the direction where Xiao Ziyu concealed himself. Scatter! In the next instant, a dozen or so Xiao Ziyus leapt from the shadows, dispersing in all directions. The lawmaker appeared startled but quickly regained composure. Raising a hand towards one of the Xiao Ziyus, that figure was instantly engulfed in flames, vanishing in an explosion. Strike! One of the remaining Xiao Ziyus commanded. The lawmaker seemed to assume that the speaker was the true body and pointed a finger at him. In the next moment, the speaking Xiao Ziyu spontaneously ignited, dissipating within seconds. At this juncture, 10 Xiao Ziyus remained on the battlefield. Would release. With dragon technique, a wooden dragon swiftly emerged from beneath the lawmaker's feet, but before it could take action, it was reduced to ashes. Something appeared to soar rapidly towards the lawmaker from behind. The lawmaker turned, incinerating the incoming object, which turned out to be mere fragments of stone. The mark has vanished. The 10 Xiao Ziyus maneuvered closer to the lawmaker, striving to inscribe a mark upon its form. The lawmaker raised a hand, targeting the nearest Xiao Ziyu. Yet this time, that figure did not dissipate. As the lawmaker's hand descended, the Xiao Ziyu vanished instantaneously, replaced by a massive boulder. Concurrently, as Xiao Ziyu utilized the flying thunder god technique to escape, the boulder exploded violently. Each mark can only be used once. Then I shall inscribe multiple marks. After all, there is no casting delay or cooldown. As the figure of Xiao Ziyu vanished before him, the ruler shifted his focus towards the remaining Xiao Ziyu. With swift precision, each time a Xiao Ziyu materialized in the ruler's sight, they instantaneously exchanged places with other objects through the flying thunder god technique. In mere moments, the ruler ceased to diminish their numbers. A hint of irritation flickered across the ruler's demeanor, flames igniting from his core and rapidly spreading. In an instant, a fiery aura enveloped a radius of 20 meters around him. The ruler attempted to eradicate the darting insects with the A0E technique, yet the Xiao Ziyu's reactions were swifter. One by one, all the Xiao Ziyu retreated beyond the range of danger, leaving no incident in their wake. However, the flying thunder god markings surrounding the ruler had vanished. Celestial technique, spiraling shuriken. A few Xiao Ziyu conjured spiraling shurikens in their hands, moving the flying thunder god to the nearest point to the ruler before launching their attack. The ruler merely turned, raising a hand as several incoming spiraling shurikens rapidly ignited, dissipating into the air within moments. How exceedingly difficult this is. Why must it be so troublesome? Is it still due to unfamiliarity with the powers? 2 minutes elapsed, and only 6 Xiao Ziyu remained. Celestial technique, divine gate. Another Xiao Ziyu formed a seal and cast the spell. Several divine gates descended from above, aiming to restrain the ruler. Yet the ruler appeared unfazed, exhibiting minimal movement as the descending gates were swiftly engulfed in flames and vanished into nothingness. Perhaps the ruler had discerned the true form of Xiao Ziyu. Or perhaps it was mere fortune. He seemed poised to unleash his powers upon the real Xiao Ziyu. After enduring an intense bout of combat, Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat fatigued. However, as the ruler targeted him, he quickly executed the flying thunder god technique, swapping positions with a wooden clone. In the next moment, the wooden clone where the ruler aimed was instantly consumed by flames and obliterated. Meanwhile, as Xiao Ziyu landed just behind the ruler, he glanced at his left arm. Noticing flames flickering upon it, a peculiar sensation enveloped him. It seemed as though he was just a beat too slow, as the ruler's power grazed his true form. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ziyu swiftly severed his seemingly compromised left arm and vanished from Australia using the flying thunder god technique. Chapter 63. Dream Experiment. Xiao Ziyu surveyed his surroundings, which appeared to be in East Asia. In a moment of urgency, he randomly teleported to a location. He took a breath to steady himself and once again inspected his left arm. Aside from the severed limb, he seemed to be unscathed. The second attempt yielded no success. Xiao Ziyu initially intended to devise a method to mark the ruler, subsequently attempting to redirect the ruler's assaults back upon itself. However, in the end, he was unable to affix a mark upon the ruler. Xiao Ziyu, after swiftly disinfecting his left arm upon returning to the Moth of Fire, paid it little mind. For with the presence of Hashirama cells, it would soon regenerate. As it appeared to be normal and functional, he decided to begin training his perception of the markings. To start, he sought an open and desolate area. Xiao Ziyu established over 1,000 markers within a radius of 3,000 meters around himself. Subsequently, he sent a wooden clone to devise methods for creating anomalies at the marked locations. This exercise was aimed at honing his precise perception of the markers. With a whoosh, his accuracy reached 26. Concluding his training, Xiao Ziyu utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the moth base. However, he deemed this insufficient. An accuracy rate exceeding 95 would render his efforts viable. No worries, I believe I can achieve this. First, I shall place the markers. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu departed using the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as he left, he promptly returned, having pondered another dilemma. Currently, there are still at least several billion humans worldwide. Should he place billions of markers? The workload is undeniably immense. If there remain 5 billion individuals, placing one marker every 2 seconds would require approximately 28,935 days, equivalent to about 80 years. However, with 40 wooden clones working at full capacity, this time could potentially be reduced to around 2 years. Xiao Ziyu was uncertain about how many wooden clones he could create. 2 years? He furrowed his brow, opened his mouth, and hesitated to speak. Moreover, he had never tested whether marking something within a human body would allow for transportation. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ziyu casually went outside and captured a dead warrior. He then marked a small stone, made an incision in the warrior's abdomen, inserted the stone, and sutured the wound. Afterward, he left one wooden clone behind to observe the warrior, while he himself used Flying Thunder God to seek someone. Who should he look for? Perhaps Weirwei. With a whoosh, Xiao Ziyu arrived before Weirwei, who appeared to be engaged in some sort of work, sparks flying around her. It seemed that Weirwei had not noticed his arrival, and Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth, feeling that it was not quite appropriate to intrude, and hesitated again. When did you arrive? Finally, Weirwei seemed to notice Xiao Ziyu behind her and inquired. I just got here. Are you free? What is the matter? Do you have any weapons powered by the collapse energy? I have some things I would like to test. What are you testing? Of course, I have some. What level do you need? Preferably at the Hersher's level. ISNT that the Key of God? I've already handed those over. I don't have any here now. Then something lower, perhaps the Emperor level. Do you have that? Of course I do. Weirwei swiftly got up, seemingly to search for some weapons. Are you ready, my dear audience? Upon finishing her sentence, Weirwei produced what appeared to be a tank-like armored vehicle from somewhere. The vehicle had a multitude of cannon barrels. Prepare to fire. Weirwei seemed rather pleased, pressing a button, causing several barrels on the tank to charge up. Xiao Ziyu looked at the charging barrels, bracing himself. Nayu. Several beams shot forth from the cannon barrels, aimed at Xiao Ziyu. Guide. Xiao Ziyu extended his hands, and in the air, black runes began to materialize. Chapter 64, Dream Buried by Thunder. The beams seemed to be drawn towards the runes, disappearing before the eyes of the two upon contact. Meanwhile, the wooden clone witnessed the sudden explosion of the dead warrior, indicating that it was indeed possible. After a moment of contemplation, the wooden clone dispelled itself and relayed the message back to Xiao Ziyu. Upon receiving the message from the wooden clone, Xiao Ziyu lowered his hands. Why did it disappear? Weirwei approached Xiao Ziyu, having disembarked from the vehicle. I can teleport both people and objects. So I was just testing whether such an attack could be transported into a human body. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ziyu responded candidly. Weirwei, is it possible for you to create a small device that can be implanted within the human body, one that cannot be expelled due to any unforeseen circumstances? Ideally, this device should remain within the body until death. Weirwei seemed poised to add something further, but Xiao Ziyu promptly articulated his thoughts. What is the purpose of this device? The purpose, he explained, is for me to inscribe the Thunder God mark upon it, enabling its implantation within the bodies of all living individuals on Earth. Consequently, I would be able to sense who becomes a lawmaker. As you witnessed earlier, I can redirect attacks. I should be able to transmit high-intensity strikes directly into the bodies of the lawmakers from a distance. Wait, globally, that amounts to billions of people. You alone can inscribe this mark, correct? How many years will that take you? I estimate that I could complete it in a year at most. However, children below the age of 12 need not be included. It seems that the Honkai seldom selects those of younger age, so that could reduce the number. Additionally, we can exclude those who are significantly older. Therefore, I believe I could finish this in 6 months at the latest. Personally, I think that accomplishing this would greatly simplify the opposition against the lawmakers. The workload is immense. You should first consult Mei, Xiao Ziyu remarked. Considering the fact that inscribing billions of marks would imply that Weirwei would need to create billions of chips or similar devices. Although minimal in size and designed not to interfere with the normal lives of ordinary people, it was still a daunting task. Very well, Xiao Ziyu contemplated briefly before agreeing. The Thunder God departed. Where are Mei and Kevin? They don't have the marks, Xiao Ziyu recalled upon returning to the Moth of Fire base, suddenly remembering that the two of them bore no markings. The 4th day since the birth of the Law of Flame. In accordance with Wireway's intentions, Xiao Ziyu proceeded to discuss matters with Mei, once again demonstrating and testing the Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder technique. After a day filled with deliberations and calculations, Mei ultimately acquiesced to Xiao Ziyu's burial thunder plan and informed Wireway to assemble personnel to assist in the creation of microscopic markers. The plan aims to implant the Flying Thunder God markers within the bodies of billions of target individuals over the course of 6 months. Today marks the 6th day since the birth of the Ruler of Flames. Xiao Ziyu gazed at the suspended cultivation liquid, uncertain of its nature. Kevin appeared to be unconscious, quietly floating within the liquid. Mei seemed to be diligently monitoring the data. Suddenly, there was movement. Kevin's vital signs began to gradually recover, as expected. Xiao Ziyu was confident in Kevin's success, albeit at a considerable cost. He cast a glance at Mei, who appeared to be somewhat excited, before returning his focus to Kevin. Kevin's fingertips seemed to twitch slightly. Chapter 65. Dream of the ice block after observing for what felt like an eternity, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment. Kevin slowly opened his eyes. His body began to move within the chamber, as he appeared to be acclimatizing to his new form. Or perhaps the prolonged unconsciousness had rendered his body somewhat stiff. The amplitude of his movements gradually increased, and he seemed to be losing control, as an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy began to emanate from him. Sensing the anomaly, Xiao Ziyu swiftly activated his Flying Thunder God technique, leaving behind a wooden clone. Before long, the cultivation pod finally opened, and Kevin emerged, appearing to be in good condition. Mei, eager to approach him, perhaps to speak or merely to embrace him, halted approximately 5 meters away. She looked down at her hands, revealing signs of frostbite. Xiao Ziyu, standing 3 meters from Kevin, felt his body begin to change color, frost forming upon its surface. Fortunately, he had moved quickly, otherwise, he might have ended up in a similar state. Mei? Kevin seemed puzzled by Mei's condition, and he sensed something amiss with his own body as he glanced at Xiao Ziyu, who was on the verge of becoming an ice sculpture, yet remained motionless. This left Kevin in a state of shock or perhaps confusion. The wooden clone moved its mouth, forcibly tearing away the frost that had formed on its surface. It's a side effect, the clone remarked. Mei seems to have sustained frostbite. See if you can contain the spreading cold. Though the wooden clone merely stated this, Xiao Ziyu understood that even if Kevin could suppress the chilling aura, he would no longer be able to embrace Mei. Perhaps the only one left who could still embrace Kevin was Xiao Ziyu's wooden clone. Perhaps Qianjia could, but Kevin would likely prefer not to embrace Qianjia. Before Kevin could respond, the wooden clone seemed to be unable to endure any longer, its body descending into chaos, transforming into a wooden sculpture covered in ice and snow. On the other side, Xiao Ziyu received the memories transmitted from the wooden clone. Thankfully, he had run fast enough to avoid being harmed by Kevin. The clone had only remained near Kevin for about 10 seconds before it could no longer sustain itself. How is it? How is Kevin? Ellie noticed Xiao Ziyu's momentary daze and inquired. Xiao Ziyu affirmed initially. But what? Alicia inquired. Kevin's success came with a price. He had grown distant, and Mei had seemingly suffered frostbite. My wooden doppelganger had perished at Kevin's icy touch. Xiao Ziyu exhaled deeply, appearing to lament Kevin's plight. At least Kevin was still alive, wasn't he? Alicia fell silent for a moment, uncertain whether she was comforting herself or Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu breathed out again, as if steeling himself for what lay ahead. Now that Kevin had awakened, it was nearly time to confront the Arbiter. Rising from his seat, Xiao Ziyu seemed prepared to depart. On the 8th day of the Arbiter of Flame's emergence, Australia remained devoid of life, engulfed by flames. After 2 days of examination, Mei reported that Kevin's body temperature had stabilized below -30°C and could not be altered. As for the frigid aura emanating from him, Kevin struggled to exert control. He could only manage to maintain a normal temperature within a 2-meter radius, while the surrounding area remained unchanged. Chapter 66. Veil of Dreams. Are you ready? Xiao Ziyu asked, standing 5 meters away from Kevin. Yes, let us depart, Kevin replied, his demeanor tinged with dejection and restraint. All right. After a brief pause, Xiao Ziyu agreed and prepared for the Flying Thunder God technique. What delightful activities are you engaging in? Alicia's voice chimed from behind. We're preparing to confront the Arbiter. Kevin responded after a moment of silence. Why wasn't I informed? I wish to join as well. Alicia's tone was a stark contrast to the two. Filled with vivacity and joy, Xiao Ziyu hesitated, recalling that it was Kevin who had faced the Arbiter of Flames alone, and he felt a pang of concern for Alicia's safety. Alicia, this is perilous, Kevin remarked, his expression grave, evidently affected by the side effects. Don't be so formal, Kevin. Just call me Alicia. Besides, I'm not weak at all. Kevin remained silent, seemingly reluctant to include Alicia in their endeavor. Xiao Ziyu, too, refrained from speaking, sharing the same sentiment. Very well, Xiao Ziyu sighed, feeling a sense of foreboding. It felt as though the three of them were not merely confronting the seventh arbiter, but rather facing the end itself. Let us go. Xiao Ziyu created a wooden clone to engage Kevin for the Flying Thunder God technique. How shall we confront the situation in Australia? After enduring the previous two battles, Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat fatigued and inquired of Kevin. I believe I am uncertain. Kevin replied after a brief moment of silence. Well, I shall find a way to place a marker near the ruler, then teleport you there. Are you confident in resolving this directly? Xiao Ziyu pondered for a moment before asking. It should be feasible. Very well. Wait for me for 3 minutes. With that, Xiao Ziyu produced a scroll and began to charge rapidly. 2.5 minutes later, both individuals witnessed Xiao Ziyu seated on the ground, black patterns beginning to emerge at the corners of his eyes. 3 minutes later, the visage of a celestial being fully manifested on Xiao Ziyu's face as he opened his eyes and rose to his feet. What is this? Elysian inquired, seemingly intrigued by Xiao Ziyu's transformation. It is the Sage Mode, Xiao Ziyu answered. 2 wooden dragons emerged from beneath Kevin and Elysian, carrying them skyward while granting them a degree of control over the wooden dragons. Hashirama, Xiao Ziyu called out. Hashirama responded. Sage Art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Wow. I never expected Ziyu could grow so large. Elysian exclaimed as she beheld the colossal Buddha statue in the sky. Within mere moments, a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha materialized amidst a sea of flames. The distant ruler immediately noticed the sudden appearance of this behemoth and swiftly approached. Upon seeing the ruler charging towards him, Xiao Ziyu took a deep breath and began preparing another technique. In the distance, several massive fireballs hurtled towards the gigantic Buddha. A pink arrow pierced one of the fireballs, halting its advance. Boom! A gigantic ice spike collided with another fireball, resulting in an explosion of steam. When the vapor dissipated, both were nowhere to be seen. Elysia's wooden dragon roared, soaring upward to evade an imminent fireball. Elysia drew her bow once more, penetrating the fireball that had veered toward the Buddha due to her evasive maneuver. Boom! Unlike Elysia, Kevin did not retreat. He gathered frigid energy and propelled it directly towards the fireball. Following the explosion, another wooden dragon unexpectedly emerged, catching Kevin as he leaped from the smoke and whisking him away. Meanwhile, the original wooden dragon, half encased in ice and half engulfed in flames, plummeted toward the ground. Chapter 67, Dream, the Third Battle. The fireballs that had surged through the air were intercepted by Kevin and Elysian, reducing the distance between the ruler and the Buddha to approximately 700 meters. At this moment, Xiao Ziyu appeared to have completed a particular technique. The True Thousand Hands observed that the Buddha statue seemed to begin moving, an intense air current erupting forth. Elysian and Kevin immediately soared into the distance, distancing themselves from the statue. The countless hands on the disc behind the statue appeared to be rapidly coalescing something. In mere moments, spiraling shurikens manifested upon each wooden hand. Concurrently, the statue's own hands gathered a colossal spiraling shuriken, seemingly about 100 meters in size. Spiraling palms. As the command resonated, those wooden hands extended sequentially, grasping the spiraling shurikens and launching them towards the lawgiver. The lawgiver, engulfed in flames extending 50 meters around, manipulated these fiery tendrils, seemingly intending to confront the spiraling shurikens head-on. In the distance, Elysian and Kevin remained vigilant, attempting to weaken the lawgiver's flames with ice spikes and arrows. Bang! Some of the spiraling shurikens ignited, gradually spiraling out of control and beginning to dissipate. Bang! A portion of the spiraling shurikens, likely due to the overwhelming destructive force near the lawgiver or the influence of the flames, veered off course, narrowly missing the lawgiver and striking the ground instead. However, the majority of the spiraling shurikens, along with the enormous spiraling shuriken in the statue's grasp, successfully struck the lawgiver, erupting into a vortex that appeared to span 200 to 300 meters. For a moment, the air surged, nearly extinguishing the fiercely burning flames on the ground. After a few breaths, the vortex began to dissipate, the flames flickering as if in a dance. Kevin. Xiao Ziyu suddenly turned to Kevin and called out. Kevin responded, indicating his readiness. With a clap of his hands, Xiao Ziyu invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, and in the next instant, a tree materialized at Kevin's location, allowing him to reappear 5 meters behind the lawgiver. Time rewound a few seconds. 3 wooden clones leaped onto the wooden hands aimed at the lawgiver, inching closer to him. The lawgiver, obscured by the sheer number of clones and the massive spiraling shurikens, failed to notice the stealthy approach of the wooden clones. Unfazed by the rapid disintegration of their forms, the clones leaped just as the wooden hands were about to reach their target, intending to mark the lawgiver. However, the swirling vortex created by the spiraling palms rendered them unable to approach, with one clone being directly shredded into splinters. The other 2 clones managed to position themselves on the outer edge of the vortex, striving to draw near to the lawgiver, subsequently marking the ground and their own bodies. As the vortex gradually dispersed, the lawgiver came into Kevin's view. "It's over," Kevin murmured after a moment of silence. Instantly, a fierce and surging chill emanated from Kevin's body, swiftly encasing everything within a 2,000-meter radius, including the still burning flames, and ice, sparing only Xiao Ziyu and Elysian. After Xiao Ziyu sent Kevin the Thunder God away, he immediately withdrew from Kevin's vicinity. Countless ice spikes pierced the body of the Hershers, seemingly causing her to bleed. Upon seeing the Hersher's visage, Kevin appeared taken aback and filled with remorse. It seemed that Himiko still possessed a glimmer of consciousness as she gazed at Kevin, who had pierced through her body. Chapter 68, Dream Untitled. She smiled. Himiko smiled gently, as if expressing gratitude to Kevin for rescuing her from this predicament. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Kevin, however, seemed unable to accept this reality. It was only now that he realized the 7th Hershers. Was she one of his own? They had only recently met, and at that time, Himiko had appeared to be in her prime. Now, she had become a soul lost beneath his command. Kevin appeared to be in a daze, standing at a distance, quietly observing Himiko's face that still bore a semblance of a smile. He seemed so engrossed that he failed to notice Xiao Ziyu and Elysian approaching from behind. The Hersher's response had faded. "Have you resolved it?" May's voice confirmed through the headset. "Yes, it's resolved," Xiao Ziyu replied slowly, gazing at Kevin's unmoving silhouette and the ice sculpture that seemed to be smiling. Ultimately, the 7th collapse was concluded with Xiao Ziyu, Elysian, and Kevin bringing back the Hersher's core at the cost of the Australian inferno. Afterward, Kevin's demeanor appeared somewhat unsettling. Under normal circumstances, he should not have been affected by the collapse event. Typically, he would be lively and cheerful, yet now, he resembled an iceberg. The retrieval of the core of the Hershers of Flame signified the 7th key of God. Kevin's specialized weapon, the Holy Judgment of Fire, advanced the process. As long as Xiao Ziyu's mind-laying plan could proceed smoothly, he could train to achieve precise perception. It seemed that until the end, all Hershers would be swiftly dealt with by the combined techniques of Xiao Ziyu and Kevin, without even witnessing the holy fire unsheathed within the Hersher's abdomen. One could wonder if it was truly going to explode. With this thought, Xiao Ziyu finally revealed a rare smile. Although facing the end was still unfeasible, Kevin's full-powered strike could only compare to 30% of the end. If only Kevin could achieve a perfect 50-50 balance, perhaps there might be hope. However, wait, the end. Was there an element factor involved? That seemed troublesome. This meant that the holy fire could not be unsheathed within the end's abdomen. There were 2 issues. First, Kevin's total amount of collapse energy was far too low. Second, assuming Kevin had enough energy, how could Xiao Ziyu transmit Kevin's full-powered strike to the end? How could he mark the end? Forget it. It's too distant. I've done my utmost, and this is my limit. This is how my life will be. Kevin has become a fusion warrior, and Yin Lu has been resolved smoothly. Xiao Ziyu seems to have relaxed considerably, stretching lazily for once. It's time to let Su join. A decision that Xiao Ziyu has long struggled with seems to have finally been made. Illy said my authority is the same as hers, but how come I didn't notice? Is there something you need? Never mind. I'll ask May for that. What is it called again? The Emperor's Dragon Edict? Oh, Sacred Decree? Whoosh. Apologies. Am I arriving at an inopportune moment? Xiao Ziyu teleports to May's side, only to find Kevin nearby. The two seem to have just engaged in some conversation. Kevin, after a brief moment of silence, slowly speaks. Ziyu, I cannot accept this. Kevin appears somewhat repressed, taking a deep breath as he continues. As long as I close my eyes, I can see her. Xiaoziyu remains silent. She harbors no feelings for Himiko, just a pitiful being, nothing more. Yet, she cannot afford to hesitate because of her pity. If she does not act, it will be her own demise. Himiko stands there, smiling, extending her hand towards us. I am here, and so are you, Ailey. Chapter 69, The Dream's Purpose. So, Kevin, are you blaming yourself for killing a former comrade? Xiaoziyu contemplates before speaking slowly. Perhaps. Kevin lowers his head, seemingly uncertain of what he wishes to convey. Kevin, why do you wield your sword? Xiaoziyu glances at the silent Mei before returning her gaze to Kevin. Why do you fight? Why do you live? Why do you die? Why do you resist? Why do you surrender? Why do you stand here? It appears Xiaoziyu is interrogating Kevin. He remains motionless, perhaps pondering the meaning behind her words. You and I both know, Kevin, you are merely doing it for Mei. Nothing more. Comradeship is just a fleeting relationship. If you do not strike, the lawgiver will. If it does not die, it is you who will perish. When I become the lawgiver, will you raise your sword against me? When Mei becomes the lawgiver, will you raise your sword against her? Perhaps my words are a bit harsh. There is no need to lament for the lawgiver. If it is for Himiko, a simple offering will suffice. Kevin remains silent. His head bowed. Mei glances at the quiet Kevin, feeling a sense of pity for him. Is there something amiss? After a moment, Mei turns to Xiaoziyu and asks, Oh, I'm bringing someone in, a genius for the moths to the flame. Do I need any permissions? If so, please provide them to me. Xiaoziyu responded, Aren't you capable of using that technique known as the Flying Thunder God? Simply bring it back, and I will arrange for it to be handled. Mei picked up a nearby computer, seemingly engaged in some operation. What is it called? She inquired without looking up. Su, Xiaoziyu replied. Kevin lifted his head, appearing both astonished and perplexed. Su? Is he still alive? After the third collapse, Kevin had voluntarily severed ties with Su upon joining the moths to a flame, intending to protect him, resulting in nearly 5 years of silence between them. Xiaoziyu hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his current situation. Well, he is presently in the city managed by Fowl. However, Kevin seems somewhat anxious about the safety of his old friend amidst the moths to a flame. If he wishes, he may join us. It is considerably safer here. We are all allies now. The first part of Mei's statement was directed at Xiaoziyu, while the latter half was aimed at Kevin, who remained unaware that the upper echelons of the moths to a flame had long since been rendered senile by Xiaoziyu. Kevin appeared to ponder Mei's words, offering no response. I will accompany you, he declared, standing up to address Xiaoziyu. Xiaoziyu seemed taken aback. Well, let me, he began, but was interrupted by Kevin, who appeared to think that Xiaoziyu was concerned about the cold. Do not worry, I can contain the cold. It just requires physical contact, Kevin clarified. I will first send out a wooden clone to test, Xiaoziyu said, creating a wooden doppelganger to approach Kevin. After all, the last time my wooden clone was immediately frozen, I fear I might meet the same fate, he explained awkwardly. Kevin, seemingly embarrassed, raised his right hand to scratch his head. Chapter 70. A Dream Reunion. 5 minutes later, the wooden clone stood close to Kevin, though they had yet to make contact. At present, the clone showed no signs of anomaly. Subsequently, the wooden clone extended its hand and touched Kevin. In an instant, the clone's right hand transformed into solid ice. Observing its icy appendage, the wooden clone remained silent and promptly dispelled itself. Kevin cannot mark me anymore. Every time I inadvertently touched him, I was lost, Xiaoziyu muttered, rummaging through his pockets as if searching for something. Ah, found it. Here. Xiaoziyu retrieved a sizable stone, approximately the size of his fist, from his pocket and tossed it to Kevin. Kevin caught the stone, seemingly grasping Xiaoziyu's intentions. Xiaoziyu formed a gesture with his hands, yet nothing transpired. Mei observed the two, locked in a silent, perplexed standoff. Kevin, noticing Xiaoziyu's unwavering gaze, felt a sense of confusion. Meanwhile, Xiaoziyu, feeling somewhat awkward under Kevin's stare, contemplated before speaking, the mark has been frozen by you. Kevin opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. I shall find time to study the enhancement of the mark, Xiaoziyu stated, rummaging through his pockets once more. Hurry, it can be transmitted, he urged, tossing another stone to Kevin. All right, Kevin replied, seeing Xiaoziyu's gesture, and promptly grasped the stone. Throw it away. It's of no use, Xiaoziyu remarked awkwardly as he glanced at the stone Kevin returned. In truth, it is merely an ordinary stone. My pockets are filled with them. With that, Xiaoziyu reached into his trousers, extracting a handful of small stones. which he then poured back into his pocket. Supplementing is quite simple, really. Upon finishing his words, Xiaoziyu casually picked up a few stones from the ground, brushed them gently, and placed them into his pocket. That's right, Kevin responded, tossing a stone aside. Where is Sue? Kevin inquired, scanning the surroundings. Over there. Xiaoziyu replied, pointing towards the nearby hospital. Very well, they agreed, strolling towards the hospital. During their walk, Kevin suddenly inquired, how do you know Sue? It seemed he was puzzled about the connection between Xiaoziyu and Sue. Xiaoziyu pondered for a moment. She is my attending physician. And you? Are you unwell? What ailment do you have? Kevin appeared somewhat perplexed. Xiaoziyu's evident strength belied the notion of illness. Xiaoziyu stammered, unsure of how to respond. Observing Xiaoziyu's reluctance to answer, Kevin grew curious about what ailment could be so difficult to discuss. Could it be of that nature? It's the collapse disease, Xiaoziyu admitted, feeling there was little left to conceal. Kevin's confusion deepened as he clapped his hands together, exclaiming incredulously. You say you have collapse disease? Which patient afflicted with such a condition exhibits such vigor as you? What did you just say? Kevin seemed to doubt his hearing, prompting him to ask again. Collapse disease, Xiaoziyu replied, lifting the hem of his shirt to reveal some of the markings associated with the condition. Do you see? Upon noticing the patterns on Xiaoziyu's abdomen, Kevin appeared even more incredulous. How is this possible? In truth, Sue has helped suppress much of it. Otherwise, I might have perished long ago. By this time, the two had entered the hospital. Sue, I am aware of Sue's remarkable abilities. However, I did not anticipate that he could also cure the affliction known as the collapse disease. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Oh, you have arrived. Kevin? Sue greeted as Xiaoziyu entered, but the expression that followed on Sue's face was one of disbelief. As Sue approached, Kevin hastily retreated, attempting to maintain a safe distance. Noticing this, Xiaoziyu promptly positioned himself between the two, concerned that if Sue were to be frozen by Kevin, the consequences would be unfathomable. Observing Kevin's retreat and Xiaoziyu's obstruction, Sue felt perplexed. What is going on? Kevin, where have you been all these years? Let us discuss this later. We must leave now. Xiaoziyu withdrew one hand from his pocket and tossed a stone towards Kevin. Sue was momentarily bewildered. Kevin caught the stone, and in an instant, the three vanished from the hospital. In the aftermath, it took half a day for the two to finally elucidate the situation to Sue. Upon opening his eyes, Sue cast an irritable glance at Kevin. I truly wish to punch you. Alas, Sue sighed. If you were determined to keep things from me, I might have assumed you and may had already. I apologize. But it was indeed unsafe here, Kevin replied, sheepishly scratching his head in remorse. That. Xiaoziyu was about to inquire if Sue would join them when he suddenly succumbed to his ailment. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoziyu collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Sue immediately knelt beside him, attempting to assist Xiaoziyu in catching his breath. Kevin sprang to his feet, eager to help, but quickly halted, realizing he could only watch. Gazing at the blood on the ground, Xiaoziyu seemed to find some relief. Ugh, ha, he gasped, gradually rising with Sue's support, who helped him to a chair. Sue then began to check his pulse, while Kevin stood, furrowing his brow, feeling helpless in the face of Xiaoziyu's suffering. Ugh, ha. Xiaoziyu continued to struggle for breath, weakly leaning against the chair, as if the air in his lungs might escape at any moment. Fortunately, I brought the medicine I was researching just the other day. Sue, having finished checking Xiaoziyu's pulse, retrieved a medicine jar from his lab coat pocket. Is this not an injection? Xiaoziyu inquired as Sue opened the jar and took out 2 pills to swallow. Moments later, Xiaoziyu's breathing began to stabilize. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to speak, yet he appeared too weak. Sigh, I will join you, Sue remarked, observing Xiaoziyu's gradual recovery. Xiaoziyu offered no reply, nor was he in a position to do so. Kevin remained silent, watching Xiaoziyu, who still seemed to be in discomfort. Approximately 30 minutes passed, and Xiaoziyu began to regain his strength, showing no further signs of distress. Kevin accompanied Sue to handle some matters, while Xiaoziyu leisurely made his way to Mebius's location. Is that you? Klein opened the door, and upon seeing Xiaoziyu, appeared somewhat perplexed, for it had been quite some time since Xiaoziyu last saw Mebius. How is Mebius's research progressing? Xiaoziyu leaned against the wall and slowly entered the laboratory, inquiring. Mebius did not turn around but merely shut off the computer, displaying what seemed to be an image of a broken beast resembling a stingray. Ordinary individuals cannot withstand it. They inexplicably lose control and turn into trees. The activity level is excessively high. If it could be reduced, Perhaps it could be utilized for rapid bodily repair as a form of emergency remedy. Mebius leaned against the chair and turned around to speak. Have you attempted to discover a method to lower the activity level? I have tried, but thus far, without success, Mebius replied, glancing at Klein, who was calculating nearby. Additionally, I witnessed your battle with the Seventh, along with that plan of yours. What was it called? The Buried Mind Plan? It shows you possess a modicum of intelligence. It sounds promising. Yet, the prerequisite for your plan is to accurately sense this position and, of course, to remain alive. Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Mebius remained silent, directly lifting Xiao Ziyu's shirt to examine the extent of the spreading patterns. Creating those will take half a year for implantation, and you will need additional time. How do you intend to survive for that long? In my estimation, you should have about a year left. Mebius released his grip and inquired. Perhaps, possibly, Su could save me? Su. Mebius seemed to recall. Oh, I remember him. I had paid attention to him before and attempted to recruit him, but his mentor, what was his name? Interfered with me. Mebius appeared to be reminiscing. Yes, he has joined us now. Xiao Ziyu nodded and replied. Oh, where is he? Take me to meet him, or have him come here. It seemed that Mebius held a certain respect for Su's academic endeavors. I am unaware of his current whereabouts. When I see him, I will inform him. Xiao Ziyu spoke candidly, admitting he did not know where Kevin had taken Su. Very well, you should be swift. For individuals like us, time is of the essence. Mebius nodded, seemingly concluding that Xiao Ziyu had no further business, and turned back to his work. Indeed, Xiao Ziyu had little else to attend to. After acknowledging, he exited the laboratory. It seems I haven't seen a child in quite some time, Xiao Ziyu mused, as he experienced a rare desire amidst his emotional detachment. What do children like? He began to ponder whether he should bring something for Grace Yu and Ling O. I can't think of anything. Forget it, I'll just ask directly. Chapter 72, Dreaming Idler. Little Grace Yu. Xiao Ziyu pushed open the door to the lounge where Hen Chong was, and greeted him. Hello, Brother Ziyu. Grace Yu noted the arrival, appearing somewhat slow in acknowledging him. Oh, how rare it is to see you here, Hen. This is the first time you've come to find Grace Yu. Where's Alicia? Not here. Hen directly urged Xiao Ziyu to sit down and surveyed the surroundings, inquiring. No, Xiao Ziyu replied. Oh, I saw it. What? Such a large wooden structure? How did you manage that? It's quite astonishing. Hen, seemingly excited, mentioned having seen footage of Xiao Ziyu battling Yinlu. Where did he come across that? Was it the first or the third time? Xiao Ziyu had only intended to ask Grace Yu about his needs, yet Hen continued to speak, leaving him somewhat unsure of how to interject. Thanks to you, I learned about the mind-laying plan, although it requires quite a few personnel. At least I won't have to join the suicide squad, Xiao Ziyu remarked, recalling that during the 5th Hershur's event, Hen was assigned to the suicide squad. It seemed that after Kevin became a fusion warrior, Hen was consistently designated to attract Hershur's attacks. Xiao Ziyu felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to respond to Hen's praise. Oh, and there's something else, Hen suddenly seemed to recall, leaning closer to Xiao Ziyu's ear and whispering. What? Xiao Ziyu was puzzled by Hen's unusual behavior. It's about you. Are you XX? Really? After whispering this, Hen quickly stepped back, as if fearing Xiao Ziyu, a married man, would retaliate. Hearing this, Xiao Ziyu felt bewildered. Where did such rumors arise? What are you saying? Where did you hear that? He pressed Hen. Hey, keep your distance. Alicia mentioned she saw you with a masked man. Xiao Ziyu's expression turned even more confused. So, Qianjie wants to hit me, and then it turned into me and Qianjie being involved? Xiao Ziyu, who had intended to scold the rumormonger, found himself at a loss for words. Given the circumstances, he maintained a friendly demeanor towards his own people, only showing disdain and cruelty when faced with beasts. Forget it. It's false, Xiao Ziyu said, sitting down again. Little Grace Yu, is there anything you desire? It seemed Xiao Ziyu was not quite adept at using the word gift. Something? I would like a new set of paints and brushes. Grace Yu appeared to be deep in thought before responding. All right, Xiao Ziyu agreed, then stood up to leave. Are you leaving already? Let's chat more. Hen's voice called from behind. No, I have matters to attend to. Xiao Ziyu responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and opened the door. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Yet Xiao Ziyu remained in the lounge. Qianjie, somewhat perplexed, recalled their previous interactions, believing that when Xiao Ziyu said he was leaving, he would indeed leave. Come out. A commanding voice echoed from outside. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ziyu swallowed hard, bewildered by why Qianjie seemed almost frantic upon seeing him. Get out. Outside. Qianjie appeared to be somewhat incensed, the door creaking ominously under the force of his knocks. Huh, please, come out. Realizing his tone lacked politeness, Qianjie appended a courteous phrase. What is the matter? As the door seemed on the verge of being battered down, Xiao Ziyu reluctantly opened it and inquired, Why didn't you bring me along? Qianjie burst through the door, seizing Xiao Ziyu by the collar and demanding answers loudly. On the floor, Grayshu glanced at the two. What do you mean? As soon as Grayshu spoke, the attention of the three shifted towards him. Could you please be more civil in front of a child? Xiao Ziyu admonished. Pulling away from Qianjie's grip, Qianjie, seemingly agreeing with the sentiment, remained silent and still. Grayshu, attempting to regain composure, crouched down and addressed him. You shouldn't say that. Why not? Grayshu tilted his head in inquiry. Well, because it's impolite, Xiao Ziyu replied, trying to phrase it delicately. But what about that uncle? Isn't it rude to Xiao Ziyu Gij? Is he a bad person? Grayshu's innocent questions left Xiao Ziyu stammering, unsure of how to respond. It's just that we have a good relationship, so it's okay, Qianjie interjected, casually placing an arm around Xiao Ziyu's shoulder. It appeared that while Qianjie was not adept at interacting with children, he did not harbor any disdain for them. Oh, you're right. Xiao Ziyu Gij seems quite close to me, Grayshu proclaimed, believing in the camaraderie between them. Xiao Ziyu took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise. So, you can't speak to me like that? Doesn't that imply Grayshu would think I dislike you? A latent malice flickered in Xiao Ziyu's eyes as he slowly cast a sidelong glance at Qianjie. Qianjie, sensing the tension, gradually released his grip, standing helplessly as if awaiting punishment. Ultimately, after much back and forth, the trio managed to navigate the conversation until Grayshu finally relented from repeating those three words. All right, enough of that. Let us be on our way. With Grayshu no longer fixated on the phrase, Qianjie eagerly urged Xiao Ziyu out the door. With a resounding bang, the door shut behind them, and within the room, Xiao Ziyu chuckled at the comical display they had just witnessed. Why didn't you call me when there was a lawmaker? Qianjie seemed to have held back something in time and asked, I'm sorry, I forgot. Besides, how do you know if you can defeat me? Are you implying that I am weak? Care to have a duel? Upon hearing Xiao Ziyu's words, Qianjie appeared somewhat irked. No, you cannot compare yourself to me. I am merely a support. You should compare yourself to Kevin. I have faced the ruler twice before, and I have never bested Xiao Ziyu. He shook his head repeatedly, clearly reluctant to confront Qianjie head-on. Are you saying you went thrice? How dare you not call me even once? Qianjie seemed to become even more infuriated, grabbing Xiao Ziyu by the collar and lifting him up. What do you mean? I ask you what you mean. Do you see me as weak? What does it signify that you went once without calling me? What am I even doing here if not to confront the ruler? Xiao Ziyu was at a loss for words. What are you all doing? Kevin's voice came from the side, accompanied by Sue. You? What is your name? Qianjie looked at the newcomers, but seemed unfamiliar with Kevin's appearance. Kevin, what is the matter? Kevin frowned and replied. Oh, so you are Kevin. Come, let us spar. Upon hearing Kevin's name, Qianjie immediately released Xiao Ziyu and approached Kevin, reaching out as if to grasp him. It appeared that no one anticipated Qianjie would so boldly attempt to touch Kevin. Qianjie glanced at his right hand, which had just grasped Kevin, and noticed it appeared frostbitten. Ha! The frostbite on his right hand seemed to invigorate Qianjie. This is intriguing. Come, let us have a duel. Kevin was perplexed. Who was this person? Had he not just sustained frostbite? Shouldn't he be seeking treatment immediately? Sue was equally confused. Xiao Ziyu took a deep breath, and seeing that Qianjie's ire was no longer directed at him, he quickly utilized Thunder God to make his escape. Chapter 74. Dreaming of Cherry Blossoms. Knock, knock. Xiao Ziyu rapped on the door. Ziyu? Sakura opened the door, looking somewhat puzzled, as Xiao Ziyu rarely sought them out. I wanted to ask if Ling desires anything. Xiao Ziyu replied in a somewhat wooden manner. Brother Ziyu, Ling greeted cheerfully upon seeing him in the room. Well, Brother Ziyu, I saw it. That enormous thing. So impressive. And Sister Alicia, she looked so beautiful soaring in the sky. Did May broadcast the battle footage of the three of us? How come Ling saw it too? Primarily it was Kevin. My attacks were ineffective against the ruler. Xiao Ziyu scratched his head and replied. Ling, do you have anything you want? I would like to go out and play with my sister. Ling pondered for a moment before responding. All right, where would you like to go? It is not a daunting task. Xiao Ziyu responded affirmatively and inquired. I would like to see the cherry blossoms. Xiao Ziyu turned to Sakura, seemingly seeking her opinion. Is that all right? Sakura, noticing Xiao Ziyu's gaze, asked. Whoosh. The sky was filled with cherry blossoms cascading gracefully, resembling delicate pink snowflakes dancing through the air, brimming with romance and tenderness. Observing the breathtaking scene before them, although Sakura and Ling were seldom transported by Xiao Ziyu's flying thunder god technique, they were not overly astonished. Ling began to walk slowly, extending her arms as she gazed at the fluttering petals. Sister, come quickly. Ling excitedly grasped her sister's hand and began to run. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the figures of the two departing individuals before heading to purchase paint and brushes for gray. Do you have any paint or brushes? Xiao Ziyu inquired, oblivious to the intricacies of such supplies, as he casually entered a shop. Yes, the shopkeeper replied. I would like the finest you have. How much is it? Xiao Ziyu asked, his attention suddenly drawn to the cigarettes behind the shopkeeper. Cigarettes? I used to smoke, didn't I? Why have I stopped? He pondered. 1,500, the shopkeeper said, handing over the paint and brushes. Oh, very well, Xiao Ziyu responded, regaining his focus as he retrieved a handful of money from his bank vault to pay the shopkeeper. Cigarettes? Why does the thought of them evoke something within me? This dream has yet to manifest into reality. While the real Xiao Ziyu has witnessed the arrival of an apocalypse, with everyone perishing, the weight of despair has led him to this detrimental habit of smoking. A gentle reminder, smoking is harmful to health, and it is prohibited for minors. Xiao Ziyu was merely perplexed and did not purchase any cigarettes. After taking the bag, he departed without hesitation. Upon reaching outside the shop, it appeared that Ing and Ling were still present. It would be inappropriate for me to linger here, wouldn't it? If I disturb the two sisters, I shall take my leave. I haven't taught them how to signal me to come and pick them up under ordinary circumstances. Should I approach them directly? That seems a tad intrusive, does it not? Hiss. Xiao Ziyu was still contemplating this troublesome issue when Ling unexpectedly appeared before him. Brother Ziyu, let us choose 2 outfits for my sister, she exclaimed, pulling him toward the shopping mall without further ado. Am I to make the selections? Do I possess any sense of aesthetics? He pondered. Is this truly appropriate? He questioned. As for my taste, if that is what one calls it, I am at a loss myself. He mused, while Ling, with a hint of reluctance, called out to Sakura. Xiao Ziyu wished to leave, but Ling would not allow it. Ing also did not desire Ling's insistence. However, the two could not outmaneuver Ling and were obliged to follow her as they meandered slowly through the shopping mall. After all, Ling was merely a child herself. Xiao Ziyu harbors a profound disdain for humanity, yet his contempt is exclusively reserved for the wicked, even extending to children. He would not hesitate to subject them to the most egregious punishments. However, in this realm, Xiao Ziyu has yet to encounter any malevolent children. Chapter 75. The Dream of Praise. Brother Ziyu, what do you think of this? Ling inquired, holding up a garment that resembled a dress. Xiao Ziyu found himself utterly perplexed by such matters. Ling lifted a skirt and turned to him with a questioning gaze. Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Is it beautiful? I really don't know. Not beautiful? I truly don't know, he reiterated. Who is supposed to instruct me on how to respond? Regardless of what Sakura wore, she looked splendid. Finally, Xiao Ziyu managed to retrieve a phrase from his mind that he hoped would not meet with disapproval. Sakura remained silent, and Xiao Ziyu refrained from gazing at her. Sister, why not try it on? Ling seemed to have taken the initiative to guide Sakura towards the fitting room. Xiao Ziyu gazed at the fitting room into which Sakura had entered, astonished. Is the mark reacting? No, that's impossible. Isn't Sakura inside? How could there be a reaction from the ruin? Are there any ruined soldiers inside? No. I wouldn't be able to perceive a reaction of that magnitude. I only sense responses at the level of the Loruler. Why? Xiao Ziyu wished to inquire about Ying's well-being. However, such an action seemed somewhat inappropriate. Yet, why did the mark react? Had the reaction vanished? Just for a fleeting moment? A mere instant? Could it be that the lipstick-shaped deep Zui Chi Lei was placed in the pocket, and upon disrobing, it inadvertently made contact with the mark? Xiao Ziyu attempted to envision the image of Sakura disrobing, only to realize that it was indeed a mere false alarm. What am I doing? Am I imagining someone else changing clothes? Am I unwell? Xiao Ziyu shook his head, striving for clarity. This was not a commendable behavior. The divine key, upon touching the mark, would indeed elicit a response. This was something unforeseen and unprecedented. Yet, it seemed to bear no significant consequence. My perception of their potential danger remains unaffected. By the way, are there still individuals who have not marked yet? Mei Bias and Kevin have not marked. Mei has not marked Sakura, and Ling Ku has not marked Madai and Dobia. Gracia's parents have not marked either. But they seem to have been assigned to the mine-laying project, and thus do not need to venture outside. Paduo has not, neither has Eden, Su, nor Aponia. Vilvi has marked, and so has Ailey, along with Chinjia. Does Chinjia require marking? Aside from the end, no one can defeat Chinjia, as even during restraint, he could withstand a blow from Kevin. Well, let us proceed with the marking when the time comes, just in case. One can never tell when an urgent situation might arise. As Xiaoziyu pondered deeply, he remained entirely oblivious to the fact that Sakura had been pushed right before him by Ling brother Ziyu. Do you find it beautiful? Ling inquired, peeking out from behind Sakura. Xiaoziyu, still lost in thought about the potential applications of the Flying Thunder God technique, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden address. He slowly lifted his gaze, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. How should I describe it? I truly struggle with such matters. It fits well. Perhaps it accentuates the beauty of the curves. He hesitated, questioning whether he should declare it very good, average, or simply good. I think I should leave, he mused, desperately searching for the right words but finding himself at a loss. How does one compliment another? He pondered, attempting to seek help from Ban. Not bad, very good. Ban had replied, though it seemed he had never uttered those 4 words in reference to anyone, leading Xiaoziyu to realize he had sought counsel from the wrong person. Even Hashirama was not particularly skilled at giving compliments. Not bad, very good, Xiaoziyu echoed Ban's words verbatim. He felt he had misspoken, and an awkward silence enveloped the space. Thank you, Sakura responded. How embarrassing. Why am I here? What is my relation to Sakura? Chapter 76, Dreaming of Grayscale. Xiaoziyu no longer wishes to dwell on those memories, which may hold significance for others. For Xiaoziyu, however, they are simply too awkward to revisit. Xiaoziyu was oblivious to how he endured that half-day of shopping, which felt to him akin to imprisonment. All he knew was that he had returned. Haha. He was back at last, no longer confined. Suddenly, just as Xiaoziyu intended to send the items to Gray, a loud bang echoed through the air. Xiaoziyu turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. It was the training room, where Chinjia and Kevin were engaged in a fierce altercation. The intensity of their clash was palpable, with half of the training room shrouded in black ice. Although Chinjia seemed to be at a disadvantage, he appeared to be invigorated by the struggle. Xiaoziyu paid little heed to their battle as he made his way towards Gray Xiu, casting occasional glances at the unfolding confrontation. Outside the training room, a throng of onlookers had gathered to witness this rare spectacle of top-tier combat. Kevin seemed somewhat reluctant to engage with Chinjia. Suddenly, he appeared to notice Xiaoziyu outside. Slowly, Kevin turned his head, directing his gaze towards him. Why are you looking at me? Xiaoziyu pondered, somewhat perplexed. Kevin remained silent, raising a finger to point at Xiaoziyu, seemingly harboring resentment for having been thrust into the fray. Observing the spectators who followed Kevin's gesture, Xiaoziyu felt even more bewildered. Surely, engaging in a brawl was not a daunting task for Kevin. Moreover, he himself was not in a position to fight at present. After resolving the matter with the ruler of flames, approximately 100 wooden clones had been dispatched from the spiral workshop to prepare for the mine-laying plan. Xiaoziyu's true self was already quite weakened. Ignoring the gazes of Kevin and the onlookers, he continued onward towards Graysue. Moments later, he arrived at the door of the small Graysue, placing the bag he carried onto the floor. Graysue, upon recognizing the visitor, turned her attention to the contents of the bag. Xiaoziyu surveyed the surroundings, realizing that neither Hen nor Blanca was present. Were they engaged in the assembly line? Thank you, Brother Ziyu, Graysue remarked as she discerned the items within the bag. It's nothing. I'm leaving now, Xiaoziyu replied. He felt confident that Graysue would be fine on her own. There are markings on it. All right. Goodbye, Brother Ziyu. Graysue, perhaps believing that Xiaoziyu was quite busy or perhaps harboring a disinclination towards him, did not attempt to retain him. Xiaoziyu exited the room and closed the door. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was nearly 6 o'clock p.m. Time to dine, perhaps? Was it already evening? And where were Hen and Blanca? Should little Graysue endure hunger? Little Graysue, are you hungry? Xiaoziyu inquired as he pushed the door open. Daddy said he would bring me food later, Graysue replied, slowly lifting her gaze. Later? How much later? Half an hour? An hour? Surely it won't extend until midnight, will it? Little Graysue, shall I take you to the cafeteria for a meal? What do you think? Xiaoziyu asked, seeking her opinion first. That sounds good. Graysue seemed to ponder for a moment before agreeing, then rose to approach Xiaoziyu. Noticing Graysue advancing towards him, Xiaoziyu leaned against the wall, intending to follow behind her. As Xiao Ziyu observed Grace Yu halt before him, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Was she uncertain about how to proceed? Take my hand. Grace Yu extended her right hand, her youthful voice ringing out. Sure, Xiao Ziyu responded, realizing he had little experience caring for young children. Was this truly necessary? Xiao Ziyu extended his left hand, gently taking hold of Gray's right hand as they strolled outward. Chapter 77, Dream of Nothingness. Along the way, neither Xiao Ziyu nor Gray spoke. They simply ambled toward the cafeteria. After a moment, Xiao Ziyu pondered and inquired, Gray, how old are you? Are you 10 now? Or perhaps 7 or 8? At this age, should you be consuming any special nutritional items? What do you usually eat? I eat everything. Gray replied after a brief contemplation. Am I unwell? I don't know how to care for children. Is that not little Gray? A voice emerged from behind. Belonging to Elysia. How delightful. This is the first time I feel Elysia has arrived at such an opportune moment. Wow, Ziyu, you've brought little Gray out? Elysia exclaimed, noticing Xiao Ziyu. It's dinner time. I brought her out alone, Xiao Ziyu answered without turning around. Hello, Elysia, Gray greeted, glancing at her. Then shifting her gaze to the person beside Elysia, seemingly uncertain of what to call her. You should call her Sister Eden, little Gray, Elysia reminded. Eden? Is she all right? Gray inquired. Sister Eden, hello, Gray greeted. I've heard Elysia mention that little Gray is indeed very adorable, Eden remarked, her tone suggesting she had accepted the reality of the situation. Xiao Ziyu slowly turned, releasing his left hand to signal Elysia to take Gray. Hello, Ziyu. My name is Eden, Eden greeted as Xiao Ziyu faced her. Hello. Xiao Ziyu was unaware of what Elysia had done for Eden. Hadn't she undergone extensive psychological therapy? Could it be that Elysia had? Thank you for your timely assistance back then. Had it not been for you, I would have likely perished in that inferno, Eden expressed with a slight nod of gratitude. Xiao Ziyu remained silent, subtly leaning closer to Elysia. See? I told you. With me around, Eden is perfectly fine, and she will be joining us, Elysia whispered with a wink. Eden's generosity is remarkable. She has directly sponsored your plan with several $100 million, Elysia added. Xiao Ziyu was at a loss for words. The plan requires, perhaps, precision. Wirei should be capable of producing machines for wholesale production, but those machines would require funding. However, the higher-ups have the funds here, and Mei has approved it. So Wirei should indeed be financially secure. Can we accelerate the process? They can speed up, but Xiao Ziyu cannot increase his pace. He is already at full throttle. With over 100 wooden avatars tirelessly marking around the clock. Thank you. Perhaps Eden's sponsorship is not a necessity. Nonetheless, out of courtesy, Xiao Ziyu expressed his gratitude. It is but a trifling effort. This is all I can assist with, Eden replied with a slight nod. As Eden began to speak again, seemingly wishing to convey something further, he was interrupted. That's it. Consider it a narrow victory for that lad. Now it's your turn, Qianjie declared, firmly grasping Xiao Ziyu by the nape of his neck. No, never mind, Qianjie. Do not trouble Ziyu. He is preoccupied with preparing a plan for laying traps. Kevin appeared to harbor a desire to strike Xiao Ziyu, but ultimately restrained himself, advising instead, what plan? Unsurprisingly, Qianjie remained unaware. Xiao Ziyu recalled that Mei had publicly announced the plan to gather personnel. Logically, each individual involved in this endeavor should be aware of it. Suddenly, Kevin caught sight of Elysia and nodded in her direction. He then turned his gaze towards Eden, seemingly unfamiliar with him. This is Eden, our new team member, Elysia introduced. Eden, this is Kevin. He should be ranked among the top 3 here, though I'm unsure of the exact standings. Especially since you two haven't had a chance to spar. Elysia then addressed both Xiao Ziyu and Kevin, saying, Hello, Eden. Hello, Kevin. There's really no need for sparring. Kevin remarked, looking at Xiao Ziyu. Even if I possess greater strength, he might not lose to me. I could potentially falter, but he's certainly 1T. Kevin's gaze lingered on Xiao Ziyu, suggesting that their recent collaboration had afforded him a newfound respect for Xiao Ziyu's Flying Thunder God technique. Xiao Ziyu faces off against Kevin. Perhaps Kevin may not emerge victorious, yet he also cannot be defeated. Xiao Ziyu may not emerge victorious, yet he certainly cannot be deemed defeated. How can one be considered vanquished if not apprehended? Chapter 78. The dream begins to show results. 2.5 months following the 7th collapse. Inside the training room, Xiao Ziyu sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and donning earplugs specially crafted by Wei Erwei to isolate his hearing. The black masks of the immortal face emerged on either side of his eyes. Xiao Ziyu stood at the center of a vast expanse, marked with an abundance of flying thunder god symbols scattered across a 30-meter radius, numbering at least in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Positioned 35 meters from Xiao Ziyu, Alicia drew her bow, her aim directed at a point bearing the azimuth of 3256 foot to the southeast. Within the 15th circle, Xiao Ziyu, perceiving the markings, spoke. Alicia remained silent, drawing her bow once more, adjusting her aim to 4339 foot to the northwest, within the second circle. With a resounding thud, Kevin conjured a small ice spear, striking true. He calculated the trajectory at 4443 foot to the northwest for 15 seconds, concurrently adjusting to 4644 foot for 16 seconds, targeting 5 distinct markings. With another thud, Kevin and Alicia unleashed their attacks in unison, aiming at 2347 foot to the southeast within the 17th circle and 3712 to the northeast within the 24th circle. A cacophony of impacts ensued as Kevin, Eden, and Alicia simultaneously struck, aiming at 4235 foot to the northeast within the 12th circle and 4249 within the 34th circle. Further, a mark was established at 2313 foot to the southwest within the first circle. In the ensuing moments, the focus shifted as they noted the placement of the Sin Eater's 7 thunders from 2335 to the southeast within the 7th circle to 7932 within the 17th circle. Alicia, you have stepped on a marking, Kevin observed. Moreover, I have marked May. You are merely 2 centimeters and 4 millimeters away from her. Distoria, you have secretly moved Cosmo. The marking was noted at 2342 foot to the northwest within the 34th circle. Vervi, could you refrain from aiming that cannon at me? Alicia implored. Please do not sneakily embrace Eden. Mybius, when did you arrive? The gust of Hua's punch swept across the area from 2323 to the southeast through to 8648, spanning the 43rd to the 11th circle, with a sector angle of 4623 foot within the 15th second. Alicia, I beseech you, do not embrace Eden again. Qianjie, Padu has slipped her hand into your pocket. Qianjie, standing with arms crossed as he observed Xiao Ziyu's test, suddenly turned upon hearing this, only to catch Padu with a sheepish grin, her hand still lodged in her pocket. Padu. Qianjie, I was mistaken. Qianjie advanced 3 steps, averaging 0.674 meters per stride, while Padu retreated 4 steps, averaging 0.342 meters. Qianjie lifted Padu, grasping her right collar, which stood approximately 23 centimeters and 23 millimeters high. In a moment of desperation, one might plead with Brother Ziyu not to utter another word. The scene unfolds with Padu seemingly suspended in midair, evoking a sense of helplessness regarding Xiao Ziyu's restrained perception. Brother Jia interjects, insisting that they are merely assisting Ziyu in a test, with no intention of pilfering anything from him. Xiao Ziyu remains seated, his eyes never opening, the celestial mask still firmly in place. Apollonia takes 5 steps towards Padu, each step averaging 0.751 meters. She then proceeds to grasp Qianjie's hand, seemingly attempting to counsel him. Qianjie's hand is pulled down by Apollonia, leading to Padu's fall to the ground as she rubs her posterior. With an expressionless demeanor, Xiao Ziyu perceives the situation and remarks, Brother Ziyu, please refrain from speaking. Padu cannot hear you, Apollonia advises. Has Su begun to stir? He appears somewhat cold. Su strides approximately 16 steps to the right, each step averaging 0.612 meters. He retrieves something, a white lab coat, which he dons before returning with a gait consistent with his previous pace. Ailey, for the 3rd time. Please refrain from embracing Eden so surreptitiously, and do not cling so tightly. The mark is being pressed down, he admonishes. Kevin, please reserve a bottle of the chilled beverage for me. He pulls a bottle from the box in his hands and hands it to Su. Cosmo remains motionless, yet his gaze flickers towards Kevin, seemingly deep in thought. No, let us not discuss that. Cosmo appears somewhat embarrassed. Distoria takes 2 bottles from Kevin, offering one to Cosmo. Hen, please do not attempt to erase my mark. Hen, please refrain from toying with little Grace you here. Hen, Blanca has arrived. Ah, wait, my wife, let me explain. Hen glances back at Blanca, who approaches slowly, a hint of panic in his demeanor. It seems Hen may have committed some misdeed, as he is led away by Blanca. Little Grace Yu remains present, tugging at Elysia, as if observing me. Kevin, I believe little Grace Yu should not be consuming such icy beverages, he notes, retracting his hand that was extending a chilled drink towards Grace Yu. Hua, You are standing too rigidly. This is detrimental to your health. You may relax a bit, Velvy advises. Please do not continue with that flower trick, and especially do not perform it in my presence. Disinterested, Velvy withdraws her small props, observing Xiao Ziyu, who remains with his eyes closed. It appears Eden does not favor beverages. She begins sipping red wine, seemingly inquiring if Ailey would like a glass. Ailey does not respond, only reiterating, Ailey, please refrain from embracing Eden so openly for the fourth time. Chinjia, could you kindly remove your hand that rests before my neck? Chinjia silently retracts his hand and rises. Sakura declines Eden's invitation for a modest drink. Apollonia raised her hands, seemingly preparing for a prayer. Chinjia appeared somewhat displeased. His movements exaggerated, as if he had encountered a conflict with someone. Su, I can only close my auditory and visual senses. Could you refrain from piercing my kidney? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brows, turning to glance at Su, who was squatting on the ground, though he could not truly see him. Oh, my apologies. The injection must be administered there for optimal effect. Su withdrew the syringe, and despite Xiao Ziyu being unable to hear, Su still offered his apologies. Moebius, observing Xiao Ziyu, frowned slightly and leaned back. Could you please stop staring at me like that? Humph, the little guinea pig is rather intriguing, Moebius scoffed, slowly rising from in front of Xiao Ziyu. By the way, Eden, I am conducting a test. Could you remove the red wine in front of me first? No need for testing. The accuracy is 100%. Mei approached Xiao Ziyu, removing his earplugs, and spoke. As Mei drew near, Xiao Ziyu's earplugs were unexpectedly taken out, prompting him to slowly open his eyes and rise. The celestial mask upon his face began to fade gradually. The next task will require an expanded range. Currently, it encompasses a radius of 30 meters, with 10,000 markers. Next time, let us extend it to a radius of 7,000 kilometers. Mei contemplated for a moment before articulating the next objective. Understood, Xiao Ziyu nodded, then accepted the chilled beverage Kevin offered. Well, Ziyu, in this manner, will I not be left with any privacy? Alicia complained once more, embracing Eden. You even know how tightly I hold him after several embraces. I am merely testing the precision. Ordinarily, I do not perceive your markers, Xiao Ziyu replied, seemingly embarrassed, scratching his head. How about a small drink? Eden extended his hand, holding a wine glass containing about 14 ounces of red wine, inviting him. Apologies, but I have only completed 13 billion markers thus far. My wooden avatars have yet to return, so I cannot drink, Xiao Ziyu declined politely. Chapter 79. The dream begins at this moment. 3 months had elapsed since the resolution of the Ruler of Flame. The Heavenly Fire Holy Vessel had been successfully developed and tested, with Kevin deemed the most suitable candidate for its use. It was during this time that Xiao Ziyu learned that Alicia had also completed the Fusion Warrior procedure. He recalled that the creature resembling a stingray he had previously seen with Moebius was, in fact, the Great Free Heaven. During this period, Xiao Ziyu had devoted considerable effort to his landmine deployment plan, leaving him little energy, which contributed to his unawareness of Alicia's transformation into a fusion warrior. Currently, the micromarkers had reached a total of 1,700,000,000. Xiao Ziyu has adeptly manipulated the previous high-ranking officials, casually presenting the pretext of offering free health examinations to the public, essentially deceiving the target demographic. The deployment of the 17 billion micromarkers has commenced, with approximately 230 million already implanted within the designated population. While the progress may seem sluggish, it is comprehensible. The general populace may harbor suspicions, yet they are compelled by government mandates, leaving them unable to discern any underlying deception. As the numbers increase, the pace will inevitably accelerate. The Fusion Warrior Initiative, propelled by the successes of Kevin and Alicia, is beginning to take root within the ranks of the Fire Moths. Despite appearances, there remains a dearth of volunteers willing to participate. Only a scant few are inclined to undergo pairing, and even fewer are available once the feasibility of pairing is confirmed. Perhaps the previous instances of collapse have led the warriors of the Fire Moths to believe they can entrust everything to Xiao Ziyu and his associates. However, Xiao Ziyu primarily focuses on combating the Herschers. Prior to the 7th collapse, he would occasionally accompany Alicia to eliminate some of the higher-tier collapse beasts. Following the conclusion of the 7th collapse, Xiao Ziyu devoted himself entirely to the minefield plan, and his health has gradually deteriorated, preventing him from continuing the extermination of collapse beasts. As for Xiao Ziyu's collapse disease, he is uncertain of the significance of concealing it. Most key figures are already aware of his condition as a collapse patient. The serum he had once hoped for remains elusive, with no progress made in its development to this day. Xiao Ziyu is only aware that the serum is derived from some substance extracted from the bodies of 1,000 patients afflicted with the collapse disease. However, he remains uncertain about the exact nature of this extraction. Xiao Ziyu once spoke to Su about this matter, yet the description remains ambiguous, rendering it as good as unspoken. The nature of the extraction remains a mystery. As of now, among the 13 individuals, it appears that only Kevin and Alicia have become integrated warriors. It is also possible that Xiao Ziyu, due to a lack of information, is unaware of their progress, as he does not visit Mybi frequently. Alternatively, Xiao Ziyu, who has not undergone the transformation into an integrated warrior, may nonetheless wield an unparalleled influence. Within the moth base of Zhuhua, rumors abound, and more individuals refer to Xiao Ziyu as the Golden Flash. Some assert that Kevin surpasses Xiao Ziyu in strength, boasting greater offensive capabilities. However, no one claims that Xiao Ziyu would be defeated by Kevin, nor do they suggest that Xiao Ziyu is inferior. Kevin's superiority over Xiao Ziyu does not imply that Xiao Ziyu is weak. In fact, there are even those who have begun to contemplate how Xiao Ziyu might utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Xiao Ziyu can directly venture into space to establish a marker, subsequently sending the ruler into the void to suffocate and meet their demise. There are others who claim Xiao Ziyu possesses the remarkable ability to teleport objects and individuals. This raises an intriguing inquiry. What constitutes an object, and what defines a person? Some speculate why Xiao Ziyu cannot simply relocate the head of the ruler independently, arguing that marking the head could classify it as an object, thus enabling its separate transportation, akin to the technique known as Flying Thunder God. In response, Xiao Ziyu finds himself at a loss for words. This reasoning seems rather compelling. Nevertheless, he is not a deity of concepts. He may have attempted it. And while it might be feasible, he currently lacks the capability to transport only the head. Moreover, others believe Xiao Ziyu should be able to delineate a space and outer space and somehow swap the vicinity of the ruler with that of the cosmos, employing the vacuum to suffocate the ruler. This assertion leaves Xiao Ziyu even more speechless. While the idea of transporting just the head seems plausible, this suggestion appears utterly implausible. No one knows how many markers Xiao Ziyu has inscribed on Earth specifically targeting the ruler, nor whether he has placed any in outer space. In fact, markers do exist in outer space. By chance, May conducted an investigation regarding the moon and deduced that there are 14 rulers in total. It was during this time that Xiao Ziyu inadvertently placed markers in outer space. As for the nature of the objects he inserted, whether he transported them to outer space or ventured there himself, only Xiao Ziyu holds that knowledge. After deducing the existence of 14 rulers, May sought out Xiao Ziyu. As he had previously claimed that there were only 13, Xiao Ziyu clarified that the ruler of flames is the 8th ruler. The first ruler has already perished. Without this ruler, there is no corresponding enemy. Chapter 8, Dream Revisited. What is this? In the conference room, Xiao Ziyu glanced at the materials distributed by May, seemingly perplexed by their content. Dark Shepherd? Clothes? Kick. It appeared that Xiao Ziyu's grasp of English was limited, and he struggled with pronunciation. Dark Shepherd, oh? He frowned, as this term seemed unfamiliar to him. It is a Metamorph agent. May adjusted her glasses and explained. Oh? Metamorph agent? Xiao Ziyu responded, somewhat bewildered, and seemingly failed to recall how May had just referred to it. Never mind, let's just call it the agent. May hesitated, as if relinquishing something. Oh. What is the purpose of this agent? Xiao Ziyu inquired, nodding. The Fusion Warrior project can be considered quite successful, May began slowly. However, there are too few qualified candidates, and not many are willing to participate. Oh, Xiao Ziyu appeared to recall what the Metamorph agent entailed. After all, the plan to bury explosives was specifically aimed at the ruler. Even advanced Hersher's beasts could not be handled by ordinary soldiers. The formulation in question can serve as a substitute for those that cannot be matched, or rather, its direct application would significantly enhance safety and success rates. May appeared to ponder how to articulate this simply enough for Xiao Ziyu, whose robust physique belied a complete inability to read English to comprehend. Moreover, they are unwilling to contribute to the Fusion Warrior project, yet they can engage in this. Xiao Ziyu, adhering to his own thoughts, spoke candidly. Currently, the most successful cases are solely those of Kevin and Ellie. It would be prudent to produce several more successful outcomes to instill confidence. After contemplating for a moment, May responded, Xiao Ziyu fell silent for a brief period before slowly speaking. Yet, that requires the consent of others. Such matters cannot be enforced under the guise of voluntariness. Oh? What about those test subjects you captured? Did they give their consent? Maybe you seem to perceive a hint of false benevolence in Xiao Ziyu's demeanor, mocking him. Them? They are unworthy. To be placed upon your operating table is a blessing they have accrued over 8 lifetimes. It is an honor for them. Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but scoff, for the subjects he had captured were all despicable, base, morally bankrupt, and selfish vermin. Indeed. He was too lazy to engage in dialogue with them, opting instead for direct action, as they were unworthy of his words. Would you care to partake in this honor as well? Maybe you raised an eyebrow, leaning in closer to Xiao Ziyu with a playful demeanor. Maybe Yu's eyes were slitted, resembling serpentine pupils, which sent a chill down Xiao Ziyu's spine. Never mind. I lack such fortune. Xiao Ziyu politely declined Maybe Yu's invitation. By the way, is it solely Kevin and Ellie? Xiao Ziyu inquired, a slight frown forming on his brow as he looked at Maybe Yu. There's also me. Maybe Yu replied after a moment of silence. In that case, Xiao Ziyu nodded. Just as it seemed Maybe Yu had more to say. The door to the conference room was abruptly pushed open. Ziyu, I did it. Su appeared before the three, seemingly having just run in. Or perhaps it was merely excitement causing his body to rise and fall dramatically. Su held a syringe in his hand. Su's reaction hardly resembled that of a serum. 1,000 lives exchanged for my own. Don't you feel any guilt, Su? Xiao Ziyu seemed incredulous, recalling how Su had appeared despondent when the serum was first created. Quite unlike his current exuberance. Su fell silent, slowly closing his mouth. It was unavoidable. Moreover, the mind-laying project centers around you. Should you perish, the loss to humanity would be far greater. Su spoke slowly, as if to reassure himself, while aiming the syringe at Xiao Ziyu's artery and inserting it directly. Xiao Ziyu silently observed as Su pushed the syringe down. The next ruler will be the ruler of knowledge, Xiao Ziyu remarked, glancing at Su before slowly raising his gaze and continuing. The ruler who governs consciousness. I have roughly calculated that it will be approximately 2 months until the arrival. If the Archon possesses the Flying Thunder God mark, it could be utilized through a hidden plan, contingent upon certain conditions. Suddenly, Xiao Ziyu recalled whether the Archon had a physical form. The memory eludes me. Nevertheless, such details are inconsequential. The Archon, who governs consciousness, is an enigma to me in matters of the mind. It seems the Archon manipulates others through keywords and critical information, perhaps even through dreams. The paramount concern is that the emergence of the Archon signifies the potential obliteration of my previous control over those inept individuals. Su gradually settled down, seemingly intent on observing Xiao Ziyu's physique. This implies that either I must eliminate them prior to the Archon's birth, or regain control after the Archon's emergence. Though they are unlikely to fall into the same pitfall twice, those individuals still hold utility. I must relay notifications through them to implant micromarkers. To date, only 2,300,000,000 micromarkers have been produced, with merely 560 million implanted. If we hurriedly push forward, could we complete this within a month? Xiao Ziyu inquired, glancing at Mei. There remains approximately 2,300,000,000 to achieve the target, Mei pondered. It should be feasible, she responded. The second concern pertains to the Archon's mental control. Presently, I believe there exists a substantial likelihood that I may unknowingly fall victim to it as well. Should I succumb without awareness, I would naturally be unable to divert Kevin's attacks through the hidden plan. Thus, it becomes imperative to either neutralize or overshadow this influence. However, regarding psychotropic substances, I am not optimistic. When the Archon appears, chaos will ensue. The tumult will render it impossible to discern the consciousness of those surrounding us. At such a juncture, medications may prove ineffective. Since you express such concerns, you must have devised a plan, Mei remarked, gazing at Xiao Ziyu. I personally believe that only the emergence of a mental fusion warrior could provide a solution. Xiao Ziyu found herself at a loss regarding how to counteract these challenges. You are aware of Apophis, right? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Mei and then at Mei's counterpart, Mobius. Indeed, Apophis possesses an innate talent, Mei affirmed. I personally believe Apophis will become the most successful mental fusion warrior. However, we must seek her consent. Personally, I am not fond of the Fusion Warrior initiative, if possible. I wish to avoid witnessing anyone transform into such a being. Chapter 81. The Origin of Dreams and the Future. Half a day after the meeting concluded, Xiao Ziyu examined the deteriorating patterns of her collapse illness on her abdomen. They had not entirely receded, but seemed to have lessened somewhat. Is that what Su is doing? Or is there no salvation at all? Why? It shouldn't be. Su appeared somewhat incredulous. Regardless, I have grown accustomed to the pain and discomfort. I can endure it. Suppressing certain aspects can indeed be beneficial. At least one won't perish as swiftly. However, this is merely suppression. I shall ensure your recovery. With that, Su turned and departed, seemingly intent on conducting some experiment. Sigh. It is quite troublesome. I do not wish to witness them become fusion warriors, yet now there appears to be no alternative. Xiao Ziyu pressed his forehead in exasperation, beginning his search for Apollonia. On the way, Xiao Ziyu caught a glimpse of Hua, who was walking in the opposite direction not far away. Behind him lay the path to Moebius. Hua. Well, even if I must go, I cannot impede your progress. Is there currently a plan for the Ember Initiative? The situation appears to be stable, yet even if the Ember Initiative has been proposed, it should not have been prioritized at this moment. If my memory serves me correctly, the 8th had impacted the base, prompting all eligible candidates to participate. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable concern. What are you worried about? Knock, knock. Xiao Ziyu rapped on the door. Hello, he greeted upon seeing Apollonia, who slightly bowed, perhaps merely adhering to her customary etiquette. I apologize. Xiao Ziyu seemed at a loss for words. When the 8th comes, I may be powerless. However, I believe in your innate talent. Should you participate in the Fusion Warrior Initiative, you are likely to succeed. I regret that I cannot prevent you from bearing this burden, yet I find myself at an impasse. Very well. I shall attempt pairing shortly, Apollonia replied after a brief silence, appearing not to hold any grievance against Xiao Ziyu. I'm sorry. 2 days later, Xiao Ziyu stood silently at the entrance, awaiting Apollonia's decree. He could recall little else, save for the notion that Qianjie believed Apollonia's edicts were responsible for the demise of Sakura and Ling. What is this peculiar, shimmering gaze? Xiao Ziyu instinctively took a step back, raising his right hand to shield himself from the inexplicable radiance emanating from Apollonia. He slightly lowered his hand, locking eyes with her. What is the meaning of this gaze? It sends a chill down my spine. The operation was remarkably successful. Would you like me to introduce her abilities? Moebius emerged from behind, inquiring of Xiao Ziyu. No, that will not be necessary. I am aware of the decree and those threads, am I not? Xiao Ziyu pondered before responding slowly. Ziyu, you possess no threads, no past, no future, not even now. Apollonia fixed her gaze upon Xiao Ziyu before speaking softly. Because this is a dream, it is all an illusion. No threads? What does that mean? Does having no future signify my impending demise? And what of the absence of a past? By the way, does Apollonia see me? Could she possibly be perceiving Hashirama and Madara? Never mind. Chapter 82. The Dream Project completed. How can a being devoid of essence possess a past or a future? That is of little significance. I do not know. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu replied. Apollonia, could you consent to remove Kevin, Ailey, Cosmo, Moebius, Velvi, Su, Qianjie, Eden, Paduo, Hua, and Sakura? Should they voluntarily request the imposition of a decree? In all other instances, could you notify me first before deciding whether to apply the decree? Xiao Ziyu carefully articulated his thoughts, though he seemed poised to offer further explanation, only to be interrupted by Apollonia. Understood. Is it possible to confine Apollonia from witnessing fate? However, upon encountering others, Apollonia might inevitably feel compassion and wish to rescue them, only to discover her inability to do so. It seems Apollonia bears many such burdens, believing them to be her own transgressions. Alas, my apologies, Apollonia, do you wish to save others? Xiao Ziyu turned to leave, but paused, slightly turning back to ask. Do you seek to rescue those so-called innocent souls who suffer? Apollonia fell silent for a moment before finally uttering a single word. Honestly. Xiao Ziyu turned his back to her. I care not for these so-called humans. Their existence and demise bear no relevance to me. The world holds no significance for me. There are countless heroes claiming to save the world, but I shall not be one of them. Firstly, I do not endeavor to save the world. Secondly, I am no hero. Consider this as a gesture of compensation or perhaps an apology. I shall endeavor to save as many of those you wish to rescue, while ensuring both efficiency and success. I hope, Apollonia, you will heed my counsel. With that, Xiao Ziyu departed without hesitation. If Xiao Ziyu's calculations are indeed accurate, there are approximately 50 days remaining until the 8th collapse. Xiao Ziyu immersed himself entirely in the meticulous plan of laying traps, striving to implant all the micro-tags before the impending 8th calamity. Subsequently, he intended to eliminate those bothersome pests to avert unnecessary chaos. For 50 consecutive days, Xiao Ziyu toiled ceaselessly, with his true self and 100 wooden avatars diligently crafting the micro-tags within the spiral workshop. After all, enduring this laborious period would allow him the luxury of leisure to contemplate the course of the final resolution. 50 days in total. Xiao Ziyu remained oblivious to the underlying reason. Perhaps it was merely a yearning for power. The fusion warrior procedure was performed on Cosmodeus Dobia. Qianjie and Hua had already undergone the operation. As Su stated, even Xiao Ziyu could potentially fall victim to such circumstances. Thus, it was needless to mention his own vulnerability. Furthermore, after numerous cases and experiments, the success rate of Mebius had significantly increased, prompting Su to proceed with the fusion warrior procedure without hesitation. Sakura had also undergone the operation. Upon realizing the situation, Xiao Ziyu immediately set aside her current progress and swiftly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to intervene. However, Sakura insisted that as an elder sister, she must set a positive example and not always rely on others. She also mentioned that Mebius claimed her success rate could reach an astonishing 100. Xiao Ziyu seems to be pondering the truth of the matter. Is it really 100? Could it be that Mebius is deceiving you? It's worth considering. During this period, it appears that Mebius had notified Xiao Ziyu to discuss the Divine Sound project. Though it seems uncertain, Xiao Ziyu was overwhelmed, nearly succumbing to exhaustion in a moment of intense effort. It was only when he found himself drained of chakra and in need of rest that he finally took a break. During this time, the spirits of Hashirama and Madara assisted in refining his chakra. The following day, Xiao Ziyu rose early. Utilizing the chakra that had been refined by Hashirama and Madara the previous night, while the two of them took their own time to rest and refine their energy. Xiao Ziyu, Zhu Jian, and Ban, these three individuals have transformed into beings devoid of leisure during this period. Their existence now revolves solely around eating, sleeping, and hastening the progress of their project. Those engaged in the production of microchips find themselves in a similar plight. Wei Erwei has successfully established 7 large-scale production lines, achieving an impressive pass rate of over 99.9, following her are Rin and Blanca, along with others. The non-elite combatants and non-research personnel of Moths to the Flame have been predominantly assigned to expedite the schedule, leaving only elite combatants like Kevin to carry out the routine task of cleansing the ruined beasts. As Wei Erwei remarked, the Spiral Workshop has become so crowded that it is a rare sight to witness such a multitude visiting her establishment. After countless individuals toiled day and night, all engineering tasks were completed approximately 7 days before the deadline. The mine-laying plan involves simultaneous construction and implantation rather than completing all construction prior to implantation. After all, implanting several billion at once is an implausible feat. Thus, by the time the mine-laying project was completed, the number of implanted microtags had already reached 4.3 billion, with a total nearing 4.6 billion. With 7 days remaining, implanting the remaining 300 million should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 83, Dream 8. When Xiao Ziyu was carried out of the Spiral Workshop by Qianjie, Xiao Ziyu appeared to be on the verge of collapse. His right hand weakly supported by Qianjie, who encircled his shoulder, while his left half hung limply. His eyes were vacant and unfocused. Qianjie glanced at Xiao Ziyu's state, hesitating to speak. After completing the final micromark, it seemed that Xiao Ziyu had lost consciousness. He could not recall what transpired afterward. He only knew that when he opened his eyes again, he was in his own room, beside his bed, with Su administering in 4 drip. Xiao Ziyu stirred slightly, attempting to sit up, but felt a wave of weakness wash over him. "You're awake?" Su noticed Xiao Ziyu's movement and turned to him. Xiao Ziyu moved his lips, trying to speak, but discovered his throat was extraordinarily dry, rendering him voiceless. "Here, you are still quite weak. Take your time." Su gently helped Xiao Ziyu to sit up, offering him a cup of warm water. There was no choice. We had to keep up with the schedule. During this period, Xiao Ziyu had been resting for merely 5 hours a day, and after a month of insufficient sleep coupled with daily chakra depletion, it was only natural for him to feel this way. Xiao Ziyu made an effort to move his neck, sipping a small amount of warm water. The soothing liquid flowed down his parched throat, providing him with instant relief. How long was I out? Xiao Ziyu attempted to recall what he had done after completing the last micromark, but could not remember at all. 3 days, Su replied. Currently, the progress stands at approximately 98.12, perhaps due to professional habit. Su slightly tilted the cup again, encouraging Xiao Ziyu to drink more. 3 days, Xiao Ziyu repeated, taking another small sip and murmuring to himself. How has everything been during this time? Feeling quite weak and uncomfortable, Xiao Ziyu retrieved a scroll, attempting to use Sage Chakra to alleviate his exhaustion. Everything is normal, though we are slightly understaffed. Kevin has rarely returned, as he has been out clearing the devastation. Su contemplated before answering. After absorbing a bit of Sage Chakra, Xiao Ziyu felt significantly better and gradually rose from the bed. Next, the law of knowledge may appear at any moment. Therefore, it seems that staying close to Apollonia is the safest option. All right, I will remain by Apollonia's side. Su acknowledged Xiao Ziyu's concern for his safety. I wonder if your plan will bear fruit this time, Su remarked with a light chuckle while assisting Xiao Ziyu. I personally believe that as long as the law of knowledge possesses a physical form, I should be able to locate it. Moreover, those micromarks are imbued with some peculiarities by Wei, making them inherently difficult to erase. In fact, erasing them is nearly impossible, except under certain spatial authorities. Is that so? By the way, what do you intend to do? Su suddenly realized he had been supporting Xiao Ziyu for quite some time, and he seemed to have no immediate tasks at hand. I am also unaware of Xiao Ziyu's blinking eyes. Then why do you get up? Lie down. Oh. Chapter 84. The Dream Goddess Melody. On the third day of Xiao Ziyu's awakening, the plan for the buried was fully executed, with microtags implanted within tens of billions of target individuals. In the conference room, Mei adjusted her glasses and remarked, "This is a time for showcasing results, not for debating execution. Is it already completed? Not just the experiments?" Xiao Ziyu inquired, a hint of resistance evident as he glanced at the materials in his hand. Yes, it was completed during the execution of the buried plan. I sent you a message and had someone notify you. You did not respond, Mei replied calmly. All right. Let me take a look, Xiao Ziyu said, resigned as he sat down and began to peruse the documents. As he rapidly flipped through the experimental records, it seemed he was searching for something. When he stopped at a photograph of Hua, a sense of unease washed over him. Hua had become a fused warrior through the Metamorph agent, and she was the only one who succeeded in the program, as Mei explained. Xiao Ziyu appeared at a loss for words. I understand your principles. I clearly stated the potential side effects to Hua 3 times beforehand. Yet, she chose to agree. Her father even asked me to protect her. Possessing means losing emotions. Though I lack a true grasp of emotions, I can't help but feel that Hua shouldn't have to endure this. Is it possible to revert her back to a normal person? Not possible. Xiao Ziyu slumped in his chair, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. Would you like to review the information on the new fused warriors? No need, Xiao Ziyu replied, slightly furrowing his brow. The Stigmata Project? Has that been proposed? He continued to sift through another stack of documents, suddenly spotting a familiar term. The current situation is not particularly favorable. The buried plan appears to address all issues prior to the end, but it cannot resolve the current crisis. Indeed. The buried can only counteract the ruler before the erosion, yet hope seems elusive for the end. Have Mei and Mobius considered this far ahead? We are only at the 8th stage. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, there are still 5 left. What can we do? Is there any solution? As he rustled through the papers, he voiced his concerns. Prometheus is an artificial intelligence? Is that it? The will of collapse? Why do I seem to be non-existent? Aside from reducing the overall casualties, why do these issues still arise? I feel there is no need to propose these plans. Is there anything else? Xiao Ziyu inquired, putting away the materials. Nothing more. Everyone is currently preparing for the 8th ruler. Mei shook her head in response. Very well, please remain safe. Xiao Ziyu nodded gently, addressing Mobius and Mei. Mobius raised an eyebrow, observing Xiao Ziyu's retreating figure, perhaps lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the conference room, Xiao Ziyu felt a sense of disorientation. He wished to see how Hua was faring, but what would follow? After observing, would the 2 icebergs merely exchange glances? Hua, already reserved, seemed even more distant. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, a growing strangeness that made him feel as though this place was an illusion. As night fell, Xiao Ziyu caught a glimpse of Apollonia wandering the corridor, seemingly on patrol. She must have been ensuring that anyone caught in an anomaly could be swiftly awakened. Xiao Ziyu remained silent as he entered his room. Lying down slowly on his bed, he fell into a contemplative silence, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. With a sigh, he was unsure why he felt compelled to exhale like that. Ban, I cannot sleep. In the next moment, Ban cast an illusion upon Xiao Ziyu, forcing him into slumber. Chapter 85. Dream. Why does it feel as though my consciousness is awake? Am I not asleep? Am I dreaming? Where am I now? Why can I not open my eyes? Hashirama? Ban? No response. What is happening? Could it be that Ban has played a trick and cast a peculiar illusion? No, that cannot be. Ban would not engage in such antics. Xiao Ziyu struggled to slowly open his eyes, surveying his surroundings, which appeared entirely blank. What is wrong with me? I am Xiao Ziyu. He felt a throbbing in his head, grasping it and shaking it gently. What am I doing? It seemed he had forgotten something. Yet no recollection came to him. Where is this? Raising his gaze once more, he discovered himself in a quaint village. Have I forgotten something? Xiao Ziyu muttered to himself as he ambled along the narrow path by the fields. The sounds of roosters crowing, pigs grunting, and dogs barking filled the air. Yet there were no human voices. Is this my home? He paused, looking up at the three-story self-built house before him. Suddenly, something stirred in his memory. He lifted the safe passage sign at the entrance and retrieved a key from beneath it. Is this truly my home? Inserting the key into the lock, he turned it, and the door creaked open in response. Xiao Ziyu stepped into the room and surveyed the surroundings. To describe it, the first impression might be that it is not the kind of impoverished place that echoes with desolation, yet it also lacks the opulence of wealth. It appears to be somewhat better than a household steeped in poverty, with basic furnishings present. Ziyu, come and eat. A woman's voice resonated from a nearby room. Somewhat unfamiliar, yet vaguely reminiscent. Xiao Ziyu, puzzled, did not respond but proceeded towards the source of the voice. A dining table came into view, modestly set with an unpretentious array of food that, while not extravagant, still seemed appetizing. The table bore both meat and vegetables. Seated at the edge was a robust man with a crew cut, engrossed in his meal, while a middle-aged woman, slightly plump due to the passage of time, appeared to beckon Xiao Ziyu over to join them for dinner. However, he could not recall who these two individuals were. Ziyu, come eat. I bought your favorite beef. Do indulge a bit and nourish yourself, the woman called out, her demeanor radiating warmth. Do I really like beef? Xiao Ziyu pondered, bemused. Ah, I remember now. They are my parents. I can't say I particularly like beef. It's just that I can't afford anything better. Well, he replied, pulling out a chair and taking up chopsticks. How's school, Ziyu? Is anyone bullying you? The middle-aged man turned his gaze towards Xiao Ziyu, initiating a conversation filled with concern. School? Am I still attending? Xiao Ziyu questioned, bewildered. Why do I have no memory of it? Xiao Ziyu did not respond, striving to recollect and endeavoring to recall something. At school, Xiao Ziyu seemed to have realized that the school facilities, though perhaps appearing somewhat antiquated, were nonetheless fully equipped and functional. On the path, children laughed joyfully as they chased and frolicked. The school gate stood prominently. Xiao Ziyu seemingly observed himself entering the school, where the security guard greeted him with a wave. He then stepped into the classroom. Xiao Ziyu seemed to perceive his classmates surrounding him. It appeared that their interactions were quite amicable. Xiao Ziyu seemed to glimpse himself frolicking and engaging in playful antics with his classmates. Xiao Ziyu regained his composure and turned to the middle-aged man who was gazing at him, slowly speaking. No. That's wonderful. Really? Is there something you wish to discuss? Regardless of the matter, we will undoubtedly stand by your side. After dinner, Xiao Ziyu intended to wash the dishes, but a middle-aged woman intervened, insisting that he go and enjoy himself. Xiao Ziyu stepped out of his home and gazed up at the sky. Yet, there was nothing to behold, no moon, no stars, no clouds. Xiao Ziyu seemed to revel in the warmth of familial affection. Although he appeared to sense a lingering memory eluding him, he seemed too indifferent to ponder its significance. Home is indeed a sanctuary, is it not? Chapter 86, Dream Shattered. The essence of home lies in its ability to soothe your weary body and mend your wounded spirit. The young man awakens. Xiao Ziyu surveyed his surroundings, yet found nothing. Curiously, it seemed he had just heard an odd sound. However, the sound was faint and indistinct, leaving him unable to discern its message. Am I imagining things? Xiao Ziyu pondered, questioning whether his fatigue from studying had led to such auditory illusions. Suddenly, the peculiar sound returned. This time, he clearly heard what it was saying. Little one? Who would address me in such a manner? He mused, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the voice, yet he could not recall its owner. Thus, he resolved to awaken himself forcefully, but to no avail. It appeared that Ban was conversing with Hashirama, a statement that Xiao Ziyu did not overhear. Xiao Ziyu scratched his head, seemingly contemplating a brief respite. However, just as he turned away, he beheld the parents, who had only moments ago shown him concern, now donning a grotesque facade, uttering increasingly vile insults. They incessantly berated Xiao Ziyu with cruel words. Xiao Ziyu found it hard to believe that his parents had not behaved this way moments ago. Parents, They pointed fingers at Xiao Ziyu while hurling insults at him. Xiao Ziyu yearned to turn and flee, yet found himself unable to move his legs. In disbelief, he took a step back, hoping to alleviate his fear. However, as Xiao Ziyu retreated, the two figures, those so-called parents, loomed larger, morphing into something increasingly inhuman. Xiao Ziyu beheld two enormous shadows, faceless yet glaring at him with blood-red eyes, their shark-like teeth continuing to hurl insults. The shadows extended a hand that resembled a claw, as if freshly emerged from a mire. From this appendage, a viscous, repugnant substance perpetually dripped, evoking a sense of revulsion. Xiao Ziyu watched as two dark shadows loomed larger, their mouths seemingly widening as if to engulf him. Overwhelmed by an insurmountable fear, Xiao Ziyu summoned every ounce of strength to flee, turning to escape. Ha! He was oblivious to the duration of his flight, only aware of his breath coming in ragged gasps. Xiao Ziyu turned to glance behind, seemingly having shaken off those shadows. However, upon turning back, he was confronted once more by those so-called classmates. Countless figures loomed larger, extending claw-like appendages as if to accuse him. Die! Useless! The crowd was incessantly filled with jeers. It appeared as though they had never regarded Xiao Ziyu as a friend. A surge of fear inexplicably reached its zenith within him, and with a fierce roar, a wooden dragon erupted from beneath his feet, tearing through the dark figures. Ha! Xiao Ziyu's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth, clutching his head as memories surged forth. How dare you toy with me? He straightened abruptly, striding directly toward the approaching shadows of his parents. With a resounding thud, he drove his fist through one figure's abdomen, creating a gaping hole, then kicked over two others. To hell with you. Parents. You. Two imbeciles. Fueled by an extraordinary rage, Xiao Ziyu relentlessly kicked at the two sprawled shadows on the ground. You are unworthy. Pretenders. Filthy. Ugly. Disgusting. Base. Xiao Ziyu lost track of time as he vented his pent-up fury, oblivious to the absence of Hashirama and Madara, who quietly awaited the release of his emotional turmoil. Time stretched on, unmeasured. Xiao Ziyu appears to have gradually calmed her emotions. Xiao Ziyu's gaze, sharp and piercing, swept once more over the two mounds of muck on the ground before he lifted his eyes to the heavens. In the vast expanse of the empty night sky, a Rinnegan suddenly opened, fixating on Xiao Ziyu. In the next moment, he exhaled sharply, instinctively sitting up and surveying his surroundings, his own room. Awake? In the realm of his mind, Madara raised an eyebrow. Thank you, Xiao Ziyu replied, rising from his bed and pushing open the door to step outside. Chapter 87. The counterattack of dreams. As Xiao Ziyu opened the door, he was met with the sight of soldiers, bound and seemingly rendered unconscious by Apollonia. It has arrived? Apollonia inquired upon Xiao Ziyu's sudden appearance. Yes, Apollonia, please find Kevin and awaken him. Then give him this, Xiao Ziyu instructed, producing a stone and handing it to Apollonia. He then dispatched 5 wooden clones to ensure the safety of Aili and the others, while he prepared to absorb the chakra of the celestial arts contained within the scroll. Understood, Apollonia acknowledged, taking the stone and turning to depart. Xiao Ziyu sat cross-legged, absorbing the chakra of celestial arts. Zing. Aili, are you all right? The wooden clone utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport Elysia's mark, only to find her wide awake. Ah, a beautiful girl can accomplish anything, Elysia playfully remarked at that moment. Zing, 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 zing. 5 wooden clones swiftly traversed to assess the condition of everyone present. Except for Su, Elysia, Duobia, and Weirwei, all others had succumbed to slumber. Subsequently, the wooden clones, accompanied by the 3 individuals excluding Weirwei, endeavored to awaken the remaining people from their dreams. Is there no response at the level of the ruler hidden away? There are 4 regions with heightened reactions. Let's investigate them first. Xiao Ziyu, in a meditative state, closed his eyes to sense the various marks around him. Hey, are you searching for me? Came a somewhat eerie voice in his mind. Fool. Ban, arms crossed, found a hint of amusement in observing the ruler before him. The ruler seemed surprised to see 2 individuals after invading Xiao Ziyu's consciousness. Well, though it's merely a fragment of consciousness, it's time for a little exercise. Ban began to stretch his wrists, seemingly preparing for action. Hashirama also began to loosen his wrists. The ruler hastily attempted to escape, only to realize it was seemingly unable to depart. You came as you wished, and now wish to leave. You lack the means, the ruler turned, its violet eyes sending a shiver down its spine. After all, it was merely a fragment of the ruler's consciousness. If it were the ruler itself, Ban might have found it difficult to contain. The last one, Xiao Ziyu had already surveyed 3 regions and was now sensing the final one. The ant finally managed to escape. Ban's voice echoed in his mind. It's all right, Xiao Ziyu replied. A minute later, none are absent from those locations. Forget it. I'll inspect them one by one. You can only await your demise. Oh, some have already perished? Even better, my search will be shorter. Let us start from Europe. Half an hour later. Zing. Kevin was transported beside Xiao Ziyu by the wooden clone, and at that moment, Sakura and the others had already awakened from their dreams. The 5 wooden clones then dismissed themselves. Observing Xiao Ziyu, who sat in meditation, Kevin remained silent, merely gripping the heavenly fire as he settled beside him, patiently waiting. In the base, Apophis intended to awaken the individuals using the edict, but was advised by the wooden clone against imposing the edict indiscriminately. Rest assured, even if I inspect each one, I can locate the ruler's position within a maximum of 50 hours. We can merely restrict their movements. Thus, reliance must be placed on the fusion warriors of the spirit system, who will gradually awaken and incrementally bolster our ranks, subsequently binding those individuals together. Chapter 88. The Dream Convergence. Naturally, some warriors are not ensnared within dreams but are instead directly subjected to cognitive disturbances, leading them to engage in conflict with their comrades. In response to this phenomenon, the method proposed by the wooden avatar is straightforward. For those resilient enough, strike with greater force, ensuring they remain unharmed. For the less durable soldiers, employ a gentler approach. As for the potential risk of injuring those attempting to mediate, the solution is simple. Send Qianjie to handle it. Xiao Ziyu has previously asserted that he believes Qianjie will not directly tear a person apart. However, the chaos within the base remains overwhelming. The proposed solution is inefficient. In response, Mu's avatar suggested sealing off the base and releasing hypnotic or toxic gases. As long as no one dies, the method is deemed acceptable. 2.5 hours later, fortune smiled upon them as they found themselves in the first continent. Xiao Ziyu slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Kevin. Kevin remained silent, observing Xiao Ziyu's movements as he swiftly prepared the celestial fire. Whoosh whoosh. Xiao Ziyu and Kevin were transported to the desolate wasteland, preparing to launch their assault. The distance was considerable, and the transmission might incur a reduction in effectiveness. I drew closer to Xiao Ziyu, sensing the moment, and spoke. All right, let it begin. I will not relay your attack to avoid unnecessary casualties. Instead, I will send the ruler. Xiao Ziyu took a moment to sense before responding. Understood. Kevin surveyed the surrounding ruins, knowing that unleashing full power here would bear no psychological burden. Previously, he had harbored concerns that his overwhelming force might inadvertently strike the ruler and harm innocent bystanders. Taking a deep breath, he channeled the cataclysmic energy into the heavenly fire. Would release, would clone technique. Would release, would dragon technique. A wooden clone emerged, standing before Kevin, while Xiao Ziyu mounted the wood dragon to ascend into the sky. Ensuring Kevin would not inadvertently bring about his own demise, the heavenly fire began to radiate light, with flames gradually igniting. The inferno intensified, seemingly altering its form. Was this annihilation? Kevin slowly raised the heavenly fire above his head, the fiery glow igniting the dragon's tail beneath Xiao Ziyu. Would release, would dragon technique. Xiao Ziyu swiftly switched dragons to gain altitude. Prepare, Kevin called out. Understood, the wood clone replied. Heavenly fire. Kevin seemed to spring into action. The wood clone surged forward towards Kevin. Drawing the sword, Kevin held the heavenly fire firmly, striking at the wood clone. It was a sight to behold as the clone watched itself gradually enveloped in crimson flames and cataclysmic energy, unwittingly exclaiming in awe. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyu, positioned at least 2,000 meters above Kevin, had already established seals, observing Kevin's every move. Kevin unleashed the heavenly fire without hesitation, fully aware that Xiao Ziyu would present the ruler before him. Flying Thunder God, instantaneous movement technique. As Kevin's attack neared the wood clone, it seemed impossible to retreat any further. Xiao Ziyu immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, the wood clone, witnessing the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, glanced at its left arm, which was ablaze. With a huff, the wood clone exhaled, unable to sustain itself, transforming back into a tree. Meanwhile, the ruler appeared oblivious to the unfolding chaos. The heavenly fire was now so close to the ruler that it was almost upon it. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the desolation surrounding them, The sound resonated as if the ruler had been forcefully thrown against something. Bang! Bang! In an instant, amidst the ruins, smoke enveloped the sky, rendering Xiao Ziyu unable to discern the situation below. After a considerable duration, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing Kevin, clutching the core of the lawbringer, waving at Xiao Ziyu. Surrounding Kevin were remnants of unextinguished flames. The wood dragon roared and burst forth from the clouds, descending slowly. Before long, Kevin extinguished the flames with his chilling presence, providing Xiao Ziyu a safe landing space. Is it resolved? The wood dragon inquired as it landed gently, with Xiao Ziyu standing atop its head. Indeed, I unleashed my full power, Kevin replied, shaking the core of the lawbringer in his hand. Let us ascend. My chakra is running low. Very well, Kevin responded, leaping onto the wood dragon. Together, they spiraled upward, returning to base. I must admit, my journey with you has become considerably easier, Kevin remarked, appearing in good spirits. We resolved this so swiftly. It hardly took half a day, right? There shouldn't be many casualties. Not necessarily, Xiao Ziyu responded, not glancing back. This technique truly proves invaluable. I merely draw my sword, entrusting the rest to you. It seemed Kevin had momentarily lost his focus. Indeed, he only needed to engage with Xiao Ziyu, who would handle the lawbringer interchangeably. Kevin, have you managed to resolve it? May's voice crackled through the earpiece. We have, May, Kevin replied. You have, but they haven't awakened from the dream. May seemed perplexed. Xiao Ziyu jolted at this revelation. Oh, right. I recall that once the lawbringer perished, the powers may not be relinquished. What shall they do? Could they use a decree? What about Ling? What to do? What to do? It appears there may be no options left. May, instruct Apollonia to issue a decree. Please maintain a clear consciousness. Let Apollonia try that. Xiao Ziyu pondered before continuing. If they cannot awaken, inform me again. Understood. Chapter 89. The dream concludes. Have they awakened? Some have regained consciousness, while others remain in a comatose state. May's voice resonated through the earpiece. Are there still any engaged in combat? Yes. Then, instruct them. Please lower your weapons and do not aim your firearms at your comrades. Not at comrades, but aimed at the lawbringer, right? Humans, please lower your weapons and do not aim your firearms at fellow humans. Have Apollonia convey that. If the information is not disseminated, they will remain unaware that Ling is a mere vessel. Understood. Why do you seem to impose such restrictions on Apollonia's decree? Kevin inquired, puzzled by Xiao Ziyu's rationale. Xiao Ziyu turned slightly to meet Kevin's gaze. Language is an art. If a sentence fails to convey a clear and definitive meaning, it may be interpreted in an entirely different light. Kevin, you might as well give up. Xiao Ziyu initially intended to discuss the incident of the law, but ultimately refrained, deeming it unnecessary. With a sigh, Xiao Ziyu raised his gaze towards the horizon. Kevin, how do you perceive those ordinary people who have become victims of this unforeseen calamity, displaced and left without a trace? And what are your thoughts on May and Moebius, who appear to possess an extreme rationality that renders them seemingly devoid of virtue and contemptuous of life? Xiao Ziyu turned slightly, his right eye fixing on Kevin as he posed the question. Kevin offered no response, merely staring at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly perplexed by this sudden shift in topic. You are indifferent to those wretched beings, yet it is the goodness within human nature that evokes your pity for them. Noticing Kevin's silence, Xiao Ziyu answered his own question. From the beginning, you have fought solely for May. If I were to forcefully oppose May's will, albeit only to safeguard you, would you raise your sword against me? Huh, what are you saying? How could I ever strike you? A dismissive response, unwilling to engage. Xiao Ziyu's eyes appeared devoid of emotion as he quietly scrutinized Kevin. Time passed, and at last, the two returned to the base. Upon entering, aside from the disarray caused by the law, everything else seemed to have returned to normal. Apollonia, did you speak as I instructed? Upon their arrival, Xiao Ziyu eagerly inquired of Apollonia. Yes, Apollonia replied slowly. That is good, even if issues arise. It should fall upon me, not Apollonia. Kevin handed the core of the law to Velvi. Your plan yielded commendable results. The casualties were minimal. May seemed poised to address the matter of the casualties. There is no need to discuss it with me. I hold no concern for the lives or deaths of those filthy insects. Xiao Ziyu raised a hand to signal an interruption and turned away decisively. May remained silent, merely observing the retreating figure of Xiao Ziyu. Both May and May Moebius were at least striving for humanity's sake. They were driven, albeit sometimes ruthlessly, by the singular goal of conquering the collapse. Despite their apparent disdain for life, the The two were not excessively radical. Chapter 90. The Dream of Aversion. Xiao Ziyu. Akin to one who abhors humanity, nonetheless stood on the side of humanity to combat the collapse. When others performed virtuous deeds, Xiao Ziyu would not commend them, yet. When others committed malevolent acts, Xiao Ziyu would reveal the harshest punishments. If others remained innocent, Xiao Ziyu would remain indifferent. Mei seemed perplexed as to why Xiao Ziyu so detested humanity, yet still aligned with them. She struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired in Xiao Ziyu's past, leading to such profound disdain. What is humanity? Greed, selfishness, arrogance, standing atop a moral high ground while imposing one's desires upon others. No one is born inherently good. Goodness requires a guiding light, while evil springs forth from the heart. Even if one could navigate the end here, in this filthy, grotesque world, I would rather die. One cannot fathom why Alicia wishes to become such a loathsome being. Xiao Ziyu's expression grew grave as she halted her steps, gazing at Alicia before her. Why have I suddenly come to despise so much? Is it because of this ruler? Or perhaps my innermost feelings have simply been unearthed by the ruler? Alicia waved a hand in greeting. Xiao Ziyu found herself at a loss for expression, wanting to respond but feeling her lips were sealed. What was transpiring? Noticing Xiao Ziyu's furrowed brow and lack of response, Alicia approached with concern. Could it be that you have developed feelings for a girl only to be rejected? Xiao Ziyu remained unresponsive. It seemed not to be the case. What is troubling you? Please, share with me. Alicia appeared genuinely curious about Xiao Ziyu's sudden change in demeanor. Previously, she had exuded an icy disposition but had at least responded with some semblance of expression. Xiao Ziyu remained still, her gaze fixed upon Alicia. The enchanting and charming exterior of Alicia, complemented by her sweet voice and pure, unblemished heart, seemed to gradually soothe Xiao Ziyu's agitated and furious spirit. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Ziyu felt a slight alleviation of her burdens. With nowhere to turn in this life, I find it impossible to cross over, Xiao Ziyu murmured softly, lowering her head. What did you say? Noticing Xiao Ziyu had finally spoken, but unable to catch her words, Alicia appeared anxious. Nothing, Xiao Ziyu replied as she lifted her gaze. What significance do life and death hold? The comings and goings are empty and devoid of remembrance. Xiao Ziyu continued her introspective muttering. What are you saying now? Xiao Ziyu's peculiar behavior seemed to irk Alicia somewhat. It's nothing. Tell me, your demeanor piques my curiosity. Truly, it is nothing. Do share with me, he urged. A flower and an arrow, a solitary love, one person, one heart, devoid of all else. This time, Xiao Ziyu's voice resonated slightly louder. Alicia appeared somewhat perplexed by his words. A flower and an arrow? A solitary love? Is this a compliment? Alicia seemed to interpret those 7 words as a reference to herself, smilingly inquiring. Xiao Ziyu cast a sidelong glance at her. Indeed, he replied. And what of one person? One heart, devoid of all else. Alicia raised an eyebrow, waiting for Xiao Ziyu's elucidation. It's merely a reflection of my poor literary skills. The rhyme is non-existent, he remarked. Averting his gaze and resuming his stride, Alicia watched as Xiao Ziyu's figure receded, seemingly lost in thought. One person, one life, devoid of all else? Who does that pertain to? Chapter 91. The nature of dreams in the 8th cataclysm. Casualties remained unknown to Xiao Ziyu, nor did he desire to know. Perhaps the numbers were not substantial, yet they were not insignificant either. Grayshoe and Blanca were destined to succumb to the dream during this calamity, subsequently undergoing the fusion warrior procedure under Mei Bias's guidance. Originally, Grayshoe was to succeed, while Blanca would meet her demise in a failed operation. Perhaps due to Xiao Ziyu and Kevin's timely intervention, most individuals were not ensnared in the dream for long. Blanca was also awakened early by Su. For Xiao Ziyu, this cataclysm bore no casualties. Xiao Ziyu sipped his hot tea and gazed skyward. To paint a tiger, one must capture its essence. The scattered lights in the night sky appeared somewhat desolate. To know a person's face yet remain oblivious to their heart, the rat has teeth, but one cannot stop. The gentle evening breeze caressed his face, and he felt the tips of his hair lift as if caught by the wind. How ought one repay kindness with grace? What of returning virtue? Xiao Ziyu turned his head slightly, observing his flowing locks, oblivious to how busy he had become since arriving here, training almost every day. The world is callous, and human sentiments are harsh. The rain heralds dusk, and flowers easily fall. Xiao Ziyu retrieved a stone, idly toying with it in his hand. Zhu Jian, observing Xiao Ziyu's demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Within the realm of the mind, Zhu Jian turned to Ban Ban, who was not watching Xiao Ziyu. Remaining silent with his back turned, Xiao Ziyu raised the stone to block the moonlight and let out a deep sigh. What is my purpose? Found you, came the voice of Alicia from behind. Xiao Ziyu did not respond, as if he had not heard her words at all. What is wrong? Why have you suddenly changed like this? Seeing that Xiao Ziyu showed no reaction to her presence, Alicia appeared somewhat agitated. Have you fallen victim to the law of knowledge? What did you see? Alicia sat down beside Xiao Ziyu and inquired. Yes, I have been affected, but I saw nothing. Nothing at all, Xiao Ziyu replied slowly, still gazing at the starry sky without turning to look at Alicia. Really? Judging by Xiao Ziyu's demeanor. Alicia seemed to believe he was concealing something or perhaps was troubled by unspoken thoughts. Indeed, Xiao Ziyu felt he was not lying. Dreams equate to falsehoods. To witness a dream is to witness a fabrication, and fabrication equates to non-existence. To see the non-existent means seeing nothing at all. Alicia opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but she did not know where to begin. She was unclear about the reasons behind Xiao Ziyu's behavior and was at a loss for how to respond. Thus, she remained silent, simply accompanying Xiao Ziyu in quietude. As Alicia fell silent, Xiao Ziyu began to glance at her. Chapter 92, The Aftermath of Dreams? Alicia pondered, if one day someone were to invert truth and falsehood, labeling the victims as perpetrators, and if people, in their self-righteousness, vented their so-called inherent capacity for love through insults, violence, and bullying against the victims, while the real perpetrators remained arrogant and unrepentant, would you treat the victim and the perpetrator with equal regard? Would you follow the crowd of self-important fools to oppress the victim? Alicia locked eyes with Xiao Ziyu, noting the dullness in his gaze. It appeared devoid of emotion, perhaps even exuding an unsettling aura. Let the perpetrators receive the punishment they deserve. Perhaps those misguided individuals are blinded and unaware that what they see is false. Yet they still insult and bully the victims without understanding the truth, making them accomplices. Just like the current Integration Warrior program, those misguided souls. Do they believe they have sacrificed anything? Do they think they understand the rationale behind enduring that futile surgery, which only brings adverse effects? Xiao Ziyu suddenly erupted, venting loudly. The ugliness of humanity. Am I blind to it? They see Sakura's ears. They see Mobius. They see Cosma. They see them. Even though Sakura just saved people. Those wretched fools turn and begin to fear. They start to curse. How dare they? It is disgusting. Deplorable. They feign gratitude towards Sakura, only to turn around and label her a monster. Ha. Disgusting. For such repugnant humans, why should you strive to save them? Why? Alicia gazed into Xiao Ziyu's eyes, which appeared profoundly deep. Do you comprehend my intentions? Noticing Alicia's silence, Xiao Ziyu continued speaking to himself. I shall not directly eliminate those wretched beings. Rather, I will torment them slowly, ensuring their existence is more unbearable than death itself. Humanity is inherently grotesque and wicked. The so-called punishments cannot alter the fundamentally filthy creatures that perpetrate cruelty against others, regardless of how virtuous a person may have been. Committing such heinous acts leads to irrevocable moral decay. They become addicted to the sensation of dominance, believing themselves to be superior, targeting anyone who displeases them. Generally, for individuals of this ilk, I would momentarily set aside what you deem to be my principles. They are unworthy of hearing them. Alicia, do you perceive my actions as indiscriminate slaughter? Am I being cruel? It seems as though a murderous intent glimmers in Xiao Ziyu's eyes, fixated on Alicia. Am I delivering justice? Or are you frightened of me, Alicia? Do you also sense that Xiao Ziyu appears somewhat intoxicated by his own fervor, his tone growing increasingly intense, as if he were ready to strike at any moment? Suddenly, Alicia enveloped herself in an embrace, and the inexplicable fury within Xiao Ziyu began to dissipate. Are you feeling better now? Alicia released her arms and stepped back, inquiring. Xiao Ziyu took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. I apologize. I seem to have overreacted. He exhaled heavily, offering his apologies. Perhaps we should not meet, nor coexist in the same time. You love humanity, while I detest it. How I wish I had never encountered you. Then I could freely annihilate the filthy human race. It appears you are somewhat fatigued. Alicia observed as Xiao Ziyu seemed to sway slightly, gently speaking. Let us head to the party for some leisure. The time should be about right. The last time I sought you out, you were absent. This time, we must relax. As Alicia spoke, she grasped Xiao Ziyu's arm and strode forward. No. Xiao Ziyu seemed entirely unable to keep pace with Alicia's rhythm. Hadn't he just been in a frenzy? Why the sudden shift towards the party? It appeared that Alicia possessed an uncanny ability to leave Xiao Ziyu's mind in disarray. Xiao Ziyu's mind was a blank slate. Having seemingly forgotten his recent disdain for humanity and the vitriol he had directed at others, well, he could not refuse the request of the charming Elysia. Chapter 93, Dreaming Heartache. Tap, tap, footsteps. Xiao Ziyu cast a glance towards Sakura, whose long ears, combined with her considerable height, made her appear almost 2 meters tall. He noticed that some people nearby were whispering about Sakura's fox-like ears. Stubborn as ever, Buck. Be grateful to Elysia, she saved you. Clenching his fist momentarily, Xiao Ziyu gradually relaxed it. Hello, Sakura, greeted Elysia. Hi, Elysia, replied Sakura, her expression slightly aloof, though perhaps not as much as Xiao Ziyu's. Rather, she seemed to possess a certain reticence in her demeanor. Hello, Brother Ziyu, she added. It seemed that Ling had come to see her. As Sakura rarely appeared at these evening gatherings, this could also be attributed to Xiao Ziyu's habit of not lingering for long. Xiao Ziyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sakura mirrored his gesture. Thus, the two taciturn individuals exchanged pleasantries in such a manner. What a beautiful dress, Sakura. When did you buy it? Elysia remarked. Noticing Sakura's unusual choice of attire, a dress that appeared to be blue or perhaps light blue, Xiao Ziyu struggled to describe it, but it seemed vaguely familiar. Possibly reminiscent of a purchase made for Gray. Xiao Ziyu averted his gaze, no longer observing the group. Sakura maintained an impressive figure, and at around 20 years of age, Xiao Ziyu found it natural to glance. A gentleman appreciates beauty without indulgence. It arises from emotion, yet is restrained by propriety. One must not gaze upon what is inappropriate. I shall not look, must not look, shall be forbidden to look. He redirected his attention, reciting silently to himself, observing the newcomers in the distance. Xiao Ziyu felt a flicker of insight. Alone in this vast world for over 1,000 years, losing heart and companions, with no one by my side. Strange. Why have I suddenly taken to composing poetry in solitude? His focus successfully diverted. Xiao Ziyu nodded again. Hua echoed the gesture. Would you care for a cup? Xiao Ziyu casually summoned a pot of hot tea with a flick of his wrist. No, thank you, Hua replied, hesitating momentarily. Why do you always bring tea when you come here? Hua could not help but inquire after a brief silence. Because it is delightful. The tea is exquisite. Initially bitter, then sweet, Xiao Ziyu pondered his words before responding. I seem to have a penchant for the bittersweet. Do you enjoy bitterness? Hua appeared somewhat perplexed as to why some individuals found pleasure in bitterness. With a swift motion, Xiao Ziyu turned and gently tapped his gloved hand upon his own shoulder. He then faced Kevin, who remained silent as he gazed back at Xiao Ziyu. The two exchanged silent stares until, after a moment, Kevin finally spoke. Pray tell. Where has the instant noodles in my room vanished to? Xiao Ziyu's expression remained impassive, indicating his lack of knowledge regarding the disappearance of Kevin's noodles. I do not know, he replied, maintaining his stoic demeanor. Is that so? Kevin pressed. Indeed, Xiao Ziyu affirmed, his expression unchanged. Really? Kevin inquired again. Truly. Then aside from you and your doppelganger, who could have entered my room without knocking, without climbing through windows, without causing any destruction? I do not know. Xiao Ziyu obstinately denied any involvement. With a sudden motion, Xiao Ziyu glanced back as another hand landed on his opposite shoulder. Might I inquire as to the whereabouts of my tea? Hen asked, observing the teapot in Xiao Ziyu's grasp. I do not know, Xiao Ziyu replied, still devoid of expression. Hen regarded him with disdain, a sentiment mirrored in Kevin's countenance. Would you care for a cup? Xiao Ziyu offered, pouring a cup of tea and addressing the two. Hen remained silent, staring at Xiao Ziyu. You are asking me for a cup of my own tea? That seems rather inappropriate. I marked it. Therefore, it belongs to me. Xiao Ziyu replied calmly, his expression unchanged. Very well, I shall have a cup. Hen seemed to concede, accepting the tea that had just vanished before his eyes. Then I shall have a cup as well, Kevin added, extending his hand as Hen appeared to relinquish some form of contention. Would you care for a bowl? Xiao Ziyu inquired, producing a bowl of instant noodles that appeared vaguely familiar to Kevin. Moments passed. Xiao Ziyu, Su, Kevin, and Hen sat together, sipping Hen's tea while savoring Kevin's instant noodles. Would you care for some digestive tablets? After a brief moment, Xiao Ziyu produced several small pills, inquiring of the group. Su, glancing at the familiar packaging in Xiao Ziyu's hand, realized his lab coat pocket was empty. I believe Pato might wish to take you as a mentor. Su remarked playfully as he accepted the digestive tablets he had initially brought with him. Hen appeared to nod in agreement. Kevin seemed to share the same sentiment. It has begun. I find myself once again overwhelmed with the urge to inflict harm upon those wretched insects. What is happening? It feels as though I am ailing. The moment I settle, I cannot suppress my fury and loathing. Is this restlessness? No, this state of mind is affecting my mental state. Neglecting it might yield unforeseen consequences. Perhaps cultivating oneself through reading could help me attain tranquility. Oh, forget it. What good is self-cultivation? Ban, could you assist me in erasing past memories? Are you certain? Kid? Ban raised an eyebrow, having never heard such a request before. Not entirely. You know what I wish to forget. Those memories are unnecessary to retain, or perhaps modify them slightly. I do not wish to recall those anymore. Sure. Chapter 94, The Dreaming Method. In the early morning, Xiao Ziyu appeared transformed, wandering alone in his room, clutching a book of unknown origin. From the infinite comes the ultimate. The ultimate gives rise to duality. Duality begets the four symbols. The four symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the meaning of these words. In the realm of the mind, Hashirama observed Xiao Ziyu reciting verses in silence. What has become of him? Hashirama glanced at Ban, seemingly placing blame. Ban raised an eyebrow, looking toward Hashirama. This was his own request. Ban appeared indifferent to Xiao Ziyu's condition. Hashirama was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Since ancient times, who among us has evaded death? Whether early or late, death is inevitable. Xiao Ziyu raised his gaze slightly, sensing something amiss. No, it seems that is not how it is said. Humans are the apex of the food chain in nature. Are we derived from monkeys? Or fish? Perhaps single-celled organisms? Never mind. It is unimportant. Evolution. Evolution? Xiao Ziyu seemed to be attempting to grasp the meaning of evolution. Evolution? Purification? He glanced at his right hand, sensing something was off. Yet it appeared normal. Humans, the 6 senses. What are the 6 senses? Suddenly realizing his ignorance of the term 6 senses, Xiao Ziyu hastily flipped through the book in his hand. Oh, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body and mind. It seems the 6 senses are merely the faculties of perception. Is the face, as the most significant aspect of a person, merely a reflection of the 4 out of 6 senses? Is it not the head itself that holds greater importance? The so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires, what do they encompass? Xiao Ziyu resumed his perusal of the tome in his hands. The 7 emotions refer to anger, joy, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire, while the 6 desires encompass the cravings for beauty, physical appearance, dignified demeanor, eloquence, tactile pleasure, and human connection. Xiao Ziyu gazed at the lines within the text and recited them slowly. The desire for dignified demeanor, what does that signify? Is it merely the desire for ostentation? As for lust, what precisely constitutes it? Xiao Ziyu turned his attention to his right hand. It seems I possess neither an abundance of emotions nor desires. He leafed through the book once more. To refuse wine is to embody true refinement, he read, his gaze settling on a particular passage. A gallant man knows the limits of desire. A true gentleman is ungrasping of wealth. To suppress one's anger prevents calamity. Without wine, there can be no ceremony. Without beauty, companionship is rare. Without wealth, the path of life is arduous. Without spirit, one is but a mere shell. This implies that a person must possess a complete and ample array of emotions and desires, does it not? Xiao Ziyu pondered deeply. Act without action, desire without desire. So it means I must not harbor desires for them. Then what ought I to do? Does my wish for their survival count as a desire? The book states that desire, when excessive, leads to detriment. Therefore, one must rely upon reason to suppress it. If that is the case, then how can I ensure their survival? This presents quite the conundrum. Xiao Ziyu gradually closed his eyes, seemingly delving into profound contemplation. What should be done? Should I consider sacrificing Kiana and the others? Can I single-handedly confront the 13 heroes? If, at the end of days, I find myself alone facing oblivion, will it seek us out? Never mind. I truly do not comprehend why we must fight. Could we not simply retreat to the refuge? If they refuse, should I compel them one by one? Others may acquiesce, but Kevin? He may prove quite a challenge. The 6 paths, first. I must devise a method to enter the Sage of 6 Paths mode. I envision the chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths as akin to a strand of DNA, from which numerous segments representing various ninjas chakra emerge. As Ashura and Indra, Hashirama and Madara's DNA fragments should be the most substantial. I could potentially reverse engineer the original complete DNA from their chakra. This is merely a thought, and I am uncertain of its feasibility. Yet, even if it were possible, it would likely prove arduous. Another question arises. Do the Hashirama cells within me count as my own cells, or do they belong to Hashirama? Is my blood truly mine? Yamato is a creation reliant on the power of interstitial cells, and it appears that his wood release is entirely unrelated to the interstitial cells. The transplantation of interstitial cells into an ordinary individual may result in a loss of control, transforming them into a tree. How peculiar. If my body were to be influenced by the interstitial cells, leading me to resemble them, then what if? Never mind, I shall not dwell on such thoughts. As for Obito, once a vessel for the Sage of Six Paths and the Ten Tails, there remains a trace of tailed beast chakra within him. Utilizing this minuscule remnant of tailed beast chakra, perhaps I could replicate or even clone it, thereby creating a tailed beast and becoming akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, this is merely a rough hypothesis, and I am at a loss for how to proceed. Would release, would clone, I mused. Gazing at the dozens of my own duplicates before me, Obito observed these replicas in silence, lost in contemplation. Is this truly feasible? It seems Obito harbors doubts regarding my ability to become the Sage of Six Paths through this conjecture. I possess the capability to reverse engineer the tailed beast chakra. Chapter 95, Dream Cells Days Past. Bias, is there something you require? Sensing Bias calling for me, I, as per usual, left behind a multitude of wooden clones to continue my endeavors and teleported to his location using the Flying Thunder God technique. Little White Mouse, are you certain these cells belong to you? Bias did not direct his gaze at me, but rather focused intently on the cultivation chamber before him. I followed his line of sight, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Within the chamber lay a white Zetsu. Are you cloning me? I inquired. Little White Mouse, you provided me your sample for research. Are you certain this is truly you? Bias glanced at me, his demeanor devoid of any emotional fluctuation. I merely provided Bias with a piece of flesh. Did Bias cultivate a white Zetsu from it? So, am I really still myself? It appears my DNA has been entirely altered by the interstitial cells. Do I still possess my own cells within me? I am uncertain. At present, the entity you have cultivated seems frail and of no use, I expressed after a moment of silence. Little White Mouse, you now appear akin to a fusion warrior. Seemingly merged with something else, Bias remarked, his serpentine gaze taking on a somewhat unsettling quality. This cell does not resemble your own, he added. Then what does this mean? I questioned, perplexed by Bias's intentions in summoning me. From where did you obtain the sample? From my right forearm. Little White Mouse, you can regenerate. Let me observe whether your cells from other areas exhibit the same traits. Bias's serpentine eyes seem to glimmer with a hint of greed. It does not resemble mere suspicion. If you merely desire cells from elsewhere, the figure of Xiao Ziyu slightly leans back, as if a chill runs down their spine. I can regenerate entirely. It should be the same, I asserted. Your demeanor appears somewhat unsettling to me. Do you truly believe I would surreptitiously intend harm upon you? Xiao Ziyu's gaze evaded mine, and indeed, such a sentiment lingered, although they were uncertain what aspects of their being might warrant experimentation. Aside from the interstitial cells, Xiao Ziyu's physique was that of an ordinary person. Suit yourself. Just give it to me. Moebius seemed to relinquish a certain thought and spoke up. Xiao Ziyu picked up a scalpel from beside the operating table and meticulously excised samples from each limb, presenting them to Moebius. Does it not hurt? He inquired. I became accustomed to it years ago, during the relentless beatings by the bandits, Xiao Ziyu replied. And here, Moebius raised his right hand, extending a finger to press against Xiao Ziyu's chest, and stated, Do you desire my heart? The rest can be regenerated, but without this, I would surely perish. Xiao Ziyu seemed somewhat incredulous at Moebius's request for his heart as a sample. Foolishness, it is merely a sample from the surface of your torso. You shall not die. Shall you? Oh, indeed. Xiao Ziyu swiftly wielded his knife, extracting several samples from the upper body and handing them to Moebius. By the way, there has been a successful case regarding your cells. Moebius appeared to recall something, rising as if to retrieve an item. Chapter 96, Dream Cultivation. Xiao Ziyu received a box and opened it, revealing what resembled a lively, pure white orb pulsating within. What is this? Xiao Ziyu seemed puzzled, unable to discern the purpose of the object before him. To put it simply, I conducted a slight experiment on your cells, enhancing their properties somewhat. Does that mean it will not absorb collapse energy so fervently anymore? Xiao Ziyu queried, a hint of surprise in his tone. On the contrary, it absorbs even faster and in greater quantities, Moebius stated calmly. Huh? Xiao Ziyu appeared momentarily petrified, rendered immobile by the unexpected turn of events. This little thing, after testing, can absorb 250 HW of collapse energy in just 3 seconds. How much? What is the purpose of absorbing so much? What if it explodes and kills me? Moreover, it should be capable of absorbing up to 500 HW of collapse energy within 7 seconds, Moebius continued. Let us give credit to that fellow worthy. It likely wouldn't be so high without his contribution. So, Xiaoziyu seemed still uncertain of the utility of this object. After reaching its peak absorption in 7 seconds, it will explode. Really? So it's even more useless? Typically, a Hirsch's collapse energy reaction hovers around 2000 HW. Even if a Hirsch's recovers quickly, using force simultaneously would lead to approximately 5 seconds of vulnerability. Am I to blow myself up? Xiaoziyu grimaced, speaking slowly. Don't you have the ability to teleport? Moebius retorted, frowning. Oh, I forgot. Since the 8th collapse ended, I haven't used the Flying Thunder God technique at all, having been preoccupied in my room contemplating reverse calculations, nearly forgetting I could teleport. By the way, can such a small thing absorb that much? Xiaoziyu questioned, eyeing the orb skeptically. Your cellular activity is quite robust. The only drawback is that it cannot be excessively exposed to collapse energy. However, since it is merely an inanimate object, evolving and cultivating it is considerably simpler than regressing. If you wish to minimize it, you should consult Su. I am not adept in this area. As Moebius organized the samples Xiaoziyu had just severed, seemingly preparing to begin her observations, Xiaoziyu turned as if intending to leave. Little White Mouse, he had taken a few steps when Moebius suddenly called out to him. Xiaoziyu responded, turning back to regard Moebius with a puzzled expression. Why do you suddenly seem like a different person? Xiaoziyu appeared somewhat perplexed. The menacing aura and the accompanying feelings of animosity had vanished. What had transpired? I beg your pardon. I do not comprehend your words, he replied, seemingly oblivious to what Moebius was articulating. Hadn't he always been this way? Moebius remained silent, his ominous serpentine gaze fixated on Xiaoziyu. Little mouse, you're past. After a moment of contemplation, Moebius resolved to provoke him, knowing that even if Xiaoziyu were to retaliate, he could resurrect himself. What is the matter? Yet, Xiaoziyu exhibited no reaction, appearing somewhat dazed. Observing this lack of response, Moebius ceased his inquiries, seemingly lost in thought. It is of no concern. You may take your leave. Oh, Xiaoziyu acknowledged, turning to depart. In his previous state, it seems unlikely he could relinquish anything. Has his memory or psyche been altered? Apollonia? Moebius mused quietly as he watched Xiaoziyu's retreating figure. And then there are these cells. While the cells do not belong to him, the body is his. Cells alone cannot replicate, since it appears to be fused with something. There must be remnants of his own being somewhere within. I shall seek an opportunity to discover his DNA and cultivate it alongside these cells. Chapter 97. Reigniting Old Ventures. Days passed once more. Well, setting aside other powers for now, at least time. I have heard that the end has dominion over time. Unless I too can manipulate time, it would be impossible to contend with Xiaoziyu, he pondered while strolling. Time itself does not possess the 6 paths. What should I do? Kiana and Kevin seem to have cocooned themselves and obtained the powers of the end. But wait, isn't the cocoon Prometheus? Never mind. Let us assume it is not. If not, where's the cocoon? Can I provide it? No, that would be impossible. Sealing it? No. How can an egg encompass a hen? If memory serves, this era is not the first to venture to the moon in search of something. Xiaoziyu halted, reaching a decision. To approach directly, would I not suffocate? Is there a spacesuit available? Knock, knock. Come in. May, is there a spacesuit here? Xiaoziyu entered and inquired. What do you intend to do? May lifted her gaze, appearing somewhat puzzled. I wish to visit the moon. Hello, May seemed hesitant but ultimately consented. Last time, machines captured images and retrieved some items. If you intend to go up, perhaps you should record a video or something. Very well. After a brief moment, with a whoosh, Xiaoziyu surveyed his surroundings, noting that the lunar landscape appeared quite different from what he had previously seen online, resembling remnants of some ancient civilization. Surprised to find himself on the moon, he leaped slightly, experiencing the unique gravitational pull of this celestial body, and remarked upon it. It seemed devoid of air. Was it truly a vacuum, or merely lacking in oxygen? As Xiaoziyu floated gently to the ground, he crouched down and scooped up a handful of lunar soil. Could this be called soil? Rubbing the moon dust between his fingers, he found nothing particularly unusual. How did May deduce the number of rulers? He picked up a stone, but the confines of his spacesuit made it impossible to leave a mark. He could only approach the distant structure that resembled ruins, moving slowly under the moon's gravitational influence. After a considerable trek, he finally stood before the edifice. Could this be a remnant of a bygone civilization? Speaking to himself, he pondered whether he ought to refer to his own civilization as the present one, before cautiously entering. Inside, Xiaoziyu looked around, finding nothing of note. He recalled the concept of reincarnation, where it seemed everyone was trapped in a cycle until they overcame the end. Did this imply that beings from the previous civilization had also ventured to the moon to battle the end? Crouching down, he seemed to notice something peculiar. Was this soul steel? Did the previous civilization also create such a material, or was it left behind by those who had ascended previously? He picked up a metallic-looking object and mused aloud. It appeared that soul steel was of little use to him. Wait, could it possibly insulate against destructive energy? But if I were to become a body of soul steel, devoid of cells, how could I harness chakra? Perhaps I should experiment with creating a ten-tails to serve as a vessel for the tailed beasts. Or could that be unfeasible? The art of summoning. Xiaoziyu contemplated for a moment, supporting himself with one hand as if to summon something. Before him lay a creature that resembled a blend of mud and a raccoon. Silent and unresponsive. What was this? The experiment seemed to have failed. Was this a half-tailed beast? It appeared to lack self-awareness, whereas the tailed beasts were sentient. Given that the 9-tailed beasts were derived from the 10 tails, should he reconsider his approach? Should he create the 10 tails first and then divide it into 9? Or was it unnecessary? After all, wasn't he the sage of 6 paths, the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails? If I could directly create the 10 tails, what would be the need to divide it? What shall I do if the 10 tails god tree is absent? But with Minato's remaining 9 tails chakra within him, it should surpass that of Obito. I contemplate using Edo Tensei to extract the 9 tails chakra from Minato. This should significantly enhance the success rate. First, I shall create a 9 tails, and then I must begin the search for offerings. Xiaoziyu seems somewhat fatigued. It has been quite some time since he last engaged in Edo Tensei. The 8 tails that Orochimaru previously cultivated has grown to such an enormous size. Yet it remains merely a fragment. Alas, if only Edo Tensei possessed a physical body, I would have the perfect specimen. Very well, let it be as it is. As for this 0.5 tails, let it remain here to perish. A failed product serves no purpose. Chapter 98. Dream acquisition days have passed. Shoo. Veilwei. Could you possibly move aside? Veilwei slowly turned, seemingly startled by Xiaoziyu's sudden appearance. My apologies. Where is the 5th key of the gods? Could you modify it? Xiaoziyu scratched his head, inquiring. I had already given it to Mei. I'm unaware of whom she passed it to. What do you intend to do? Xiaoziyu appeared somewhat at a loss for words, directly stating his intention to forcibly throw them in. After all, the funds you are currently utilizing are all sourced by me. Assist me. I have some other plans. It is true. Xiaoziyu's control over those high-ranking officials implies that the funds are indeed his. Even before Shil arrived, Xiaoziyu had already eliminated those high-ranking officials, having checked their assets beforehand. What plans? Does Mei know? It's a secret. I haven't mentioned it to Mei. Can you modify it? I can. But how would you like it altered? Look at the current 5th key of the gods. Isn't it akin to freezing biological entities, merely resulting in their demise? I want it to be an ice-like preservation that can sustain life for a long duration. Dormancy? Yes. Why is it that even you are beginning to lose faith in resisting collapse? Veilwei raised an eyebrow, seemingly mocking. What is she implying? The Stigmata Project? Very well. Since you have lifted my financial restrictions, I shall assist you once. Veilwei waved her hand, appearing somewhat resigned. Thank you. With his objective accomplished, Xiaoziyu turned to leave. Wait. Erase the mark on my neck. Veilwei called after Xiaoziyu, appearing somewhat displeased. If you want to place a mark, why not just say so? Why place it on my neck, where it looks unsightly? With a slight awkwardness, Xiaoziyu turned around, scratching his head. Subsequently, he removed the mark from the nape of Wirewei's neck and placed a new one on the back of her right hand. This alteration seemed to enhance her appearance significantly. Wirewei lifted her right hand, admiring the spiral pattern etched upon it. At a loss for words, Xiaoziyu took flight with the Flying Thunder God technique, departing without a word. In total, the endeavor spanned 7 days and 14 hours, with the Edo Tensei being performed 113 times. Once again, Namikaze's Minato materialized before Xiaoziyu. Countless wooden clones ventured into the outside world to observe its happenings. Should anyone commit acts deemed shameless by Xiaoziyu, they would be summarily subjected to Edo Tensei, regardless of their past deeds. as long as their misdeeds were witnessed by him. As Minato regained his consciousness and gazed at Xiaoziyu, a hint of bewilderment crossed his features. Clearing his throat, he hesitated, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Although Xiaoziyu's intentions appeared to be noble, there lingered an unsettling sense of moral ambiguity in his methods. After thorough explanations and discussions, the situation seemed to progress smoothly. At least for the time being. Xiaoziyu, having fulfilled his desire, acquired a fragment of the Nine-Tails chakra that lingered within Watergate. If we consider the complete essence as one, the combined remnants from Watergate and Obito scarcely amount to even 0.01. The quantity is certainly insufficient, making cultivation rather arduous. Perhaps we should allow Moebius to experiment? However, lacking the Rinnegan and even my Sharingan seems to render this impossible. Is there a potential glitch? Obito, upon being resurrected through impure world reincarnation, possessed an additional pair of Rinnegan. Could I exploit any anomalies? Chapter 99. Dreams. A month later, Moebius removed his mask. Gazing silently at Xiaoziyu beside him, Xiaoziyu held a notebook, seemingly engaged in recording something. What brings you here? Moebius appeared somewhat irked by Xiaoziyu's sudden presence and his silence. Xiaoziyu scratched his head, pondering. Oh, it's nothing, just observing your genius performance, he stammered, contemplating whether to admit he was clandestinely learning his techniques. By the way, how about those previous samples? He deftly shifted the topic. The same, devoid of your elements. Moebius asserted, believing that the columnar cells were not Xiaoziyu's, though this was not entirely inaccurate. Xiaoziyu closed the notebook, glancing at the creature on the operating table, which bore a resemblance to both a human and a corrupted beast, seemingly containing some columnar cells within. Well, I shall take my leave, he said, feeling a chill as the dark serpent-like eyes fixated on him, hesitating to depart. And please take care of this, he added, noticing Moebius seated, seemingly calculating some data. Xiaoziyu responded, promptly teleporting the creature into outer space before exiting. Whoosh. In East Asia, amidst a desolate landscape, One-Tail Shoha appeared to be in a deep slumber. Showing no signs of movement, Xiaoziyu lingered beside the colossal creature, extending a hand to touch its surface. It seemed that this endeavor was not particularly successful. The outer world's magical figure need not possess a physical form, as my body could serve as its vessel. This explains why these entities bear a resemblance to sludge. Xiaoziyu observed the ground, where an unidentifiable viscous liquid was slowly seeping out, resembling mud. This could hardly be deemed a success, as it neither spoke nor exhibited much consciousness. Well, perhaps a trace of it. A wooden doppelganger emerged from an unknown source and began to elucidate matters to Xiaoziyu. Is it usable? Xiaoziyu inquired of the wooden figure. I would recommend refraining from absorption for the time being. What about the Nine Tails? Xiaoziyu asked again. Observe. The wooden doppelganger responded, placing one hand on the ground in an attempt to summon the so-called Nine Tails. Xiaoziyu gazed at the orange-hued creature before him, questioning its fox-like appearance and the peculiar horns adorning its head. It appeared to be a failure, as the wooden figure remarked on the entity that resembled a hybrid of the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. Why does it possess traits of the Eight Tails? Have you confused the chakra? And why do all its tails seem truncated? It's only been 2 months. We've made commendable progress in our research. The wooden doppelganger seemed somewhat disdainful. How is the reverse engineering coming along? Xiaoziyu disregarded the wooden figure's irritation and asked. The composition of Hashirama and Madara is approximately 80. We have deduced a portion of it. Presently, progress stands at about 80.01. That's rather minimal for 2 months. However, it is normal to encounter difficulties at the outset. Progress should accelerate henceforth. The next ruler is the Earth ruler. The wooden doppelganger pondered for a moment before shifting the topic. Do you remember Ye Kai? What about him? Xiaoziyu glanced at the wooden figure, curious. The utterly violent Ye Kai has the ability to distort space. The Earth ruler, on the other hand, seems to wield powers related to gravity or the manipulation of gravitational forces, the wooden figure stated. Do you believe its powers could prevent you from utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique? Or would you be able to employ it in a high-gravity environment? I haven't tested that. However, I've measured my limits, which are roughly 10 times the normal gravity. My concern is that you seem overly reliant on the Flying Thunder God technique. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise rendering it unusable, you might find yourself like Danzo, suffering from a decline in combat intelligence due to prolonged inactivity. The wooden figure dismissed the two entities before continuing. Perhaps you should engage in a spar with Qianjia to assess your comparative strengths, without relying on the flying thunder god or illusions. Fight Qianjia? Wouldn't tea that lead to my demise? Let us not forget, I am still being eroded. Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat pained. It's simple. Have Weiwei create a protective suit or something of the sort. Is Weiwei truly that capable? Very well, I shall investigate. Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat speechless, swallowing hard. A few days later, still in East Asia, amidst a landscape of desolation, Xiao Ziyu and Qianjia stood mere meters apart, both seemingly poised to strike at any moment. Ha ha. It seems you have sought me out. How amusing. Qianjia appeared somewhat exhilarated. Previously, he had indeed yearned to engage in a battle with Xiao Ziyu. But the latter was preoccupied with his elaborate trap plans and had no time to spare. Gradually, Qianjia seemed to abandon the notion of fighting Xiao Ziyu. Let's establish some ground rules. Keep it restrained. Do not let your emotions take over. Without employing the flying thunder god technique, Xiao Ziyu harbored some trepidation that a single punch from Qianjia could prove fatal. Very well, we shall see. Those were mere words. Soon enough, it would be uncertain whether Qianjia would remember them. From a distance, Kevin, acting as the referee, called out, perhaps Xiao Ziyu, fearing for his safety, had summoned Kevin to mitigate potential damages. Beside him stood Cosmo, unwavering. Diastobia was positioned next to Cosmo. Originally, only Qianjia, Xiao Ziyu, and Kevin were privy to the knowledge of Cosmo's presence. Yet somehow he learned of Xiao Ziyu's intent to spar with Qianjia and came to witness the event. Commence. Boom. As the words echoed, Xiao Ziyu swiftly formed a seal, and trees erupted from beneath Qianjia's feet, seeking to ensnare him. Boom. Qianjia effortlessly tore through them, casually extending his hand, which shattered the wooden binds. In an instant, Qianjia lunged forward, his right fist poised to strike. Xiao Ziyu hastily leaped back, attempting to evade. Crash. Moments later, dust billowed around Qianjia as the wooden clone was sent flying several meters, debris scattering in all directions. If I am struck, it would spell my doom. A few meters to Qianjia's left, Xiao Ziyu gazed at the gaping trench created by Qianjia's attack, feeling a twinge of fear. At that moment, Qianjia seemed to take notice of Xiao Ziyu to his left and charged forward with another punch. Spiral sphere. Xiao Ziyu once again leapt backward, while simultaneously a wooden clone split from his being, rapidly forming a spiral sphere in his hand to counter Qianjia. Boom. With another resounding crash, the clone was sent hurtling away, while Qianjia appeared to suffer only minor abrasions. Are you an extraterrestrial? Your defense is extraordinarily high. No. It seems you truly are an alien. Xiao Ziyu silently cursed under his breath, then swiftly retreated 10 meters, once again forming a seal. The mystical technique. The super-huge spiral multi-round caused countless wooden clones to erupt from his body, each wielding a colossal spiral sphere approximately 2.5 meters in radius. They leapt high into the air, hurtling towards Qianjia. Meanwhile, Qianjia merely turned to face the overwhelming swarm of wooden clones, remaining motionless. Bang, 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 bang. From behind, Xiao Ziyu watched as clone after clone soared out from the crowd. Fortunately, Xiao Ziyu proved to be more adept, although a portion was sent flying by Qianjia. The majority of the colossal spiral spheres found their mark. All Xiao Ziyu could perceive was a blue and white vortex erupting from Qianjia's position. From the perspective of Kevin and the others, the vortex appeared grand and magnificent. Chapter 101. Dream test. Moments later, the vortex dissipated. Qianjia, his garments tattered, stood there with a shattered mask, his dark circles under his eyes drawing unusual attention. His body seemed to bear dozens of faint gashes, merely superficial cuts. Kevin remained silent. If only my physique could be as robust as that, Cosmo mused from a distance, observing the defined muscles adorning Qianjia's form. Wow! Exclaimed Diastobia, who had merely accompanied Cosmo, now captivated by the exhilarating scene unfolding before her. Ha ha ha, is that all? Although Qianjia appeared only mildly injured, blood flowed profusely. Are you truly all right? Xiao Ziyu inquired, his gaze drifting over Qianjia's exquisite features and physique. Qianjia offered no reply, instead charging towards Xiao Ziyu, swinging a fist. Xiao Ziyu swiftly turned aside. Qianjia, noticing Xiao Ziyu's evasion, swung his left fist towards Xiao Ziyu's abdomen. Xiao Ziyu swiftly crouched to evade. Xiao Ziyu bounced around like a flea, seemingly provoking a sense of irritation in Qianjia, who gripped his hammer and struck the ground with force. Xiao Ziyu exerted force with his legs, leaping backward and rolling to the ground to create some distance. Bang! The ground was struck by Qianjie, resulting in a deep crater and a cloud of dust. Qianjie slowly raised his head, casting a glance at Xiao Ziyu, who was crouched low. One hand braced against the earth, seemingly prepared to evade at any moment. TSK. Qianjie appeared somewhat irked, seizing a boulder approximately 2.5 cubic meters in size and hurling it towards Xiao Ziyu. However, such an attack was far less effective than Qianjie's casual strikes. Bang! With a mere clench of his fist, Xiao Ziyu shattered the boulder effortlessly. The art of the wooden dragon. Bang! A wooden dragon soared into the air, carrying Xiao Ziyu. Beneath Qianjie, another wooden dragon emerged, clamping onto his body and lifting him aloft. In the distance, Kasimo and his companions observed the two wooden dragons spiraling in the air, seemingly gearing up for aerial combat. Bang! 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 Qianjie grasped the dragon's head with one hand, furiously smashing it with the other. In just a few strikes, he shattered the dragon's head and stood triumphantly atop its body. Come here, Qianjie bellowed, pointing at Xiao Ziyu, who stood approximately 40 meters away, towering about 5 meters above him. Fire release, great fire extinguish. Xiao Ziyu did not respond, instead forming hand seals. Flames rapidly expanded in a fan shape, surging toward Qianjie. Boom! The great fire extinguish struck, engulfing the wooden dragon beneath Qianjie in fierce flames. The four individuals, Hashirama and Madara, observed, unable to discern Qianjie's whereabouts. Bang! In the next moment, Qianjie leaped out from the inferno, appearing to aim for Xiao Ziyu's wooden dragon. Roar! With a fierce cry, as Qianjie landed on Xiao Ziyu's wooden dragon, Xiao Ziyu ascended onto another wooden dragon, again creating distance. Simultaneously, Xiao Ziyu began to manipulate the wooden dragon beneath Qianjie, attempting to throw him off. Damn it! Frustrated by his inability to reach Xiao Ziyu, Qianjie seemed exceedingly enraged. With that, he leapt once more toward Xiao Ziyu's wooden dragon. Xiao Ziyu, employing his old tactics once more, summoned a wooden dragon to evade his pursuer. In the distance, Kasimo observed a dozen wooden dragons spiraling through the air, engaged in a relentless chase with Qianjie, their altitude steadily increasing. He fled. He pursued. The two of them occupied merely 2 wooden dragons, while the discarded ones did not remain idle, continuously assaulting Qianjie. As for Qianjie, he either deftly sidestepped the incoming wooden dragons or struck with his fists, shattering the wooden bodies into fragments that cascaded from the sky. Kasimo found the spectacle utterly exhilarating. It was a display of combat unlike any he had ever witnessed. Boom! With another thunderous crash, wooden debris rained down, as Qianjie seized the dragon's tail beneath Xiao Ziyu's feet. This time, Qianjie had closed the gap. He launched a powerful punch, prompting Xiao Ziyu to retreat and deftly evade. Qianjie raised his leg to strike, but Xiao Ziyu leaped off the wooden dragon, executing a graceful flip before landing back on it. What escape! Insertion! In response to Qianjie's renewed assault, several wooden spikes erupted from the dragon's body, piercing Qianjie's form. Ha! Qianjie roared in fury, snapping the spikes with force and hurling them back at Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu effortlessly evaded, attempting to change direction once more. Qianjie swiftly charged towards Xiao Ziyu with Jingdebu, launching an attack at Xiao Ziyu's waist using Chaoyang Tuanzhang. In truth, the movements were merely similar, but Qianjie had mastered all of them. I was too lazy to describe each action in detail. Xiao Ziyu deftly sidestepped to evade the force of hand waving the pipa. This posture proved disadvantageous for Qianjie, rendering him unable to exert his strength. Qianjie swiftly retreated 2 steps, extricating himself from Xiao Ziyu's pressure. Creating distance, Qianjie then circled swiftly to Xiao Ziyu's flank. Xiao Ziyu, with remarkable reflexes, pivoted to maintain a 2-step gap and executed a turning palm strike aimed at Qianjie's head. In response, Qianjie clenched his left fist to block Xiao Ziyu's assault, and then, seizing the momentum, advanced to cover his hand and thrust his fist towards Xiao Ziyu's abdomen. Xiao Ziyu utilized his wooden clone to intercept the impending strike, and then swiftly maneuvered behind Qianjie, executing a low sweeping kick. Alas, it appeared that the kick to the hollow of the knee was excruciating, causing Qianjie to nearly lose his composure and kneel. Despite the discomfort, Qianjie resolutely endured and retaliated by turning and launching a powerful punch aimed at Xiao Ziyu's head. Xiao Ziyu, employing his old skills, positioned himself to receive the hand wave pipa. Half an hour later, they remained suspended in the sky. Dais Dobia gazed at the swirling wooden dragons above and lamented. Why is this still ongoing? Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat fatigued after such a prolonged encounter, while Qianjie still exuded an undeniable vigor. Celestial technique would escape, true thousand hands. Xiao Ziyu leaped from the dragon's head, plummeting towards the ground. Simultaneously, wooden figures and a colossal Buddha statue swiftly emerged from the earth to catch the descending Xiao Ziyu. Qianjie, momentarily bewildered, was taken aback by Xiao Ziyu's sudden leap, only to be confronted by a towering Buddha statue, 1,000 meters high, appearing before him. In the presence of the true thousand hands, the wooden dragon and Qianjie atop, it seemed insignificantly small. Ha ha! Qianjie could not contain his laughter as he observed the Buddha statue seemingly coming to life. At long last, a truly formidable attack. Flames began to emanate from within Qianjie, gradually enveloping and protecting him. How magnificent! In the distance, Cosmo gazed at the immense Buddha statue and the formidable flames, which appeared equally impressive from this vantage point. With the transformation of the Buddha at the pinnacle, countless wooden hands emerged from behind the statue, fists clenched. As they struck towards Qianjie, half a day passed. Qianjie was drenched in blood, and the flames that once enveloped him had begun to fade. He too seemed to be nearing exhaustion. Xiao Ziyu was equally enduring a difficult time. After an intense exchange of blows that felt like thousands of rounds, the two continued to ascend and descend in their fierce combat. Xiao Ziyu, panting heavily, gazed at the figure of Qianjie lying on the ground before him. In the distance, Kevin and his companions seemed to be approaching. Shall we call it a day? Xiao Ziyu gasped, his words somewhat faltering. Nevertheless, despite the lack of a definitive conclusion, Qianjie, remaining motionless, slowly spoke, indeed. That was exhilarating. Chapter 102, Dream 9. A month later, East Asia. Xiao Ziyu gazed at the creature before him, which could barely be deemed a three-tailed Isabu. The creature stared back at him, motionless. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Xiao Ziyu attempted to initiate a conversation. Is this what you refer to as a tailed beast? Mephistopheles cast a glance at the massive turtle-like entity, directing a look of mild disdain towards Xiao Ziyu. Well, it's not entirely inaccurate. As long as it serves its purpose, Xiao Ziyu replied, slightly embarrassed, scratching his head. Isabu, he said, taking 2 steps forward, extending his right hand in an attempt to caress the 3 tails that he and Mephistopheles had conjured together. The creature seemed to stir slightly, though it appeared incapable of speech. It lowered its body as much as possible, trying to nuzzle Xiao Ziyu's hand with its large head, but alas, it was too cumbersome to reach. It's rather obedient, he remarked. No sooner had the words left his lips than the 3 tails was drawn towards him as if by an unseen force, vanishing into his body. Though I've never encountered a genuine one, I imagine the sensation would be quite similar, Xiao Ziyu mused, feeling the chakra of the 3 tails within him. Albeit a replicated and cultivated version. He glanced at Mephistopheles and inquired, so, is there any apparent change? Mephistopheles looked back, seemingly unconvinced that any visible transformation had occurred. Perhaps he expected Xiao Ziyu to undergo some physical alteration akin to that of a fusion warrior. In your terms, it appears the storage capacity for the collapse energy has increased, Xiao Ziyu pondered for a moment before stating. You absorbed that massive creature directly? Mephistopheles furrowed his brow slightly, casting a doubtful glance at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly incredulous about the absorption of the 3 tails. Well, I'm not even certain whether it qualifies as a living being. I can't quite grasp the nature of its form, Xiao Ziyu admitted, looking rather perplexed by the intricacies of it all. Emergency notification, the 9th arbiter has appeared, came Mephistopheles' voice through the earpiece. All right, let us head back for now. We can address the rest later, Xiao Ziyu said, showing little emotional reaction to the announcement of the 9th arbiter, glancing at Mephistopheles while extending his hand. Mephistopheles remained silent, seemingly in agreement. May, summon Kevin to meet me, Xiao Ziyu commanded as they returned to the base. He retrieved a scroll to begin charging and instructed May to locate Kevin. The others can focus on rescuing those in the remote areas. They should avoid approaching the arbiters. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyu escorted Mephistopheles back to her laboratory, recognizing that she was not a combatant. Half an hour later, Xiao Ziyu opened his eyes, and Kevin, holding onto Tianhua, sat beside him. Noticing Xiao Ziyu's movement, Kevin stood up, still grasping Tianhua. The two exchanged a glance, cast a stone, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique for teleportation. Xiao Ziyu transported Kevin to a desolate ruin closest to the continent of Mu, subsequently attempting to sense the presence of the ruler. Alas, the immense gravity surrounding the ruler distorted my mark, rendering the transmission impossible. Xiao Ziyu opened his eyes and turned to Kevin, saying, although we cannot establish a direct connection, our attacks should still be capable of reaching him, albeit diminished in strength. It's best to avoid a direct encounter. Stepping back a few paces, he continued, let us proceed cautiously. Understood, Kevin responded, promptly channeling the power of the heavenly fire into his hands. The heavenly fire began to transform. Chapter 103, The Emergence of the Celestial Fire. Blazing flames erupted from the heavenly fire as Kevin raised it high. Celestial fire. Unleash. With apparent readiness, Kevin swung the heavenly fire towards Xiao Ziyu. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Induction. Observing the approaching attack, Xiao Ziyu extended his hands, summoning spatial runes before him that absorbed Kevin's assault entirely. On the continent of Mu, the city where the ruler resided had seemingly been reduced to ruins by the overwhelming gravity. The ruler hovered amidst the wreckage, resembling a black hole, drawing in the very land around it like a cataclysmic star. Within a 30-kilometer radius, signs of life had vanished entirely. The ruler surveyed the devastation, seemingly relishing in its own handiwork. Then, a sudden jolt struck the ruler, as if an explosive force had ignited within its very being. Boom! In the next moment, a torrent of flames engulfed the ruler, covering several hundred meters. Kevin's full-force strike had been transmitted directly into the ruler's core by Xiao Ziyu. Although it was Kevin's utmost effort, the great distance and the magnitude of the transmission reduced its potency to roughly 67 of its original strength. After some time, the ground lay strewn with unquenched flames. The ruler, mutilated with a severed arm and leg, bore a gaping wound in its abdomen, lying feebly amidst the inferno. It appeared that the ruler could still harness the power of ruin to mend its body. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyu, who had survived, withdrew his hands and gazed at Kevin. The mark has been obliterated. There is no trace of my mark within a 20-kilometer radius of the ruler. Kevin planted the heavenly fire into the ground, seemingly unperturbed by the exertion. It seems unleashing the celestial fire is not a challenge for you, Xiao Ziyu remarked, swallowing hard. We must confront it directly now. Are you all right? Should we take a moment to regroup? Kevin inquired, looking at Xiao Ziyu. I'm fine. No issues here. How about you? I am also unscathed. Very well. At this moment, approximately 6 hours had elapsed since the appearance of the ruler on the continent of Mu. Xiao Ziyu teleported alongside Kevin to the nearest marker, which was in proximity to the ruler. As they surveyed their surroundings, the collapsed buildings appeared to tremble, as if sinking into the ground. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind them, suggesting something had been forcefully propelled away. Turning around, they beheld Qianjia, effortlessly tearing apart a corrupted beast. Who are you? How did you get here? Qianjia inquired, standing tall, casually rending another corrupted beast before discarding it. The ruler has been gravely injured but is still alive. I have no markers left, so I must engage directly, Xiao Ziyu explained, raising his hand in preparation to summon a wooden dragon. Wait, I want to join, Qianjia exclaimed, as if under the influence of a potent stimulant, halting the two. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Kevin, and Kevin returned the look in silence. Very well. Qianjia likely won't perish easily, Xiao Ziyu thought. Wood release, wood dragon technique. 3 wooden dragons emerged from beneath the trio, soaring towards the ruler. 10 minutes later, the immense black void and the ruler, which seemed to have regained its capacity for action, came into view. The ruler appeared to notice the trio in the sky, raising its hand to exert gravitational force, attempting to crush them. The 3 felt the shift but merely crouched slightly, resisting the ruler's power. However, the wooden dragons could not withstand the pressure, plummeting to the ground and gradually sustaining damage. With a resounding crash, the wooden dragons hit the ground, creating a thunderous noise. Moments later, as the dust settled, Kevin and Xiao Ziyu stood unscathed amidst the wooden debris, their gaze fixed upon the ruler. Meanwhile, Qianjia, having lost all sense of reason, charged directly towards the ruler, intent on delivering a decisive blow. In an instant, Qianjia was seemingly drawn downwards by an overwhelming force, crashing into the ground amidst a shower of debris. It appeared that Qianjia suffered no harm, merely caught off guard. Slowly regaining control of his body, he attempted to rise. The ruler, unwilling to grant him this opportunity, retreated a few steps and manipulated several buildings to strike at Qianjia. With a thunderous impact, the buildings descended upon Qianjia's position, enveloping it in a cloud of dust. Qianjia, do not rush, Xiao Ziyu admonished as he utilized the flying thunder god technique to bring Qianjia back to his side. However, Qianjia, seemingly lost in madness, did not respond and charged once more towards the ruler. Kevin's gaze drifted towards the semblance of a black hole suspended in the air, Deep in contemplation, the ruler appeared to amplify the Black Void's power, the immense suction nearly destabilizing the trio. In the next moment, the ground collapsed, and debris lifted the three towards the black hole. Yasaka's Magatama. Xiaoziyu summoned the half-body Susanoo of the striped serpent, attempting to dismantle the semblance of a black hole with the Yasaka Magatama. Heavenly fire. Kevin wielded the celestial flames, striking at the imitation black hole in an effort to obliterate it. Strangely, this imitation black hole appeared to absorb energy, unlike the earth-shattering stars. Or perhaps its force was simply so immense that it crushed the very essence of their attacks, like a bullet reduced to mere dust upon nearing the black hole. Seeing their assaults ineffective, Xiaoziyu contemplated for a moment before retrieving a handful of gravel from his pouch and casting it toward the imitation black hole. The weight of the gravel was less than that of the three individuals, thus it was drawn in with greater speed. Flying Thunder God. Xiaoziyu raised his right hand, forming the Mi seal. Has the mark vanished, crushed under pressure? It seems there exists a range that annihilates energy upon proximity. Perhaps it is a matter of speed? Or, we must avoid entering that range altogether. The trio drew ever closer to the black hole, now merely a few dozen meters away. Observing the futility of their attempts against the imitation black hole, Kevin redirected his focus, preparing to strike at the ruler. Meanwhile, Xiaoziyu once again extracted a handful of gravel from his pouch and hurled it toward the imitation black hole. Flying Thunder God. This time, Kevin and Qianjie seemed unprepared for the sudden disappearance of the powerful gravitational pull, the force of gravity causing the three to plummet toward the ground. After a single trial, Xiaoziyu had discerned the extent of the black hole's energy-crushing range. In a decisive moment, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to transport the imitation black hole, along with the surrounding space, directly into outer space, delivering it to Jupiter, the planet with the greatest gravitational force, to contend with the black hole. Either Jupiter's gravity would counterbalance the black hole, or it would cease to exist altogether. Chapter 105, Dream and Surprise. Would release, would dragon technique? As the words left his lips, three wooden dragons emerged from the ground, catching the trio as they fell from the heavens. The ruler appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend how the three humans had caused its imitation black hole to vanish so suddenly. Undeterred, the ruler gathered destructive energy once more, conjuring another imitation black hole in the path of the three as they descended. Whoosh! The black hole vanished without a trace. The ruler reconstituted. Whoosh! Xiaoziyu is once again transported to outer space. The lawgiver is reborn. Whoosh! Xiaoziyu is once again transported to outer space. The lawmaker is recreated. Xiaoziyu was once again transported to outer space. The lawyer appeared somewhat embarrassed as he gazed upon the three individuals who had already landed. Humph! Xiaoziyu appeared to be somewhat unwell. Although the lawmaker of destruction could replenish its energy indefinitely, he had not executed consecutive long-range and high-energy transmissions, leaving Xiaoziyu somewhat depleted of chakra. Kevin and Qianjie charged towards the lawmaker, while Xiaoziyu remained stationary. The lawmaker once again wielded its powers to assault Kevin and Qianjie, yet outwardly, it seemed to have little effect. Xiaoziyu's pupils constricted, seemingly engulfed in excruciating pain. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed behind him, momentarily distracting Kevin. Had Xiaoziyu been attacked? Logically speaking, even if the sun were to explode tomorrow, Kevin would find it hard to believe that Xiaoziyu could be harmed. Ugh! Huh! Kevin couldn't help but glance back. Xiaoziyu first fell to his knees, and then, as if utterly drained of strength, collapsed directly onto the ground. Ugh! Xiaoziyu lay prostrate on the earth, appearing to struggle for breath. With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from his mouth. Xiaoziyu's veins bulged, indicating he was in considerable distress. Qianjie seemed oblivious to Xiaoziyu's condition, continuing to confront the ruler with unwavering determination. Kevin, upon witnessing Xiaoziyu's state, glanced at Qianjie and assessed that he would not be defeated anytime soon. He halted his charge and rushed towards Xiaoziyu, extracting a specially prepared serum from his pocket, intended for such emergencies, to administer to him. The syringe was inserted, and the injection was made. Perhaps the serum lacked sufficient potency, or Xiaoziyu's condition was more severe than Su had anticipated. It appeared that no immediate improvement would manifest. With the serum administered and Kevin lacking medical expertise, he had no further options and turned once more towards the ruler. He channeled the destructive energy of heavenly fire into his hands, seemingly poised to deliver a decisive blow. A sudden crash echoed as Qianjia was sent flying by the ruler. After all, Qianjia had not undergone the fusion warrior procedure and was merely an extraordinary individual. The ruler seemed to notice Kevin preparing to strike and raised a hand to create a black hole aimed at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly intending to use him as a shield. Seeing the black hole advancing towards Xiao Ziyu, Kevin swiftly ceased the flow of destructive energy, reducing its intensity to prevent harming Xiao Ziyu. The heavenly fire altered its trajectory, cleaving towards the black hole. In this moment, the complexities of their relationships weighed heavily on Kevin. After all, Xiao Ziyu stood on the side of humanity, and their long-standing acquaintance rendered the situation even more poignant. Kevin could not disregard the life of a comrade for the sake of defeating the corruption, especially considering the invaluable assistance Xiao Ziyu's Flying Thunder God technique could provide. With a resounding boom, dust erupted as several black holes surged toward the exhausted Xiao Ziyu. With no other recourse, Kevin was compelled to intervene. Qianjia attempted to assault the ruler once more but was thwarted by the ruler's power. It seemed they had become ensnared in a perilous stalemate. Xiao Ziyu suddenly fell ill, losing his combat capability. Kevin, in a bid to protect Xiao Ziyu, refrained from launching an attack against the lawmaker. Meanwhile, Qianjia found himself unable to approach the lawmaker. They were left with two options: either wait for reinforcements to arrive and evacuate Xiao Ziyu, though by that time, it was likely that they would all be thoroughly exhausted. Or, Xiao Ziyu regained her composure. Xiao Ziyu lay on the ground, observing Kevin standing before her, repeatedly attempting to thwart the onslaught of the enforcer directed at her. Her consciousness began to fade gradually. "Kid, take a rest." If it's too much." "Just go ahead," she murmured behind Kevin. Xiao Ziyu slowly rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. His eyes shifted, revealing the manifestation of the renegade. Xiao Ziyu's lips curled into a subtle yet captivating smile, exuding an air of mischief and confidence. Change it up. Chapter 106, Dream of the Nine Tails. "Hey, step aside and let me have a go." Xiao Ziyu's laughter resonated with an infectious excitement, perhaps a result of Ban's long-standing inactivity, always watching Xiao Ziyu handle the rulers. Perhaps Ban was feeling a bit restless. Hearing a voice from behind, cold and aloof, Kevin turned to see Xiao Ziyu, who appeared unchanged yet emanated a subtly different aura. "Ziyu, are you all right?" Kevin inquired, a mixture of confusion and relief evident in his tone, for Xiao Ziyu seemed to possess an uncanny demeanor, almost as if he had been possessed. "That kid's done for," Ban casually remarked, slowly advancing towards the ruler. What? Kevin was bewildered. Had Xiao Ziyu truly lost his sanity? In the distance, Qianjia, hunched over, seemed to be drawn in by Xiao Ziyu's peculiar words and demeanor. As Ban's foot made contact with the ground, he suddenly felt a weightiness in his body, glancing towards the ruler as if sensing its power at work. However, it was of little concern. Ban raised his right hand, forming a fist before releasing it. Several black holes shot forth from his palm into the air, seemingly without consequence. No, there was a change. The gravity affecting the three was diminished, rendering them almost impervious to its influence. The gravitational pull of multiple Earth explosion stars countered the ruler's imposed gravity, leading to a stalemate where neither the Earth explosion stars could draw in anything nor could the ruler exert pressure on the trio. Kevin and Qianjia appeared somewhat perplexed, watching as Xiao Ziyu gradually approached the ruler once more. Ben suddenly chuckled, as if sensing something. "Has the Nine Tails manifested? Allow me to test just how different it truly is." Summoning his spirit, Ben bit his finger, smearing the blood across his right palm. "Nine Tails." He knelt on one knee, bracing himself with one hand on his knee while the other pressed against the ground. The space-time runes emerged. Meanwhile, moments earlier, "How about it, little guinea pig? Am I doing well?" Moebius observed the colossal fox before him, casting a teasing glance at the wooden clone. "It seems there should be no issues." The wooden clone extended its hand to touch the fox, feeling its remarkable texture. "Nine Tails." The wooden clone attempted to summon the fox. With a huff, the enormous fox appeared to awaken, lowering its grand head to regard the wooden clone and Moebius. Visually, it was rather lifelike. The chakra it exuded was almost indistinguishable from the remnants of the Nine Tails chakra within Abido. However, this Nine Tails seemed somewhat daft. Although it was a fully grown specimen, it lacked the fierce demeanor and disdain for humans typically associated with its kind, resembling a rather endearing little fox instead. "Nine Tails?" The wooden clone noted the creature's lack of response and spoke again. The Nine Tails seemed unable to articulate words, merely opening its mouth as if adjusting to something. I must say, little white mouse, your creations are far more obedient than my experimental subjects, Mobius commented, casting a glance at the seemingly amicable fox before turning to the wooden clone. Father, the Ninetales appears to have learned to speak. It addressed the wooden clone. Does the Sage of Six Paths even acknowledge your call for father? Mobius mused, intrigued by this being that could converse. It was the first of its kind among her experiments. Have you added something to it? Why does the Ninetales perceive me as its father? How does one even give birth to a fox? The wooden clone looked at Mobius with a hint of skepticism. I am uncertain. It could be due to the use of your cells in constructing part of its body, which may have endowed it with some semblance of human thought, Mobius speculated, equally perplexed, as her previous creations had not exhibited such traits. The Ninetales calling me father. I must admit, I am struggling to accept this. It is rather hard to reconcile the majestic Ninetales with this state of being. Yet, considering it is merely a fabrication, a creation of mine and Mobius, it is only natural that it would differ from the original. Much like a clone of a living being is not entirely the same. It seems that even tailed beasts cannot be rendered perfectly lifelike. I can discern their falseness at a glance. Then can I still rely on them to become the Sage of Six Paths? Or will it merely be a false Sage of Six Paths? The wooden clone pondered, lowering its head in thought. Meanwhile, the enormous fox, noticing that Xiao Ziyu had yet to engage with it, slowly turned its head toward Mobius and began to speak. The wooden clone lifted its gaze to the fox, initially wanting to unleash a barrage of curses but reconsidered, acknowledging that this experimental subject was, in fact, a relative success. Ninetales, first, do not address us in such a manner. Second, if you must call, then choose one form of address, but not both. The wooden clone sought to calm himself and patiently addressed the enormous fox. How intriguing, he mused, as Mobius appeared unfazed by the fox's calling of them as parents. Come, let me touch you. Mobius stood tall, raising his right hand, seemingly intending to gauge the texture of this experimental creation. The fox endeavored to press its body against the ground, followed by its head. Nevertheless, despite its efforts, Mobius could only manage to touch the fox's nose. Now, stand up. QB, though not the first successfully researched tailed beast, Mobius now seemed captivated by the fox before him. The fox appeared perplexed by the command to stand, attempting to retract its forelimbs from the ground, but lacking the skill to do so. With a thunderous crash, the fox sat down, leaving a dent in the earth beneath it. Dad, am I called QB? The fox recalled the wooden clone repeatedly uttering this name, turning its massive head toward him with a question. Could you refrain from calling me father? I genuinely wish to declare this specimen a failure. Aside from its mental instability, it is otherwise quite perfect, replied the wooden clone, suppressing his anger and forcing a benign smile toward the fox. The QB seemed to ponder the significance of its name. What it did not realize was that it was merely a replica created by Xiao Ziyu in pursuit of the Six Paths, a mere counterfeit, a pitiful creature. Why doesn't my mother call me by my name? The fox turned its head again, gazing at Mobius. Do you not understand? I have no intention of repeating myself. The wooden clone clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. How amusing. Little white mouse, it appears that your so-called tailed beast is indeed a subject worthy of study. Mobius scoffed, glancing at the wooden clone. QB, Mobius smiled at the fox, though in the wooden clone's eyes, that smile appeared dark and sinister. Why does my mother call my father little white mouse? The fox's so-called human thought seemed oddly derived from an unknown source. How absurd. You think two individuals can produce a fox? With that perverse demeanor, Mobius could find a mate without devouring everyone nearby. Thankfully, I am merely wood and cannot consume. The wooden clone cast a sidelong glance at Mobius, who now appeared exceedingly twisted in his eyes. What abilities does it possess? Mobius inquired, turning to the wooden clone. QB, can you expel a tailed beast ball? Please don't. The wooden clone pondered for a moment before looking up at the fox. The fox seemed to grasp something, leaning forward slightly and opening its enormous mouth. A spherical object emerged forth. Wait, this tailed beast ball looks rather peculiar. The wooden clone observed the oddly formed sphere, seemingly deep in thought. The tailed beast orb is not composed of the yin-yang release chakra found in nature, is it? There certainly is no yin-yang release chakra here. What, then, is this object made of? Could it be corrupted energy? Enough, Karama. Cease your chatter, Mobius remarked with a hint of mockery after observing for a moment. The spherical object gradually diminished in size until it vanished, and the immense fox obediently closed its mouth. The fox lowered its body, fixating its gaze on Mobius. seemingly seeking praise. Noticing the fox's attention, Mobius paused his writing, raising his head to meet the fox's gaze. Something's amiss with the main body, he noted. If I were to perish, Madara should take over. Relay the message. At that moment, the wooden clone sensed something was awry with the main body. Can Mom praise me? The fox spoke slowly, appearing somewhat bashful. You little rascal. The wooden clone twitched its mouth, as if tempted to strike. Mobius chuckled, surprised by the unique thoughts of this experimental subject. Well done, Kurama. He gently patted the fox's paw. There seems to be an incident with the main body. I must take it with me. We can conduct tests later, the wooden clone stated, its form beginning to deteriorate as it looked sternly at Mobius. You're not going to die on me, are you, little guinea pig? Mobius withdrew his hand, casting a glance at the wooden clone. Kevin and Shinjia were also present, observing the crack forming on the wooden clone's face. Enough. Mobius redirected his attention, seemingly noting something. Kurama, go with your father, he said teasingly without lifting his gaze. Could Mobius refrain from being so peculiar? The wooden clone hadn't finished speaking before its body completely disintegrated into wood. The next instant, spatial runes appeared beneath the fox's feet. Chapter 108, Dream Authority. In the Mu continent, the summoning technique. Nine Tails. Boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, a fox approximately 40 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long, adorned with 9 tails, materialized before the onlookers. Why does it look so foolish? Although inherently foolish, Madara quickly recognized something was amiss upon seeing Kurama. What is this creature? Shinjia looked up at the colossal fox. Kevin appeared somewhat stunned as he gazed at the enormous fox. You are not him. The fox lowered its head to glance at Xiaoziyu before speaking slowly. If you wish for that lad to live, then heed my words. Perhaps due to this being Xiaoziyu's experimental subject, Madara refrained from directly controlling the 9 tails with his eyes. Let that long-lost sensation return. Allow me to witness the results of that boy. Man was gradually enveloped by a swirling blue chakra, lifting him into the air. This azure energy slowly encased the body of the 9 tails, materializing into armor that wholly shielded the beast. With a resounding clang, as the armor closed around the head of the 9 tails, the entire creature was completely enveloped by Susanoo. Peering out from the crystalline core of the Susanoo that enveloped the head of the 9 tails, Ben observed the external manifestation of Susanoo. It appeared that the blue armor was slowly shifting in hue, resembling the chakra of the 9 tails seeping forth. The purple energy of the corruption began to encase the blue Susanoo until it was entirely transformed into violet. Ben seemed to have an epiphany. He removed his outer garment and glanced at Xiaoziyu's body. The corruption that had spread across approximately 70% of Xiaoziyu's form appeared to be gradually receding. Ha! Witnessing this scene, Ban could not suppress his boisterous laughter. The encroachment of corruption was not solely directed at Xiaoziyu. It also affected Hashirama and Ban himself, who had even aided Xiaoziyu in resisting much of the corruption that rightfully belonged to him. Yet, it seemed that the situation was improving. Splendid. This lad possesses some intrigue. As the sensation of his body being devoured gradually faded, Ban couldn't help but praise Xiaoziyu. It had been so long since he had felt this way. For the first time. For the first time, he felt so invigorated. Without taking a single step, 2 wooden dragons emerged from beneath Kevin and Shinjia, lifting them into the sky. This seemed to be due to Xiaoziyu's influence, as Ben opted to remove them from the battlefield. What's he planning to do? Shinjia inquired, gazing up at Kevin, who appeared somewhat perplexed by Xiaoziyu's intentions, as if he wished to confront the ruler in single combat. As an ordinary person, Shinjia had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the ruler and now seemed somewhat fatigued. I don't know, Kevin replied, shaking his head, yet he clutched the heavenly fire tightly, seemingly preparing to assist Xiaoziyu in launching an attack at any moment. Chapter 109, Dream Surprise on the Ground. The ruler beheld the colossal form of the 9 tails Susanoo utilizing its power to shatter several celestial explosions suspended in midair. Boom. Debris erupted. However, both the individual and the fox merely sank slightly, as if the ruler's assault was merely a light tickle to Ban. Is this the energy of corruption? Ban looked towards the 9 tails, which was slowly parting its jaws, gathering a unique tailed beast ball within its mouth that steadily grew in size. Subsequently, it launched the orb. The ruler harnessed its power to conjure an imitation black hole, aiming it at the approaching tailed beast ball. Boom. In the vast expanse of the sky, Shinjia and Kevin beheld the collision between the spherical object and the simulated black hole. Remarkably, the sphere was not crushed. Rather, it emerged victorious, shattering the simulated black hole instead. A thunderous explosion erupted as the spherical entity unleashed chaotic energy that engulfed the entire battlefield. Even Ban and the Ninetales were affected. Yet, the outer layer, fortified by the chaotic energy, managed to withstand the onslaught. Ban, barely able to remain in place, observed the swirling vortex of black and red chaotic energy before him, offering his commentary. After a considerable time, the frenzied chaotic energy gradually dissipated. The ruler still survived, albeit in a grievous state, reduced to only its upper body and half a hand. I had expected it to be more entertaining, Ban remarked, shaking his head in apparent disappointment. Meanwhile, in the sky, the wooden dragon descended, carrying Kevin. Noticing that the enormous fox had remained unscathed despite being within the radius of the chaotic energy explosion, and observing the ruler's pitiful condition, Kevin immediately channeled a measured amount of chaotic energy into the flame of heaven. Let us see how well it defends, Ban mused, gazing at the flames that were slowly advancing towards the ruler. It seemed that Ban believed that the recent attack from the tailed beast jewel paled in comparison to the full might of this individual named Kevin. Flame of heaven. Unleash. In an instant, another surge of chaotic energy erupted, illuminating the sky with a brilliant blaze. Yet, the armored Ninetales remained steadfast, undeterred, even though Kevin had not exerted his full strength. With a swift motion, the trio returned to the Moth of Fire base, announcing the conclusion of the ninth collapse. The outcome was as follows. The ruler survived for a total of 7 hours, resulting in a staggering loss of 310 million lives. The continent of Mu sank 24 units of land, while the Moth of Fire personnel suffered no casualties. Ban entered the spiritual realm, gazing at the gradually recovering Xiao Ziyu. He then guided Xiao Ziyu's body into his room, allowing him to lie down before relinquishing control. 2 hours later, Xiao Ziyu appeared to gradually regain consciousness. Slowly opening his eyes, the ceiling came into view. Am I back? He seemed somewhat drained, letting out a sigh before attempting to inquire. It has been resolved. That Ninetales is rather impressive. A voice beside him, calm and steady, belonged to Ban. Ninetales? It seemed Xiao Ziyu was experiencing a slight headache, still unable to recall the circumstances surrounding the creation of QB. Father, how are you? A voice, sweet and endearing, rang out. Xiao Ziyu slowly lowered his head, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. It appeared to be the juvenile form of the QB. However, its size seemed significantly smaller, akin to that of an infant, easily cradled in one's arms. Is this truly the QB? Has it been created? Can it also speak? Does it possess consciousness? It appears to be quite successful. Yet, why does its voice differ from that of the QB? Perhaps such disparities are to be expected in a counterfeit. But father, why do you remain silent? Should I call for mother? The young QB widened its eyes, fixating on Xiao Ziyu, and noticing his lack of response, it seemed increasingly anxious. Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat at a loss for words. Mother? You and I, you, the memories of the wooden doppelganger. Xiao Ziyu retrieved the memories sent back from his mind's wooden clone, piecing together the sequence of events. Please, refrain from calling me that. My name is Xiao Ziyu. He sat up, unable to resist the temptation to gently ruffle the head of the little 9 llama resting beside him. Suddenly, the door to his room was thrust open with force. Ziyu? You are awake? Elysian entered, her gaze falling on the upright Xiao Ziyu, and she exhaled in relief. I just returned, and Kevin informed me that you had fainted. It truly alarmed me. She lightly patted her chest, as if seeking to reassure herself. What is this? Elysian appeared to notice the little 9 llama nestled on Xiao Ziyu's abdomen and approached him. Wow, how adorable. She couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the little creature's endearing demeanor. When did you acquire a pet? May I pet it? She inquired. Sure. Xiao Ziyu replied, glancing at the 9 llama, which seemed indifferent to the gentle attention. Wow, it is so soft and comfortable. Elysian stroked the little creature's head and touched its tail, delighting in the tactile experience. Why has the 9 llama become so small? She pondered aloud. Oh, I almost forgot. Elysian suddenly recalled something. Ziyu, how is your health? Shall I call Su to take a look? It seems to be fine. Xiao Ziyu removed his shirt and examined his body, finding it remarkably clean. The chaotic patterns indicative of the affliction had vanished, as if they had never existed. Why the sudden change? Is it truly gone? You haven't concealed it with something, have you? Elysian extended her hand, appearing skeptical of Xiao Ziyu's abrupt transformation. The little 9 llama shifted, resting comfortably on Xiao Ziyu's abdomen. Chapter 110, dreaming of the tailed beast. After the ninth collapse, the traditional Moth of the Flame soiree commenced. On the way, Xiaoziyu was once again forcibly pulled away by Elysian, while the little llama, Gio, clung stubbornly to Xiaoziyu's embrace. Most chose to attend the soiree for some leisurely respite, while others deemed the gathering to be utterly frivolous and opted to abstain from it altogether. Along the way, Xiaoziyu felt the incessant gazes directed at him from all around. Father, the little nine-tailed fox, Xiaojiu Lama, surveyed the eyes of others before lifting its gaze to Xiaoziyu. Be quiet. Xiaoziyu, seemingly exasperated, did not even lower his head to acknowledge Xiaojiu Lama. Father. Be quiet. Father, be quiet. Father? Why does it speak? And why does it call you father? It appeared that Elysian was not particularly astonished by the fact that this nine-tailed fox could articulate words. I don't know. Perhaps it instinctively perceives you as such. Much like how one might with certain people or birds upon first glance, Xiaoziyu speculated, casting a sidelong glance at Elysian. If that is the case. Elysian raised her hand, seemingly pondering. Who is its mother? It has no mother, Xiaoziyu replied flatly, maintaining his stride. Father? Don't you want a mother anymore? Xiaojiu Lama craned its head upward, only able to see Xiaoziyu's chin. You have no mother, and I am not your father, Xiaoziyu replied, eyeing the little fox's continuously wagging nine tails. Oh, must you be so harsh? It is quite adorable, Elysian remarked, reaching out to gently stroke the little nine-tailed fox nestled in Xiaoziyu's arms. Provided it doesn't indiscriminately claim parental figures. Xiaoziyu remained expressionless, seemingly resistant to the notion of being labeled father at just over 20 years of age. Where did it come from? Elysian inquired. Can I say? Xiaoziyu contemplated for a moment before giving a vague response. Elysian glanced at the profile of Xiaoziyu, sensing that he was concealing something. Soon after, the two entered the venue. In Xiaoziyu's embrace, the little nine-tailed fox radiated a brilliance that captivated the gaze of every individual present. Father, why is everyone staring at me? The little nine-tailed fox inquired once more. Firstly, do not call me father. Secondly, Xiaoziyu adjusted the fox's fur while speaking, but suddenly faltered. That is because you are exceedingly adorable, Elysian remarked, smiling at the little nine-tailed fox. By the way, does it have a name? Elysian suddenly recalled that she seemed unaware of the fox's name. Nine-tailed fox, Xiaoziyu casually seated himself and replied. What a peculiar name. Elysian echoed as she took a seat beside him. The little nine-tailed fox, noticing the food on the table, appeared somewhat famished. It climbed up from Xiaoziyu's arms onto the table, gazing at him, seemingly asking for permission to eat. If you wish to eat, then go ahead, he encouraged. Generally speaking, Xiaoziyu's abode was devoid of other visitors, and he was uncertain of the reason. In any case, the little nine-tailed fox's presence at the table would not provoke any disdain. Wow, what is this, Brother Ziyu? Xiaoziyu turned around to see Sakura and Ling. It was the nine-tails. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoziyu thought it would be inappropriate to refer to it as a tailed beast. Chapter 111, Dreaming of Father. It's so adorable. May I pet it? Ling leaned over the table, watching the little nine-tails munching on its food, and inquired of Xiaoziyu. Of course. Ling extended her hand and gently stroked the little nine-tails' head. Nine-tails, greet everyone. Xiaoziyu poured a cup of hot tea and took a delicate sip. Then, as if assuming the role of a guardian, he slowly began to speak. Upon hearing Xiaoziyu's voice, the little nine-tails paused its actions, turned around, and looked at the group. Elysian, Sakura, Ling, Xiaoziyu introduced in succession. Hello, Sister Elysian. Hello, Sister Sakura. Hello, Sister Ling. The little nine-tails obediently greeted each one. Sakura and Ling appeared somewhat dazed. It was peculiar enough for it to look strange. But why could it also speak human language? Wow, is this a cat, Brother Ziyu? Pato suddenly emerged from nowhere, leaning over the table, gazing at the little nine-tails that had resumed its eating, with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. What is this? Hua, who had also been drawn over, looked at the little nine-tails on the table with a hint of confusion. Nine-tails, greetings to Hua and Pato. Hello, Sister Hua. Hello, Sister Pato. Hua and Pato seemed momentarily stunned. It speaks human language? Hua turned to Xiaoziyu, disbelief evident in her eyes. It feels wonderful, Hua. You should try petting it too, Elysian suggested. Is that all right? Hua looked at Xiaoziyu, seemingly seeking permission. Go ahead. It won't mind a few strokes, Xiaoziyu replied calmly, taking another sip of tea. So soft. Hua extended her hand and gently patted the little nine-tails' head, offering her appraisal. Behind Ling, Sakura seemed to clench her fist, perhaps wishing to pet it as well. Come on, Sakura, you should try too. Alicia promptly encouraged, pulling Sakura over to the table. Sakura glanced at Xiao Ziyu, appearing somewhat shy. Father? Ziyu, Sakura's gaze towards Xiao Ziyu was complex. It seemed to convey confusion, shock, and disbelief. Quick, look at how she has arrived. Someone in the distance was being discussed. Quick, don't make eye contact with her. Let us go? Let us go. A voice emerged from outside the crowd, one that had never been heard before at this hour. Xiao Ziyu looked up to see Moebius, dressed as usual, with a white lab coat over his attire. Mother. Upon encountering the little nine-tailed fox, Moebius, it leapt directly into her embrace. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Ah. The little fox is truly obedient, Moebius remarked, cradling the creature in one arm while gently stroking its fur with the other. Alicia glanced toward Moebius, while Hua directed her gaze at Xiao Ziyu. Sakura alternated her attention between Moebius and Xiao Ziyu, and Ling shifted her focus among the expressions of the group. Xiao Ziyu remained utterly expressionless, speechless, and motionless, seemingly embodying these three states. Wow, Professor Moebius, I never imagined that its mother would be you, Alicia exclaimed, as if she had unraveled the mystery of why this peculiar fox possessed 9 tails and could articulate human speech. No wonder it never seemed particularly fond of me. Alicia reached out, seemingly eager to pet the little fox nestled in Moebius's arms. Moebius gently swatted Alicia's hand away, as if asserting her claim. Alicia, with your demeanor, who would ever be drawn to you? Moebius continued to caress the soft fur of the little fox. Alicia, have you gained weight? Moebius scrutinized Alicia, slowly articulating her observation. How could that be? Ever since the fusion warrior procedure, I've tried everything yet cannot seem to gain a pound, Alicia replied, appearing unfazed by Moebius's assertion of dominance. So it is your child? Sakura inquired, glancing at Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, inhaled deeply, and swallowed, caught between words. Yes, what of it? He managed to respond, still pondering his words when Moebius raised an eyebrow at Sakura, her gaze laced with amusement. Moebius, are you implying that you intend to abandon me and this unfortunate child? Xiao Ziyu queried, looking up at Moebius. What? Did you not create it? Is its plight not a reflection of your eccentricity? He retorted, grappling with how to express himself. The little fox gazed up at Moebius before surveying the slightly awkward scene. Subsequently, it nestled its head into Moebius's broad chest, seeking solace. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. Haha. I suddenly feel the urge to control it with my Sharingan, someone mused. Why must there be so much drama? By the way, why has it shrunk? Wasn't it quite large before? Now it resembles a small kitten, Moebius remarked, seemingly just realizing the transformation. I do not know, Xiao Ziyu replied. Will you remain here? Little white mouse? Moebius continued to stroke the little fox, her tone softening. What is there to do? Xiao Ziyu asked, indifferent to his presence, lacking friends or purpose. What do you think? Moebius raised an eyebrow and squinted, retorting, Are my parents intending to give me a younger brother? In Moebius's embrace, the little QB lifted its head, glancing back and forth between the two, inquiring. Xiao Ziyu sighed, unable to contain himself. Although the statement holds some truth, there are currently only 2-tailed beasts, with 7 more yet to be created. However, such words ought not be uttered. This QB seems almost dim-witted. Moebius, stifling a laugh, suggested, How about we let QB be the big brother? All right, Xiao Ziyu replied, still in a state of exasperation. Moebius, you and I. Moebius appeared ready to depart with the little QB. Come on, darling, it's time for our private moments, Moebius declared playfully, casting a fleeting glance back at Xiao Ziyu. What an oddly unsettling look, Xiao Ziyu mused. Typically, it's the wooden clones and Moebius handling the work. If I go, will I be able to return? Though, I do need to catch up on progress. And what is this absurdity? Is there truly a third party aware of this clandestine tailed beast experiment? Is something amiss, darling? Are you feeling unwell? Upon noticing Xiao Ziyu's lack of movement, Moebius spoke again, her tone teasing as her hand, which had been caressing the little QB, reached towards Xiao Ziyu, gently brushing his shoulder. Moebius, could you please act normally? Xiao Ziyu sighed, slowly rising to walk alongside Moebius. QB, come back. On their way. Xiao Ziyu called out. QB, stay still. Moebius gently added, continuing to stroke the kitten in her arms. Initially, upon hearing Xiao Ziyu's command, the little QB prepared to leap onto Xiao Ziyu's shoulder. However, Moebius's sudden interjection caused the little QB to halt, uncertain of whom to obey. Come back. The little QB stood up. Stay still. The little QB lay down. Come back. The little QB stood up again. Stay still. The little QB lay down once more. Come back. The little QB stood up. Stay still. The little QB lay down again. Come back. The little QB stood up. Stay still. Little QB lay down. Little QB swayed back and forth in Mebius's embrace, yet remained motionless. Chapter 113, Dream Research. Today marks half a month since the conclusion of the ninth collapse. The anti-progression rate has reached 83. 16. The tailed beasts comprise three-tailed Isabu, six-tailed Chome, and nine-tailed QB. However, it appears that aside from the nine-tailed QB possessing self-awareness, the three-tailed Isabu and six-tailed Chome, though obedient to Xiao Ziyu and Mebius, do not exhibit independent thought, nor do they speak. During this period, through the research and communication between Xiao Ziyu and Mebius, the following information was revealed. 1. Xiao Ziyu's collapse illness vanished due to the influence of the nine-tailed QB. 2. The nine-tailed QB can harness collapse energy for combat and assist Xiao Ziyu in converting this energy into chakra or sage chakra for his use. 3. Thanks to the nine-tailed QB, Xiao Ziyu's adaptability to collapse energy has slightly improved, but only marginally, yielding little effect. 4. The nine-tailed QB can absorb collapse energy in large quantities to unleash attacks akin to the tailed beast bomb, effectively siphoning away the collapse energy that had invaded Xiao Ziyu's body, which indirectly contributed to his recovery. 5. The essence of the nine-tailed QB has already been absorbed by Xiao Ziyu. The little QB represents a fragment of the QB's chakra, likely an attempt by the QB to draw closer to Xiao Ziyu and Mebius while constrained by its own size, thus crafting a smaller form. Its true self resides within Xiao Ziyu. 6. The three-tailed beasts already created have been entirely absorbed by Xiao Ziyu. He may choose to release them. But to what end? Would he truly unleash them to engage in battle? Little QB finds amusement in such idle moments. 7. Mebius is aware of the existence of the nine-tailed QB. She endeavored to clarify matters with both Mebius and Xiao Ziyu, yet neither provided a definitive answer, instead obfuscating with the vague assertion that this is a method to enhance strength. It was an unremarkable day. Little QB rested atop Xiao Ziyu's head, seemingly dozing off. In the laboratory of M-Bias, Xiao Ziyu was diligently engaged in data calculations and analyses. Klein, taking the initiative, commenced his calculations as M-Bias casually handed him a document. Since the arrival of M-Bias, Klein had found his workload considerably alleviated, although the complexity of tasks had significantly increased. Unbeknownst to Klein, who merely focused on data compilation, Xiao Ziyu and M-Bias were engrossed in their own endeavors. Previously, Klein had effortlessly organized various materials, but now, a single piece of data from M-Bias required extensive computation. By the way, have you integrated those cells into the three specimens? Xiao Ziyu inquired, glancing at the small culture before him and turning to M-Bias for confirmation. Indeed. Otherwise, they seem incapable of forming bodies solely based on energy, M-Bias replied without lifting his gaze, continuing his calculations. Speaking of which, why does the corrupted energy of the nine-tailed fox appear so immense, almost at the level of a Herscher's? Xiao Ziyu remarked as he calculated the data, casting a sidelong glance at the sleeping nine-tailed fox above him. Did you perhaps add something extraneous? I suspect you might have included a Herscher's core, he queried. Absolutely not. M-Bias responded calmly. Besides, you were always observing during my experiments. How could I have done anything surreptitiously? With a thud, Xiao Ziyu set down his work, seemingly experiencing a mental block. I can't seem to compute this, he sighed, contemplating a potential surrender. Where's the issue? M-Bias leaned closer, inquiring. Here. Xiao Ziyu pointed out the problem, casually gathering the little nine-tailed fox onto his lap for some affection. After observing for a moment, M-Bias appeared equally stumped. Let's set it aside for now. It's not worth the stress. I'm too tired. I'll leave 2 clones for you, Xiao Ziyu declared, rising with the nine-tailed fox in his arms, seemingly preparing to depart. How lazy, M-Bias scoffed, clearly disdainful of Xiao Ziyu's demeanor. Hand me the nine-tailed fox. Dispose of the rubbish, he commanded, turning to face Xiao Ziyu. Haven't you already finished the measurements for it? What do you intend to do now? Xiao Ziyu tossed the little nine-tailed fox towards M-Bias and proceeded to retrieve a bag overflowing with empty instant noodle containers. M-Bias remained silent, catching the nine-tailed fox and placing it on his thigh to pet. I'm off. I'll bring you lunch shortly, Xiao Ziyu announced, noting that mealtime had not yet arrived. Chapter 114, Dream of the Golden Nine-Tailed Fox. With a swift motion, Xiao Ziyu disposed of the laboratory's refuse and activated his flying thunder god technique to teleport to East Asia. Xiao Ziyu surveyed his surroundings, which appeared increasingly chaotic. What had once been mere ruins had transformed into a scene of disarray. Fragments of trees, shards of black ice, and unknown green liquid. And the remains of failed experiments cluttered the space. After a brief observation, Xiao Ziyu closed his eyes and entered his mental realm. In the space between the pillars, he beheld Ban and others engaged in what seemed to be a game of chess in the void. He then glanced toward the distance, where three-tailed beasts appeared to be resting with their eyes closed. Why not give it a try? Ban replied without looking up, placing a piece on the board. Xiao Ziyu fell silent for a moment before approaching the three-tailed beasts. They remained motionless. He positioned himself before Kurama, raising his right hand high. Kurama seemed to awaken, and upon noticing Xiao Ziyu's gesture, he lay down, resting his head beneath Xiao Ziyu's hand, though it only reached his nose. Xiao Ziyu opened his eyes and gazed at his hands, seemingly enveloped by a golden energy. Was it chakra, or perhaps a manifestation of destructive power? The Ninetales chakra mode? He conjured a water mirror to inspect his own form. Within the reflection, his entire being was shrouded in a radiant golden energy. His eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, framed by the dark visage of Sage Mode. Is this a bit excessive? Xiao Ziyu mused silently, pausing momentarily as if lost in thought. Can I summon Kurama? How should I go about it? Kurama, emerge. As the words left his lips, a golden, nine-tailed form gradually materialized before him. The appearance of this energy entity was rather pleasing, for Xiao Ziyu remained uncertain whether Kurama was composed of destructive energy or chakra, perhaps a hybrid of both. With a gentle lift of his right hand, he pondered, is this possible? His gaze shifted to his right hand as he attempted to harness the tailed beast bomb. I cannot, he admitted, yet a black spherical object, approximately 15 centimeters in diameter, manifested in his palm. Can it still be called Ninetales chakra? It seems to have hybridized into something akin to Ninetales destructive energy, or perhaps Ninetales chaotic energy. Xiao Ziyu contemplated this as he raised his right hand, aiming at the distant ruins, seemingly preparing to test the might of this tailed beast bomb. Well, aside from me, no one possesses chakra, so I suppose Ninetales chakra will suffice. With that thought, the black spherical object in his right hand was unleashed. Bang! The power appeared diminished compared to what Kurama might unleash himself. Was it due to my inexperience? Observing the explosion in the distance, Xiao Ziyu fell into contemplation. Utilizing sage techniques, he gradually levitated until he found himself within Kurama's head. A fissure opened in Kurama's cranium, and as Xiao Ziyu entered, it slowly sealed up, providing him sanctuary. Upon his entry, Kurama seemed to comprehend Xiao Ziyu's intent and subsequently opened his jaws wide. Tailed beast planetary Rasengan. As Xiao Ziyu hurled the sage art, Rasengan from his hand, the golden Kurama simultaneously expelled several smaller, tailed beast bombs, encircling the Rasengan as they soared into the distance. Bang! Boom! The attack struck true, resulting in a tremendous explosion that rapidly expanded. Observing the shockwave bearing down upon him, Xiao Ziyu felt a twinge of confusion. The target was over 2 kilometers away. Was the range truly this vast? Before he could further ponder, the shockwave was upon him, and the searing heat intensified. Xiao Ziyu retracted all buffs and departed with the flying thunder god. Chapter 115, Dream Experiment. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Moth of Fire, Xiao Ziyu walked slowly. Time constraints were becoming pressing. Only 6 tailed beasts remained. The progress had only reached 84. The fusion warriors included Honkai, Kevin, Sue, Apollonia, Mebius, Elysian, and Kos. Hadn't Eden mentioned she wanted to undertake something in recent days? Has she succeeded? Currently, Xinjia lacked Gray, and Padua was also absent. This marked the 9th time. The total population was approximately 4 billion, with 3 individuals yet to undergo the fusion warrior procedure, signifying considerable change. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly dinner time. What did Mebius enjoy eating? Perhaps instant noodles were merely a matter of convenience. He altered his course towards the dining hall, at least. He presumed it to be the dining hall. Never mind. As long as I don't deliver anything she dislikes, it should be fine. 3 bowls of beef noodles. No cilantro, no scallions. 2 bowls with an extra 30 pieces of beef. It seemed Xiao Ziyu had a fondness for beef noodles. All right, the kitchen responded. And Xiao Ziyu casually found a place to sit and wait. What a coincidence. I haven't seen you around much lately. Xiao Ziyu slowly raised his head to find Alicia embracing Eden. Ziyu politely nodded and smiled in greeting. Hello? Or perhaps you all. Xiao Ziyu appeared uncertain about what to say. Let me see. Alicia took the receipt from Xiao Ziyu's hand and began to examine it. Are you delivering food for someone? Alicia inquired curiously as she returned the receipt to Xiao Ziyu. I'm going to bring it to Mobius and Klein shortly. Xiao Ziyu replied. It seems I have often seen you visiting Professor Mobius lately. Are you two quite close? Alicia remarked, a hint of envy flickering in her expression. Perhaps it was not envy per se, but rather a desire for more interaction with Mobius. No, she is merely assisting me, Xiao Ziyu answered candidly. What about the little nine-tailed fox? Alicia's topic swiftly changed. Could it be that the little nine-tailed fox is simply too adorable to resist? Alicia pondered, wishing to pet it. It's with Mobius, Xiao Ziyu replied. Ah, does the little one feel so close to its mother? Alicia seemed somewhat regretful about not being able to interact with the little nine-tailed fox. Behind number 13, it appeared that Xiao Ziyu's order was ready. I apologize. I must take my leave, Xiao Ziyu said softly as he stood up to bid farewell to the two. Xiao Ziyu gently touched a bowl, causing it to vanish from sight. Subsequently, he grasped two bowls, and in an instant, he too disappeared. With a swift motion, he placed them down, reminding others to partake in the meal and to refrain from opting for instant noodles. Observing his surroundings, Xiao Ziyu noted the lack of available seating. Consequently, he harnessed his wood release technique to construct a platform from the ceiling, upon which he placed the two bowls of noodles generously topped with beef. Meanwhile, he enveloped his oral and throat passages with a layer of chakra to shield himself from burns, then opened his mouth and directly poured the beef noodles inside. In a manner akin to drinking water, within a mere 10 seconds, an entire bowl of beef noodles was consumed, swiftly making its way into Xiao Ziyu's stomach. Xiao Ziyu returned the bowl and began to monitor the progress with an air of authority. It appeared that the two wooden avatars were diligently engrossed in their labor. Xiao Ziyu walked behind two wooden avatars, having hastily scribbled a solution after a flurry of drafts. He could not help but take a deep breath. After such a long time, what was the purpose of merely writing a solution? Was this an examination? Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Ziyu began to scold the wooden avatars. Accustomed to the first wooden avatar scratching its head, it appeared somewhat embarrassed. What is your name? Where have you been? Leaving us here while you gallivant about. Are the wooden avatars not sentient beings? We deserve our rights too. The second wooden avatar directly protested against Xiao Ziyu's exploitative behavior. Xiao Ziyu seemed a bit awkward, unsure how to retort. Mobius, glancing at the seemingly embarrassed Xiao Ziyu, could not suppress a chuckle. Thus, Xiao Ziyu decided to deactivate the two wooden avatars. Ever since the landmine project commenced, the wooden avatars have become rather disobedient, he lamented, tossing the two wooden figures to the East Asia region before taking a seat. 30 seconds later, he exclaimed, No, this is absurd. Less than 30 seconds and my mind has gone blank again. I shall not compute this, you do it. He placed the data on the table before Mobius and took over the data Mobius was responsible for. Mobius showed no reaction, indicating a lack of objections. What have you calculated? This is exceedingly simple, Xiao Ziyu remarked, glaring at the figures, consumed by his own grievances. Geolama, come here. Xiao Ziyu began to write down calculations. The little Geolama looked up at Mobius, seemingly seeking approval. Go ahead. I need to rest for a while. Klein, you should take a break too. Let us continue after lunch. The little Geolama leaped into Xiao Ziyu's embrace, while Mobius stood up to inform Klein to take a short respite. Wait, doctor, I can finish this shortly, Xiao Ziyu said, his left hand brushing through the fur of the little Geolama while his right hand calculated the data on the table. Why are you so warm? Xiao Ziyu felt a surprising warmth in his embrace and glanced down at the little Geolama. Oh, so she possesses body heat? Xiao Ziyu seemed to have come to a realization, lifting his head to continue measuring the unusually warm temperature at the base of the little Lama Geo's leg. Chapter 116, The Weight of Dreams. Xiao Ziyu shook the newly developed culture medium created by Mobius in his hand, attempting to discern any differences. I have a question, he began slowly, gazing at the test tube in his grasp. Mobius appeared accustomed to Xiao Ziyu's daily assistance, though one might wonder who was truly aiding whom, not bothering to lift his gaze as he responded. Why are all these culture mediums green? They appear rather unappealing. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the luminous green liquid within the test tube. You don't mean to say you added dye just because you dislike green, do you? Donning gloves, Xiao Ziyu introduced the improved version of interstitial cells 2.0, modified by Mobius, into the vibrant green liquid. Do I strike you as someone so juvenile? Mobius retorted, seemingly at a loss for words. Xiao Ziyu shook the test tube in his hand, endeavoring to amalgamate the newly added substance with the culture medium. And where is the sample? Over there, the blue one. Mobius indicated with a gesture towards a rack brimming with test tubes of various peculiar hues. Xiao Ziyu held the test tube in his hand and approached. He picked up a test tube labeled with the number 2, containing a blue liquid, and poured it into the green liquid. Within the test tube, the blue and green liquids appeared to be bubbling fervently. Whoosh! Bang! Upon the swift transmission of Xiao Ziyu's reaction to East Asia, the test tube in his hand erupted dramatically, avoiding destruction within the confines of Mobius's laboratory. A sudden failure? Mobius seemed to notice that Xiao Ziyu had vanished for a brief moment, during which the test tube also disappeared. Alas, specimen number 1 proved ineffective. Similarly, those of corresponding principles, numbers 4, 5, 9, 15, 19, and 34, were deemed dispensable. Before returning, Xiao Ziyu took a moment to change into a fresh outfit in his room. What of Shoha? He inquired, his irritation evident following the experiment's unsuccessful outcome. Approaching Mobius, he seized the small Jew llama from her embrace and began to engage playfully. It's unclear. You shall have to see for yourself, Mobius replied, still not lifting her gaze, as she produced a card from seemingly nowhere and placed it upon the table. Xiao Ziyu picked up the card from the table, gently stroking the little llama, Jio, as he made his way deeper into the laboratory. Xiao Ziyu used AM bias card to unlock a door and stepped inside. Before him appeared a guardian crane. Xiao Ziyu proceeded to detach various test tubes from the guardian crane. Half an hour later, he returned from the depths. It could be deemed a success. However, as he groomed the fur of the little nine llama, he still found a lack of wisdom, did he not? Indeed. Could it be due to the abundance of samples from the nine llama? They seemed unable to speak and lacked any self-awareness. Xiao Ziyu lifted the little nine llama, attempting to discern any differences. While functional, he found it challenging to articulate the sensation. It felt markedly distinct from that of the nine llama, a rather redundant observation. If one cannot describe it, perhaps it is better left unsaid. M. Bias appeared somewhat weary of Xiao Ziyu's verbose musings. It seemed that for M. Bias, Xiao Ziyu's ideas were commendable, yet they bore little practical application in the realm of experimentation. He was inept at calculations, theories, and practical execution, thus leaving the burdens almost entirely upon M. Bias's shoulders. Chapter 117, Dream, I am weary. My apologies. The next directive for the buried mind plan can be easily resolved. Have you pondered what to do about the end? Xiao Ziyu, cradling the little nine llama, sat down against the back of the chair and began to contemplate strategies. How do you expect me to respond? The Stigmata Project? M. Bias glanced at Xiao Ziyu and spoke slowly. At present, it is evident that we cannot defeat M. Bias, who seems to be orchestrating Prometheus. Perhaps we should refrain from engaging in battle initially and instead focus on survival until the next civilization emerges to further develop our strategies. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the seemingly slumbering little nine llama in his arms and cast a sidelong glance at M. Bias. M. Bias did not respond. Xiao Ziyu had intended to gauge her perspective on such evasive behavior, but M. Bias offered no answer. Time flowed like a shuttle. It seemed that the 10th collapse was imminent, following the conclusion of the 9th. Xiao Ziyu is simultaneously advancing his counter-propulsion plan and the tailed beast experiment. The progress of the counter-propulsion has now reached 88.23. In the tailed beast program, a new tailed beast, Shoha, has been added along with the 8 tails, Gyuki. As before, they are functional, yet devoid of independent thought. Xiao Ziyu had never encountered a true tailed beast and remained oblivious to the enhancements they could bestow. According to Ban and Hashirama, the chakra of this 9 tails was comparable to or perhaps even greater than its original form. Hashirama once stated that the complete chakra volume of the 9 tails was roughly half of his own. This particular Kaibai appeared to be a hybrid of 2 realms, seemingly exhibiting comprehensive enhancements. It seemed that, due to this Kaibai, Xiao Ziyu could even begin to utilize a modicum of the destructive energy, a feat previously unattainable. Thus, using the references provided by Hashirama and Ban, calculations indicated that, excluding the Kaibai, the chakra volumes of the remaining tailed beasts hovered around 80 of their true forms, though this conclusion was uncertain, as Xiao Ziyu had never witnessed them. This implies that Xiao Ziyu's chakra had now reached approximately 4 times that of Hashirama. The combined might of 5 tailed beasts, along with Ban and Hashirama, had indeed become a formidable force. The Flying Thunder God technique felt effortless, and Xiao Ziyu could maintain 50 shadow clones to participate in countermeasures, dispatching them across various locations to eliminate the destructive beast without feeling weakened. However, the End of Days was overwhelmingly powerful, appearing insurmountable. Moreover, the lingering question remained: why was he unable to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan? Today, Meibiyu was set to enhance Hashirama-S cells to version 3.0 and inject them into Xiao Ziyu, hoping to ascertain whether the newly injected cells could alter the older ones within him to achieve an evolutionary effect. Meibiyu had previously experimented on ordinary individuals, resulting in them transforming into trees, and had also tested it on himself, which had led to his demise due to the destructive energy consuming him. With a surgical knife, Meibiyu made an incision approximately 20 centimeters long in Xiao Ziyu's abdomen. In a matter of moments, it healed rapidly. Meibiyu then excised a piece of flesh about 10 by 10 centimeters from Xiao Ziyu's abdomen, which also healed almost instantaneously. Once the healing completed, Meibiyu began to study the newly regenerated tissue. "How are you feeling?" Xiao Ziyu inquired, observing his abdomen, where the third healing process was nearly complete. Despite having been cut multiple times moments earlier, he rose as if unscathed and approached Meibiyu, asking, "So, what does this mean?" To put it simply, your cells possess an initially high level of activity, yet they voraciously absorb destructive energy, subsequently affecting your nervous system. The improved version retains this property of energy absorption, but appears to have developed some adaptability to destructive energy within your body. This means that your body will gradually begin to autonomously absorb and store destructive energy for your utilization. "I understand. You needn't elaborate so extensively," Xiao Ziyu replied, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "Your heart currently harbors the highest concentration of destructive energy, indicating that your entire body's destructive energy is absorbed by the cells from the external environment and then transmitted to the heart. The heart distributes blood throughout the body. Thus, your newly acquired flesh lacks the power of collapse." What significance does this discovery hold? Xiao Ziyu pondered before inquiring. Perhaps none. Furthermore, the cells injected into your body have not caused a widespread evolution of your cells as anticipated. To achieve a complete cellular evolution, it seems one must gradually replace the body, segment by segment, followed by injections and cultivation of the new cells. What do you mean? Xiao Ziyu appeared perplexed. It means one would sever a hand, then transplant the new cells onto the severed surface, allowing the new cells to regenerate a new hand. One could sever hands and feet. Currently, it seems only the head remains untouched. Meibius turned to face Xiao Ziyu. "And how does this benefit me?" Xiao Ziyu swallowed hard, implying that aside from his head, every other part of his body would need to be severed. Enhanced self-healing abilities, increased collapse energy, and so forth. Should I be the one to administer this? However, you do not seem to be one who fears pain, do you, little guinea pig? Meibius smiled at Xiao Ziyu. Although it is Meibius I wish to employ, I cannot shake the feeling that this may not be of much assistance. Furthermore, is Meibius truly so benevolent? The way she gazes at me sends a chill down my spine. Very well. Upon hearing Xiao Ziyu's agreement, Meibius appeared to retrieve something. Wait, Mei's mark is reacting. Let me see what it is. Sensing that Mei seemed to be calling for him, Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to pause. What happened? You can observe slight reactions across the globe, alongside various incidents of disappearances, violence, and chaos. Mei pointed towards a large screen as she spoke. Additionally, it appears someone has lost consciousness internally. Velvi sent a message indicating that she is under attack by suspected members of the Moth of Fire. Does this mean the controllers have arrived? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Mei, murmuring to himself. Kevin is currently on a mission in Australia. Should we retrieve him? No need. There are too many controllers. I can handle it myself. You all stay put. Inform everyone to protect themselves and remain vigilant of those around them. Keep an eye on the core of the Lawgiver and the Key of God. Maintain communication. I will inform you of our location. And remember to recover the core of the Lawgiver. Do not worry. The controllers are no different from ordinary people. They cannot escape my mark unless they all choose to take their own lives. Xiao Ziyu seemed quite confident, smiling back at Mei. Understood. Xiao Ziyu was transported to an expansive training chamber. Golden chakra, or perhaps the energy of collapse, gradually emanated from his heart and subsequently enveloped his entire being. Xiao Ziyu activated the Ninetales chakra mode in Sage mode. He began to perceive the markings. In a bustling area, people flowed through the streets. Even after the conclusion of the 9 cataclysms, everything appeared to remain in harmonious order. In a shadowy alley, a figure lingered. Perhaps it was a beggar. Or perhaps it was plotting something sinister. The figure stirred and let out a chuckle, gradually making its way towards the sunlit street. In the next moment, a raising gun detonated within this individual. Boom. Flesh scattered in all directions, and the core of the ruler fell to the ground. Before long, several masked members of the Fire Moth branch arrived to clean up the remnants and retrieve the core. Inside the training room of the Fire Moth, Xiao Ziyu stood motionless with his eyes closed, his hands raised as he continuously spirals of energy that subsequently vanished. Across the globe, individuals suddenly detonated themselves. And this bizarre scene quickly ascended to the headlines. For the uninformed masses, this may have been somewhat terrifying. Their essence has dissipated. Xiao Ziyu murmured as he opened his eyes. Is there a method to render my core of authority undetectable? Should I merely conceal it? Or perhaps they have simply ceased their movements. He sighed, realizing his chakra reserves were running low. I should inform Mei. With a swift motion, he approached her. So, there are a total of 389. Have all the cores been collected? Xiao Ziyu inquired. Why are there only 389? Did you not claim there were 1,000? Mei nodded and posed the question. I am uncertain. Perhaps I am fatigued and unable to perceive them all. It could be that there are only this many left. Or they have ceased their actions. Or they have devised a method to eliminate my mark. Xiao Ziyu pondered, lowering his head slightly. Generally, it is improbable to erase a mark unless one possesses genius-level talent akin to Mobius for surgical precision. Otherwise, they would perish before daring to act against it. He continued. By the way, there are also some within the Ember Moth. I have sensed their presence, but they are not part of the mine-laying plan. Let us have AI Li and the others conduct a search. Very well. Before he could finish his thought, another individual tragically self-destructed. Golden chakra dissipated as Xiao Ziyu continued his slow stride. He effortlessly pierced through a passerby who attempted to attack him. Can they still discern my involvement? Or have they merely glimpsed my Flying Thunder God technique? He picked up a core of authority to examine it closely. Once again, a spiral of energy swiftly coalesced before vanishing, indicating yet another self-detonation. It seemed they could still utilize that. What was it called? He had forgotten the term. It appeared they could directly acquire the powers of authority. It seems that the assessment of strength and weakness may hinder the acquisition of the void law, rendering my mark impervious. With a swift motion, yet another spiral sphere vanishes into thin air. After all the effort I exerted in my previous endeavors, I must find some semblance of utility in this situation. With a sigh, Xiao Ziyu gradually rises. The constraints I face need not trouble me, for they can directly interfere with the range of my marking barrier, which appears to extend to 100 kilometers. For now, I remain uncertain whether I can step into this domain and lay dormant traps, which ultimately prove futile, as the endgame is even more ineffective. A sudden sense of loss washes over me. After all this toil, the traps I set can only address the 3 laws of perception, rock, and dominion. And even the rock is not entirely reliant on the traps. Alas, time is running short. Merely a week, just 1 week. Despite this, Xiao Ziyu has not slept at all during this period. At the slightest sensation, I dispatch another sphere. The count has reached 952. 953, in my ears. The voice of Elysian resonates. Xiao Ziyu single-handedly undertook the task of neutralizing external regulators through a strategic mine-laying plan, while Elysian and her companions were responsible for ensuring internal security. The handling of these regulators appeared somewhat effortless, albeit they were inherently weak. Throughout this week, there were no reports of various incidents caused by the external regulators. Instead, the news was dominated by inexplicable self-detonations among pedestrians. Mei, how many casualties have there been? It seemed that the situation was nearing its conclusion in the blink of an eye, prompting Xiao Ziyu to inquire. A rough estimate indicated approximately 800,000 casualties in the external realm, with around 90 individuals internally succumbing to becoming regulators. Among them were a few fusion warriors and ordinary soldiers, with casualties amounting to approximately 240. Mei's voice resonated through the earpiece. Overall, it has been relatively manageable. Let us expedite the remaining tasks, Mei remarked, glancing at the recently developed blank key in the distance. Indeed, half an hour later, I can no longer sense the markers. They should be gone, Xiao Ziyu stated, rising and stretching, addressing the communicator. However, the numbers you provided, combined with those from Kevin and the others, only total 999, Mei's voice came through, tinged with urgency. They are gone. I cannot perceive even one. Xiao Ziyu seemed incredulous, pondering if he had overlooked something. What if the marker of Mei Biyu has reacted? Whoosh. Mei Biyu's laboratory. I must go. Xiao Ziyu observed the shattered glass strewn about and the ground resembling a serpent's mire, with Klein seemingly on the verge of being engulfed. Oh no, I forgot that Klein was the 997th. She bears no marker. Xiao Ziyu attempted to extricate Klein, only to be violently repelled by the muck. The earpiece was dislodged. Chapter 120, Dream Klein. Oh, it dawned on me. Klein, as the 997th, had killed Maybe You. I recall Sue mentioning that he believed Maybe You could rescue Klein. So now it is imperative to prevent Klein from being consumed. Xiao Ziyu hurriedly advanced, pulling Klein away from Maybe You's grasp. With a swift motion, as soon as Xiao Ziyu liberated Klein from Maybe You's maw, she plunged a knife into his shoulder. Fortunately, it was merely an ordinary blade. Xiao Ziyu calmly withdrew the blade, subsequently binding Klein with wooden techniques to the ceiling. Away from Moebius. How would she resurrect him? Observing Klein suspended above, seemingly devoid of the ability to move, Xiao Ziyu directed her gaze towards the mud-like Moebius. Oh, so he requires sustenance and energy? As she pondered this, she intercepted Moebius, who was attempting to consume her. Please, Moebius, do not eat me. Moebius appeared to have lost its sanity, and its capacity for action diminished. Xiao Ziyu easily restrained it with her wooden techniques. No. The wooden techniques absorb the entropy energy. What if I inadvertently drain him to death? Just as she had managed to bind Moebius. Xiao Ziyu recalled that she must not employ wooden techniques, and hastily released her hold. Wait. Do not consume Klein. You must rest for a moment. She conjured 2 wooden clones to intercept Moebius, who was trying to devour Klein above. Where are the Hershur's beasts? Xiao Ziyu casually activated her Flying Thunder God technique to a nearby location, surveying her surroundings but finding no trace of the Hershur's beasts. She continued to search, yet still found nothing. Why is it that they were so abundant before, yet now they elude me? Frustration mounted as she employed the Flying Thunder God technique to several locations, growing increasingly anxious. What to do? What to eat? The more urgency she felt, the harder it became to think clearly. Xiao Ziyu appeared to be in a state of restless anxiety. The tailed beast experiment had not been completed. Moebius could not perish. Even without the tailed beast experiment, Moebius must not die, at least not in such a manner. Klein could not serve as sustenance. A spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She conceived a method whereby Klein need not be consumed, and Moebius could still be resurrected. Xiao Ziyu, upon returning to the laboratory of Moebius, made an incision on his left hand and pressed Klein's mouth against the wound, utilizing the intercellular cells to absorb Klein's entropy. As I siphoned energy from Klein, the intercellular cells would become saturated, thereby ceasing to absorb Moebius's entropy. This allowed Moebius to consume my energy while I observed my left hand gradually turning a shade of purple. Satisfied, Xiao Ziyu nodded. A wooden clone removed Klein, and Xiao Ziyu severed his left hand to feed Moebius. Next came the right hand. Klein, now replenished by the ruler's entropy from the imaginary space, was inconsequential, as she could never be drained completely. The wooden clone severed Xiao Ziyu's right hand, offering it to Moebius. Simultaneously, Xiao Ziyu activated his mystical chakra to accelerate the regeneration of his intercellular cells. After 10 minutes, his left hand regrew, then was severed again for feeding. The right hand regrew, was severed, and fed as well. This process repeated, and gradually, the previously agitated Moebius began to calm, patiently awaiting Xiao Ziyu's offerings. After several repetitions, Moebius seemed to regain consciousness, transforming into a humanoid form. Without uttering a word, Moebius gazed into the distance where a wooden clone held Klein captive. Xiao Ziyu, now without hands, sat with his back to Moebius. One wooden clone, seemingly idle, had procured a bucket of instant noodles and was feeding the handless Xiao Ziyu. He appeared remarkably at ease. Had it not been for his lack of hands, Moebius might have thought he was simply enjoying a well-deserved rest. However, a sudden silence enveloped the room, and Xiao Ziyu seemed oblivious to Moebius's awakening. This was due to his headphones being knocked off. A wooden clone picked up the now slimy headphones, contemplated for a moment, and then discarded them. In Chapter 121, titled Dream Borrowing, the wooden clone appeared to notice something and quickly turned away from Xiao Ziyu. What are you doing? Xiao Ziyu questioned, puzzled by the clone's peculiar behavior. Oh, you're awake, he exclaimed, turning to see Moebius had regained her humanoid form, indicating that his method had indeed been effective. However, it seemed that Moebius's garments had likely disintegrated into tatters during her transformation. As Xiao Ziyu began to speak, he quickly turned back, attempting to cover his eyes in apology. yet his hands had not yet regenerated. His nervousness, stemming from an accelerated heartbeat, rendered his speech somewhat incoherent. No need for explanation. Let me clarify what transpired. It appears that in that near-death state, Moebius barely recollected what had transpired. Klein became the 997th Dominator, I lacking the perception of the base's mark. And with Klein bearing no guiding insignia, realized that by the time I detected an anomaly in your mark, Klein had already slain you. In my desperate search for the corrupted beast, I had no choice but to absorb Klein's corrupted energy using cells, and then relay this to you, Xiao Ziyu, with trembling clarity. And so, you are well now, and I shall take my leave. Upon reflecting on what I had just witnessed, and the fact that Moebius remained in that peculiar state, Xiao Ziyu seemed unable to find tranquility. Are you implying that the 10th Dominator has been resolved? 2 wooden avatars bound Klein and subsequently released him. Just as Xiao Ziyu rose to depart, he was halted by Moebius. Yes, indeed. Now, Klein, you must possess a means to rescue her, correct? If not, summon me again. I may have a solution. It would be best if you could directly save her. Well then, I shall take my leave. With those words, Xiao Ziyu eagerly sought to exit. Why? Moebius appeared utterly unconcerned, rising to grasp something as he approached Xiao Ziyu. Do you not intend to assist me amidst this chaos? Moebius, in his habitual manner, attempted to seize Xiao Ziyu's arm, only to realize that it had not yet materialized. Moebius, perhaps you should consider donning some clothing first? Sensing Moebius's grip tightening around his neck to prevent escape, Xiao Ziyu stammered. How curious it is that I have never seen you in such a state. Yet you incessantly call me a pervert. It truly saddens me, Moebius remarked with a scoff, inching closer to Xiao Ziyu. I have not. Moebius pressed closely against Xiao Ziyu's back, his hands gradually moving around to the front. And no, not that, me Moebius. What are you planning? Feeling the soft and warm sensation on his back, Xiao Ziyu grew increasingly flustered. You possess a rather pleasant scent. Moebius began to flick his tongue. His neck felt warm yet damp. May I borrow a little something, my dear test subject? You wouldn't mind, would you? Moebius remained closely pressed against Xiao Ziyu, speaking slowly. Oh, okay, what do you require? Xiao Ziyu's sole desire was to depart swiftly. Xiao Ziyu suddenly opened his eyes wide, glancing down at his own body. A delicate, smooth, and slender right hand emerged from behind, wrapping around his chest, followed by a needle piercing into him. Why you? Xiao Ziyu had assisted Moebius in experiments numerous times, yet never had there been an instance involving injections. Each occasion, he had been compliant. But why now the need for a drug? Fear not, my dear test subject. This anesthetic is specially crafted for you and is highly effective. Moebius's head peeked from the left as his right hand withdrew the syringe, only to insert another needle, as expected of the exquisite craftsmanship of Moebius. Xiao Ziyu soon found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Xiao Ziyu struggled to gaze at the left side where the head of Moebius resided. His serpent-like eyes appearing so dark, his smile so delicate. He had never witnessed Moebius in such a manner before. Xiao Ziyu once believed that Demei was less perverse than Moebius, only to discover that it seemed the former was merely less twisted than the latter. As Moebius's consciousness began to blur, Xiao Ziyu found himself perplexed as to why Moebius had administered anesthetics to him. The lab rat would soon be well, however. The smile on Moebius's face bore the weight of anticipation, as if he had been awaiting this moment for an eternity. As Xiao Ziyu's body began to succumb to weakness, he was caught by Moebius. His eyelids began to close uncontrollably, and despite his struggles, all he could ultimately perceive was Moebius's disturbingly twisted smile. When Xiao Ziyu regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he instinctively propped himself up, realizing that he seemed to be lying upon Moebius's surgical table. My arm has grown back, he murmured. Doctor, he has awakened. Xiao Ziyu turned his gaze towards Klein. Is Klein all right? Could Moebius truly have saved him? Wait. If Klein has already recovered, how long have I been unconscious? Xiao Ziyu grasped his head and shook it, attempting to awaken his senses. He glanced around. Noticing that Moebius had seemingly organized the previously chaotic laboratory and was now seated before the computer, engrossed in calculations. However, what were those unfamiliar bottles and jars beside Moebius? Curious, Xiao Ziyu contemplated rising to investigate, but it appeared that the effects of Moebius' specially concocted anesthetic were still potent, leaving him somewhat feeble. Your kidney. Moebius casually glanced at Xiao Ziyu, acknowledging his inquiry. Oh, Xiao Ziyu responded, bewildered. My kidney? Did you think Moebius was going to remove my waist? Wait. What did you say? Xiao Ziyu seemed to finally grasp the implication of Mobius' words, questioning whether he had misheard. Your kidney. Your kidney. Mobius maintained his calm demeanor. Xiao Ziyu hastily covered his waist, attempting to ascertain its presence. It's still there, or has it grown back? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu resigned himself to the situation, reasoning that since it could regenerate, it was of little consequence. But what are those? He pointed toward the other bottles and jars. Inquiring further, your heart, your alveoli, your liver. Mobius replied nonchalantly. Oh, so you've taken samples of all my organs. I suppose that warrants some anesthesia. Xiao Ziyu affirmed, nodding to himself. I've also replaced your cells, Mobius continued, still not turning to face him. Oh, thanks for that. And what is this? Xiao Ziyu, feeling a bit more restored, approached Mobius from behind, pointing at a test tube containing a viscous liquid. Your reproductive cells. Mobius glanced at it before responding. Reproductive cells? What do you mean? Xiao Ziyu appeared perplexed. Your XX. Xiao Ziyu's mind momentarily stalled, rendered speechless. Wait, does that mean you took samples from everywhere else except my head? How did you obtain them? Through surgery? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ziyu swallowed hard, sensing a sudden discomfort in some areas. What did you do? And what do you need that for? Little lab mouse, how do you think I acquired them? Mobius replied with a smile, turning to fix his gaze on Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, words caught in his throat. Just kidding. I was merely searching for your DNA. Bias appeared to find the situation rather dull, turning away to resume her previous endeavors. Never mind, having taken it, should I really return? She mused. It matters little, for I do not recall. Do not recall, Xiao Ziyu incessantly reassured himself, attempting to forget this absurdity. Why do you seek my DNA? He caught a glimpse of the little Q llama nearby and scooped it into his arms, playfully engaging with it. Generally speaking, the formidable genes of humanity are hereditary. If one were to combine your cells, alongside those powerful self-healing cells and the tailed beasts within you, your genetic lineage would undoubtedly be exceptionally potent. Do you comprehend the biology of inheritance? Bias seemed to grow increasingly animated, her speech accelerating. Your self-healing cells merely facilitate recovery. At present, I theorize that the ruin energy has activated those cells, prompting rapid division and regeneration to achieve swift healing of wounds and organ restoration. This is merely an instinct of the self-healing cells. They do not belong to you. Do you grasp this? Understood. You failed to successfully clone me. Xiao Ziyu recalled the white absolute he had encountered previously. You could disassemble your body into several parts. The nature of those self-healing cells provides you with an abundance of ruin energy and regenerative capabilities. In Chapter 123, Dream Exploration, it was noted that after merging with the tailed beasts, your self-healing and ruin energy would be further enhanced. Moreover, you possess the ability to teleport at light speed. Imagine. Initially, you are not as you are now. Your body harbors numerous foreign elements. Should all your current abilities be inherited, they would forge an incredibly powerful and beautiful human. So you are still unable to relinquish the desire to clone me? Xiao Ziyu seemed unfazed by Bias's thoughts, even feeling a touch of awkwardness. No, I do not intend to clone. I aim to utilize my theories to consolidate your various abilities and create a human more suited to this environment. I do not comprehend. Xiao Ziyu inhaled deeply, struggling to grasp Bias's intentions. Aside from your lack of intelligence, you are rather perfect. Xiao Ziyu's cold remark seemed to irritate Bias. What I mean is, I wish to merge your self-healing cells with your reproductive cells, thereby passing on your abilities. As for the subject, your flaw lies in the insufficient adaptability to ruin energy. What do you think, little white mouse? Bias slowly rose, inching closer to Xiao Ziyu. Bias, I know you are rather peculiar, but isn't this a bit too extreme? Xiao Ziyu retreated 2 steps, sitting upon the surgical table. I have assisted you in creating so many tailed beasts, yet you still label me as strange? Little white mouse, do you not think that is rather impolite? Bias appeared displeased with Xiao Ziyu's choice of words. My apologies. I mean, you are not strange. All right, let me clarify this for you. Xiao Ziyu reabsorbed the young llama, beginning to contemplate the situation. The issue of dominion has now been resolved. What remains are the 3 rulers. And it appears that even if you were to create a human more formidable than myself, it would be impossible to triumph over the end. So, what is the purpose of your actions? Are you prepared to explain this to me? Very well. Then I shall ask you, what is the significance of your instruction to Weirway to transform the 5th key of God into a stasis chamber? Bias, seemingly intrigued, turned his chair to face Xiao Ziyu and spoke. Quite simply, you believe that our current civilization cannot withstand the end. Hence your intention to confront the collapse in the next civilizational epoch, correct? Indeed, the prospect seems grim. Then, the tailed beasts I have created, along with that ideal human, are also intended to serve as a bulwark against the collapse in the forthcoming civilizational era. Is there an issue with that? If you believe that even if we were to produce all the tailed beasts, we would still fall short against the end, then what significance lies in our efforts to create those beasts? Xiao Ziyu faltered. What significance indeed? He found himself at a loss for words. Given the low efficiency in the creation of tailed beasts, why not attempt to pass down their powers through genetics, enabling more individuals to possess their abilities? Xiao Ziyu struggled to counter this argument. Thus, the little mouse Bias slowly rose and approached Xiao Ziyu with deliberate steps. Why not give it a try? Or do you believe these inhuman abilities cannot be inherited by you? Bias drew nearer to Xiao Ziyu, as if preparing to engulf him. Chapter 124, The Dreaming Madman. Xiao Ziyu was unsure how to respond, gradually retreating to maintain distance as Bias advanced. Are you so afraid of me, little mouse? Do you, like the others, consider me a madman? Noticing Xiao Ziyu's persistent evasion, Bias frowned slightly, appearing somewhat displeased. Oh, no, you are not mad. You are a genius. It's just that don't you think this feels a bit inappropriate? We should merely maintain a cooperative relationship. Then why can't our relationship progress further, little mouse? With a sudden motion, Bias extended both hands, pinning Xiao Ziyu's hands to the operating table. You? Xiao Ziyu caught a glimpse of Klein nearby, silently gathering some materials before departing the laboratory. Why don't you persuade your doctor to join in? You, Bias. I perceive your thoughts as perilous. Xiao Ziyu exerted effort to break free, yet only succeeded in creating more scratches. The little white mouse remarked at times. I find myself envious of your flawless physique and your rational mindset, which is indeed a rarity. You seem devoid of emotions and morals, pursuing your objectives by any means necessary. You harbor disdain for humanity, yet you have not committed any actions that endanger society. Bias maintained a firm grip on Xiao Ziyu's hands, slowly ascending the operating table. To be honest, I am quite curious about the events that transpired in your past, leading to the existence of a person who embodies a world-weary disposition devoid of feelings. What truly occurred that compelled you to erase your memories, transforming into your current state, which possesses a modicum of emotions and morals? Frankly, I preferred the former version of you. As Bias climbed onto the operating table, her left leg gradually ascended. Do you recall? You were even more perverse than I, showing no regard for the innocents who perish. Wait, Bias, what is the matter? You and Hua hail from the same homeland, correct? According to the customs of your land, Xiao Ziyu, given your condition, shouldn't you bear some responsibility towards me? No. I could gouge out my eyes as an apology. Would that suffice? Please, don't do this. Gouge out your eyes? Aren't you capable of regeneration? You have long since accustomed yourself to pain. What benefit does this hold for me? Bias seemed amused, continuing her slow movements. Then what do you desire? What do you think? Suddenly, with a swish, Xiao Ziyu vanished from Bias's sight, leaving her momentarily perturbed. Rising, Bias seized a scalpel and plunged it into her right forearm. With a swish, Xiao Ziyu, having just fled, immediately sensed that Bias's mark was malfunctioning and hurried back to investigate, only to find everything intact. Stop. Noticing Xiao Ziyu scanning the surroundings, seemingly preparing to flee once more, Bias grew irate. If you wish to acquire the remaining tailed beasts, you must remain here. There are still 4 tailed beasts missing, and I cannot create them alone, Xiao Ziyu confessed, uncertain how to respond, standing still as he awaited the continuation of the tailed beast experiment. Bias appeared accustomed to pain. After disinfecting with alcohol, she casually wrapped a bandage around her injury and approached Xiao Ziyu once more. As Bias drew closer, Xiao Ziyu swallowed hard, a sense of foreboding washing over him. When will we continue? He inquired, instinctively retreating 2 steps as Bias approached. There's no rush. I am quite familiar with the process of creating tailed beasts. Well, in that case, I shall stop. Xiao Ziyu retreated until his back pressed against the wall, leaving him with no further escape. May, what are you doing? He stammered, a hint of fear creeping into his voice as he realized the wall loomed behind him. What do you think, May? Mobius inched closer, a smile gracing his lips as he slowly extended his hand. Aren't we supposed to create a tailed beast? Xiao Ziyu grasped Mobius's hand, questioning him intently. There's no rush. Let's experiment with something else first. We are quite familiar with creating tailed beasts, aren't we? Perhaps we should explore the unfamiliar for now. Wait, May, this isn't appropriate. Within 5 minutes, Xiao Ziyu found himself once again pinned to the operating table by Mobius. What is it? Do you think my genes are inferior? Mobius reached out, dimming most of the lights in the laboratory. No. Yes, no. It's not that. Xiao Ziyu stammered, rendered almost speechless. Imagine if you possessed my ability to resurrect. If my revival were combined with your near-perfect self-healing, your long-distance teleportation, what would that create? An entity that no one could kill? Wait, Mobius. I still want to take my innocence to the grave. It doesn't matter. Carrying my innocence to the grave would be just the same. No, that's different. Shut up. Don't you want the tailed beast anymore? Chapter 125. Dream of the White Mouse. What kind of expression is that? Am I taking advantage of you? Mobius spoke slowly, donning a white coat. He paused, turning to look at Xiao Ziyu, who resembled a fallen girl. Am I that disgusting and detestable to you, little mouse? Mobius approached Xiao Ziyu, appearing quite displeased. No, that's not right. It's just me. Xiao Ziyu seemed oblivious to the implications. As Mobius drew nearer, he appeared somewhat at a loss. Without uttering a word, Mobius's gaze bore into Xiao Ziyu, whose complexion seemed to darken. You may leave, Mobius stated flatly, turning away. I get lost. Don't come back here. I don't wish to see you again. What happened? Mobius appeared slightly angered, while Xiao Ziyu was bewildered by her sudden ire. Previously, when he called her a pervert daily, she never reacted this way. I told you to leave. Do you not understand? Mobius ignored Xiao Ziyu, who stood in her path, continuing to walk forward at a measured pace. What happened? Aren't we creating a tailed beast? Xiao Ziyu blocked Mobius's way, retreating step by step. In your eyes, I am inferior to those experimental subjects, am I? Yes, No, it's not that. Xiao Ziyu instinctively nodded before quickly shaking his head in denial. Leave. Hurry and go. Mobius appeared to be more furious than ever, gritting his teeth. Xiao Ziyu dodged the various objects hurled by Mobius, utterly bewildered. Get lost. Xiao Ziyu was unceremoniously cast out by Mobius. Standing before the closed laboratory door, Xiao Ziyu felt utterly at a loss. What happened between you and the doctor? Klein inquired as he approached Xiao Ziyu from a distance. I don't know. Mobius is so strange, Xiao Ziyu stammered in response. Do tell me. Perhaps I can assist you. Rest assured, I shall keep it confidential, Klein said, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before speaking in hushed tones. Oh. Klein nodded thoughtfully to himself. No wonder the doctor is upset. Anyone would be angry with that attitude. What is wrong with my attitude? Haven't I always been like this? Xiao Ziyu protested. That was then. Things are different now. What's different? Xiao Ziyu seemed to recall something. Lowering his head in contemplation. If you approach the doctor in this manner, she will surely be pleased. Approach? How? What should I do? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brows, seemingly struggling to grasp Klein's meaning. Trust me. Do it like this. Klein whispered ideas into Xiao Ziyu's ear. Isn't that inappropriate? Didn't she tell me to leave? That was merely the doctor's expression of anger. Within the laboratory, Mobius sat on the floor, her head buried between her knees, silent and motionless amidst the chaos surrounding her. Xiao Ziyu appeared silently, summoning 2 wooden avatars to tidy the disarrayed laboratory. Mobius seemed to notice the sounds of cleaning and slowly raised her head, only to find Xiao Ziyu crouched before her. Leave. Xiao Ziyu retrieved a wooden snake carving from behind and began to recall what Klein had instructed him to say. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. Calm down. I apologize. It was my mistake, he uttered, though he remained unaware of what he had done wrong. Offering the carving to Mobius as an apology, Mobius extended her hand to accept the carving, which appeared somewhat crude, suggesting that its creator lacked skill. How about I bow to you twice? Xiao Ziyu seemed to know only the methods of verbal apology and physical submission. Mobius remained silent, raising her hand slowly towards Xiao Ziyu. As her hand approached, he instinctively leaned back. Do you dislike me? Mobius squinted slightly, seemingly displeased once more. No, not at all. I just... Xiao Ziyu stammered, unsure how to respond. Never mind. Doctor, he's merely a bit dense, Klein interjected, having entered unnoticed. As he helped Mobius regain her composure, Mobius appeared to be in a considerably better mood. What are you standing there for? Come here. Xiao Ziyu. aware that his contributions to the experiment paled in comparison to Klein's, resigned himself to massaging Bias's shoulders. What is it? Are you feeling better? Despite the moment, Xiao Ziyu still could not grasp why Bias had suddenly erupted in anger. No, she replied dismissively, continuing to calculate data. Xiao Ziyu slowly leaned forward, his expression blank. He produced the wooden snake carving again, gently pushing it towards Bias. She merely glanced at it, finding its craftsmanship still lacking, and tossed it away as if it were refuse. Xiao Ziyu caught the wooden sculpture, preventing it from falling and producing a sound that might disturb Bias. After a brief moment, Xiao Ziyu slowly emerged from beneath the table once more, retrieving a snakewood carving that appeared somewhat superior to the previous one. Albeit still rough in texture, he cautiously presented it before Bias. As anticipated, Bias let out a disdainful huff and cast it aside. East Asia, one after another. Snakewood carvings materialized, accumulating into a veritable mountain, with each piece visibly more refined than the last. After half a day had passed, Xiao Ziyu cautiously emerged from beneath the table, revealing a remarkably exquisite little snake, its edges sharp and its coloring delightful. Bias turned slightly, observing Xiao Ziyu's bewildered expression as he gradually pushed the small serpent toward him. Although Bias let out a light huff, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted in amusement. What are you doing? Bias inquired, setting down his pen to admire the green creature. I heard Klein say you liked snakes, Xiao Ziyu stammered, seemingly perplexed by Bias's question, unsure why he suddenly found himself stuttering in conversation with him. Did I ever say I liked snakes? Bias placed the green snake aside without discarding it. I'm sorry. Then, what do you like? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziyu felt a sudden realization that he had been treading a misguided path. What do I like? Bias appeared amused by Xiao Ziyu's retort, smiling as he slowly rose and moved closer. I like little white mice. Xiao Ziyu remained motionless and silent, his eyes vacant and devoid of focus. A gentle reminder, the past is an integral part of one's life, yet the current Xiao Ziyu, in his pursuit of rationality, has forcefully cast aside a past he cannot truly relinquish. Thus, the present Xiao Ziyu cannot be considered the true Xiao Ziyu. He now embodies merely an ordinary individual who is aware of everything. It's quite rare to see you in such a state. Bias gradually extended his hand, inching closer to Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu dared not move again, fearing that Mobius would inexplicably erupt in anger. In the distance, Klein cast a glance at the approaching duo, quickly tidying up their belongings and silently departing the laboratory to seek another place to continue their work. Chapter 126, The Collapse of Reality. The man slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, a desolate expanse of charred ruins, where he stood alone, a solitary figure amidst the desolation, accompanied only by a few dark orbs. Hunched over, he advanced slowly, step by step, his white hair billowing in the wind, as if narrating the tale of his fallen life. Even after emerging from Izanami, the man appeared to be in a state of madness. Unable to contain himself, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to uncontrollable sobs. A profound agony enveloped him, his hands gripping his head tightly, his eyes bulging as though they might pop out. No. Despite his robust health, devoid of any ailments, he was engulfed in torment. The man lay on the ground, as if he had just endured an excruciating ordeal. Again dead again. He slowly lifted his head, yearning to observe his surroundings, but his right eye blurred, as if on the verge of blindness, rendering everything nearly unrecognizable. He continued to weep, his expression contorted in a grotesque mask of suffering. Laughing through tears, he crawled forward, retrieving a strand of pink hair from the debris. Zhuanzhan, where are you? He sobbed, calling out to someone, yet receiving no reply. This won't do. I cannot fight. I cannot evade. It was the man's 131st restart. His eyes were reaching their limit, on the brink of failure. He gazed at them, the ones who had perished, 131 times, their combined corpses totaling an unimaginable 195. It seemed there were more, for how could there be remains without bodies? A child was born into this world, greeted by neither joy nor sorrow. Yet he paused his weeping, gradually rising to gaze at the sky. Above, there were no clouds, no birds, nothing but an oppressive void. Xiao Ziyu, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. Your sins are unforgivable. Suddenly, the man howled to the heavens, as if driven mad. You shall not die a peaceful death. Bang, bang, bang. In the abyss, a rift leading to the realm of imaginary numbers was shattered by the hypocritical six-path sage, restarting 131 times, much like a simulation of life itself. Xiao Ziyu made countless attempts to intervene at various points in time and events, striving to exert influence and alter outcomes throughout numerous cycles of recurrence. Xiao Ziyu is increasingly consumed by madness, yet one person remains steadfast, never once showing disdain or abandoning him: Alicia, the one who loves everyone deeply. Chapter 127. The Inability of Reality. The false sage of six paths slowly steps toward the rift in the void. Hovering in midair, the sage raises his staff and directs it at the crowd below. None of you are permitted to take a single step forward. The Tao-seeking jade, under the sage's control, swiftly flies toward Bias, attempting to shield her from the impending strike of demise, yet it is a futile endeavor. For the 11,111th time, the sage of six paths will not forget. With a tremor in her voice, Alicia bids farewell to the sage, who is followed by no one as trust. You must not forget. Even though my voice is laced with sorrow, I still wear a smile. My lovely face, my sweet voice. Every word I have shared with you. Remember it all. Even if you truly forget, it is all right. What do you intend to do, Alicia? The sage exclaims, raising his staff to prevent her from undertaking any perilous actions. I'm sorry, but this is goodbye, Ziyu. What do you plan to do? Kevin demands, pointing his heavenly fire at the sage. I want you all to survive. The sage roars, swinging his staff toward the flames. You shall not die. You must not. The sage attempts to thwart Alicia using the Tao-seeking jade. I'm sorry, Ziyu, I deceived you. The memories of the past stir within the sage, causing him to slowly open his eyes. Should I say it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, or rather, it's been a long time, Ziyu? A girl with pink hair emerges amidst a dazzling sea of stars before the sage. The staff crackles ominously in the sage's grip, his expression betraying a seething rage. What's wrong? Are you not happy to see me? Alicia smiles, extending her hand to wipe away the sage's tears. I apologize. We have actually met long ago. The sage seems to calm, casting a cold gaze upon Alicia. I know, you once said you could start over. Alicia, despite lacking those memories, still believes in the sage before her. So what will you do, Ziyu? Put away that fade. Save your words for Kevin and the others. A dead person has no right to speak. The sage of six paths raised his six-path staff, directing it towards Alicia. Alicia, as a girl so charming and perfect, do you not harbor any affection for me? Alicia maintained her serene smile. Gradually, the sage lowered his head, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, the staff clattered to the ground. He lifted his gaze, gritting his teeth, tears cascading down his cheeks. Alicia, I vow that regardless of the cost, I will ensure that you live in a wonderful world alongside those you cherish. I promise to grant you an eternal paradise. You indeed appear quite weary, Alicia remarked, sitting atop the staff, tilting her head slightly with a smile, soothing the fragmented sage. This is the last time. The sage of six paths slowly wiped away his tears, his eyes glinting with fierceness. Or perhaps it is not the final occasion. I shall not relent until my goals are achieved. You are exhausted. It would be wise to rest. Alicia extended her hand, seemingly inviting the sage to take a moment of respite. With a sigh, the sage could not contain his tears, which began to flow once more. Well, I am still here. I must ensure that you truly live. Come, let us wander together. I long to ride your wooden dragon once more. Chapter 128. The Origin of Reality, Six Paths in the Vastness of the Starry Sea. A pink wooden dragon gracefully glided through the air. You need not exert yourself so. I care more for you than for myself, said Ziyu. If possible, I would rather you express these sentiments to others. The sage of six paths turned away, unable to bear the sight of Alicia without feeling compelled to weep. Were it not for you, I would have long since obliterated humanity. Once, there existed a land both rich and expansive. Alicia prodded the dark sphere floating behind the sage. A horde of wretched beings, driven by their greed, slaughtered the inhabitants of this land as if they were mere livestock, ravaging its expanse. Countless individuals, filled with fervor and patriotism, clashed with those vile creatures. Fortunately, the people triumphed. A child, upon hearing this tale, naively believed that the world had been purified by their ancestors and that it was a splendid place. The child was mistaken. Upon entering this world, no one rejoiced in their arrival, and upon their departure, no one mourned. The child perceived not a shred, nay, not even a glimmer, of beauty amid the grotesque. The child could only behold countless malevolent spirits and swarms of vermin. The child once yearned for warmth, yet received only curses. The child sought friendship, only to be met with betrayal. When the child reached out to the world in search of beauty, all that returned was a handful of mire. When the entire world unleashes malice upon a child, can this child still harbor any hopes for humanity? Yet, you remain with me, along with everyone else. Ah, I have long ceased to desire any form of redemption for myself. Instead, I yearn to redeem you all. The sage of six paths extended his palm, and the six-paths staff effortlessly returned to his grasp. Time is drawing near. I must depart one last time. The wooden dragon gently descended, and a portal to another realm opened in the distance, as the sage seemed prepared to leave. Is this truly the final farewell? I do not know. Regardless of the outcome, promise me that this will be the last time, for you have endured far too much. The sage of six paths glanced back softly at Elysian. Promise me this is the last time, will you? The sage remained silent. Please, agree to it. Your silence saddens me. Forgive me, Elysian. This is indeed the last time. Is there nothing you can take with you? Perhaps me? Elysian smiled. Speaking of which, your story is known only to us, is it not? Is it because you have not shared it with anyone else? Elysian began to float slowly into the air. I have no story, the sage of six paths replied solemnly, turning towards the portal. How can that be? This is such an extraordinary tale. Suddenly, a massive manta ray appeared from nowhere, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The sage glanced at the ray and the exquisite form of Elysian above. He turned once more and continued towards the distant portal. Farewell, Elysian, he said, not looking back as he stepped forward. Let the unheard melodies commence here, as Elysian's voice gently echoed behind him. For the stories buried in history, let new chapters be inscribed. A noble and pure soul embarks on the final journey. May the beasts of the gathering bless their being and grant the freedom of dreams in the void. The sage of six paths could not help but widen his eyes at the sight beside him. It seemed he saw Padu waving goodbye. May the feathers of dust bless their being and grant the resilience of transient life. The six-paths staff fell once more to the ground. The sage appeared to see Hua standing nearby, nodding in farewell. Elysian, you. The jade of enlightenment behind him gradually transformed into a soft pink hue. The sage of six paths could not help but glance back at Elysian. May the scroll of creation bestow upon you the blessings of starlight and grant you innocence. He seemed to perceive Grazier offering him a benediction. May the devouring serpent bless you with the insatiable yearning of infinity. The visage of Mobius appeared, still infused with its characteristic mockery. May the dawn sentinel grant you the will of radiance. Cosmo appeared to strive for a semblance of a smile, yet could only nod coldly at the sage. May the blade of severance bless you with the resolution of eternity. Sakura bore no expression, seemingly bidding farewell to the sage. May the eye of benevolence bestow upon you the wisdom of heavenly insight. Su gradually opened his eyes, offering a slight nod to the sage. May the flame of bad omens bless you with the sincerity of annihilation. Qianjia appeared somewhat displeased yet stood there, arms crossed, gazing at the sage. May the box of foolishness grant you the miracle of spiral. Veilvi removed her hat and bowed to the sage in farewell. May the song of radiance bless you with the luster of gold. Eden raised a goblet, seemingly to toast the sage's journey. May the threshold of sin bless you with the compassion of covenant. Apophis pressed her palms together, appearing to pray for the sage. May the sword of the unburned bless you with the ideal of salvation. Kevin crossed his arms and nodded towards the sage. May the Immaculate One bless you with the return of true self. Here, we exalt the birth of the primordial sage of six paths ultimately. The sage paused before the doorway to another realm, slowly turning to gaze back. Is that name suitable? Elysian appeared amused by her own choice. The 13 behind him seemed to offer their blessings for his final journey. Elysian smiled, standing among the crowd, exuding purity and nobility. Xiaoziyu once again opened his palm, reclaiming the six-paths staff. In the distance, they gradually began to fade, each one smiling. With a resounding thud, Xiaoziyu planted the six-paths staff into the ground, feeling the essence of creation coursing through him. Forgive me for my failure. This shall not be the last. He turned back to Elysian, offering an apology. Xiaoziyu then turned, stepping into the realm of the void. Behind him, a flash of crimson light surged forth, entering the body of the Sage of Six Paths. Following closely, 8 distinct beams of light gradually merged into the Magatama symbol on the sage's back. Elysian loved everyone deeply, while Xiaoziyu, in stark contrast, endured countless tribulations and harbored a disdain for humanity. Perhaps this indeed was the final moment. Next to emerge would be an unprecedented and entirely new Sage of Six Paths. Xiaoziyu. Imaginary numbers, origins, core of the 9 laws, Six Paths of the Sage, or perhaps abbreviated. Origins, 9 Laws of the Sage. Chapter 129, The Dream Situation. Moebius slowly rose, appearing somewhat fatigued. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. She surveyed the 4 cultivation chambers, exuding an air of confidence. Xiao Ziyu, standing nearby, felt at a loss for words. "Let us go, little white mouse." "Where to?" Xiao Ziyu was bewildered. Moebius glanced at Xiao Ziyu, sensing a change in his demeanor. She picked up her phone, revealing numerous unread messages. "Did you not notify anyone about the end of the Dominion?" Moebius swiped the screen and began to speak slowly. I have not left this place since you revived me. So I couldn't inform anyone." Xiao Ziyu finally managed to articulate as he noticed Moebius seemed to regain her composure. "Well, since we must wait for the completion of these 4, there is no time to waste." Moebius stretched, as if preparing to depart. "It's all your fault, little white mouse. My plans and experiments for your tailed beast project have been significantly delayed. I'm sorry." After a brief moment, Moebius led Xiao Ziyu to the conference room. Adjusting her glasses, she regarded the seemingly helpless Xiao Ziyu, who appeared at a loss for words and thought. While Wei observed the peculiar group, Moebius remained silent in the expansive conference room, which should have been filled with many participants, but after Xiao Ziyu's interference, it was reduced to just the 4 of them. "What has happened?" Moebius inquired, noting the unusual behavior of Xiao Ziyu, who had not been like this recently. "It's nothing," Moebius answered on Xiao Ziyu's behalf, as he struggled to find words. "By the way, Professor Moebius, why do you two seem a bit strange?" While Wei discreetly approached Moebius and whispered her question. "You are mistaken," Moebius replied, crossing her arms with a dismissive tone. All right. Should we report the results of this session?" Moebius pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "I don't care," Moebius stated. "Likewise. The current global situation reflects a dwindling population, now approximately 4.6 billion. The impending collapse, akin to the moth drawn to the flame, can no longer be concealed. In light of the potential chaos that may ensue from this news, what thoughts do you all have on the matter?" May clenched her teeth, sensing an unsettling atmosphere permeating the meeting. "Well, let us set that aside for now. Moving forward, what are your opinions regarding the remaining 4 or 3 Herschers?" May is aware that Moebius has been preoccupied with the tail beast experiments for over a year. Vel'Koz remained silent, not having taken any action herself. The remaining individuals seemed to be in a state of paralysis, unable to formulate a strategy. And as silence envelopes the room, Xiao Ziyu slowly speaks up, indicating a lack of planning. Silence reigns at tonight's gathering. May appears somewhat agitated, suspecting that they are withholding information, and the pervasive quiet is rather unusual. Setting that aside, I believe we need to engage in a candid discussion. May gritted her teeth and continued, "Am I not being forthright enough?" Vel'Koz, appearing contemplative, boredly rested her head on her hand atop the table. "Could you please elucidate on the revisions regarding the 5th divine key and the purpose of that 9-tailed fox? What exactly are you two planning?" May could not restrain her curiosity and pressed Moebius and Xiao Ziyu for answers. Xiao Ziyu glanced at Moebius, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. "Why are you looking at me?" "This was all your idea," Moebius retorted, slightly irked by Xiao Ziyu's unwavering gaze. After a moment of intense deliberation, Xiao Ziyu finally inquired, "What is the objective behind creating a tailed beast? Is it to confront the end? It should not be an insurmountable challenge." Thus, in truth, Xiao Ziyu's aspiration to become the 6-path sage is merely to ensure that she can surpass them, allowing everyone to momentarily evade the storm. Regarding our ability to transcend the impending demise, Xiao Ziyu underwent a fierce internal struggle before slowly articulating her thoughts, seeking their opinions. "What do you think? If we cannot prevail, what then?" After a moment of contemplation, May responded cautiously, "The current situation cannot be deemed favorable. The strength to combat the collapse primarily resides with the limited fusion warriors." Xiao Ziyu furrowed her brow, interrupting May's discourse. "As for the Herschers, the burden falls entirely upon me, Kevin, and other elite forces. Should we falter, or even if we do not, the Herschers will effortlessly overwhelm us, leading to our utter defeat. It is simply impossible for us to navigate through the impending doom. Hence, I have instructed Wei to revise the 5th divine key, allowing us to circumvent the Herschers for the time being, so that when civilization begins anew, we may have ample opportunity to devise our strategies." No one interjected. In truth, everyone was acutely aware that the current state of affairs was merely a fade of stability. Xiao Ziyu was correct. Evasion was the wisest choice. Yet, should we concede without attempting? Is this not a form of betrayal to humanity? However, they were devoid of any opportunity to try. Humanity is on the brink of collapse. Yet who among them is willing to admit it? Only avoidance seems to be the right course of action. As time dwindled and silence deepened, the meeting concluded without resolution. In reality, the entire world is essentially governed by Xiao Ziyu, with her power nearly unparalleled, the crux being that no one can restrain her. The instances of collapse, both large and small, proliferate across the globe. Relying solely on the scant number of fusion warriors to manage the situation has proven utterly insufficient. Xiao Ziyu is not an omniscient deity. He cannot simply snap his fingers and obliterate all the ruined beasts across the globe. Chapter 130, Dreams of Relaxation. The banquet. Cheers and shouts arose from the crowd below. Eden gracefully descended from the stage, and it seemed that the people were still capable of joy. Having yet to experience true despair, though Xiao Ziyu himself had never felt it either. Well, actually, he had felt it, but was unaware of it at this moment. Xiao Ziyu observed a cattail swaying amidst the throng. Padua turned to greet him, but then noticed Mephius standing rigidly nearby, frozen and at a loss. After a moment of awkwardness, Padua awkwardly approached the two. "Doctor, I believe we are somewhat out of place here," he remarked. As Klein was called over by Mephius to unwind, given that the tail beast experiment was nearing its conclusion. "Humph, since we are nearing the end, Klein, let us take it easy," Padua suggested. "But the last time we met, you seemed perfectly normal, yet now you have cat ears and a tail. It has only been a month or two since our last encounter." "Ah, hello, Professor," Padua replied, seemingly aware of the devilish rumors surrounding Mephius. "Hello," Mephius responded, attempting to ignore Xiao Ziyu, yet feigning indifference with a greeting. "Did you perform surgery on Padua? I recall spending nearly every day with you for the past year. And you seem not to have conducted any surgeries on anyone else. Is that what you mean?" "Actually, this is just Padua swaying his tail," Xiao Ziyu chimed in. "I accidentally fell while sneaking in supplies, and a needle jabbed into my backside," Padua explained in a hushed tone. This implied that Padua had ventured into the medical room for supplies and inadvertently injected himself with some concoction. Well, a transformation is a transformation, it hardly matters. "Hi, Professor Mephius," a sweet voice chimed from behind. "Hello, little Padua," Elisha waved, greeting the group. Padua seemed a bit shy, perhaps due to Mephius's presence. "Elisha, never mind," she said, sensing Mephius' intent to dismiss her. "It's quite rare to see you here, Professor Mephius. What brings you to the traditional night?" Elisha inquired, intrigued by Mephius's appearance at the event. "Elisha, can I occasionally let loose?" Mephius replied, lifting a teacup beside him and sipping. "Wait, that is mine," Xiao Ziyu exclaimed upon noticing Mephius had lifted the teacup he had just used, intending to intervene, but it was too late. His voice dwindled. "What did you say?" Bias cast a glance at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly unable to comprehend what he had just uttered. "It's nothing," Xiao Ziyu murmured, lowering his head to stroke the small lamagio that rested upon his lap. "Now that Professor Bias has graced us with his presence, why not don the attire I gifted you?" Bias's teacup appeared to be on the verge of cracking under his grip, perhaps a reflection of unwelcome memories that stirred within him. Chapter 131, Dreaming in Wine Madness. Half an hour later, Xiao Ziyu gazed into the distance, observing how Mobius was rarely persuaded by Alicia. There he was, enjoying red wine and engaging in conversation with Eden and Alicia. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Ziyu's lips. Mobius was finally absent from his side. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the presence of Mobius tended to send a shiver down his spine. He glanced down at the steaming bowl of instant noodles in his hands. "Why are we eating instant noodles here again?" Xiao Ziyu inquired, lifting his gaze. In the corner, Qianjie slowly turned, appearing equally puzzled about the choice of meal. Su ceased his actions and looked over at Kevin, theorizing that this curious decision stemmed from Kevin. Kevin also paused, responding, "Is it because you took all my noodles earlier? It's been ages since I've had instant noodles. I was feeling nostalgic." "Then why must I be eating instant noodles here?" Cosmo stealthily cast a glance at the others. An hour later, the table before them was piled high with bowls of noodles. All right. Mobius Professor called from a distance as Klein attempted to support the seemingly inebriated Mobius, who appeared to be struggling under the weight. "I'm not drunk," Mobius protested, his eyelids fluttering as he leaned weakly against Klein and Alicia. "Looks like they had quite the conversation," Xiao Ziyu mused, oblivious to the topics discussed. "What are you staring at? Come over and help." Alicia seemed to notice Xiao Ziyu's presence and beckoned him over. "Huh? Oh." though Xiaoziyu was unsure why he was to assist Mobius. He hurriedly rose to his feet, attempting to support him. He initially considered using his flying technique to return Mobius, but suddenly realized he had no idea where Mobius' room was or if he even had one. He's quite heavy. Alicia exhaled with relief after having supported Mobius for a while. Appearing somewhat fatigued. Who are you calling heavy? Mobius, momentarily awake, made a feeble attempt to wave his hand as if to strike Alicia. You've put on weight. Alicia retorted. It seemed Mobius had succumbed to intoxication, and she began contemplating how to settle him. It appeared that Mobius was indeed somewhat heavy, and Xiaoziyu struggled to hold him up. Perhaps it was due to the excessive consumption of instant noodles, as he felt increasingly drained. Anxiously, he pondered where to place Mobius next. Alicia feigned ignorance, lightly scoffing as she took Eden's hand and began to depart. Xiaoziyu stood bewildered, watching as Alicia and Eden left him with the unconscious burden of Mobius, walking away without a care. Xiaoziyu turned to glance back, noticing that Keisai and others were hastily departing without a backward glance. Kevin had already discreetly sought out Mei and left in advance. Apollonia caught Xiaoziyu's eye from a distance, seemingly engaged in tidying up the aftermath, prompting a silent plea for assistance. Though Apollonia appeared to acknowledge Xiaoziyu's call, she merely cast a fleeting glance before continuing on her way. Had someone spoken to her moments prior? Klein exuded an eerie aura, causing Xiaoziyu to shudder slightly as he looked towards Klein, who had also retreated to a distance, seemingly preparing to flee. In the blink of an eye, the expansive venue was left with only Xiaoziyu and a puddle of muck. I can still drink. Maybe you had been quiet for a while, but now seemed to have suddenly succumbed to drunken antics. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiaoziyu resolved to escort her back to her laboratory, where she had seemingly spent the night before. Maybe you grasped Xiaoziyu's face, while her wooden avatar surveyed the surroundings, swiftly clearing the operating table with the intent of unceremoniously depositing Mei Biu upon it. What are you doing? Just as Xiaoziyu placed Mei Biu on the table, she began her drunken antics anew, seizing his collar. Drink. Mei Biu suddenly grabbed a nearby test tube filled with an unknown green liquid and poured it directly into Xiaoziyu's mouth. He coughed, but fortunately, his resistance was relatively high. Aside from some discomfort, he suffered no ill effects. Guinea pig, Xiaoziyu thought, attempting to escape, but Mei Biu held on to him tightly. Though he was somewhat intrigued by her drunken state, he firmly wished to leave. He tried to pry her hands away, but it proved futile. Mei Biu abruptly stood up, pushing and shoving him. A loud crash echoed as it seemed that some objects had shattered due to their rough housing. In a moment of distraction, Xiaoziyu stumbled and fell into a container filled with the same green liquid. What is this? He gasped, struggling to surface, his hand clutching a handful of the viscous substance. Why do I feel like I'm doomed? What is this stuff? He wondered. Will I perish from being submerged in this mysterious substance that resembles nuclear waste? It appeared that Mei Biu had also tumbled in, yet she remained inebriated. Xiaoziyu initially considered using his teleportation technique to escape, but he worried that Mei Biu, in her current state, might inadvertently cause an explosion in the beast cultivation chamber. Mei Biu emerged from the liquid as well. Chapter 132. Dream. I do not even know how many chapters this has been, due to censorship. A chapter was skipped. Not that it matters. The two merely soaked in concentrated sulfuric acid for an entire night. Xiaoziyu seemed to hear grinding teeth emanating from the bathroom. What do you mean? Is it because I couldn't find anyone? Only Ailey provided me with a set. Do you actually favor this style? In the bathroom, Mobius seemed to have conceded to something. Should I say it's because I couldn't find anyone? Would she accuse me of not searching diligently enough? Would she think I'm being dismissive? Just as Xiaoziyu was embroiled in this intense internal struggle, Mobius emerged from the bathroom. Despite reluctantly donning Ailey's pink dress, Mobius appeared to be grinding her teeth in displeasure. Xiaoziyu maintained a tactical silence. Hurry and take me back. Mobius grabbed Xiaoziyu by the collar, seemingly reluctant to face anyone, although it seemed she was generally averse to social interaction. All right. Xiaoziyu replied, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Mobius, who was clad in Ailey's attire. It wasn't particularly jarring, but the contrast was somewhat difficult to accept. Whoosh. Upon returning to the laboratory, Mobius immediately donned her lab coat tightly. Checking the data, it appeared that even in the lab coat, Mobius was quite resistant to the idea of wearing Ailey's clothing. Oh, Xiaoziyu acknowledged, proceeding to inspect the four-tailed beast cultivation pods for normalcy. 10 minutes later, After Xiao Ziyu completed the report on the various data regarding the tailed beast cultivation chamber, Mobius sat quietly, engaged in her routine documentation. "I'll take my leave now," Xiao Ziyu remarked, seemingly a bit awkward, scratching his newly sprouted hand. Mobius set her pen down, enveloped in silence, as if embroiled in an internal struggle. Wait, Mobius, with an unwilling expression, slowly rose and turned to face Xiao Ziyu. Despite the absence of anyone else in the room, unless one considers the little K9 llama as a person, Mobius appeared as though she were being coerced by an unseen blade, displaying a reluctance that was palpable. With a measured movement, Mobius began to pull apart her tightly wrapped white coat. Xiao Ziyu looked on, perplexed by the unfolding scene. "Isn't this what you enjoy?" Mobius retorted, her demeanor betraying a blend of frustration and determination, as if she were on the verge of tearing her pink skirt asunder. Xiao Ziyu found himself in a state of bewilderment, utterly at a loss. Noticing his complete lack of response, Mobius seemed to grow increasingly displeased. "There will absolutely not be a next time," she exclaimed, seizing a nearby test tube and hurling it towards Xiao Ziyu. Whoosh! Several hours later, Xiao Ziyu gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Reflecting on the differences between the present and the usual, Xiao Ziyu brewed a pot of hot tea and began to ponder. It seems I haven't communicated with them in quite some time. I am unaware of how they are faring now. Xiao Ziyu set down his teacup and slowly stepped outside, beginning to gather some intelligence. It appears that under unforeseen circumstances, Pato has become a fusion warrior. Is it time to inquire about this situation? Am I in control? Or is it merely an intervention? Regardless, it seems that the excessive mutations of the fusion warriors have gone unnoticed thus far. If memory serves me right, the discovery of such excessive mutations was linked to the madness unleashed by Cosmo during one of the breakdowns. Was it not related to Rock? However, I have never permitted others to approach the Herschers, even when rescuing ordinary people. I only allow those from the Ember Moth to operate at a safe distance from the Herschers. There have been virtually no incidents of life-threatening danger. In fact, I believe they should find it quite manageable. They merely need to eliminate a few corrupted beasts, which at most only reach the level of a minor threat, far from the dangers posed by the Herschers. Now, having taken control of Gracie, her parents are still alive. Originally, after Rock, Gracie would have been left an orphan. Yet now, both Tan and Blanca are alive, and Gracie is not a fusion warrior. Regarding Hua Xining, if I truly end up putting everyone in jeopardy, should I release her to execute the seed plan? Why should I? And why not? However, if I recall correctly, Fu Hua has undergone the Mephistopheles procedure multiple times. Yet recently, Mephistopheles has been preoccupied with the tail beasts, and Fu Hua seemingly has not been subjected to the procedure. Alicia has become the second fusion warrior after Kevin. It has been a long time since we last convened, and I am unaware of Alicia's current strength. Has Alicia's power increased? Su has joined us earlier than anticipated during the last breakdown. Where is he now? I genuinely do not know. It seems he is conducting some experiments with Fowl and Sparky. Mephistopheles has also become a fusion warrior and is beginning to diminish in stature. Yet, Xiao Ziyu suddenly recalled Mephistopheles' recent peculiar behavior and couldn't help but shudder. As for Cosmo, I do not understand why he has become so taciturn. Why is he this way now? I have no answers. Cosmo's wife, well, perhaps it is not appropriate to say so, Diastobia. I have had little contact with her, only knowing that she is alive and often appears beside Cosmo. Sakura should be faring well. She long ceased her activities as an assassin. Ling seemed to have had a minor illness, but Su has remedied it. In my opinion, Sakura should be doing quite well, especially with the judgment key in her possession. Typically, she should encounter no unforeseen circumstances while eliminating corrupted beasts. While I have yet to meet other versions of Will Wei, since she has already undergone the fusion warrior procedure, she must possess 8 distinct personalities. One of them seems to be against Kevin's armament, but which number was it? 666, perhaps? I am uncertain whether Vale Wei is currently researching this Kevin armament. It has been quite some time since I last engaged with Apollonia. It seems that after the recognition of the law, no one has approached her regarding the precepts. I have advised her that merely witnessing events does not guarantee the alteration of a predetermined fate, though I am unsure if she took my words to heart. Qianjia, who should not have succumbed to madness, has endured over 50,000 years in the paradise. Presently, his greatest anguish appears to stem from Sakura's betrayal. It seems unlikely that the aforementioned incident will transpire. Is Qianjia now an ordinary person or a fusion warrior? The answer remains elusive. Yet he does seem to exhibit a modicum of rationality now. Chapter 133, Dream Inquiry. Xiao Ziyu halted, gazing at Kevin across from him. In such a moment, encountering a friend, should he not extend a greeting? Xiao Ziyu hesitated, pondering what words might be appropriate. Hello? How have you been? How is everything with you lately? 10 minutes later, East Asia. Xiao Ziyu and Kevin sat atop the wooden dragon, gently soaring through the sky. What shall we do if we cannot prevail? Xiao Ziyu inquired. Taking a delicate sip of hot tea, his voice measured and calm. It appeared that Kevin was somewhat reluctant to engage in such a somber discussion. 2.5 minutes later, Xiao Ziyu sighed. Kevin, have you been contemplating? After a brief pause, he intended to inquire whether Kevin had commenced the Chimera project. Yet, he was uncertain if the project had even been mentioned before, making it difficult for him to broach the subject. Kevin's current state involved a fusion with the ice boar, granting him considerable strength, yet it still fell short of being sufficient. Typically, in the later stages, Kevin would participate in the Chimera project to merge with multiple ruined beasts. Never mind, Xiao Ziyu concluded, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. By the way, why have you been so preoccupied with these concerns lately? Kevin turned his gaze towards Xiao Ziyu, speaking slowly. At that moment, Xiao Ziyu felt as though his presence was not particularly beneficial. It seemed that the combat prowess of humanity had been diminished by his involvement. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Ziyu's own lack of focus, as the two merely conversed about trivial matters that barely scratched the surface. After some forced dialogue, they eventually parted ways. After all, Xiao Ziyu had initially intended to gather intelligence and, as a result, casually purchase some exquisite gifts outside, naturally using the funds from the bank. Ziyu go, Ling said without any formality, readily accepting the gifts handed to her by Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu and Ing merely nodded to greet each other. What is the matter? Is there something you need? Ing invited Xiao Ziyu inside to sit down, then inquired. How should I put this? Have you eaten? Xiao Ziyu rummaged through his mind for a universally acceptable opener. I have eaten. Ing frowned, seemingly perturbed by the need to ask if he had dined. How have you been recently with Ling? Is everything well? Sensing an awkward atmosphere, Xiao Ziyu decided to cut to the chase, eager to leave after gathering information. Things are good. The tasks are relatively light. Aside from not being able to go out, Ling is doing fine. Ing glanced at Ling in the distance, seemingly believing that the two were discussing serious matters, hence refraining from approaching. I apologize. It's dangerous outside. Xiao Ziyu slowly raised his gaze toward the fox ears that towered above him. Ing appeared somewhat embarrassed as her fox ears drooped slightly. Has this caused you any inconvenience? For instance, Xiao Ziyu found himself at a loss for words. Should he directly inquire if anyone had insulted her as a monster? That seemed inappropriate. There have been some incidents, but overall, it hasn't had much impact. Ing hesitantly replied after a moment of contemplation. Perhaps she was reluctant to speak the truth, or perhaps this was a sensitive topic for her. The atmosphere grew awkward once more. Why was it that silence always seemed to linger when Xiao Ziyu was present? I have a bit of business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Despite having been there for less than 5 minutes, Xiao Ziyu felt it would be impolite to stay any longer. Alright. Perhaps influenced by Xiao Ziyu's demeanor. Ing also appeared flustered. She slowly rose to awkwardly see him off as he left in a similarly awkward manner. Qianjie, stop. I did not come here to fight. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to catch the incoming fist. Then what are you here for? Qianjie slowly withdrew his fist, his masked visage radiating an air of displeasure. Is it not obvious? It has been a while since we last met. Ahem, we had instant noodles together just last night, Xiao Ziyu replied calmly. Qianjie, if you see no signs of collapse, what do you intend to do? Xiao Ziyu poured tea for the two of them, then hesitated before speaking again. Why do you ask that? Although there was a mask between them, Xiao Ziyu sensed a hint of discontent, grievance, hostility, lurking beneath it. Well, this isn't, what do you mean? Are you planning to win? Just days ago, he had heard someone claim they couldn't win against him. A crack appeared in the teacup held by Qianjie, indicating his rising anger. Where did you hear such news? Xiao Ziyu pondered. Aside from our small circle, no one else should think that way. You coward. I never expected you to be such a scoundrel. Suddenly, Qianjie surged forth, seizing Xiao Ziyu by the collar. No. Qianjie. Xiao Ziyu pondered how to calm Qianjie, but Qianjie, seemingly consumed by rage, abruptly interrupted. What about your so-called refuge? Coward. You haven't even fought back. All you think about is fleeing. No, be quiet. You are unworthy to stand here. Xiao Ziyu yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet Qianjie cast him aside and stormed out. Xiao Ziyu remained frozen in place, gazing at the fractured door in the distance, at a loss. Once I confront the end, He glanced out the window, realizing it would never return. Slowly, Xiao Ziyu approached the training room, observing Hua engaged in punch training from afar, choosing not to intrude. I wouldn't know what to say, he mused. And she wouldn't either. How can I begin? Xiao Ziyu found himself once again ensnared by this predicament. In the distance, Hua seemed to have noticed the sudden appearance of Xiao Ziyu and slowly approached him. Is there something on your mind? After a brief contemplation, Hua was the first to speak. Have you eaten? Not yet. How about you? Hua, being a true native of Shenzhou, effortlessly responded with the same inquiry. Shall we eat first? Xiao Ziyu glanced at the time on the wall, tentatively broaching the subject. All right, he conceded. It was evident that Xiao Ziyu felt exceedingly awkward in the company of anyone, particularly when alone with another. 10 minutes later, in the Zhihua GMO cafeteria, the two of them, much like when they first met, each ordered a bowl of noodles. Chapter 134. The weight of dreams. The atmosphere appeared somewhat strained. The situation seemed exceedingly awkward. Indeed, the tension had escalated to an unbearable level. Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet he faltered. Hua, on the other hand, appeared to be someone who could be tasked with anything, yet struggled profoundly with interpersonal interactions. If it is already the 10th day, and if we cannot overcome that final obstacle, have you contemplated what we should do? Xiao Ziyu endeavored to organize his thoughts, striving to present himself as composed. I do not know, Hua replied, setting down his chopsticks, revealing a deep-seated repression. Perhaps it would have been wiser for Xiao Ziyu to remain absent, as bringing Hua away had rendered him unfamiliar with the likes of Himiko, leaving no one to guide him. Such a peculiar relationship was indeed difficult to articulate. Xiao Ziyu saved Hua, but did not extend any guidance or assistance. Furthermore, the divine sound has rendered Hua seemingly colder and more unfeeling than before. To be frank, I have not contributed significantly in the battle against the collapse. Hua lowered his head slightly, enveloped in a heavy sense of oppression. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, feeling that the burden of resolution lay primarily with Kevin and others, leaving him to confront only the ordinary collapsed beasts as a mere foot soldier. Xiao Ziyu sensed that Hua might be feeling a touch of sorrow, or perhaps guilt. Regardless, he felt an urge to offer some words of comfort, yet found himself at a loss for how to do so. All I know is that if I stay behind you, there must be a way for you to overcome this, right? Hua slowly lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Ziyu's. Xiao Ziyu initially intended to deny the notion that merely surviving could be considered a strategy, yet he ultimately responded affirmatively. The atmosphere fell into silence once more. Hua, have you ever experienced happiness? Xiao Ziyu inquired, his eyes drifting down to the bowl of beef noodles, the reflection revealing his Sharingan and casting a visage of profound sorrow. Perhaps, Hua replied, seemingly perplexed by the very concept of joy. Xiao Ziyu glanced around the room, noticing Eden was engaged in adorning Elysian. He chose to remain silent, perhaps sensing that the moment was ill-timed, and turned to leave. Is that not Ziyu? Elysian called from behind, grasping Xiao Ziyu's arm. It seemed that his initiative to approach her was indeed a rare occurrence. Moments later, Xiao Ziyu pondered for a moment. Although he was unaware of the nature of his contemplation, it could be deemed as merely daydreaming. Xiao Ziyu lifted the glass of red wine recently poured by Eden and took a delicate sip. It was somewhat unpalatable, he mused, feeling it paled in comparison to white wine. Ziyu, do you find it visually appealing? Asked Elysian, handing him a book that resembled a photo album. As Ziyu opened the album, he discovered it contained design sketches. This is the team uniform designed by Eden. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Ziyu flipped through the blueprints. If this were not in front of me, I would deem it quite exquisite. However, in reality, it seems a tad gaudy. Moreover, he hesitated, searching for an appropriate adjective. Why does it appear somewhat custom-made? And the women's version seems a bit too daring, if I may say. Kevin, is this a cleavage line? Does Kevin have a cleavage line? What was going on? Why was there no feedback? Noticing Xiao Ziyu's silence, Elysian appeared somewhat anxious. It's quite nice. Well, I don't wear the team uniform, so it doesn't bother me if others do. Was this the only praise it deserved? Elysian seemed less than satisfied with Xiao Ziyu's reaction. A gentle reminder, for Xiao Ziyu, nice equates to very good, average means nice, and not acceptable is truly unacceptable. This is a deeply ingrained habit in his thinking. It's really beautiful. Xiao Ziyu earnestly searched his mind for adjectives to praise the attire, but could only muster the phrase good-looking. Why do you seem so stiff? Elysian observed Xiao Ziyu, who appeared as rigid as a statue, and questioned him with curiosity. No, no, the atmosphere seems quite pleasant, he replied, feeling inexplicably awkward as he spoke. Ah, we haven't measured your data yet. Come, let us measure it so Eden can create a uniform for you two. Suddenly recalling something, Alicia eagerly pulled Xiao Ziyu to take his measurements. Xiao Ziyu wished to refuse, but could not withstand Alicia's enthusiasm. Has Eden performed the fusion warrior surgery? He inquired while Alicia took his measurements, glancing at Eden. Yes, I have. Eden responded gracefully with a slight nod. Alicia stared at the scale on the floor, seemingly in disbelief. Why do you weigh only 50 kilograms? She looked at Xiao Ziyu, who appeared quite sturdy, unable to fathom that he weighed less than she did. Huh. ISNT at 49. 8? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziyu glanced down at the numbers on the scale. Oh, it's just rounding, he remarked, casting a glance at Alicia, who seemed slightly, plump. And what about you? Is my weight abnormal? It appears that Xiao Ziyu is somewhat perplexed regarding what constitutes a normal weight for himself. Alicia seems rather reluctant to provide an answer. She, at 55, stands to the side while Eden responds on her behalf. Eden, I clearly weigh only 54. 8. Rounding is not permitted. Yet, Ziyu, your figure does indeed appear abnormal. Eden, with a tone of indulgence, reassures Alicia and subsequently verifies that the instrument is functioning correctly. Could it be due to the intercellular substance? Is there actually emptiness within my body? Am I devoid of any organs? Or perhaps weight is linked to energy? Is it possible that my substantial energy results in a lower reading? Chapter 135, Dream Conversations. By the way, why does it seem that you possess no hobbies? Alicia leans against Eden's back, cradling her face in her hands as she inquires of Xiao Ziyu. Hobbies? A pertinent question indeed. What interest does Xiao Ziyu harbor? I seem to lack clarity regarding my own self. I continually feel as though I have forgotten something. Moreover, why do I sense a certain emotional deficiency? It appears that Ziyu has been tirelessly engaged in combating the collapse, leaving little room for leisure. Eden sifts through her memories of Xiao Ziyu and begins to speak slowly. Ziyu opens his mouth, uncertain of what to convey. Should he affirm or refute? Remaining in a state of constant tension is hardly conducive to well-being. I concur that you ought to relax a bit more. Eden appears to discern Ziyu's desire to escape, rising to refill his glass. Is that so? Ziyu murmurs as he gazes at the liquid level gradually ascending. By the way, it seems I haven't heard about the intercellular substance and the patterns in quite some time. Xiao Ziyu lifted his glass, mimicking Eden's demeanor as he gently swirled it before taking a delicate sip. Though one could not proclaim it exquisite, it was certainly not displeasing. It seemed that Ziyu had yet to hear my melody, and at this moment, Eden, in a notably good mood, slowly rose, as if to retrieve something. Perhaps we could indulge in a tasting experience? Well, Xiao Ziyu found himself without a reason to decline, nor could he muster a refusal. Well, Eden is going to sing. How wonderful! Alicia exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. It seemed that Eden had sung less frequently of late. From some hidden recess, Eden produced an enormous instrument. What was it called? Ah, never mind. It would suffice to call it a concertina, albeit a rather oversized one. Eden's voice intertwined with the melodies of the instrument, flowing like a gentle stream, caressing the heartstrings, each note resounding with unparalleled beauty and harmony. Xiao Ziyu cleared his mind, endeavoring to appreciate with elegance. However, it appeared that Xiao Ziyu was far from an expert in music. In fact, he could hardly be considered a novice, as he was completely unable to discern any nuances. Moreover, the foreign songs sung by Eden were beyond his grasp. Xiao Ziyu found himself at a loss for words. Moments later, how are you? Eden, somewhat unsteady, took a seat, possibly having indulged a bit too much. Xiao Ziyu intended to respond with a simple quite good, but felt that such a reply might come off as dismissive. He began to mentally sift through a repertoire of compliments. In the shadows, his doppelganger, unnoticed by the others, retrieved Xiao Ziyu's phone and searched for how to compliment someone singing. After a brief interval, the doppelganger deactivated. Your vocal technique is truly exceptional. Your voice is like a magical quill that crafts enchanting melodies, Xiao Ziyu recited mechanically, echoing the recent search results. This isn't like you. Shouldn't you simply say it's good? Elysian regarded him with a puzzled expression, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Ziyu. Eden seemed to detect the mechanical nature of Xiao Ziyu's words and actions but chose not to confront him. Well, it's good. But I am merely a layperson incapable of appreciating such refined and elegant music, Xiao Ziyu admitted, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. I'm not implying that you lack talent, Eden. Xiao Ziyu fumbled, genuinely struggling with his choice of words. It's all right. I understand your intent. Eden nodded unsteadily, indicating her indifference. Well then, since Eden is also inebriated, I shall take my leave, Xiao Ziyu declared as he downed his glass of red wine and prepared to depart. Elysia remarked, I'm not drunk. Generally speaking, intoxicated individuals tend to assert this. Xiao Ziyu chuckled awkwardly, slowly retreating while observing Elysia begin to engage with Eden. What is going on? Why does it feel increasingly awkward wherever I go? Xiao Ziyu sensed something amiss. 10 minutes later. Xiao Ziyu activated his teleportation to procure some paintbrushes and colors, also picking up some candy, thinking that children would surely enjoy sweets. Moments later. 10 minutes later. Xiao Ziyu sat across from Hen and Blanca, resembling a guest visiting relatives during the new year. Could you possibly allow someone else to serve tea? Your constant serving is depleting my supply, I remarked. Hen glanced at the cabinet beside him, a hint of resentment crossing his features. Despite having hardly touched the tea himself, it seemed to vanish little by little from the shelves. Very well, Xiao Ziyu replied after a moment's contemplation. By the way, how has Grace Yu been lately? He inquired, casting a glance at Grace Yu, who was engrossed in her drawing. Brother Ziyu, Grace Yu has been eating well, listening to Mom and Dad, and Grace Yu slowly turned her head, her youthful voice emanating a soothing quality. All right, that is quite enough, Xiao Ziyu interjected, a thought nagging at him about what else she might say. Something about sleeping well or taking proper baths, perhaps. After pondering briefly, Xiao Ziyu turned his attention back to Grace Yu. Little Grace Yu, Grace Yu responded, looking back at Xiao Ziyu with a puzzled expression. Are you happy? Is there anything bothering you? Xiao Ziyu stammered, as if struggling to convey his intended meaning. Happy? Not particularly, but I'm not unhappy either, Grace Yu contemplated for a moment before replying. It seemed that Grace Yu lacked emotional depth, yet it was merely a deficit of feelings. How should one articulate it? Perhaps she was simply detached? No, too innocent? Xiao Ziyu mused, contemplating whether to invite Hen to a different location for a conversation, yet he hesitated on how to phrase it. If Grace Yu were to become a Hershers, would you be willing to confront her? After a brief moment of deliberation, Xiao Ziyu casually picked up a notebook, wrote a line, and handed it to Hen. Hen, upon seeing what Xiao Ziyu had written, received the notebook with a look of confusion. Was there something that could not be spoken aloud? After taking a moment, Hen glanced at the content and seemed momentarily at a loss, his mind blank as he hesitated to respond. XX, Hen began to write, but abruptly paused. Moments later, he passed the notebook back to Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu took the notebook and began to read. I cannot falter. As a soldier, it is my duty to resist the collapse. As a father, I could never inflict harm upon Grace Yu. If the survival of humanity hinged upon causing her pain, I would still refuse to harm her or her family. No matter the circumstances, I vow to protect them with my very life. Even if I am aware of my inability to defeat you, should that moment arise, I must stand resolutely before you. Xiao Ziyu gazed contemplatively at the contents of the notebook, remaining silent. His expression prompted Hen to cast a suspicious glance in his direction, seemingly concerned that Grace Yu might have encountered an unforeseen calamity, akin to becoming a judge. It was merely a question, after all. That will not happen. Moreover, if such a scenario were to unfold, you would not be standing before me, Xiao Ziyu remarked, setting the notebook down as he pondered his words. I know that no one can restrain you. No, what I mean is that I would not oppose her, Xiao Ziyu continued, directing his gaze towards Grace Yu. As it stands, humanity is destined for defeat. What is your perspective? He picked up the notebook once more, inscribing his thoughts before passing it to Hen. Moments later, Hen returned the notebook to Xiao Ziyu. Chapter 136, Dream of Silence. As it stands, humanity is destined for defeat. What is your perspective? Xiao Ziyu received the notebook, perusing its contents. I am but an ordinary soldier. I can only do my utmost. If defeat is inevitable, then so be it. My heart aches for Grace Yu. This is unjust to Grace Yu. Xiao Ziyu gradually finished reading the contents of the notebook and slowly lifted his gaze towards Hen. Rest assured, I have vowed that even in defeat, you shall not come to harm, he murmured as he approached Hen. Father, what are you all doing? At that moment, Grace Yu, noticing the unusual silence among them, turned around with a hint of confusion. Oh, it's nothing, just discussing some work. Hen scratched his head and replied awkwardly. Yes. Xiao Ziyu forced a smile in agreement. Grace Yu slowly rose and walked towards Xiao Ziyu. Brother Ziyu, are you unhappy? She asked suddenly. No. Xiao Ziyu responded, puzzled by Grace Yu's unexpected question. But Brother Ziyu, your smile seems quite forced. Are you not happy? Gracio inquired earnestly. Although it was merely a forced smile, which indeed was a semblance of joy, Xiao Ziyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, uncertain how to explain that it was simply an awkward smile. Isn't that even more awkward? Brother Ziyu, you can pat Gracio's head. Everyone says that doing so brings happiness, she suggested, clearly accustomed to being patted on the head by others. Gracio reached out, taking Xiao Ziyu's right hand and placing it on her head, gazing at him with wide eyes. Xiao Ziyu hesitated, feeling lost. Isn't it inappropriate to touch her head? Such gestures are typically reserved for elders or those who cherish you. Neither. Yet, with her hand already in place, he pondered. Wouldn't it be quite awkward to retract my hand now? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu slowly moved his arm and gently ruffled Gracio's small head. Indeed, it feels pleasant. Much better than dealing with that feisty little ninetails that's always bristling. Brother Ziyu, are you feeling happier now? Ah, yes, he replied. Even though he felt little change, he thought it unkind to dampen the spirits of a child. Go play, little Gracio. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Xiao Ziyu withdrew his hand and slowly rose, bidding farewell to Hin before making his exit. Goodbye, Brother Ziyu. Came Gracio's farewell from behind. Goodbye, little Gracio, he nodded in acknowledgement. With a soft thud, Xiao Ziyu halted his steps and entered his mental realm. However, within it, he found only the presence of five-tailed beasts, with no sign of Hashirama or Madara. Xiao Ziyu scanned his surroundings in search of the two. Hashirama? Madara? He called out, but there was no response. Are they hiding? But why would they hide from me? An ominous premonition surged within him, yet the enigma remained unsolved. After a brief moment, Xiao Ziyu arrived, carrying a bag filled with exquisite gifts, and found himself face to face with Cosmo and Diastobia. Unsurprisingly, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. How should I greet them? Have you eaten? He pondered. Why has he suddenly come to see me? Is this merely a coincidence? Cosmo and Xiao Ziyu exchanged a silent glance. And how should I inquire about his well-being? Why is he so reticent? Do I appear too aloof? Diastobia hesitated, wondering. What are they up to? Suddenly, my mind feels blank. Are they on a date? Is my timing inappropriate? It seems he is even more distant than I, she reflected. How I wish Ellie were here. The situation wouldn't be so awkward. Why has he chosen to present gifts? Is there some deeper significance? Cosmo glanced at the unremarkable gift bag. It feels as though we have been silent for ages. Would it not be better if I simply left? Must we persist in this silence? Or is there something unspeakable? Xiao Ziyu's mind had gone blank. Or perhaps he has already conveyed some message through other means. Half an hour later, Diastobia, unable to contain herself, observed Xiao Ziyu and Cosmo staring at each other in silence for 30 minutes without a word. What is this staring contest? She finally asked. The two turned to her. I understand now. He is testing my endurance through this silent game, she thought. Very well. I shall not concede. Cosmo slowly turned back, continuing to gaze at Xiao Ziyu. So, we are playing a game? Xiao Ziyu noticed Cosmo's gaze and slowly turned back. The two locked eyes once more. Diastobia hesitated again. Why are they ignoring me? Another 5 minutes passed. Even the loquacious Diastobia found herself rendered speechless by their intensity. 30 minutes elapsed. Su, having appeared at some point, stood watching the two engage in their silent contest. Though he intended to speak, he hesitated and ultimately turned away. 1 hour passed in silence. 2 hours went by without a word. 5 hours later, Cosmo finally broke the silence. I concede. Concede? What have you lost? Xiao Ziyu glanced at the two, his mind regaining its clarity. How should I respond? Is everything well? Recently, aside from the volume of tasks, they have been relatively manageable. Yes, all is well. After a moment of contemplation, Cosmo slowly began to speak. Daisi Duo Baya and Xiao Ziyu gradually turned to Daisi Duo Baya, inquiring. I am doing fairly well, except for Cosmo's persistent silence. It was evident that Daisi Duo Baya and Xiao Ziyu were not particularly familiar with each other. Furthermore, Xiao Ziyu's daily demeanor, colder than even Cosmo's, might have led Daisi Duo Baya to perceive a sense of distance, akin to an icy leader. Chapter 137, The Moonlight Throne. It feels quite oppressive, as though one is waiting for death, Xiao Ziyu remarked, raising her gaze to survey the surroundings. The scene of the moths to the flame remained orderly. Some individuals scurried about while others sat quietly, attending to their affairs. Am I restrained? Will I lose? Xiao Ziyu raised her right hand, staring blankly at her palm. Can I teleport the entire barrier with Flying Thunder God over a radius of 100 kilometers? That seems excessively vast, and I certainly cannot approach too closely. That would only expand the range further. A sigh escaped her lips. What is this? The Moonlight Throne? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Weir Wei, her brow furrowed in confusion. The Moonlight Throne? The name has a certain charm, yet it remains unfinished. Though it appears quite appealing at present, does it not? Weir Wei wiped the sweat from her brow, rising to face Xiao Ziyu, seemingly hoping for praise regarding her talent. May I touch it? Xiao Ziyu queried. You may, but I would prefer if you do not damage it. Weir Wei pondered for a moment before agreeing to let Xiao Ziyu examine the incomplete Moonlight Throne. Xiao Ziyu reached out to caress the cold steel, perhaps soul steel or another material. I have an idea, Weir Wei. Could you assist me in crafting a weapon? Xiao Ziyu recalled that throughout this time, she had scarcely wielded any weapon, while Watergate at least employed specially crafted kunai, whereas she had merely utilized a few stones as substitutes for the flying thunder god kunai. A weapon? What sort do you desire? A gun? A sword? Or perhaps an exoskeleton armor? Weir Wei inquired. I would like a fan, Xiao Ziyu replied. A fan? Weir Wei frowned slightly. While a fan can indeed be fashioned as a weapon, is it not typically associated with assassination? After all, Xiao Ziyu is not an assassin. Something like this. Xiao Ziyu elaborated, verbally conveying the general shape and function of the Uchiha fan to Weir Wei. Very well. I suppose it will be manageable. You are not in a hurry, are you? Weir Wei rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before asking. No, not at all, Xiao Ziyu responded. 10 minutes later. Do you have any other matters to address? Weir Wei set aside her tasks and gradually turned to gaze at the lingering figure of Xiao Ziyu. Weir Wei. Have you calculated? Xiao Ziyu stammered, uncertain of how to inquire. Apologies, I must take my leave now. With that, he vanished. At 6:54. Xiao Ziyu returned to the Moth to the Flame base, glancing at the time. Previously, I was the one delivering meals to Mobius and Klein, as I was also working in that laboratory. Now that I am no longer there, do I still need to bring them food? Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. Forget it, he muttered, retrieving a somewhat orderly, square stone from his pocket. He then tossed it lightly into the air. If it has markings, I shall deliver it. If not, I shall not. Xiao Ziyu gradually closed his eyes. A moment later, judging by the sound, the stone had landed and ceased its movement. Xiao Ziyu slowly opened his eyes and picked up the stone, his eyes twitching involuntarily. Chapter 138, Dream Stir Fry. 10 minutes later, Xiao Ziyu randomly contemplated what to gift them, yet ultimately arrived at no conclusion, for she lacked the ability to categorize her options. Without choices, how could one select at random? Reluctantly, she retrieved her phone and began searching for what do researchers enjoy eating? Beef? Milk? As she perused the extensive list of search results displayed on her screen, she found only ingredients, devoid of any actual dishes. Shall I gift beef noodles again? Wouldn't that be tiresome? Beef? What dishes could be made? Never mind. Xiao Ziyu teleported to the outside world, casually selected a pot, and cleaned it thoroughly. He then sought out a cow to slaughter. How long does it take to transform a whole cow into a prepared basin of beef? The answer is 21 minutes. This is because 20 minutes are required for marination. Xiao Ziyu, lacking culinary skills, relied on an online tutorial. A few wooden clones swiftly dismember the cow into steaks, which only takes 1 minute. Meanwhile, another wooden clone stands aside, holding a phone, reciting the tutorial instructions aloud. All right, one of the wooden clones responds. And then Xiao Ziyu teleports away to find oil. Xiao Ziyu poured the oil brought by the wooden clone into the pot. No, you must heat the pot first. The mobile wooden clone interjected. The other clones glanced at the mobile wooden clone, seemingly expressing their frustration for not having spoken up sooner. 30 seconds later, Xiao Ziyu cleaned the pot thoroughly, then ignited the flame to heat the pot and add oil. Subsequently, he was to stir fry. The mobile wooden clone twitched its mouth, pondering why this tutorial had so few steps. Make it a bit more vigorous. 2 wooden clones grasped the pot, attempting to mimic tossing the contents, while Xiao Ziyu wielded a spatula to stir fry, as he was not adept at tossing the ingredients. Beneath the pot, 1 wooden clone slightly parted its lips and breathed fire onto the bottom of the pot. What a primitive way to cook. Afterward, they set it aside. The gas cylinder wooden clone extinguished the flame, and the others followed suit. They washed the pot, heated it again, and the gas cylinder wooden clone applied a low flame. How much oil should I add? Xiao Ziyu queried, holding the oil container and looking at the wooden clones. A suitable amount. What constitutes a suitable amount? Xiao Ziyu's eye twitched. It didn't specify. Let me check how much oil is needed for 2 people's meal. Oh, approximately this much. All right, now add the beef, along with the chopped scallions, green peppers, and red peppers. The wooden clone seized the previously washed green and red peppers and tossed them directly into the pot. Chop them first. Are you just throwing them in without cutting? One wooden clone hastily retrieved the green and red peppers from the pot and began chopping. The sound of rapid chopping suggested that the wooden clone possessed quite impressive knife skills. The others turned their gaze toward the chopping wooden clone, who held a chef's knife in its right hand, swiftly slicing the vegetables into strips. The left hand bore a series of uneven cuts, reminiscent of wood shavings. 10 seconds later, the wooden clone, seemingly unperturbed by the state of its left hand, used its right hand to add the strips of green and red peppers to the pot. Increase the heat. Xiao Ziyu kicked the gas cylinder on the floor, signaling for a higher output. Then came the lid, followed by the seasoning. Xiao Ziyu surveyed his surroundings and grabbed a wooden clone to use as a lid for the pot. What seasoning should be added? Light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, and it's not specified. Forget it. Xiao Ziyu lifted the wooden clone and tossed it aside, then seized the light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and salt, adding them into the mixture. Is that all? That doesn't seem right, does it? A wooden clone raised a question. I believe we should add some soy sauce. Add it. I think we should also include a bit of fish sauce. Very well. Let me taste. It seems a bit bland. Add salt. I think a splash of cooking wine would be good. Add it. Wait, didn't we add that during marination? Xiao Ziyu paused, glancing at the wooden clone in confusion. After stir-frying for so long, I think it must have evaporated, right? It should be added. That makes sense. Xiao Ziyu hesitated for a moment before continuing to add the ingredients. Oyster sauce. Add it. Pepper, chili powder. All right. Wait a moment. That doesn't seem right. Xiao Ziyu halted his actions, casting a something's-off look at the wooden clone that made the remark. Chapter 139. Dream constraints. Is this you're doing? Moebius glanced at the several large plates of stir-fried beef on the table, appearing somewhat speechless, as if an entire cow had been used for stir-frying. Yes. Xiao Ziyu also took a glance at the dishes on the table, which couldn't be described as particularly appealing but weren't too bad either, hesitantly speaking. Moebius remained silent, while Klein had already picked up a bowl to eat. Do you think I'm a pig, little mouse? It's because I was concerned that the meat from elsewhere might not be good. Xiao Ziyu scratched his head, explaining. So I picked a cow that seemed to have a decent quality of life and killed it on the spot. It's fine, if there is too much. Then there is too much. Xiao Ziyu instinctively wanted to say he would handle the excess, but then he reconsidered. He certainly couldn't eat an entire cow. Moebius picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Xiao Ziyu watched the two from behind and swallowed hard. There was always something unsettling about seeing Moebius. Well, I'll take my leave first. Moebius glanced at Xiao Ziyu, who seemed uncomfortable, without saying a word. In the following period, the atmosphere within the Moth of Fire grew increasingly awkward, referring to Xiao Ziyu and the others. Anyone could see it. Xiao Ziyu evidently conceals certain matters from them, yet none have obtained the answers. It is akin to a fragile layer of window paper, which no one dares to pierce. Nor is anyone capable of doing so. Today, the reverse progress, with the assistance of M-Bias, has reached an impressive 99. 9. M-Bias employs biological genetic methods, utilizing known samples of Hashirama's chakra and the patterns of the tailed beasts to meticulously deduce the chakra forms and states of everyone involved. For instance, should Hashirama's chakra be divided into 1,000 parts, arranged in a combination of letters and numbers, then Sasuke's chakra could be represented as the inverse of A1 plus B2, minus the sum of X7, which would then be substituted into a derivative formula. The resulting inverse would be further augmented by K1 multiplied by K3. Alternatively, one might consider that chakra is produced by cells. In other words, M-Bias has cultivated cells from Sasuke, Naruto, Chio, and the majority of the ninja world to acquire chakra. This may come off as somewhat obscure and difficult to grasp. Some may challenge certain established concepts. And thus I clarify that it suffices to understand that M-Bias has assisted Xiao Ziyu in acquiring 99 of the Sage of Six Paths chakra. The narrative may have become somewhat convoluted, so I shall directly progress the plot. The remaining four-tailed beasts are nearly completed in their cultivation. Xiao Ziyu gazed at the vast, formidable barrier in the distance, his expression a tapestry of complexity. May inform everyone to maintain a minimum distance of 5 kilometers from the barrier. Do not approach directly, he commanded, taking a step back while observing the seemingly shifting barrier. Grasping the communicator, he added, "Understood." After a prolonged silence, Mei offered no dissent. In the distance, Qianjia charged recklessly into the barrier as if driven mad. Yet, scarcely a step in, he collapsed to the ground. "What shall we do?" Kevin, clutching the heavenly fire, inquired from the sidelines. "First, let's retrieve Qianjia," Xiao Ziyu replied. "Kevin, you and I will act independently. The rest of you, maintain your distance from the barrier. Should any ruined beasts appear outside the barrier, deal with them swiftly. If not, prioritize your safety." He turned to address Alicia and the others behind him, issuing his orders. Swoosh. Kevin's current combat prowess seems even lower than before. No chimera transformation has been undertaken. Initially, Kevin could deliver a devastating strike across a vast area, but based on previous performance, he is now incapable of executing such an attack. Could it be? Relying on me. Swoosh. Xiao Ziyu and Kevin stood before the barrier, with Qianjia tantalizingly close. Yet it felt as though their bodies were already on the brink of chaos. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu swiftly extended his right hand and seized Qianjia, casting him away. Kevin glanced at Xiao Ziyu's right hand, which seemed on the verge of erupting. Xiao Ziyu observed his uncontrollable right hand, evidently affected by the influence of constrained powers. The portion of his forearm below the elbow flickered and pulsated like a mosaic. Xiao Ziyu extended his left hand to grasp his right, attempting in vain to suppress the binding powers that constrained him. Ultimately, he had no choice but to twist and sever his right hand, casting it aside. TSK, Xiao Ziyu could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. He departed. Xiao Ziyu returned the Thousand Calamities Thunder God to the base, subsequently summoning the Wood Dragon to carry both of them into the skies. Attempting to locate the presence of the Hershers from above. "Kevin, are you feeling unwell?" he inquired, observing the vast expanse above as the Wood Dragon maintained a distance of over 2,000 meters from the barrier to avoid interference. "Not at all. It has little effect." Kevin replied with a shake of his head, indicating that his physical prowess seemed to surpass that of Xiao Ziyu. "Have you found it? But at this height, can you strike?" After a brief pause, Xiao Ziyu focused intently on the ground and posed the question. "I'm uncertain. Perhaps I can," Kevin responded, peering down but only perceiving the layers of clouds. "Let us attempt it." Another Wood Dragon sprouted beside them as Xiao Ziyu leapt onto it, distancing himself from Kevin to prevent any accidental harm. Kevin raised the heavenly fire, channeling the energy of collapse into it, as the heavenly fire gradually transformed in form. The golden energy of collapse enveloped his entire being, and a divine visage emerged, with an immense golden chakra extending outward, slowly shaping into the head of the Nine Tails. The two Wood Dragons began their rapid descent towards the ground. Unsheath. The roaring flames surged downward in tandem with Kevin's sword swing. Tailed Beast Planetary Spiral Shuriken. The Nine Tails launched several concentrated tailed beast balls, spiraling rapidly downward alongside the shuriken. However, as the duo's assaults entered the barrier, they swiftly began to unravel and dissipate, vanishing entirely into the air before even nearing the Hershers. Xiao Ziyu swiftly summoned a wooden dragon to catch the plummeting Kevin, intending to retreat. Meanwhile, the ruler noticed the recent attack from the heavens, raising a hand to diminish the base area of the barrier while simultaneously increasing its height. The constraining barrier, under the ruler's control, rapidly expanded towards Kevin and his companion. Please proceed directly to the next chapter, which is Chapter 141. Chapter 139 connects directly to Chapter 141. Kindly skip this chapter, as it is erroneous and serves no purpose. Xiao Ziyu extended the ice cream towards Fu Hua, and upon noticing her lack of response, waved it in front of her. "Fu Hua? Oh, thank you." Fu Hua's vacant gaze finally regained its luster as she quickly responded. "What is the matter? Are you troubled?" Xiao Ziyu observed her, puzzled, as her coy demeanor fell out of character. Nothing. Fu Hua averted her gaze, offering a vague reply. Xiao Ziyu frowned. Yet Fu Hua remained looking down. Realizing this, he chose not to press further and walked away. Suddenly, Gepato's stomach emitted a loud rumble, signaling its emptiness. "Hungry? Then let us go," Qianjia remarked, casting a glance at Pato, leading the group toward the restaurant. "How have you been lately?" Su slowed his pace to align with Xiao Ziyu, gradually approaching to inquire. "What do you mean?" Xiao Ziyu responded, glancing at Su. "Didn't you mention wanting to uproot a tree?" "I can't do it." Xiao Ziyu shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "My strength pales in comparison to that of a tree. Fortunate that trees lack consciousness." Is that so? If you are concerned about the safety of the people in other worlds, you need not worry. Xiao Ziyu opened his mouth wide and devoured the ice cream, then fell silent. What do you mean by that? Su appeared intrigued, pressing for more. I have divided a portion of my consciousness to wander through myriad worlds. Primarily, my aim is to save and guide, to lead people toward a brighter tomorrow. Doesn't that sound rather erudite of me? Xiao Ziyu donned a cheerful expression, glancing at Su. Su smiled quietly, remaining reticent. I have another question for you, if I may. Su spoke as they approached the restaurant. Of course. What is it? Xiao Ziyu replied, his gaze fixed ahead. As you said, you have ascended to divinity. Why then do you not assist people in alleviating their ailments and suffering? Shouldn't a deity bestow blessings upon humanity? I apologize, Su. Precisely because I have become a deity, I must refrain from excessively interfering with the world's workings. Even if a tragic consequence were to arise from a mere thought of mine or anyone else's, I could easily rewind time to avert the tragedy. I believe such actions would show a lack of respect for life and the world. An outsider ought to fulfill the role of an outsider, refraining from undue interference in the natural order. Xiao Ziyu shook his head. Is that so? That does make sense. Su showed no strong reaction, indicating that it was merely a question without ulterior motives. Are you not considering finding a girlfriend? Xiao Ziyu suddenly teased, directing his gaze at Su. And what about you? Su replied, unfazed, with a counter-question. I must be over 50,000 years old. Who would fancy an old man? Then, I am equally unappealing, Xiao Ziyu retorted. Enough of that. I see. It is likely that many of the nurses in the hospital hold you in high regard. Just a jest, of course. In the blink of an eye, everyone has entered the restaurant and taken their seats in an orderly fashion. This one, that one. Xiao Ziyu took the menu and began to point out selections. And these as well. Good. He returned the menu to the waiter and remarked, Sir, is this all you wish to order for such a large group? The waiter appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired. Oh, disregard those I mentioned. Let us have one of everything else. Do you have seafood? Yes, indeed. Please, what would you like? The waiter promptly retrieved another menu and handed it to Xiao Ziyu. This one, 10 Australian lobsters, but not the small ones. 30 emperor crabs, again, no small ones. Additionally, 250 pounds of crayfish in spicy, garlic, and fragrant flavors. Each variety is required. 50 pounds of oysters and 100 pounds of abalone. Let it be the finest quality. That should suffice. Do you wish to add anything else? Xiao Ziyu set down the menu and surveyed the group. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that it was sufficient. Wow, Ziyu, you are exceptionally generous today, Padu remarked, somewhat astonished. Ahem, well, our dear Eden is here, Xiao Ziyu replied with a mischievous grin, turning to Eden and playfully requesting, please, take care of the bill. Very well. Eden responded with an air of authority, then proceeded directly to settle the payment. Hey, I've never seen you consume so much. Are you really going to finish it all? Qianjia expressed doubt. Of course, it will all vanish in an instant. Do you not believe me? Xiao Ziyu slowly rose, preparing to find a quiet spot to indulge. However, with food, the primary focus is on savoring the flavors, so I shall naturally take my time. Chapter 141. Dream Failure? The binding barrier swiftly enveloped the two, and then the wooden dragon lost control, exploding directly as they plummeted. The impact of their fall sent up a cloud of dust. Xiao Ziyu attempted to escape using the Flying Thunder God technique, but found himself unable to gather even a modicum of chakra or destructive energy. His physical form seemed equally disordered, rendering him nearly immobile. Kevin crouched on the ground, appearing equally distressed, though it seemed he fared slightly better than Xiao Ziyu. The Lawbringer appeared somewhat smug, refraining from amplifying his powers further, as if toying with the two, and began to draw nearer. The two exchanged glances, wishing to communicate yet finding themselves at a loss for words. Kevin slowly rose, attempting to channel destructive energy to the heavenly fire, but was equally incapable. There was no path forward. Xiao Ziyu struggled to rise, retrieving the round fan he had been carrying on his back, which was crafted not long ago by Wei Wei. However, their current state had been significantly diminished. What once were swift movements now appeared remarkably sluggish in the eyes of the ruler. Xiao Ziyu wielded a round fan and attempted to strike at the lawgiver, only to be effortlessly intercepted with a single hand. With a mere exertion of force, he was cast aside. Kevin, left with no alternative, resorted to wielding the flames of heaven in a futile attempt to physically assault the lawgiver. The exchanges between the two and the lawgiver, spanning dozens of rounds, resembled not a contest, but rather the lawgiver indulging in a game. Xiao Ziyu appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion, half kneeling on the ground. his breath ragged as he observed Kevin still engaged in combat with the logger not far away. Thoughts plagued him. It's all my fault. Why did I act this way? Now I cannot even pass the constraints. All because I refused to witness the devastating impact of the Fusion Warrior project on our overall combat capabilities. It is all my fault. Xiao Ziyu seemed unable to maintain consciousness, desperately clutching the fan, unwilling to succumb, yet could not withstand the oppressive restraints and gradually fell to the ground, losing awareness as vital signs slowly faded away. In the void, a strange yet familiar voice and image surged into Xiao Ziyu's mind. Time rewound by a minute. Inside the M-Bias laboratory, panic ensued. No, the main body has been pulled into the restraining barrier. The wooden doppelganger jolted, abandoning its work and rushing towards the test tube rack. What are you doing? M-Bias questioned anxiously as the wooden doppelganger injected one syringe after another into its own body. There is no time. There is no chance to test it. I must rely on myself to bring these over. And the tailed beasts, we can't test them either. The wooden doppelganger then hurried to absorb the 4 slumbering tailed beasts, temporarily preserving them as vessels. A crack suddenly opened on the wooden doppelganger's face. Boom. Moments later, the wooden doppelganger exploded. On the battlefield, Elysian and the others immediately received news through their headsets that Xiao Ziyu had lost vital signs. Ignoring Xiao Ziyu's warnings, they advanced into the restraining barrier. The outcome was inevitable. None could remain unscathed within the barrier. Each was affected by the restraining power according to their physical strength, and vital signs began to falter. Nevertheless, none retreated, not solely to conquer the collapse, but perhaps also for Xiao Ziyu. Chapter 142, Reality Dream. In a world of ethereal nothingness, Xiao Ziyu slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood the Sage of 6 Paths himself. The sage lowered his head, silent, his eyes and face obscured from view. Xiao Ziyu grimaced, one hand pressed against his head, seemingly absorbing something. After a moment, Xiao Ziyu appeared to regain his composure, standing tall and gazing at the Sage of 6 Paths. Xiao Ziyu approached the sage and delivered a punch, sending him flying. Thud. The sage appeared unharmed, slowly rising and looking up at Xiao Ziyu with a hunched posture. What have you done? I ask you, what have you accomplished? Xiao Ziyu shouted angrily, hastening towards the sage as if to strike again. I have done nothing. The sage did not resist, bracing himself to receive Xiao Ziyu's blow once more. 36,132 times you merely watched them. Watched Elysian. Died over 36,000 times. You should have at least tried to stop Elysian. Are you blind? Did I not try to stop her? Did I do nothing? Suddenly, the Sage of 6 Paths seemed to lose control, grabbing Xiao Ziyu and shouting back. I have tried every possible method. Everything I could conceive. I attempted. I became the Sage of 6 Paths. I achieved it. And yet, I was powerless. Strike them down and cast them into the refuge. What was the outcome? Elysian awakened and liberated them. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. I hastened my efforts and crafted thousands of moonlight thrones. And what transpired? That fool of an end became even stronger. With a mere wave of his hand, everything was obliterated. I led them away from Earth, embarking on the Ark project. What was the result? Not only could we not escape the solar system, but that fool of an end pursued us relentlessly. I have exhausted every conceivable option. All in vain. That fool of an end seems to have a homing instinct, relentlessly intent on annihilating them. There is something you have yet to attempt. Xiao Ziyu lowered his head and spoke slowly. What? The Sage of 6 Paths furrowed his brow, revealing a sense of desperation. You have never truly exerted your full strength against the end. Isn't that a trivial observation? If I were to unleash my full power, there would be no time for the kaleidoscope. Then it would truly be over. My demise is inconsequential. But what about them? What of Hashirama and Madara? Will you simply watch them perish? Did you anticipate this? A flicker of confusion crossed the Sage of 6 Paths' eyes, tinged with sorrow. 36,132 times, their existence has dwindled with each iteration, Xiao Ziyu remarked coldly, his gaze fixed on the Sage of 6 Paths, brimming with indignation. This implies that from the very first moment they stood before you to shield you, their fate was sealed. Hashirama and Madara, as outsiders, cannot be spared from their predetermined destinies. Their initial demise occurred on the moon, thus they were destined to perish. Each cycle, assuming they were originally meant to live as long as Xiao Ziyu, for a century, with every transition between reality and dream, their lifespan diminishes until it is extinguished. Consequently, the Hashirama and Madara within this dreamscape were previously unseen due to their waning lifespans, and now, as this final transition occurs, their lives have reached zero, leading to their immediate disappearance. The Sage of Six Paths appeared to regain his composure. Those events are now in the past. Dwelling on them serves no purpose. If I had the choice, I would not wish for you to become like me. The Sage of Six Paths lifted his gaze to Xiao Ziyu. You have seen it. Have you not? In the final moments, Alicia bestowed upon me the power of the origin. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to regain some semblance of rationality. Recalling the pressing matters at hand. If it weren't for Alicia, I would have succumbed to madness, and you would not exist. The Sage of Six Paths. In the midst of his revelation, suddenly erupted into a frenzied assault, wielding his staff against Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu remained utterly motionless. Suddenly, the Sage of Six Paths seemed to regain his senses, halting his staff mere centimeters from Xiao Ziyu's throat. I am aware that you possess the powers of 10 judges. Yet that is merely a temporary advantage. Xiao Ziyu slowly raised his hand, seizing the staff from the sage's grasp. The essence of origin, Ailey, embodies humanity. It is Ailey who allows me to retain this flicker of rationality. The Sage of Six Paths staggered back a couple of steps, appearing somewhat disoriented. Do not presume to dictate my actions. Experiencing this may not leave you in a better position than I. He pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Ziyu, speaking with indignation. But I find myself at an impasse. I can no longer perceive a way forward. Although I am uncertain whether you can succeed, I must now place my hopes upon you. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to falter, suddenly collapsing to the ground. If I am to preserve my sanity, it necessitates acquiring Ailey's powers, which, regrettably, means Ailey must perish. We both understand that this is not the outcome we desire. And you are not in a position of superiority either. Xiao Ziyu gradually approached the Six-Paths Sage, extending his hand to grasp his neck. Yet, he found himself ensnared by a binding force that restrained his limbs. You are nothing but a useless being, the Six-Paths Sage continued to speak, seemingly oblivious to his impending fate, as if delivering a final testament. You foolishly wish to abandon the past, but alas, it haunts you still. You must understand that from the beginning to the end, we have held no significance. Only change can grant us the peace of a justified demise. I have already lost everything. I can no longer see. May you alter something. The Six-Paths Sage slowly closed his eyes. I know that without altering this situation, I shall not find rest in death. Xiao Ziyu exerted a bit more force, and it appeared that the Six-Paths Sage was on the brink of suffocation. Farewell. Xiao Ziyu, you truly are a beast, the sage lamented as his body gradually dissolved, transforming into a luminous essence that gently merged with Xiao Ziyu. Farewell, you worthless being. Xiao Ziyu retorted. The rest is left to you. Chapter 143, Transformation. Within the binding barrier, a loud crash echoed as the unconscious Xiao Ziyu erupted in a cloud of smoke. Kevin, crouched on the ground, found his celestial fire suddenly spiraling out of control, seemingly drawn towards the smoke. The Arbiter sensed a diminishment of his powers and turned his gaze toward the encroaching mist. With a roar, from within the smoke emerged a colossal red creature, resembling a monkey or perhaps an orangutan, with 4 tails. It opened its massive jaws, shattering the celestial fire that soared toward it and devouring the remnants. Doctor, the destructive energy in the Arbiter's vicinity is surging. It has already surpassed 3,000 HW. What on earth is happening? Beside him, Kevin stared in disbelief at the beast that had devoured the celestial fire. In the distance, Yu Chun emerged from Hua, darting rapidly towards Xiao Ziyu. Is this real? Hua exclaimed, taken aback by Yu Chun's sudden departure. Immediately thereafter, the Star Sea Harmonizer and the Purification Thunderbolts uncontrollably surged from Eden and Sakura, racing toward Xiao Ziyu's direction. Within the binding barrier, the onlookers witnessed beams of light converging from all directions towards Xiao Ziyu, leaving them perplexed. As the smoke began to dissipate, the expanded form of Xiao Ziyu materialized before Kevin and the Arbiter. Xiao Ziyu's physique resembled an enormous mass of flesh, as if it were a bloated orb. From within, 9 grotesque beasts emerged, seemingly yearning for something. Moments later, Yu Duken, Xinghai Zielf, and Dizu Chile were devoured by a 7-tailed fly, a 5-tailed white horse, and a 2-tailed blue cat, respectively. Doctor, it has reached 7,000 HW. Could it be a laboratory mouse? Subsequently, the 9 monstrous creatures appeared to be swiftly absorbed by Xiao Ziyu as if they were being restrained. Xiao Ziyu, once resembling a spherical figure, began to rapidly shrink, ascending slowly into the air. In but a moment, all that remained suspended was a pure white egg, approximately the size of 2.5 individuals. The Enforcer, realizing the situation, attempted to utilize their powers to annihilate the egg, but to no avail. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the pure white egg burst open, unleashing a torrential wave of heat and stirring a tempestuous wind. Countless shards of white eggshell drifted down like snowflakes. Kevin gazed in bewilderment at the figure suspended in midair, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Doctor, it seems to have surpassed 10,000. It appears to be on the verge of a cataclysm. Xiao Ziyu slowly raised his right hand, shattering the remaining eggshell. Within the confines of the barrier, all present could discern a figure suspended in midair not far off. Even though only the silhouette was visible, it appeared that the figure sported what resembled a pair of horns protruding from its forehead. The long white hair cascading down to the waist exuded an unsettling aura, while the pallor of the skin was unnervingly pale. The entire form was enveloped in a golden energy of decay, and from behind, a golden cloak woven from this energy billowed in the wind. 9 peculiar black orbs floated behind the figure, alongside a staff resembling a 2-meter-long censer that hovered nearby. Doctor, the readings have skyrocketed. Are we doomed? Klein exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Do not be so hasty, came a measured response. Chapter 144, The Origin of the 9 Laws of the Immortal. Ziyu? Kevin gazed at the peculiar figure in the air, uncertain whether it was truly Xiao Ziyu. Indeed, Xiao Ziyu replied, casting a glance at Kevin. In an instant, Xiao Ziyu materialized before the lawmaker, delivering a powerful punch that was swiftly blocked. With a swift motion, Xiao Ziyu raised his right hand, summoning a spiraling shuriken adorned in hues of blue and red. This shuriken appeared extraordinary, crackling with lightning and flames, suggesting it was infused with the powers of fire and thunder. Molten Escape, Flame Thunder Spiral Shuriken. The lawmaker hurriedly leaped back, attempting to evade the impending attack. Xiao Ziyu aimed at the lawmaker and hurled forth with great determination. The lawmaker raised both hands, seemingly intending to utilize his restraining powers to counter the assault. From a distance, the shurikens wielded by the secondary lawmaker grew increasingly diminutive. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu summoned the 9 tails. With a roar, golden chakra surged from within Xiao Ziyu, swiftly manifesting into a colossal golden fox towering several dozen meters high. With a resounding crash, the 9 tails stood unperturbed, as if unaffected by the restraining powers, and stretched its arms wide, grasping the top of the restraining barrier in an attempt to rend it asunder. Note, Xiao Ziyu's current state is temporary. The origin, 9 Laws Sage, is also ephemeral. However, the 6 Paths Sage could be eternal. For the experiment within this dreamscape has proven successful. This is merely a placeholder, as everything here is fictitious, including the so-called 6 Paths Sage. Yet, this realm is not the ninja world, rendering it inconsequential. 2. Zero Xiao Ziyu could also become a permanent 9 Laws Sage. It is quite simple. Allow the summoned-tailed beasts to serve as vessels to consume the core of the lawmaker present here, subsequently assimilating their powers. However, the origin powers will gradually dissipate, rendering this approach undesirable, as it would lead to a loss of sanity. Without the origin powers, Xiao Ziyu cannot simultaneously wield the cores of 9 lawmakers, and insanity would swiftly ensue. It is solely due to the original Xiao Ziyu's glitch that the current Xiao Ziyu possesses the powers of 10 laws. In this context, there exist dual cores of flame, wind, and so forth. The one within Xiao Ziyu will gradually fade. Essentially, there are 2 origin lawmakers, should Elysia remain immortal. Xiao Ziyu's powers will dwindle, but if Elysia perishes, so too will Xiao Ziyu's, thus allowing him to obtain Elysia's powers. However, if Elysia were to die, why would the 1. Zero Xiao Ziyu relinquish his body to the 2. Zero Xiao Ziyu? It is precisely because Elysia cannot die that 1. Zero Xiao Ziyu cannot maintain his sanity, leaving him with no choice but to sacrifice himself. Note, the powers of the 9 laws are as follows. 1 tail, Shoha, wind. 2 tails, Yuyo, lightning. 3 tails, Jiu, ice. 4 tails, Sun Wukong, flame. 5 tails, Mu Wang, rock. 6 tails, Shijuan, reason. 7 tails, Chongming, knowledge. 8 tails, Niu Gui, restraint. 9 tails, Kai Bai, void. With a thunderous crash, the 9 tails successfully tore through the restraining barrier. After all, Xiao Ziyu possessed restraining powers, albeit not in their entirety. Despite the incompleteness of his restraint over the lawmaker, Xiao Ziyu's possession of the 9 laws cores allowed him to rend the barrier asunder. Across various locales, Elysia and her companions gazed in astonishment as the barrier around them was shredded by the distant golden fox, their bodies suddenly feeling lighter, tinged with disbelief. None could comprehend the unfolding events, save for Elysia, who sensed her own essence from afar. Xiao Ziyu, observing the lawmaker who had just deflected his attack, raised his hand to summon the six-path staff, pointing it menacingly at the lawmaker. The figure behind Xiao Ziyu appears to be that of a woman. The onlookers can only discern her silhouette, yet her features remain obscured from view. Xiao Ziyu glanced back, observing the tall, exquisite figure. The pink hair danced gently in the breeze, and the silhouette appeared to be enveloped in a flowing gown of the same hue. This figure exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance, reminiscent of a divine beauty gracing the mortal realm. The celestial being slowly raised her hand, and a magnificent, ethereal bow materialized within her grasp. With another graceful motion, she drew the bowstring and released it, sending a pink arrow soaring towards the ruler. After unleashing the arrow, the divine figure gradually faded from view. The ruler, witnessing the approaching pink projectile, instinctively raised a hand to block it, yet it proved futile. For no one could resist the will of the divine. The arrow struck true, but it seemed to inflict no harm upon the ruler. Who am I? What am I doing? The ruler abruptly regained a semblance of humanity, lifting their hands to examine them, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding events. This state is but temporary. You must still meet your demise. Behind the ruler, a clone emerged, making contact and subsequently utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique along with the power of Void Law to transport them into the skies above. Xiao Ziyu raised her right hand, launching 9 distinct spiral shurikens towards the ruler suspended in the air. You were once a ruler, and you shall always be one. I cannot allow you to maintain your sanity any longer, the clone declared to the ruler. Enough. I tire of conversing with you. You are unworthy of my words. Wow. What splendid fireworks. From a distance, Elysia marveled at the vibrant explosions illuminating the sky, unable to contain her admiration. Chapter 145, The Search for Law. Moments later, the combatants had gathered at the location of Kevin and Xiao Ziyu, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Ziyu, who lay pale, as if lifeless, leaving them uncertain of what to inquire. Xiao Ziyu's expression was grave as he pondered his strategies. Hua Ziyu's long horns drew the peculiar attention of Elysia, who seemed unconcerned with the recent events involving the divine keys that had flown towards Xiao Ziyu, nor did she care about his pallor, the imposing golden nine-tailed fox beside them, or how the restraints were to be resolved, while the others were burdened with numerous questions. Elysia was singularly focused on the prospect of touching the Sage of Six Paths' horns. Xiao Ziyu cast a glance at the seemingly delighted Elysia, his expression one of complexity. May I touch them? Is it allowed? Yes, Xiao Ziyu hesitated, reluctantly acquiescing. Elysia rose on her tiptoes and reached out to touch the twin horns atop Xiao Ziyu's forehead. They're so hard. I thought they would be soft, she remarked, evidently not fond of the rigid texture. It was evident that the crowd was rife with confusion. Xiao Ziyu raised his right hand, extracting several uncontrollably absorbed core entities of the ruler. Harnessing the power of the law, he conjured the heavenly fire sacred judgment, the stellar sea harmonization, the feathered passage through dust, and the purging 7 thunders, returning them to the group. However, it was evident that their confusion only deepened. Let us return, Xiao Ziyu commanded, employing the power of the void to transport everyone back to the moth base. Wait, what is happening? Xiao Ziyu intended to depart and contemplate a strategy, yet was halted by Mei's call. Do you wish to know? Xiao Ziyu slightly turned his head, gazing at the 13 individuals, with Mei standing in for Gracie. Xiao Ziyu initially hesitated to waste time explaining himself, yet he was reluctant to disregard them as mere tools. Thus, he turned to face the 13 individuals. They felt as though a pair of extraordinary eyes were fixed upon them, and soon, they became immersed in a vision. At present, Xiao Ziyu possessed the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was awakened by his previous incarnation, with the assistance of Hashirama and Madara. Firstly, my eyes, known as the Sharingan, have borne witness to numerous tragedies, evolving into the Manjiki Sharingan. My gaze can conjure dreams, interweaving them with reality. It can be understood as a means of reversing time. I have lived through this cycle over 36,000 times, never once triumphing over the end. The image perceived by the onlookers was indistinct, indicating that Xiao Ziyu, adhering to Alicia's wishes, concealed her identity as a ruler. This shall be the final instance, for the usage of my eyes is limited. Secondly, I, in collaboration with Imbias, have created 9-tailed beasts, 9 entities of formidable life. By absorbing these 9-tailed beasts, I have attained my current form. Thirdly, I now possess the powers of 10 rulers: wind, thunder, ice, flame, rock, reason, knowledge, constraint, void, and origin. However, this is merely temporary. It shall soon dissipate. As for the reason, you have witnessed it. I have received a gift from a being of pure and unblemished nature. This was also obscured, with the voice altered. Naturally, everyone was masked. Otherwise, the truth would be glaringly obvious. Everyone present would be recognized, save for Elysia, whose pink mask would reveal her identity as a ruler. The protagonist is not so foolish. Consequently, with the powers of 10 rulers at my disposal, I effortlessly overcame the limitations of a singular ruler. Now, is there any issue? Xiao Ziyu snapped his fingers, dispelling the illusion, and prepared to depart. Who is the ruler of origin? Came a voice from behind. Embias. She must be one of us. Who is it? Is it necessary to dwell on such matters? May I inquire what wrongdoing you have witnessed her commit? Furthermore, if I may be candid, it is already too late. As for the Chimera project you just observed, along with the heavy alterations, it would be prudent to refrain from pursuing them. It is too late for that. I shall address it. Whoosh. The end is nigh, imminent, and unavoidable. Xiao Ziyu must swiftly devise a method to safeguard them. In this dreamlike reality, Kevin and the others find their combat prowess diminished by Xiao Ziyu's presence. After pacing back and forth 132 times, his mind raced with strategies, contemplating solutions. Not once in those 132 iterations had Elysia survived, and the others met their demise as well. It was inconceivable that no useful information could be gleaned from such an experience. Xiao Ziyu relocated to an uninhabited expanse, summoned thousands of clones, and began to document every experience and alteration from the previous 132 instances, striving to uncover a breakthrough. He could not approach Kevin and the others without recalling a fragment of memory, murmuring to himself, lowering combat power may not necessarily be a mistake. Kevin had initiated the integration of the warrior program after the second collapse, and by the third, the Chimera had reached a point of no return. Yet the outcome remained unsatisfactory. The sanctuary proved ineffective. Attempts had been made, but it seemed that without someone to counter the end, it would obliterate the planet, leaving them with no chance of survival. Someone must stand against the end, ideally. That someone would be me in place of Kevin and the others. Though my previous efforts were futile, they were merely a form of resistance, even if I were to expend all my strength to shield them. Civilization would soon face annihilation again, for my diminished combat power and the absence of Elysia's return would allow several high-end geniuses to accelerate technological advancement, making the collapse even more formidable. If I were to intervene, I would undoubtedly have to activate the 9 laws immortal mode. Only then would it bear some semblance of strength. Currently, I am akin to an ant, unable to even sway a tree. However, once I engage the 9 laws, I may lose my rationality in the confrontation with the end, necessitating the source authority. Elysia cannot perish. The forest of trees, my powers will likely dissipate in approximately 24 hours. This is the maximum time he has granted me to hold on. Let us move on and explore other realms. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to dispel all the clones, utilizing the power of the void law to open a passageway leading to the tree of imaginary numbers, and then stepped inside. Several hours later, Xiao Ziyu returned from the tree of imaginary numbers. The different version of myself, Xiao Ziyu, rested his chin on his hand in contemplation, governing quantity, inheritance, authority, time, perhaps. It seemed, Xiao Ziyu suddenly conceived an idea, straightening his posture. Indeed, it is possible. Xiao Ziyu began to pace back and forth, pondering the feasibility of his plan. Oh, no. He halted, furrowing his brow. Yes. Xiao Ziyu's expression relaxed, and he resumed his pacing. No, that won't do. Yes, it can work. No. Yes. Hours passed. Xiao Ziyu knelt upon the ground, surrounded by a multitude of discarded calculations. Right. Wrong. Another sheet of paper was cast aside. To his astonishment, Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat anxious, raising his arms and forcefully striking the earth. Bang. There are flaws. There is no way. I cannot do it. Perpetually unable to discover a solution, Xiao Ziyu seemed destined to gradually lose his sanity. Akin to his former self, version 1.0, amidst the ruins, a solitary green leaf danced in the wind, alighting before Xiao Ziyu. This place, clearly ravaged and devoid of life, How could a single green leaf emerge? Gazing at the leaf, Xiao Ziyu felt an inner calm beginning to take root. He picked up the leaf from the dust, fixating upon its delicate form for a long while. Xiao Ziyu slowly rose to his feet, releasing his grip, only to subsequently clutch tightly onto that verdant leaf amidst the ruins. That leaf amidst the desolation. Xiao Ziyu seemed to have an epiphany, a revelation of sorts. I am the sage of six paths. The dark energy of collapse began to manifest around Xiao Ziyu. I alone possess the knowledge of all that transpires here. The dark energy of collapse formed a Susanoo skeleton, yet it did not cease its relentless spread. Xiao Ziyu's existence bore no significance. Only a change in fate could fulfill my destiny. The second form of Susanoo Sasuke materialized. A human life can shatter at a mere touch. Only through ascension can salvation be found. Humanity cannot save itself. It is only the divine that can slay the divine. The third form of Susanoo emerged, enveloping Xiao Ziyu in a dark Susanoo as he ascended slowly into the air. The fleeting nature of life is destined to fade. The will of legacy shall burn eternally. Only through this plan can we seek a semblance of peace. I must create a world devoid of collapse for them. The colossal Susanoo, towering thousands of meters, swung its blade toward the heavens. Boom! In the sky, the clouds were cleaved apart, dispersing to either side. The experiment begins. Chapter 146. The final conversation. Sensing the response from Alicia's mark, Xiao Ziyu did not rush to her side. Would something befall Alicia? Unlikely. That must mean Alicia is seeking him. After a brief moment, Xiao Ziyu resolved to go. She would always call for him. The Sage of Six Paths is a mode for Xiao Ziyu, one that can be deactivated. As for now, he remains in the Origin, 9-Law Sage mode, as less than 24 hours have yet to pass. With a whoosh, Xiao Ziyu arrived beside Alicia, seemingly atop a rooftop somewhere. Alicia appeared to be gazing at the night sky. "Ah, you have arrived," she said, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she slowly turned to smile at Xiao Ziyu. He moved his lips, hesitating to speak, suppressing the indifferent inquiries of "What is it? And what are you doing? Was what you experienced truly real?" Alicia asked, patting the ground before sitting at the edge of the rooftop, gesturing for Xiao Ziyu to join her. He approached slowly and sat down. "You should be able to feel the power of yours within me." Xiao Ziyu gazed up at the night sky, speaking softly. "Yes, it is gradually dissipating," Alicia replied. After all, it was a gift from her, and she could sense the primordial energy within Xiao Ziyu fading away. "I'm sorry," Alicia suddenly said, lowering her head slightly. "I deceived you so many times." She smiled at Xiao Ziyu, though the smile appeared somewhat insincere. "It matters not if you deceived me. It is I who foolishly fell for your tricks time and again." Was that truly how it was meant to end? Among the 30,000 instances, there was one where Xiao Ziyu did not appear at all, and all events unfolded according to the original plot. As for the purpose behind it, it is rather complicated, and I shall refrain from elaborating. In truth, I have yet to weave the narrative. I certainly could, but that would lead to a frivolous tale devoid of significance regarding the main storyline. Do you still mean what you said about helping me create an eternal paradise? I suppose not at this moment. A sound of laughter tinged with sorrow, a sound I can hardly find a word to describe. You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? Yes. To be honest, I long to embrace Eden once more, to simply be with everyone. Xiao Ziyu slowly rose to his feet. You will. For I have already devised a plan. Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat exhilarated, displaying a confident yet mischievous smile before departing. 24 hours after the demise of the lawmaker of constraints, the blueprint of the plan took shape, and the direction seemed appropriate. Now, you shall construct the sanctuary. Somewhere in the world, Xiao Ziyu commanded thousands of his avatars. You shall continue the experiments. You shall hone your skills. Engage in simulated battles. At this juncture, 2 months had elapsed since the end of the constraints. The core of the lawmaker of constraints had been taken by Xiao Ziyu at that time and was not entrusted to the moths of fire. Xiao Ziyu did not return to the moth drawn to the flame, instead dedicating himself to his experiments outside. During this time, others endeavored to summon Xiao Ziyu using their marks. Xiao Ziyu was indeed aware of the situation, yet chose not to intervene. Time was of the essence, and he devoted himself to his experiments day and night, neglecting the calls of Kevin and others. Over the course of 2 months, the global population dwindled rapidly to a mere 1 billion. Was there a massacre occurring, or had something else transpired? The truth remained elusive, as the vanishing individuals seemed to have disappeared without a trace, leaving no bodies behind. Simultaneously, prior to the dissolution of the 9-Law Sage mode, Xiao Ziyu had utilized his ability to alter Mei's consciousness, compelling her to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the development of Prometheus number 17. Under the 9 Laws Sage mode, Apollonia's mental faculties were subordinate to Xiao Ziyu's. Thus, he probed into her psyche, discovering her mental state was far from optimistic. As before, she endeavored to leverage her abilities to save others, yet her efforts proved futile. Consequently, Xiao Ziyu made slight modifications to Apollonia's consciousness. However, the moment his power waned, she reverted to her sorrowful, compassionate self. Meanwhile, Kevin and the others continued their monotonous task of clearing the ever-increasing number of ruined beasts. Oddly, Mei Baiyu C, a non-combatant, seemed to have embarked on some peculiar research. Another fortnight passed. The cycle of the zodiac, Z, Hai, In, Si, Su, Chun, Si, Su, In, repeated itself. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu observed with a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. It was done. It was accomplished. The experiment was a success. He could not contain his exuberant laughter, for the foundation of the plan had been firmly established, and now he could ensure its triumph. It had been a while since he last saw Kevin and the others. He needed to check on the progress of Prometheus. The time for the erosion was drawing near. Chapter 147, A Long-Awaited Reunion. Where have you been all this time? Kevin exclaimed, almost seizing Xiao Ziyu by the collar in his fervor, but then reconsidered, mindful of his own physical condition. Indeed, it had been 2.5 months. Kevin and the others had tirelessly attempted to reach Xiao Ziyu. Yet their efforts were in vain. Although, from a certain perspective, one might argue that Xiao Ziyu was unlikely to encounter any misfortune. Their prolonged absence had inevitably caused Kevin and the others to feel a twinge of anxiety on his behalf. Nothing to worry about, rest assured, Xiao Ziyu replied, unable to suppress a charming and confident smile as he waved his hand dismissively. If I am not mistaken, Ling has now been confirmed as the arbiter of erosion. Hasn't he? As Xiao Ziyu walked toward Sakura's room, he spoke. Kevin followed in silence for a moment before responding. Humph, Kevin. Surely you do not wish to harm the family of a comrade? Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but sneer, casting a glance at Kevin. Mei mentioned she was searching for a solution, but it seems I have a plan, albeit it requires sacrificing some inconsequential ordinary people and manipulating Sakura's emotions to save them. What do you think? Xiao Ziyu maintained his mocking smile, glancing at Kevin, who remained silent. Isn't this a classic moral dilemma? To let a group of strangers perish rather than a comrade's family, knowing that if the latter dies, Sakura would likely not survive either? We have worked together long enough. Our bond may not be profound, but it is not insignificant. Morality, merely the musings of contemptible insects. Death is but a trivial matter. Moments later, Xiao Ziyu pushed open Sakura's door. As the door creaked open, the divine punishment 7 thunder was pressed against Xiao Ziyu's neck. Ziyu. Upon seeing him, Sakura appeared somewhat delighted, promptly retracting the weapon. It seemed she had learned of Ling becoming the 12th Hershers. Moreover, having previously witnessed the original footage Xiao Ziyu had shown them, it was likely that Sakura was now guarding Ling out of fear of losing her if she were not present. Ziyu, you must have a way, right? Please, you must save Ling. I will do anything you ask. Please. It appeared that Xiao Ziyu's previous displays of prowess led Sakura to believe he could rescue Ling, and she was anxiously pleading for his help. Xiao Ziyu extended his hand, forcefully pulling Sakura, who was about to kneel in supplication, back to her feet. Seeing Xiao Ziyu lift her without uttering a word, Sakura opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. This was because Xiao Ziyu was slowly approaching Ling Ling. Xiao Ziyu crouched down, gazing at Ling, who was curled up in the corner of the bed. Brother Ziyu? Ling slowly lifted her head, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a familiar face she hadn't seen in ages. She felt a surge of excitement, wanting to embrace him but hesitated, fearing she might transform into a Hershers. Extend your hand. Following Xiao Ziyu's instructions, Ling obediently reached out her right hand. Xiao Ziyu, as if taking her pulse, gently felt her forearm, seemingly sensing something. Then, Xiao Ziyu slowly rose, retrieving a piece of candy from within his clothing and placing it on the table. Do not worry. Nothing ill will befall her. I have cast a seal. Ling will not become a Hershers, nor will she suffer any harm. Xiao Ziyu looked at Sakura and added, however, this is temporary. To heal and restore Ling to her ordinary self is possible, but not at this moment, as I lack certain components. What components? I will find them immediately. Sakura appeared anxious. Do not rush. Ling will be fine. Look. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand and, using Flying Thunder God, drew a gun. Aiming it directly at Ling Bang, bullets struck the dark skeletal frame of Susanoo, ricocheting off into the distance. A few individuals seemed momentarily stunned as Xiao Ziyu suddenly launched an attack towards Ling. Fear not, fear not. Do you remember what I told you? I shall protect you. Even if I perish, you shall remain unharmed. Xiao Ziyu casually tossed the gun aside and waved a hand in reassurance. I remember you said you would safeguard every single hair on our heads, Ing tentatively recalled, attempting to recite Xiao Ziyu's words from that moment. Kevin regarded Xiao Ziyu with an expression of disbelief, as if he were a strange anomaly. As long as you understand the sentiment, that is sufficient. In truth, it is an impossibility. After all, one cannot escape the fate of losing hair. Ing, hand me the key of judgment. Consider it a reward for saving Ling later, if you will. In truth, the key of judgment was originally bestowed upon Ing by Xiao Ziyu, implying that it was indeed a reward, indicating that Ing need not owe Xiao Ziyu anything in return. Ing understood this reality. Xiao Ziyu was unconditionally kind to them. She had intended to inquire if there was anything she could assist with, but found herself hesitating, words caught in her throat. Xiao Ziyu took the key of judgment and vanished with the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems that a temporary respite has been granted. Sakura, there is no need for you to vigilantly guard Ling day and night. Your dark circles are becoming quite pronounced. As Xiao Ziyu began to turn away, seemingly intent on departing, Sakura appeared slightly embarrassed, her spirit gradually relaxing. Her fox ears drooped, and she covered her eyes, attempting to erase the evidence of her fatigue. Wait. Sakura called out, as if compelled to inquire about something. Ling, I'm stepping out for a moment. Please wait here for me, all right? It seemed that Sakura believed her concerns were too trivial for a child to hear, so she turned to Ling and offered a soothing reassurance. It's all right. Ling can move about freely. Firstly, outsiders are unaware of Ling's condition, and secondly, I am here, Xiao Ziyu whispered the latter part, leaning closer to Sakura's ear. Chapter 148. Preparation. Where have you been during this time? The trio exited, and Sakura felt a twinge of confusion regarding Xiao Ziyu's recent absence. Xiao Ziyu halted, gazing ahead. Who are you to me? Who am I to you? Do not ponder too much. Simply follow your heart and accompany Ling. He replied with an unexpected coldness, casting a nonchalant glance at Sakura. As Xiao Ziyu resumed his stride, Sakura remained rooted in place, her words unvoiced. Although Xiao Ziyu had always been somewhat aloof, everyone was well aware that it was merely a reflection of his lack of eloquence. Yet now, he seemed to be loathing himself. And you, Kevin, hand over the heavenly fire. Xiao Ziyu stopped again, extending his hand toward Kevin, who had been following him closely. What do you intend to do? Kevin questioned, unsure of Xiao Ziyu's purpose for the heavenly fire, though an ominous premonition lingered in the air. Is it not obvious? It is to vanquish the collapse. Kevin paused for a moment in silence, but ultimately chose to trust, relinquishing the heavenly fire. Xiao Ziyu took the heavenly fire and vanished with the Flying Thunder God technique, continuing his journey. Kevin, there are currently 1 billion people on Earth. He suddenly remarked as they walked. I intend to eliminate the majority of them. Will you attempt to stop me? Xiao Ziyu cast a playful glance at Kevin, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. His words resembled those of a madman, yet his demeanor appeared strikingly composed. Kevin found himself at a loss for how to engage with this seemingly deranged individual before him. Haha, merely jesting. Besides, I've already eradicated 2 billion, Xiao Ziyu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively as he pressed on. This time, Kevin did not follow. It seemed Xiao Ziyu harbored some ulterior motives. Kevin had previously attempted to inquire about Mei's plans, but his questions were met with enigmatic silence. One by one, they all became riddles, leaving Kevin in the dark. Mei, how goes it? It's nearly complete. However, it may require further refinement. Hand over the Void's Endless Collection, Xiao Ziyu requested, extending his hand. Ah, Prometheus. Tell me, should humanity perish? Xiao Ziyu took the Void's Endless Collection, turned, and suddenly glanced at the child-sized super-artificial intelligence. I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. However, your answer is apparent. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Ziyu slowly exited. Long time no see, Hua. Xiao Ziyu seated himself and casually produced a pot of hot tea. Care for a cup? He took a sip and inquired. No, what have you been up to? That is of little consequence. Hand over you Duken, Hua. After a moment of silence, Hua complied with Xiao Ziyu's request. By the way, I must apologize, Xiao Ziyu began, rising and turning his back to Hua. Ah, never mind. He seemed to hesitate, then continued. The world is ever unpredictable, Hua. Smile for me. He turned to face her. Huh. Hua frowned slightly, bewildered by Xiao Ziyu's words. Smile. You see, you never do. You want to learn from AI Li. One cannot remain perpetually solemn and sorrowful. Noticing Hua's lack of movement, Xiao Ziyu reached out, grasping her face to force a smile. Aren't you the same? Hua, unaccustomed to Xiao Ziyu's demeanor, broke free. Yet I have been smiling all this time. Indeed, Xiao Ziyu had been smiling, albeit with a hint of cunning and confidence. All right, Hua, there's no need to burden yourself. This place will inevitably cease to exist. Rather than tirelessly battling the never-ending onslaught of the corrupted beasts, you should allow yourself some respite. Xiao Ziyu patted Hua's shoulder before turning to leave. Humanity is driven by emotions and desires, yet you remain devoid of both. That is unacceptable. Eden, my neck is quite sore. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Xiao Ziyu, with her arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe, observing Eden as she playfully attended to Aaliyah, preparing her for a trial makeover. Continue with your activities. I merely seek the Starsea Concord. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. And you have come solely for a favor? The last encounter between Xiao Ziyu and Aaliyah was that night on the rooftop. Aaliyah now appeared to have regained her former lively and charming demeanor. Ziyu, how have you been? Eden inquired, sensing something amiss with Xiao Ziyu. Haha, I am well. As for Aaliyah, I harbor no feelings. Xiao Ziyu reached out, requesting the Starsea Concord. In truth, you possess a great deal of affection. You simply struggle to express it. Aaliyah remarked playfully, resting her head on Xiao Ziyu's outstretched hand. What I desire is the Starsea Concord, not your head, Aaliyah. Xiao Ziyu emotionlessly moved Aaliyah's head aside. As the wise elder sister, Eden could discern that something was indeed wrong with Xiao Ziyu, yet she was at a loss for words. Xiao Ziyu accepted the Starsea Concord, initially intending to turn and leave, but then suddenly paused. It has been quite a while since we last met, hasn't it? She spoke to the two with her back turned, deliberately avoiding the term acquainted, as she did not consider herself a friend, feeling unworthy of such a title. Perhaps I am being presumptuous. Never mind, she refrained from expressing whatever thoughts she had been suppressing. Just a small token, I dislike discarding things. Turning around, she produced a Q-shaped trinket and a wooden carving of a whale, placing them on the table as a gesture for both of them. Ah, my apologies. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Ziyu departed. How adorable. I really like it. Aaliyah's praise echoed behind her. Indeed. Thank you, Ziyu, Eden murmured, her gaze shifting between Xiao Ziyu's retreating figure and the wooden carving. Subsequently, Xiao Ziyu methodically acquired the second, fourth, and fifth divine keys. Extracting the cores of the first part of her task was nearly complete. However, she pondered how to implement her plans in the next civilization. There is an issue, not just one. Let us calculate again. What exactly am I here for? There seems to be more to tally than my schoolwork, she mused. Her irritation growing as she completed the tail beast calculations, then reverse-engineered them, and finally devised a plan, which required further specifics. Let the calculations commence. Chapter 149, Slaughter. Xiao Ziyu left a multitude of clones to continue with the plan while he himself chose to reside in the Moth of Fire. Embracing a life of leisure, observing the seemingly flustered individuals within the base, he remained silent. It appeared that they attributed the inexplicable disappearance of 2 billion people to the collapse of civilization. It was evident that, despite Xiao Ziyu's swift resolution of each ruler, the total population continued to dwindle. This led to a palpable sense of despair. Anyone could perceive that Xiao Ziyu was unable to save humanity. He was merely prolonging the inevitable. The remaining survivors grew fewer by the day, and the cities that still possessed a semblance of vitality shared the same fate. The continent of Mu had fallen under Xiao Ziyu's dominion, not submerged by the rulers, but rather rendered desolate by him. As there were no living souls left, only ghost towns remained. Everyone wore a perpetual expression of sorrow, fearful that the dawn of a new day might never arrive. Only Xiao Ziyu, indifferent to the world's decline, wandered aimlessly day after day. When the world faces its demise, what will you do? Xiao Ziyu was unaware. Yet he recognized that the swarm of insects was undeniably foolish. Many individuals succumbed to the increasingly oppressive atmosphere, their minds unraveling into madness. Xiao Ziyu had endured over 30,000 trials before he completely lost his sanity. While this group of insects was driven to insanity without even experiencing a fraction of his torment. This, in Xiao Ziyu's eyes, was an undeniable truth. In other words, humanity's unity began to fray. Apart from Kevin and a few others, the ordinary soldiers and some integrated warriors found their spirits collapsing. Unable to accept that despite their prolonged struggle, death remained the inevitable conclusion. In light of this situation, Apollonia sought to utilize her abilities to help maintain the people's lucidity, only to be halted by Xiao Ziyu. Care for a drink? Xiao Ziyu interjected, raising his hand to interrupt Apollonia's prayer. However, she gazed at the distant throng of deranged individuals with a heart full of compassion. One must understand, the insect's concerns are quite reasonable. After all, this place will soon become a wasteland. Xiao Ziyu nonchalantly disregarded the frenzied souls, viewing them as mere fleeting lives. Apollonia turned to him, seemingly dissatisfied with the term insects. Aren't they also lives? She questioned. Xiao Ziyu scoffed, casting a glance at Apollonia. She fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on him. You. Apollonia narrowed her eyes slightly, as if attempting to discern something within Xiao Ziyu. Oh? Are you using your abilities to examine me? Pray tell, what have you discovered? Xiao Ziyu noticed Apollonia's scrutiny and slowly turned to inquire. You possess no threads, she stated, echoing her earlier words. Behind you lies a web woven from countless strands, perpetually breaking and rejoining. Humph, how peculiar, Xiao Ziyu retorted with a cold laugh. As Apollonia gradually extended her hand toward him, he found himself perplexed. I see you are but a tragic child, she murmured, inching closer as if to offer Xiao Ziyu an embrace. With a swift motion, Xiao Ziyu displayed his annoyance and swatted her hand away. Apollonia, you have overstepped your boundaries. Tend to your own affairs. Do you believe I cannot restrain you? It is merely that I choose not to be your enemy. I have stated my intention to save them. I shall grant you a world free from ruin. For now, you need only to manage your own well-being. Rising to his feet, Xiao Ziyu cast a threatening glance back at Apollonia. Moreover, he chuckled, it matters not. In due time, you will find yourselves as ordinary individuals, living in an ordinary world. As he continued speaking, an involuntary laugh escaped him. The experiment was nearing completion. Xiao Ziyu slowly approached the frenzied crowd. The end is nigh, he declared, drawing forth a folding fan from behind him, and with a swift motion, he reduced one completely deranged individual to a mere pulp. What are you doing? Apollonia was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Ziyu's sudden aggression. Please, she implored. Do not raise your sword against humanity. She clasped her hands together, attempting to invoke the precepts to halt Xiao Ziyu's slaughter. However, her efforts proved futile, as, in the depths of Xiao Ziyu's consciousness, he was not merely clearing away refuse and insects, but rather, he was engaged in a more profound endeavor. Please, Ziyu implored. Yet the futility of his words was evident as Apollonia made another attempt. This time, Xiao Ziyu's actions appeared somewhat lethargic, though only momentarily. Soon after, he swiftly resumed his relentless slaughter. Apollonia, he proclaimed amidst his carnage, though our exchanges are few, you must be aware of their fate, correct? You have indeed witnessed it. As he continued his grim task, he mused. You ought to realize that the destiny you mistakenly believed to be immutable, the very fate you sought to persuade them to alter, I have altered for them before. Now, I shall return them to their rightful fate. They were meant to perish long ago. Can you believe there are still a billion of them when there should only be 30 million? I merely saved a handful of these insects by happenstance. Now, it is time for them to meet their end. Furthermore, Apollonia, do you truly believe that sparing their lives is the righteous course? Xiao Ziyu paused, directing his gaze towards her. Their spirits have been crushed beneath the weight of fear. They cannot maintain their sanity. Rather than allowing them to live in constant dread and trepidation, it is far more merciful to liberate them sooner. This is what true salvation entails, not your misguided notions. You falsely believe you have rescued them, that you have enlightened them about the future. That is not salvation, it is murder. Laughter erupted from him, a chilling sound that echoed in the air. Apollonia, do you harbor hatred for me? I have saved countless children and multitudes before your very eyes. And now, I stand before you, slaughtering those you wish to save, while you remain powerless to intervene. His laughter continued, mocking and derisive. Hate me, Apollonia. You are far too feeble. In this grim episode, Xiao Ziyu claimed the lives of over 300 individuals, all deemed by him as insects crushed by fear. Apollonia's fervent efforts to intervene were met with failure. Chapter 150, Inspiration. Xiao Ziyu has committed murder, and he did so at his whim. So what? No one can hold him accountable. Furthermore, from a rational perspective, Xiao Ziyu has done nothing wrong. The spirits of those warriors have indeed shattered. Xiao Ziyu's readiness to engage in combat stems from the fact that they have already begun to clash violently, resulting in casualties. This situation is reminiscent of the Shill incident. Though it is not instigated by the lawgivers, rather, it is a manifestation of sheer fear and the psychological strain it engenders. 2 weeks later, the Stigmata project was completed. Prometheus number 17 was finalized, and the Moonlight Throne was established. With a resounding bang, Xiao Ziyu casually waved a fan, deflecting several cannonballs fired by Velvi. Everything is on the brink of destruction, and you still occupy yourself with these trivial pursuits, Xiao Ziyu remarked, exasperated. Such optimism. What can I do about it? After all, I am not a combatant, Velvi replied, leaping down from the armored vehicle. Speak up. What is it that you need? The omnipotent Velvi will see to your requests. I have no requests. I require your expertise, or rather, your research materials. I want everything you possess. Documents, blueprints, all of it, aside from you. I wish to take the entire Spiral Workshop. Are you suggesting that I vacate the Spiral Workshop? Velvi inquired. No, Velvi. The end is nigh. Civilization is on the verge of annihilation. We are remnants of a bygone era. Let the new generation handle the matters of the future. If you still wish to explore some trivialities, perhaps in another life, or rather, another time. However, I must say, your current demeanor does not suggest a willingness to embrace death with open arms. Velvi pondered, gazing intently at Xiao Ziyu. Haha, you have misjudged me. Xiao Ziyu waved his hand, summoning a host of clones to begin relocating items from the Spiral Workshop. Come, keep me company for a while, shall you? Xiao Ziyu paused and turned to Velvi, inquiring. That is permissible, but could you refrain from moving things in front of me? Velvi glared at the swarm of movers initiated by Xiao Ziyu, seemingly displeased. Very well, then we shall depart, and you shall no longer see them. Have you heard about Ling? Xiao Ziyu asked as he teleported Velvi to the Moth of Flame's base, strolling leisurely. I have heard, and what of it? Velvi kept pace, responding. Do you have any thoughts or feelings about it? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Velvi, questioning her apparent lack of empathy. I have considered it. But there is nothing to be done. Velvi shrugged, revealing that she had seemingly sought help for Ling in the past. Haven't you faced this situation many times before? You have a solution, don't you? I had forgotten. I showed you a portion of my memories. Xiao Ziyu chuckled self-deprecatingly as he continued walking. And what of now? Have you devised a way to break the stalemate? Velvi accepted the hot tea offered by Xiao Ziyu, asking. I have found inspiration from your input. From me? What is it? I am quite intrigued. It is of little consequence. Velvi, do you have any aspirations for this world on the brink of extinction? Xiao Ziyu halted. What is this? Are you inquiring about my last words? It appears that Veowei disapproves of Xiao Ziyu's manner of questioning. Chapter 151. Spiral. Of course not. I have stated that none of you will perish. Xiao Ziyu slowly turned to face Veowei, his skin gradually whitening as he entered the six-path sage mode. To be honest, I quite relish this phase of existence, this life shared with you all. Veowei shrugged her shoulders. It's liberating and intriguing, yet I can't help but feel somewhat foolish. We have witnessed every instance you mentioned of our impending demise. Apologies, it is my weakness that has led to this. Xiao Ziyu gazed at Veowei, who seemed to exhibit some peculiarities. Given your current strange behavior, you are about to initiate the sanctuary plan, aren't you? Veowei looked into Xiao Ziyu's eyes, her profound gaze seemingly penetrating to the core of his thoughts. Ah, indeed. Therefore, if there is anything else you wish to pursue, do so now. Xiao Ziyu let out a bitter smile and replied, What else can I possibly do? Veowei slowly turned to face Xiao Ziyu. They seem eager to meet you. Yet you appear to have never encountered them. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such a meeting. What could a useless individual like me possibly offer? Xiao Ziyu raised his hand in gesture. If you consider yourself useless, then truly, there are no normal individuals here, although it seems there never were. Speaking of which, your elusive nature has prevented me from ever showcasing my performance for you. The magician seemed to lament the inability to present Xiao Ziyu with a display after all this time. My apologies, although I have never witnessed it myself. I would prefer to skip your perilous acts. What a pity that I lack the necessary props. It is of no consequence since you would not appreciate them anyway. If my disinterest would dampen your spirits, then I shall claim to enjoy it. Behind Xiao Ziyu, 9 orbs of enlightenment began to appear in succession. Is that so? Very well then, dear audience. When you awaken, you must witness my most magnificent performance. Veilwei's underlying message was essentially, do not perish. Based on Xiao Ziyu's bizarre behavior, Veowei was certain he would sequester everyone within the sanctuary. Furthermore, from the fragments of images she had previously observed, Veilway estimated an 85 probability that Zaiziu would confront the end alone. Zaiziu remained silent. Well then, farewell, my most cherished audience. In truth, Zaiziu had only witnessed Veilway's floral magic, which was frequent due to its simplicity and convenience. Capable of conjuring a flower from virtually anything at any moment, Zaiziu remained reticent. World-weary is a sentiment born from the world's rejection of him, is it not? May the stars shine brightly. May starlight protect this individual. The stargazer raised both hands and spoke. Humph, were it not for your resolution of that group of high-ranking fools, I would have dismissed your peculiar requests entirely. Is my invention still useful? The so-called expert feigned disdain as he spoke. It has indeed been quite helpful. Xiao Ziyu restrained the retort of not bad and replied, Conductor, this is our first encounter, isn't it? Which version of me do you prefer? I favor your inventions. By the way, you all wouldn't intend to present everything, would you? That might not be feasible. You see, one of them lacks confidence in her appearance. Lecturer, so, according to your calculations, you plan to absorb those 9 core regulators to combat the end, am I correct? WTF? Are you that brilliant? Did you deduce this? I believe 9 should not be your limit. Why not allow me to assist you in accommodating them all? Then I would surely be overwhelmed by your efforts. The lecturer chuckled lightly, as if bidding farewell. Variety. Speaking of which, it seems you are not skilled in cooking, are you? It's a pity you won't have the chance to savor my culinary skills. Xiao Ziyu always brings food when seeking favors. In truth, I have little interest in such trivial matters as gourmet food. It appears that world weariness indeed leads one to lose their emotions. The ID shook its head, seemingly lamenting Xiao Ziyu's apathy. Why do you feel this way? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow. Anyone can see it, can't they? You used to say it often. Humans are mere insects. So, do you consider me an insect as well? I am biased. You are not insects. You are heroes. But here, there is no such thing as a hero. Enough. No need to elaborate. I am weary. If everyone speaks as though delivering a final testament, what purpose is there in my efforts? Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat impatient, raising his hand slowly towards Velvi, as if to claim a life. I am clearly a genius. The ID suddenly collapsed, sitting on the ground and sobbing. Xiao Ziyu slightly frowned and halted his motion. I have clearly shared all my talents with them, all of it. Xiao Ziyu's outstretched hand remained frozen above Velvi's head, motionless. But why? Why must we always feel so powerless, like insignificant insects, incapable of doing anything? It seemed that Xiao Ziyu's choice to show them the imagery might have been misguided. Perhaps it was a blow to their spirits? The collapse is insurmountable. Regarding this matter, perhaps Velvi had long been aware. Perhaps Velvi had already understood that all her efforts were in vain, simply unwilling to acknowledge it. Xiao Ziyu gazed at Velvi, who sat despondently on the ground, devoid of her former grace, resembling an ordinary little girl lamenting her helplessness as the end approached. If you seek consolation from me, I regret to inform you that I do not provide comfort. Xiao Ziyu withdrew his hand, placing his hands on his hips. Consolation? Haha. But aren't you the one courting death? How much has she actually foreseen? I should not have revealed those thoughts to her. How could she even guess my intentions? Velvi has never been a genius. She is merely a fool with a slight talent. And you, the prodigy? Rather than that title, I would prefer you to be a hero. Xiao Ziyu is already dead. I am not him. Yet, I shall surpass him. Thus, those who have departed cannot be deemed heroes. Moreover, Xiao Ziyu crouched down, extending his hand once more with deliberation. Velvi, you are not the antonym of a genius. Rather, you are a madman. If you were not mad, you would undoubtedly be a genius. From an objective standpoint, I wonder if you have ever heard the term, Velvi. You are quite remarkable. Wait a moment. Velvi suddenly lifted her head, and Xiao Ziyu's hand halted just a centimeter from her. Are you taking me to a refuge? Indeed. How many am I? The first. I have certain matters to attend to. Grant me 12 hours. What matters? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow. Did you not just claim there was nothing to be done? Secrecy. You have not disclosed your specific plans either. Very well. Xiao Ziyu withdrew his hand and slowly rose. Take me back. Boom. The chaos within the base escalated. Xiao Ziyu casually discarded a corpse he had been holding, observing the crowd that had blocked the entrance to Sakura's room. As anticipated, the identity of the lawbringer could not remain concealed. Xiao Ziyu advanced steadily, gradually retrieving a folding fan from behind. 1 minute later, bang! Xiao Ziyu kicked the last creature obstructing the door aside, slowly emerging into the sight of the two within. Sakura, step out for a moment. Xiao Ziyu called to the pair inside. Sakura did not respond, but gradually stood and followed him outside. The first method, the lawbringer's consciousness is now in a deep state, meaning mental attacks will be ineffective. I will first eliminate Ling to force the lawbringer's consciousness out. Subsequently, I can eradicate the lawbringer's consciousness, allowing me to resurrect Ling. Xiao Ziyu stepped back, hastening his speech, managing to finish before Sakura's blade was poised at his throat. So, Ling will revert to being an ordinary person? Sakura slowly sheathed her sword, hesitatingly inquiring. How could she resist the first words, "I will kill your sister"? Yes, and there will be no side effects. If you are unwilling, then you may wait a while longer. I have another method. Xiao Ziyu sensed Sakura's reluctance and turned gradually. What is the price? From behind, Sakura asked. The price is relative. For you, there is no cost. And in my perspective, it is equally without expense. So, May, is everything arranged? Well, everything is ready. Now, you know what you ought to do next. Xiao Ziyu casually pulled a chair and sat down, gazing at May. What is your plan? May remained silent for a moment before countering with a question. It is of no consequence. Rather than speculating on what I might do, it would be more worthwhile to consider the beauty of a world that has not succumbed to collapse upon awakening. Very well, May, go take a rest. Little White Mouse, what are your thoughts this time? May, without turning, effortlessly sensed the quiet approach of Xiao Ziyu behind her. I am reluctant to say that humanity may not evolve as you envision. I can only offer you a world free from collapse. What you choose to do afterward is your own affair. Xiao Ziyu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on Klein. Klein, take your doctor and go rest. Klein did not respond, appearing somewhat at a loss. Xiao Ziyu now appeared like a vengeful specter, his chilling words reminiscent of a deranged lunatic. What do you intend to do? He inquired, turning to face Moebius. Consider it the Fire Seed Project 2.0. Xiao Ziyu replied slowly, striding towards Moebius. As for now, the shelter has been completed. Moebius, it's time for you to rest. There are still a few Lorerunners left unresolved. Is this the moment to commence the shelter? Moebius responded, I shall address them. Very well, Klein. Night has fallen. In mere moments, Moebius and Klein found themselves utterly defenseless, swiftly subdued by Xiao Ziyu. Clear this place. These items still hold value. Xiao Ziyu surveyed the surroundings, summoning several avatars to begin relocating the contents of Moebius's laboratory. The alarm resounded throughout the base, a shrill cacophony that shattered the already fragile spirits of its inhabitants. Chaos reigned within the facility, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Ziyu? What transpired? At a corner, Xiao Ziyu unexpectedly encountered Alicia. Nothing of consequence, merely the overwhelming fear of the people, he replied, sheathing the Taoist jade and approaching her. Behold, Alicia. This is the frailty of humanity. Such vulnerability drives them to madness. It is but death. Humanity has succumbed, defeated by its own nature. How laughable. A dark rod extended from Xiao Ziyu's palm. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly raised his hand, lunging towards Alicia. Alicia deftly leaped back to evade his assault, bewildered as to why he would suddenly turn on her. Boom. Emerging from the haze, Xiao Ziyu continued his slow advance towards Alicia. Ziyu? What is happening? Alicia, left with no choice, drew her bow and aimed. Alicia, you are merely an ordinary person. Now, bid farewell to this utterly meaningless world. A Taoist jade collided with the incoming arrow, halting its trajectory. Xiao Ziyu lunged at Alicia once more with the dark rod. Alicia could only perceive the glimmering purple in Xiao Ziyu's eyes, a blend of confidence and madness, evoking a sense of dread. Boom. Xiao Ziyu was hurled back, crashing through a wall, stirring up dust and debris. What just occurred? Kevin positioned himself protectively in front of Alicia, glancing at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly unscathed. Do you understand why the alarms are blaring? Kevin laughed. A gentle reminder. Xiao Ziyu has, in truth, descended into madness. As for the reason, those familiar with the tale of Naruto should be aware. Only by obtaining Alicia's origin power can he maintain his sanity. By the way, the specifics of the origin power seem to be somewhat ambiguous in official accounts. Online discussions vary widely. I reference the notion of humanity in this context. May is dead, and I am the one who killed her. Ha. To prevent any misunderstandings, the dialogue spoken by the characters in this book may not necessarily reflect the truth. As for the narration, it may also not be factual. She is not dead. It is merely that Xiao Ziyu has lost his mind and wishes to confront Kevin. What are you saying? How can this be possible? It seems that even Kevin does not believe that Xiao Ziyu would kill May. Kevin, whether you choose to believe it or not, everyone here must die. Chapter 153, Annihilation. In the dead of night, Xiao Ziyu gazed at the individuals within the stasis pod. It is done. All has concluded. You have borne enough fatigue. Now await the moment of awakening. After a considerable time, on the moon, the man slowly lifted his gaze. They have arrived. Rising to his feet, vibrant and chaotic energy enveloped him. The man raised the six-path scepter, angling it towards the end. The end spoke not, perhaps incapable of speech. It regarded the man with disdain. To it, he may have seemed infinitesimal, utterly laughable. As the words fell, innumerable manifestations emerged from concealment, launching a multitude of assaults towards the end. In the distance, the moonlight throne stood ready. The man knelt partially on the ground, grasping the six-path scepter to prevent himself from collapsing. In the distance, the end's attack radiated with blinding brilliance. It appeared that the man would be obliterated by this strike. In the first round, a triumphant smile spread across the man's face as he beheld the world-ending blow. I have triumphed. The remainder is entrusted to. A century later, a silver-haired man ascended to the moon, reclaiming the 9 core regulators before departing. Moments later, in another location, a question arose. If salvation is to be rendered, whom shall be saved? Some matters are inherently contradictory. To save Shailene would mean the absence of Kiana. To rescue Otto and Colin would necessitate substantial alterations. What course of action should be taken? Half a day later, the resolution emerged. Since salvation is imperative, and ease is paramount, then all shall be saved. As for those, experiments shall continue. 50,000 years following the collapse of the preceding civilization, the fourth key of God was reconstructed by Xiao Ziyu, utilizing the powers of law. Thus, the efficacy was somewhat diminished. Originally, 5,000 years had passed into a new era. Now, humanity had only just begun to emerge, a delay of 5 millennia. The man found a patch of grass that appeared relatively clean and tossed 3 tablets onto it. The plan required slight adjustments. Glancing at the trio, he discerned that they did not seem likely to awaken swiftly. To facilitate the alteration of their memories, he mused, extending his hand towards them. After a prolonged moment, who slowly opened her eyes, cradling her head as she sat up. She observed the 3 nearby, seemingly engaged in deliberation, and appeared to have forgotten something. You are awake? Danju noted whose revival, approaching to greet her. I personally believe that the term wooden-headed should not be employed upon first meeting, but rather should be based on whose demeanor. Moreover, this moment could be considered the inaugural encounter between Song Xian, Danju, and Hu. To call someone wooden-headed at their first meeting is rather peculiar. This seems rather peculiar, doesn't it? Ziyu, what has transpired? Hua attempted to recall something, yet could only retrieve the remnants of dominion, all else eluding her grasp. Kevin and the others perished, meeting their demise at the end. The man began to articulate his prepared nonsense, elaborating, our civilization has vanished. We now exist 50,000 years hence. Do you remember the Fireseed project? The executors. For the 4 of us. At this, Song Xian cast a sidelong glance at the man, affirming his words. What shall we do? Hua inquired, turning her gaze towards him. Let us see how it unfolds. For now, the day is waning. Perhaps we should rest, the man suggested, lifting his eyes to the setting sun and then surveying a few primitive dwellers in the distance. Chapter 154. Rebirth. A moment later, the man led the trio to a mountain that appeared relatively decent. With wooden techniques, he constructed a flat-roofed dwelling consisting of 7 rooms and 3 halls in half a minute. Overall, it was a picturesque setting with mountains and water. If one disregarded the fact that the surrounding world was a primitive society, they resembled reclusive hermits dwelling in the mountains. However, there was only the house, nothing else. The group, being human, required sustenance. They lacked bedding and other essential living items. Hua glanced at the bare wooden bed without voicing any complaints. It was evident she was a person accustomed to hardship. Where are the blankets? It's so hard. How can one sleep? Danju protested, peering at the wooden bed and demanding answers from the man. All right. I recall leaving some supplies in storage. Let us go and find them, the man replied. Turning to step outside, Hua remained silent, following closely behind him. After a brief moment, Hua halted and looked back at Danju in the room. Aren't you coming? I'm just thinking, Danju replied, seemingly concocting an excuse to be lazy. Song Xian could no longer tolerate Danju's impolite behavior and reprimanded him. Here we go. Perhaps Danju felt guilty for slacking while others worked, as he quickly caught up with the group. Several hours later, Hua stood before a soul-steel door, holding a torch, perplexed. What is the password? I don't know, Song Xian and Danju admitted. Can't we just open it? Seeing the 3 fix their gazes upon him, Xiao Ziyu approached the door and delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the door swung open. The trio hesitated, yet ultimately chose to enter and explore the so-called storage. What is this and that? Danju immediately began to haul items, placing them upon the wooden dragon conjured by Xiao Ziyu. Is this the key to dominion? Hua crouched down, picking up a sword from a pile and scrutinizing it. Oh, why is there no milk tea? Moments later, the entire storage had been nearly emptied by the group, and Danju seemed somewhat discontent. Enough. How could something like milk tea, which serves no real purpose, possibly be stored here? Song Xian appeared somewhat exasperated, pressing his forehead with his hand. Let us return then. Moments later, the four of them arrived at the dwelling that Xiao Ziyu had just constructed. Let us tidy up. He instructed the others as he searched for a myriad of miscellaneous items perched upon the wooden dragon outside the door. An hour later, Xiao Ziyu returned from outside, bringing with him a wild boar, several wild chickens, and a handful of seeds. Is this the beginning of land cultivation? Raising chickens and farming? A wild boar. I have never tasted it. Could it be poisonous? A few individuals had already organized the items they brought. Danju stood beside Xiao Ziyu, who was in the midst of slaughtering the boar, salivating at the thought of what the wild boar might taste like. No worries, it won't kill us. I recall there being rice earlier, and also wheat, correct? Xiao Ziyu, focused on his task, inquired. Yes, so Hua has gone to dig in the back of the house. The rice has already been washed. Song Xian emerged from the house, replying. Very well, place it here. Xiao Ziyu extricated a hand and used wood manipulation to create a basin and a steamer. In a primitive society, one has to make do with what little they possess. Xiao Ziyu resorted to fire manipulation to steam the rice. Half an hour later, Hua sat upon a chair fashioned from wood manipulation, with chopsticks and a bowl also created from the same craft set before him. On the table lay a basin containing freshly steamed rice, along with wild boar meat that appeared far superior to the previous meals served in the cafeteria. Hua remained silent and motionless. What a delightful aroma! Danju inhaled deeply and then proceeded to devour the food eagerly. Wait, did you add seasoning? Where would we procure seasoning? There were some in the warehouse, but it might last only a month. Xiao Ziyu responded, then glanced at Hua, who was yet to touch his chopsticks. Why aren't you eating? Well. Hua seemed to be lost in thought, quickly replying and then beginning to eat. Does that mean we'll be eating bland food in a month? It was evident that Danju was reluctant to consume tasteless meals. After all, food devoid of oil and salt is indeed hard to swallow. It's nothing. Just oil and salt. I can cook, although it may not compare to what we had before. Really? Wonderful. Can you make milk tea? Danju pressed further. I cannot. 2 hours later, another dilemma arose. It's so hot. I long for a refreshing cool bath. Danju seemed to be complaining to himself, but it was clearly directed at Xiao Ziyu. After all, it was the height of summer. A few modern individuals found life in a primitive society quite inconvenient. For instance, there was no air conditioning and no mobile phones. Theoretically speaking, it is unfeasible. Xiao Ziyu fanned himself with a thin fan made of wood manipulation. It seems even the omnipotent Xiao Ziyu has limitations. According to human physiology, even in summer, women should bathe in warm water. Cold water is detrimental to health. Does that mean you can solve the bathing issue? Danju stood up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiao Ziyu. I offer you two choices. First, I can give you a bucket, and you may wash yourself. Secondly, allow me to dig a pit for you, akin to a hot spring. Cleanse yourselves within it. Xiao Ziyu remarked nonchalantly as she took a delicate sip of hot tea. Two. I desire to. In a primitive society, indulging in hot springs would be an absolute delight for Danju. Xiao Ziyu remained silent, slowly rising to step outside. He found a relatively flat area and utilized earth manipulation to dig a pit, subsequently excavating a thin layer beneath for the purpose of igniting a fire. Following this, he conjured water through water manipulation and heated it with fire manipulation. In less than half a minute, a rudimentary hot spring was established. Well, this is my first time soaking in a hot spring, Danju exclaimed, squatting at the edge of the pool and testing the water temperature with her hand. Come quickly. It feels so good. I think I'll pass, Hua stammered as Song Xian pushed him out from the house, appearing somewhat bashful about bathing with others. This place is so comfortable. You wouldn't be shy, would you? Danju teased, glancing at Hua, while Xiao Ziyu continued to walk away with his back turned to them. No, that's not necessary, Hua replied. Are you worried he might peek? Don't worry, I believe he is not that kind of person. I have no interest in humans, Xiao Ziyu stated, pausing as he overheard their conversation, especially not in those with the physique of a child. With that, He raised his hand and conjured a screen beside the pool before swiftly departing. What? Who did he call a child? Danju exclaimed, her anger palpable, despite the fact that all three, Danju, Songxian, and Hua, were quite robust. Childlike? Hua murmured, glancing down at his own toes. Chapter 155, Breaking New Ground. Hey. Xiao Ziyu sat in front of the house, waving a wooden fan as he heard a voice calling from behind. Are you calling me? He inquired, rising slowly and making his way toward the hot spring. What is the matter? Even with the screen in place, he still addressed the others while keeping his back to them. Could you help us find some towels or something? Danju's voice came from behind, laced with embarrassment. It seemed their excitement had led them to jump in without preparing anything. Weren't you supposed to have everything organized? How could you not know if there are towels? Xiao Ziyu frowned in inquiry. I'm sorry. I only grabbed the soft blankets and tossed everything else into one of the rooms, Danju admitted. Xiao Ziyu fell silent, realizing how lazy Danju could be. He hadn't expected her to be so lackadaisical about her own belongings. All right, he responded, entering the house. A moment later, he returned. Here are the towels. He tossed 3 bath towels onto the screen and then went back inside to enjoy tea and read. That is so high. I can't reach it. I'll get it. Tagore? Xiao Ziyu glanced at the title of the book in his hands. The Flight of Birds? Xiao Ziyu leafed through the pages of a book. Passing the time. One fateful night, I incinerated all my memories, and from that moment on, my dreams became transparent. One morning, I discarded all my yesterdays, and henceforth, my steps grew lighter. It was not so different from my own experience. Xiao Ziyu set aside the gathering of birds, casually extracting another volume from the pile, crossing his legs as he began to read. Xiao Ziyu inadvertently glanced up and saw 3 individuals standing there wrapped in towels, seemingly at a loss for what to do. With just a fleeting glance, he returned his focus to the book. Do you have a hairdryer? Danju inquired, crouching before Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu remained silent. Sighing, he repositioned himself, uncrossing his legs and extending his right hand. With a subtle manipulation of fire and wind, warm air began to emanate from his palm. Wow, are you really that versatile? This is practically an essential for home and travel. If not for the concern that a strong gust might whisk the trio away, Xiao Ziyu would have cranked up the wind to its maximum strength. Xiao Ziyu discovered for the first time that drying long hair could be such a time-consuming endeavor. Though Xiao Ziyu himself possesses long hair, he seldom resorts to drying it. He either allows it to air dry naturally or employs the swift method of flying at high speed like a wooden dragon, emerging with perfectly dried hair. Xiao Ziyu, ever responsive to requests, was not idly passing time. As the 3 of them engaged in idle chatter, time slipped away, and he promptly summoned 2 clones. Heading straight to the 6 Paths Sage's hair salon, which offered a comprehensive service of washing and styling. Hua felt Xiao Ziyu gently tugging at her long hair as he dried it, the warm breeze from behind her causing her thoughts to swirl. It was summer, after all. A fresh wash followed by the blow-dryer left one drenched in sweat, rendering the effort futile. Such is the reality of life. After a considerable pause, Xiao Ziyu spoke, urging the others to leave. Shouldn't you rinse off the remaining warmth? Hua inquired as she rose, glancing at him. What do you mean? Are you suggesting he wash after you've already done so? No need, Xiao Ziyu replied succinctly before stepping outside to dispose of the water from the hot spring. Employing wind release, he lifted the water and poured it out onto the crops. Xiao Ziyu turned his gaze toward the distant fields and strolled over. Hua followed closely behind, seemingly curious about his intentions. In the air, a sphere of water materialized, and the ground next to the fields began to stir restlessly. Xiao Ziyu employed the art of earth manipulation to cultivate a patch of land, simultaneously controlling water molecules to cleanse his body of dirt while keeping his garments dry, a time-efficient and effortless method of bathing without disrobing. What is it? Xiao Ziyu turned around, noticing Hua behind him, and inquired, Is there truly nothing left? Hua responded, Indeed, we have lost thoroughly, for during the final battle, your head sustained a severe blow, resulting in some lapses in memory. It is quite natural. Is everyone gone? They are. Could you share what transpired? Hua stepped forward, seemingly eager for details. Hua, those matters have become inconsequential. You have witnessed it, have you not? The splendor of your has vanished. What exists outside now resembles primitive humanity, akin to the dawn of our species. Kevin and the others have merely perished. They have not been defeated. We still live, do we not? We must guide the people of this new era, ensuring they do not repeat the mistakes of the past. Hua remained silent, perhaps contemplating Xiao Ziyu's words. By the way, why are you wrapped in a towel? Do you lack clothing? Xiao Ziyu retrieved seeds he had preserved and planted them in the freshly turned soil. Ah, indeed. I have none. Just the attire I donned upon my emergence. Make do with what you have, Xiao Ziyu declared, conjuring several sets of cloud-inked dancing garments using his authority of reason, which he presented to Hua. A gentle reminder, Xiao Ziyu possesses no core. The reason for his authority of reason shall remain unspoken for now. It will be quite some time. I'm feeling a bit bored. Xiao Ziyu mused while gazing at the night sky. It's so hot. I can't sleep, complained a certain indolent individual behind him. Why are you so troublesome? Xiao Ziyu slowly turned back and remarked, the house needs me. Meals require my attention, bathing is on my shoulders, and even sleep beckons me. A tranquil mind brings natural coolness. Ah, you must have a solution, right? It seems Danzhu is indeed quite warm. Sigh, I'll need several blocks. With a sigh, Xiao Ziyu raised his right hand, summoning a cubic meter of ice that materialized within his grasp. Wow, how refreshing. More, please. Without air conditioning or fans. Enduring the sweltering heat becomes arduous. The solution is simple, just place a few blocks of ice in the room. Xiao Ziyu entered the room of 3 individuals. Utilizing wood release to craft a basin intended to collect the water produced from melting ice. He placed the ice blocks within the basin. As for Xiao Ziyu himself, he found tranquility in his heart, which naturally brought him coolness. Chapter 156. Am I not myself? Xiao Ziyu slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming heat enveloping him. His heart was calm, thus cool, and he drifted into slumber. However, in his sleep, his heart was not at peace. Nor was it cool, which ultimately roused him from his dreams. What a nuisance, he thought, not even knowing the time. Habitually, Xiao Ziyu glanced at the wall. But there was no clock to be found. Old fellow, you're awake, he heard a voice. He walked into the living room to find Danzhu and Song Xian consuming steamed buns. As for the source of the buns, they must have been prepared by Hua. What time is it? Xiao Ziyu approached the table, picked up a bun, and squeezed it gently. It was quite soft. About 6 o'clock, Song Xian replied. The sun hasn't even risen yet. 6 o'clock was somewhat unexpected. Indeed, summer was not conducive to restful sleep, as the heat rendered slumber elusive. What about Hua? Xiao Ziyu took a bite of the bun, which, by common standards, was quite ordinary, neither exceptional nor terrible. She's outside. Xiao Ziyu moved to the door and observed Hua practicing her boxing in the yard. After a moment of watching, he approached the chicken coop, calling out to the few foolish chickens he had captured the day before. He tossed the bun into the yard. Lay eggs. He surveyed the coop, noting the absence of eggs, and began to intimidate the flock. Will you lay or not? A black stick emerged from his sleeve. The chickens remained unresponsive. Will you lay or not? With a swift motion, he threw the black stick, instantly striking down a hen. Caw! The flock scattered in panic, leaving behind a solitary egg beside the fallen hen. Every day, at least 2, Xiao Ziyu declared, picking up the hen and the egg while gesturing at the remaining chickens. Caw! Perhaps the chickens were rebelling, or perhaps they were merely acquiescing. Xiao Ziyu prepared a hen, subsequently placing it among ice cubes for preservation, intending it for lunch. As for the eggs, he planned to steam them into a custard to nourish Hua's body. Half an hour later, Hua returned indoors after his boxing session. Just as the custard was completed, Xiao Ziyu set the custard on the table and turned to sit down. The wooden chair proved uncomfortable, too rigid, leaving him with a slight discomfort from having sat too forcefully. Nearby, Hua gazed at the custard without making a move. Generally speaking, consuming an egg daily is beneficial for physical development, although theoretically, you are no longer within the age of growth. Xiao Ziyu kept his head down, engrossed in his book. Hua remained silent, glancing at his toes, sensing that despite Xiao Ziyu's earnest tone, he was alluding to something deeper. Hey, wooden head, if you don't eat, I will. Danzhu paused, observing the black stick mere centimeters from his hands, lodged on the table. Meanwhile, Xiao Ziyu continued reading, his raised hand indicating that it was his doing. Though you appear quite youthful, you must be older than Hua, right? How shameless to compete for food with a child. Xiao Ziyu slowly retracted his hand, yet maintained his focus on the book. Well, if you don't want to eat, then don't. You are clearly the youngest here. What about you, old man? How have you become so gentle? I recall the base gossiping about your fierce demeanor. Because I am not who I once was. Ah, nothing. Chapter 157. The Ancients. I say, old fellow, where did you acquire these books? I specifically saved them. Reading cultivates one's character and nurtures the mind and body. Xiao Ziyu remained absorbed in his book. An ancient saying goes, books are the ladder of human progress. Speaking of which, are we not the ancients ourselves? Ancients of ancients, is that acceptable? Xiao Ziyu paused for a moment before responding. Senior Ziyu, Songxian remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Ziyu. Do not utter such nauseating words. You may call me whatever you wish, even old fellow like Danju, or insult me. Fool is fine, just not that. Ah, old fellow, it seems Xiao Ziyu has offered Songxian a choice, though it appears to him. This is not a matter of choice. I wish to inquire how to specifically implement the Fire Seed project. As soon as the words left his lips, Hua, who had also been reading nearby, paused and directed his gaze toward Xiao Ziyu. It is quite simple. Impart some knowledge, for instance. By the way, whoever among you has a strong grasp of history should ensure that the development here follows the previous trajectory, neither too rapid nor too slow. Xiao Ziyu closed the scroll and glanced at the others. It was quite normal, after all, with 5,000 years of history in the land of Shinjo. Who could possibly remember every single event, great or small? It would be nothing short of miraculous. Well, never mind, let us see. Does anyone remember the name of humanity's first tried? Or the one who invented characters? What was it called again? Ah, forget it. I'll just let it be. With a sigh, Xiao Ziyu reopened the scroll and resumed his reading. Ah, to let things be. In a certain sense, Xiao Ziyu was the superior of all present. It was quite absurd for someone of his rank to be told to let things be. Hua hesitated, choosing silence instead, and opened his scroll to read as well. I said I'm letting things be. I didn't say you should too. Go. See how far things have developed outside. Hours passed, and Xiao Ziyu began preparing lunch. Ah, Danju glanced at the blazing sun outside, seemingly reluctant. Fine, I'll go. Hua closed his scroll and stood to head outside. Danju, no slacking off. Songxian followed suit, not forgetting to call out to the lazy one. I don't want to. I don't want to go outside. The protest was in vain. As Hua and Songxian carried him out. Remember not to let those primitive people see you. Xiao Ziyu conjured several oil paper umbrellas and tossed them to the group. Thank you, Hua said habitually, receiving an umbrella. 2 hours later, the three returned, while Xiao Ziyu had already prepared a chicken and mushroom stew, awaiting their arrival. Wash your hands, it's time to eat. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the basin outside. For now, it seemed they would remain silent. Their communication consisted of Hua sitting down, not touching his chopsticks, instead reporting the situation to Xiao Ziyu. Let us eat while we talk. A little one could hardly contain their excitement. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to interrupt. Old man, who are you calling little? Who is small? No, who is thing? Danju slammed the table, seething with indignation. All right, let us eat. Old man, I want milk tea in the afternoon. Danju clung to Xiao Ziyu's side. I can't. Xiao Ziyu glanced over, continuing to peruse his book. You'll definitely help me. Come on. Danju, unwilling to relent, maneuvered in front of Xiao Ziyu, attempting to act cute. I've said it before, I can't. Xiao Ziyu turned away, his expression unchanging. Please, I promise I won't be lazy again. And then you'll slack off again, right? Not being lazy doesn't mean you won't be goofing off. Are you saying you will? Danju wore a silly grin, gazing at Xiao Ziyu as if he were looking at a cup of milk tea. That's definitely not possible now. There are no cows. Go find a cow, and I'll make it for you. A cow? What good will that do? How can a weak girl like me catch one? I just want milk tea, and I don't even want to chase after a cow. Then you shall wait patiently. A moment later, with a wooden head, we decided to catch a cow. Danju, ever persistent, clung to Hua, attempting to exploit his labor. After a brief hesitation, Hua ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 158. The zoo. 5 days later, the dilapidated abode of the four had transformed into a veritable zoo. In front of the house lay an open space, which Hua utilized for morning boxing practice. Behind the dwelling was a pit designated for the trio's bathing. Adjacent to the pit was an expansive field, where Hua cultivated wheat and various vegetables. As for Xiao Ziyu, he was growing something else entirely. To the left of the house stood a chicken coop, a cattle barn, and a pigsty, home to a tiger, rabbits, and even several tamed horses. In short, merely a few days had elapsed, and the quality of life for the quartet had skyrocketed. One could say they had everything one could wish for. In their immediate vicinity, they could ride the tiger, though it had been thoroughly cowed by Xiao Ziyu to such an extent that even its mother would not recognize it. For longer travels, they could ride horses. A little further, Xiao Ziyu had cleared a patch of land for salt drying. Mornings greeted them with eggs and fresh milk. However, it was glaringly evident that none of the four ancient beings, each having lived for 50,000 years, possessed the skill to milk a cow. The four sat in silence, gazing at the cow before them. Each looked at the other, yet none moved forward. Who will go? Xiao Ziyu queried, producing an iron bucket and eyeing his companions. Where did the bucket come from? It was quite simple. Earth manipulation to mine iron, followed by fire manipulation to forge it. No, I want to do it. Danju fervently shook his head, attempting to flee. Danju, it's you who desires milk tea, Changxian remarked, tossing Danju beside the cow, along with the bucket. Hello there, dear cow, could you spare me some milk? Thank you. Danju addressed the cow, which glanced at him, quivering as it began to move. Bang! Moments later, Danju and the bucket were sent flying by a kick from the cow. The old creature kicked me. It was uncertain whether Danju was genuinely crying or merely feigning distress. With a swift motion, Xiao Ziyu drew a black rod from his sleeve and approached the cow cautiously. Are we resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement? He mused. Wait a moment, Xiao Ziyu. I think we should refrain from eating it just yet. After all, it took us 3 days to find this one, Hua interjected, grasping Xiao Ziyu's wrist to halt him. Xiao Ziyu retracted the rod. Are we truly at the mercy of this creature? He inquired. It seems so, Hua responded. Very well, Xiao Ziyu relented, picking up the bucket and sitting beside the cow. He bent down to avoid a kick, but in the next moment, he refrained from retaliating. Xiao Ziyu was also kicked away. However, it was evident that no matter how many times the cow kicked, it could not harm him in the slightest. I suspect that perhaps you have inadvertently aggravated it, Watosai pondered. I recall having read in a book previously about the proper technique for milking a cow. As Juan narrated the process, he gradually approached the cow with a bucket in hand. I remember that one must first wipe with a warm towel. Hua seated himself on the stool, extending his hand to request the warm towel. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to create warm water, immersed a towel in it, then retrieved it and handed it to Hua. The dry towel. Hua accepted the warm towel and commenced the procedure. Xiao Ziyu collaborated, retrieving the warm towel and presenting a dry one. What follows? Hua Weiwei furrowed her brow, seemingly unable to recall the next part. Xiao Ziyu took the dry towel and observed Hua as she gazed at the cow. Perhaps Hua had only seen it done before and had never attempted it herself. She was uncertain how to massage the cow. After a considerable time, Hua finally extended her hand, initiating the motion. The cow did not retaliate with a kick, suggesting that Hua was indeed doing it correctly. The three of them silently watched Hua massage the cow for 5 minutes, rendered speechless not by a lack of eloquence, but by uncertainty of what to say. Afterwards, Hua retracted her hands, took a deep breath, and swallowed hard, as if confronting a formidable challenge. To everyone's astonishment, she had succeeded. The cow did not kick her. She had accomplished it, meeting everyone's expectations. 5 minutes later, Hua, expressionless, held half a bucket of milk, with milk streaming down her face and body as if she were covered in battle scars, heralding her triumphant return. Danju, unable to contain her laughter at Hua's slightly awkward appearance, burst into giggles. With a flicker of her powers, Hua manipulated a small glob of milk from the bucket and hurled it directly at Danju. Now, just like Hua, Danju was drenched in milk. Ugh, how disgusting, she exclaimed, resembling a fool as she extended her tongue to slurp up the milk trickling down her chin, only to complain again as if on the verge of collapse. Milk is meant for calves. What are you drinking? Xiao Ziyu took the milk bucket from Hua's hands and directed his gaze at the somewhat foolish Danju. It needs processing. Fine, I'll handle the processing myself, Xiao Ziyu declared, lifting the bucket and inspecting its contents. All right, you two go clean yourselves up. A torrent of water emerged from his palm, soaring towards the pit behind the house. You blockhead, it's all your fault. Danju shook her body like a drenched dog, splattering milk across the floor. What did you say? Hua lifted her hand to wipe the milk that Danju had just flung onto her face, casting a glance at her. Nothing, Danju replied, watching as Hua slowly cleaned her face, before immediately taking off in a sprint. Hua paused, observing Danju as she ran further away. Chapter 159, Armed Puppet Who. 13 tiles, Xiao Ziyu spread out the mahjong tiles before him, signaling his victory. You old fool, why are you always winning? Are you cheating? Danju grumbled as she took a sip of Xiao Ziyu's inferior milk tea, clearly displeased. Just lucky, that's all. By the way, is it appropriate for us to be playing mahjong here? Hua asked hesitantly while washing the tiles, sensing something amiss. There's no rush. It will take some time to develop outside. In a couple of days, we need to embark on a journey. For now, let us just relax. The four began to arrange their tiles, and with a nonchalant expression, Xiao Ziyu commented, Hua, you should not always dwell on destruction. Life is meant to be enjoyed. To put it bluntly, if the world ceases to exist, what concern is it of ours? We are not saviors. He tossed a mahjong tile, exclaiming one bamboo. However, it is no wonder that the little one calls you a blockhead. You truly are rather dull. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to interrupt. I recall you were not always this way. Hua casually discarded a tile, gazing at Xiao Ziyu as he replied, you must have misremembered. I have always been like this. Take a broader view, Hua. A year later, the four buried soul-steel computers, imbued with the knowledge of a bygone civilization, across various locations in Shinjo, which Xiao Ziyu deemed an apt term. In essence, they buried treasures, awaiting those who might uncover them to advance civilization. Simultaneously, Danjut Songxian bestowed upon Hua a new name, Qi Yuan, and composed numerous myth-laden tales about Hua, hoping they would endure through time, allowing people to appreciate Hua. After all, though it had never been explicitly stated, Danjut Songxian understood that he was merely an ordinary person, unlike Hua, who possessed the gift of immortality. As for Xiao Ziyu's lifespan, no one had inquired. 5 years passed, and thus, the immortal Qi Yuan began to protect XX, yet its renown remained limited. Only known in a small northern region, far from being universally recognized, humanity began to awaken to wisdom, and civilization commenced its ascent. The populace believed that Nuwa created humankind, Danju, and that Fuxi bestowed knowledge upon them, Songxian. The immortal Qi Yuan punished the wicked and upheld virtue, safeguarding the mortal realm. There was also a Six Paths immortal, who neither upheld virtue nor favored the good, employing exceedingly cruel methods of punishment. The world remained oblivious to the existence of the four deities. Only Ji Lin and her husband, Lian Shan, had encountered them. As civilization progressed, a few corrupted beasts began to emerge. The four always donned conical hats when venturing out, thus concealing Xiao Ziyu's face during his acts of violence. In the dead of night, Hua had succumbed to slumber, while Danjut Songxian seemed to be tinkering with some trinket. What are you both up to? Xiao Ziyu leaned against the doorframe, observing the duo as they appeared to be crafting a small doll. Old man, it's rare to see you awake at this hour. Aren't you usually deep in sleep? Xiao Ziyu, arms crossed, remained propped against the door, speaking flippantly. Old man, how long do you think you can live? Danju, unusually devoid of his usual jovial demeanor, fixed a serious gaze upon Xiao Ziyu and inquired. You are aware that you will eventually perish. Worrying that Hua might be left alone, are you? Xiao Ziyu chuckled softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That is indeed the case. If no one accompanies that blockhead, who knows what she might become? Thus, you wish to create a doll as a companion for her. Indeed, in theory, both Danju and Songxian should possess their doll-making skills derived from Moebius, as Moebius once created a Klein-armed doll. However, since Klein remains alive and Moebius has not crafted one, it is plausible that neither of them is particularly adept. So, just how long can you persist, old relic? We remain oblivious to whether you participated in the Fusion Warrior project. If you could, we wouldn't have to rely on you. Humans may perish, yet the will does not fade. I shall die, but Xiao Ziyu shall endure. Xiao Ziyu slowly retrieves a pipe and begins to smoke. The Wind Law ability directly isolates the air, ensuring no one inhales secondhand smoke. Some may question why an ostensibly useless attribute is bestowed upon the protagonist. Rest assured, it will prove useful later. Minors are prohibited from smoking. Please do not imitate. What does this mean? The two exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered by Xiao Ziyu's words. It's nothing, no matter. You may proceed. Even if I can remain by your side indefinitely, leaving a piece of your thoughts for Hua wouldn't be too shabby. Xiao Ziyu exerted a slight force, disengaging from the door panel, and stood upright. Let us call it the Book of Songxian. Chapter 160, Subtle Force. Dumplings tomorrow is the Spring Festival, right? Are Lian Shan and the others coming over? Xiao Ziyu slowly turned, addressing the two with his back to them. I intend to invite them. If you're unwilling, then so be it. It's fine. Have I ever said no to you? Get to bed early. Staying up late is detrimental to your health. And what about you? Old relic? Even a casual expression of concern from Xiao Ziyu prompted a retort from Danju. I don't stay up late. I pull all-nighters. Xiao Ziyu closed the door gently and gradually departed. As for the Spring Festival, what shall we do? The following morning, as Hua typically rose early to wash up and prepare for practice, Xiao Ziyu was already outside, slaughtering a pig. Good morning. Xiao Ziyu continued to wield the cleaver, casting a glance at Hua and greeting him. Why the sudden need to slaughter a pig? Hua nodded in response, slowly walking to the center of the courtyard. spreading his legs and assuming a stance to commence his martial arts practice. The Spring Festival, indeed. Speaking of which, Hua, you seldom recall these holidays, do you? Xiao Ziyu chopped off the pig's hindquarters and tossed them to the chickens. The Spring Festival is a time for family reunions. Hua's movements remained steady as he spoke. Have you thought of your family? With another stroke, Xiao Ziyu eviscerated the pig. Yes, my father. Old relic? Why are you all up so early? A voice emerged from within the house, belonging to Danju. I mentioned that I pulled an all-nighter. With a swift motion, Xiao Ziyu discarded the entrails towards the chickens. An all-nighter? You didn't sleep last night? Hua's movement slowed, his gaze shifting to Xiao Ziyu. No, to be honest, I can manage without sleep. I simply sleep out of boredom. I didn't prepare breakfast. If you wish to eat, you'll have to make it yourself. Once again, with several deft strokes. Xiao Ziyu had skillfully processed an entire pig. No need for that, you old fellow. Are you planning to make dumplings? Dumplings? Oh, yes. In truth. Xiao Ziyu had forgotten about dumplings. He merely felt that the Spring Festival warranted the sacrifice of something to enrich the dining table. Hooray, dumplings! Danju exclaimed, raising both hands as he entered the house. Danju, come help, called out Song Xian, who detained Danju and produced red paper and ink, indicating the intent to paste up Spring Festival couplets. Speaking of which, Xiao Ziyu crafted a cutting board and placed several pieces of pork, alternating in fat and lean. Upon it, he then slowly withdrew 2 kitchen knives. Aren't Spring Festival couplets supposed to be put up on New Year's Eve? Xiao Ziyu raised his blades. We forgot. Haha, since we're making dumplings, I'll roll out the dough. Hua paused in his actions, wiping his brow as he entered the house. With rhythmic precision, Xiao Ziyu began to chop the meat filling with his dual knives. 5 minutes later, the filling was ready. In truth, after just a minute of chopping, Xiao Ziyu had found the pace too slow and summoned 2 clones to assist with the task. Hua emerged from the kitchen with a basin, adding flour, most likely wheat flour, and then water. Did I just see a taiji behind Hua? After a brief moment, Hua raised his hands skyward, breathing deeply as he did so. Is he kneading the dough with subtle strength? Is it you? Could you create a rolling pin? Hua placed the dough down and slowly approached Xiao Ziyu with his inquiry. Oh, certainly. A wooden rod materialized in Xiao Ziyu's hands. Half a minute later, the rolling pin was complete. Kneading with subtle strength, indeed. Xiao Ziyu brewed a pot of hot tea and began to sit nearby, savoring the tea while reading a book. Half an hour later, the Spring Festival couplets had been affixed at the entrance, the meat filling was prepared in its entirety, and the dumpling wrappers were ready. Footsteps. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to interrupt Danju and Song Xian, who were attempting to venture out in search of Jilin. They have arrived. Really? Is that true? How do you know, old man? Danju appeared somewhat incredulous. Hua, absorbed in his own thoughts, stood by the table, diligently wrapping dumplings. If you don't believe it, so be it. Xiao Ziyu sighed, approached the table, and mimicked Hua's actions, attempting to wrap dumplings as well. However, it was evident that this task posed a challenge for him, as the fillings frequently spilled out. After a brief moment, Qi Yuan, Danju, and Song Xian entered the room and greeted him. Greetings, 6 Paths Immortal. It was apparent that Xiao Ziyu's usual demeanor was rather aloof, and given their limited encounters, Jilin might feel a tinge of trepidation. There is no need for formality. Xiao Ziyu gestured towards Jilin and Lianshan. Chapter 161. A Journey Through the Divine Land. Life was quite ordinary, consisting merely of a few individuals eating, playing, sleeping, and occasionally engaging in meaningful endeavors to impart knowledge to others. Until 3 years later, the book of Song Xian was already completed. Yet Danju and Song Xian had refrained from unveiling it. At this moment, Hua journeyed alone to the southern regions of the Divine Land to investigate the situation. In the Nine Nether, the judgment-level catastrophic beast, Qi Yu, emerged. Panic ensued as people fled in disarray, but only Jilin, Lianshan, Danju, and Song Xian attempted to confront the colossal creature. Previously, due to Xiao Ziyu's intervention, Hua had not bestowed the Xianyuan sword upon Jilin. Thus, in Xiao Ziyu's eyes, these 4 were merely ordinary individuals. Qi Yu's rampage left no life in its wake, devouring everything in its path. Danju and Song Xian sought refuge in the rear, striving to devise a solution. Lianshan wielded a spear, standing protectively in front of Jilin, though from a rational perspective, he knew he could not truly safeguard his wife. With the power of the Holy Mark, Jilin managed to exchange a few blows with Qi Yu, albeit barely. The original plot indicated that the Holy Mark was activated only upon receiving the Xianyuan sword. Xiao Ziyu could have simply allowed Ji Lin to touch it. Alas, I could let you touch it, but not grant it to you. After all, they were both primitive beings. And as long as they could remain safe in their own era, that sufficed. Yet, it was merely 2 exchanges. According to the original narrative, this battle would result in their demise. Nevertheless, Ji Lin, breathless, leaned on the hilt of her broken sword, struggling to remain upright. Gazing at the monstrous Chiyu before her, it seemed there was little chance of victory. Beneath Ji Lin's feet, an unknown black substance emerged, spreading as if to envelop her slowly. She glanced back, noticing something in the distance radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. In the distance, Xiao Ziyu crafted a bow from the Tao-seeking jade, positioning himself to draw the string and aim at the distant Chiyu. The arrows, transformed by the Tao-seeking jade, ignited with blazing flames as Xiao Ziyu's voice fell. Above the flames, lightning flashed, intertwining with the arrows. The once black Tao-seeking jade arrows morphed into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors, as if the surrounding space was being crushed by gravity. In the distance, 4 individuals were entirely encased in the protective embrace of the Tao-seeking jade, leaving only 4 black orbs in the foolish Chiyu visible. A tempest howled, disheveling his cloak. Yet he remained steadfast. Ice-blue shards were born amidst the flames and lightning, floating near the arrow's tip. Surrounding the arrow shaft, a thin golden barrier unfurled. At the arrow's tail, a black and gold silhouette abruptly appeared. Boom! With the final buff complete, Xiao Ziyu released his grip. The arrow traced a magnificent arc through the air, swiftly heading towards Chiyu. This single shot encompassed the powers of 7 rulers and the strength of 6 paths. Even 10 hearts of Chiyu could not withstand it, let alone just 3. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted. Xiao Ziyu sheathed his bow and raised his hand, gazing at the rising mushroom cloud, reflecting on the moment. After a considerable time, the protective Tao-seeking jade gradually retracted, revealing nothing before the 4 individuals. Chiyu had been utterly obliterated. The 4 appeared somewhat incredulous. Danju and Song Xian, having heard of Xiao Ziyu's prowess, were astonished that he could annihilate Chiyu in a single strike. Ji Lin, witnessing the 6 paths immortal engage with such formidable foes for the first time, was equally taken aback by the swift defeat. Bang! Xiao Ziyu leaped from the air and landed silently, directly taking Danju and Song Xian away without uttering a word. Old man, why are you so silent? Couldn't you have acted sooner? I was nearly scared to death. Danju complained to himself, oblivious to Xiao Ziyu's slowly outstretched hand towards him. Ah, what are you doing? Danju exclaimed, stepping back in alarm as he saw Xiao Ziyu's hand loom larger. You 2 are finished. Xiao Ziyu left them with a charming smile, extending his hand slowly. As night fell, Xiao Ziyu was fiddling with the book of Song Xian, awaiting Hua's return. By the way, where's the power button? Why can't I find it? Xiao Ziyu pondered, awkwardly flipping the book of Song Xian in one hand, attempting to locate the elusive button. Ziyu, how are Danju and Song Xian faring? A voice filled with urgency emerged from behind. Ahem, Xiao Ziyu lightly cleared her throat, casting aside the book of Song Xian and donning an expression tinged with sorrow as she rose to her feet. They sacrificed themselves. Chiyu was exceedingly formidable, and I was in a dire state. By the time I arrived, they had already sustained grievous injuries. Ultimately, it was their selfless valor that bought me the time to vanquish Chiyu. They perished? Indeed. It seems that Hua is somewhat saddened by the news of Danju and Song Xian's demise. Since our return, she has scarcely uttered a word. Xiao Ziyu sat upon the wooden sofa, observing Hua silently retreat into her own chamber and close the door. No rush, take your time. Xiao Ziyu picked up the Song Xian book beside her and resumed her studies. Power on. She attempted to activate it with her voice, but alas, her efforts were in vain. Why isn't it working? By the way, where are the power button and charging port? I forgot to inquire with them. Xiao Ziyu pried open the mouth of the Song Xian book, hoping to discover if the power button lay hidden within. Why is there drool? She withdrew her hand from the book's mouth, grimacing at the transparent goo clinging to her fingers. Is this an armed puppet? Wake up, summoning a sphere of water. Xiao Ziyu washed the saliva-stained hand. Why won't it respond? Is it out of power? How does one charge it? Wake up, or I shall toss you into the chicken coop. She shook the Song Xian book vigorously, attempting to rouse it. As she witnessed its continued inaction, a slight frown creased her brow. Centuries slipped by in an instant. The lives of Hua and Xiao Ziyu comprise little more than mundane routines. After all, 4 can play mahjong, 3 can engage in dou diju, but 2 can accomplish naught. As for the method to awaken the Song Xian book, Xiao Ziyu and Hua searched for a considerable time, uncertain of how to proceed. Perhaps they had yet to fulfill some prerequisite. This remains a mystery to all. In any case, the Book of Zhongshuan merely stands as a decorative piece in the grand hall of their abode. Centuries of existence have indeed proven monotonous. Occasionally, they descend the mountain to observe the evolution of human civilization. At times, they venture down to eliminate some feeble, corrupted beasts. Sometimes, they take a moment to show concern for the beleaguered populace. Chapter 163, Travels in the Divine Land, Part 3. Fortunately, Xiao Ziyu has nicotine to help pass the time. As for Hua, Xiao Ziyu has read every book she has preserved 3 or 4 times. Aside from occasionally practicing Tai Chi and honing her self-created Taisu sword Chi, she truly finds herself at a loss for activities. Originally, Hua was lonely in solitude. But now both individuals share their own isolation. You are immersed in your own world, while I dwell in mine. After all, Hua possesses divine resonance. Generally speaking, it is not uncommon for a powerful, decent-looking man with an admirable physique to evoke special feelings after hundreds of years of companionship. Unfortunately, Hua is not an ordinary person. He is an immortal. Hua considers Xiao Ziyu merely a superficial leader, a friend in private. Typically, he simply acts according to what he says, nothing more. As for Xiao Ziyu, did he not express his disinterest in humanity? To be precise, he shows little interest in anything at all. Two individuals devoid of desires living together results in minimal conversation. Xiao Ziyu finds herself uncertain of what to discuss. Their daily exchanges consist mostly of simple greetings. Good morning. Good morning. Wash your hands. Time for a meal. All right. The water is ready. Go wash up. Okay. Good night. Good night. In a certain sense, it feels as though Xiao Ziyu assumes the role of an elder supervising Hua's daily routine. It is noteworthy that during a winter in a previous year, Hua pickled several jars of Spring Eternal, which is essentially salted vegetables. After several days of eating only steamed buns and pickled vegetables, Xiao Ziyu could no longer endure it. He decided to keep only one jar, discarding the rest to feed the chickens. Xiao Ziyu does not refuse to prepare meals for Hua. After all, it is not his fault that you decline to partake in the lavish feast he offers, opting instead for pickled vegetables. Is it a reflection of Xiao Ziyu's culinary skills? Moreover, the only sustenance provided is steamed buns and pickles. Even if Hua's body still holds potential for growth, it seems unlikely to flourish under such circumstances. The following day, upon learning that Chunbu Lao had been discarded by Xiao Ziyu, a rare flicker of sorrow crossed Hua's visage, although no words were spoken. Since that moment, Hua has continued the annual tradition of pickling Chunbu Lao each winter, albeit now only preparing a single vat at a time. A single vat suffices for a month's consumption, as Xiao Ziyu does not permit Hua to indulge in steamed buns and pickles incessantly. Thus, only 3 vats are needed to endure the winter. Strangely enough, one must wonder, does Hua not feel fatigued? For centuries, he has risen at 8 each morning to practice Tai Chi, typically engaging in this discipline for a full 2 hours. Moreover, Xiao Ziyu sat indoors, gazing at the heavy snowflakes cascading outside. He then turned his attention to Hua, who was dressed in nothing but a thin garment. Was she truly practicing Tai Chi amidst the snowfall? Moreover, it appeared she was not even wearing trousers. This reference is from the 2nd season of Valkyrie's Dining Table. I must admit, I rather enjoyed that episode. As a person from Shenzhou, Xiao Ziyu does not quite comprehend the heavy snowfall. Does Hua not wear thermal pants? If not thermal pants, at least some long trousers should suffice. Although Xiao Ziyu himself dons a rather thin outfit, he possesses unique methods to maintain his body temperature. Can Hua do the same? One can only say that as a celestial being, Hua is not in need of thermal pants. Indeed, there are advantages to being an immortal. One need not endure those discomforting days that come monthly. This is a boon for Xiao Ziyu. After all, if such discomfort were to arise, he would be at a loss as to how to address it. Should he simply tell Hua to drink more hot water? Chapter 164, Sky Lanterns. Generally speaking, Hua practices Tai Chi for 2 hours not out of fatigue, but due to a lack of time, as other tasks await his attention. Typically, Hua emerges from each session of Tai Chi with a slight sheen of sweat, prompting Xiao Ziyu to prepare a bath for him to cleanse himself afterward. For an ordinary individual, this behavior would be entirely appropriate. However, do celestial beings fall ill? Xiao Ziyu is uncertain, yet he has never witnessed Hua succumb to illness. Perhaps they do, but their immunity is simply more robust, rendering them impervious to common ailments. Though Xiao Ziyu personally finds the various festivals trivial and unnecessary, he nonetheless observes certain occasions such as the Spring Festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the Dragon Boat Festival, for reasons known only to him. Despite the fact that human civilization has not yet celebrated some of these holidays, as their origins typically commemorate notable figures, this does not hinder the two ancient souls from partaking in festivities. After all, they are both hermits residing in the mountains. Furthermore, Hua's birthday falls on February 9th. For centuries, each year Xiao Ziyu has prepared a bowl of longevity noodles to celebrate this occasion. Initially, Xiao Ziyu was unaware of Hua's birthday. Although he is a traveler from another realm, he is not a computer capable of retaining every piece of information. It was only through a prior inquiry from Danzhu Zongxian that he learned of Hua's special day. As for Xiao Ziyu's own birthday, he has celebrated it annually for centuries, yet he has never done so for Hua. Naturally, this weighs on Hua's conscience, prompting him to inquire about it. Receiving the answer that Xiao Ziyu himself could hardly recall. His original words were, "For me, such trivial matters hold no significance. Birthdays, after all, are inconsequential to me. If you wish to celebrate, that suffices." Indeed, birthdays were of little utility to Xiao Ziyu. Although Hua had pondered why Xiao Ziyu, after centuries, appeared so vigorous and showed not a trace of aging, the most striking evidence of time's passage, the growth of hair, was absent. Hua had neither witnessed Xiao Ziyu's long hair growing nor seen him cut it. It remained perpetually at a length just shy of his waist. While Hua was curious as to why Xiao Ziyu seemed to possess a semblance of immortality akin to his own, he ultimately refrained from probing further. After all, Hua held a deep trust in Xiao Ziyu. Days turned into years, as the external world succumbed to chaos, with monstrous beasts claiming the lives of countless creatures. The chickens in the yard dwindled in number, one by one. The cows aged and passed away, one after another. The pigs were consumed, as were the cattle. And the sheep followed suit. Hua appeared unchanged, seemingly devoid of any potential for growth. Xiao Ziyu is, after all, merely a person from Xinzhou. Despite the plethora of culinary traditions that Xinzhou boasts, Xiao Ziyu has completed one lesson after another, yet centuries have passed. It is impossible to have diverse meals every day. The ingredients are limited. Frankly, even Xiao Ziyu has grown weary of the same fare, primarily due to the longevity of his existence. As for Hua, she has never shown a dislike for Xiao Ziyu's cooking. Perhaps she too has grown tired of it. Meanwhile, the human world has begun to exhibit a sense of territoriality, leading to conflicts. The two remain indifferent to these developments. If one were to discuss history and pinpoint a period of greatest interest, Xiao Ziyu would likely favor the Three Kingdoms era. Regrettably, that time has yet to arrive. Once again, centuries have swiftly elapsed, and Xiao Ziyu and Hua have resided on this nameless mountain for over a millennium. The mountain appears to be struggling under the weight of time, with cracks beginning to form in its structure, suggesting an impending landslide. Consequently, Xiao Ziyu and Hua decided to relocate to Mount Taisu. This new mountain is considerably larger and at a greater elevation than their previous dwelling. Fortunately, both are adept practitioners, making the ascent relatively effortless. In their courtyard, the snow accumulates and melts, only to accumulate again. The leaves on the trees fall and regrow in an endless cycle. Time flies swiftly. With the advancement of human society, the frequency of their descents from the mountain gradually increases. Xiao Ziyu often takes Hua to the bustling markets and gathering places of the human realm during festive occasions. Their outings are merely casual strolls, devoid of romantic undertones. After all, it can be rather tedious. What could a man and a woman possibly do on the mountain? There is little to engage in, and their activities are limited to the occasional game of chess. Two men might share a drink and exchange stories, while two women could engage in meaningful conversations and explore lovely garments. Xiao Ziyu had never purchased any clothing, and Hua was no different. Hua, who originally seldom indulged in alcohol, would only occasionally share a couple of drinks with Xiao Ziyu to unwind. Until one day, when Hua expressed that he could partake in a few drinks. Xiao Ziyu's original words were, "I cannot drink at the same table as the children. Otherwise, should I become inebriated, I would have to carry you back to your room." On the other hand, Hua, brimming with confidence, believed himself to be quite capable and absolutely certain he would not be defeated by a single drink. However, his self-assurance quickly waned as he succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. The initial confidence gave way after 2 sips, and soon he found himself overwhelmed after just 1 cup. It is important to note that it cannot be attributed to Hua's lack of tolerance for alcohol. For Xiao Ziyu later indulged in a potent beverage known as life water, having initially consumed only ordinary wine. During the time Hua was merely sipping a little, Xiao Ziyu had already transitioned to the life water, leading to Hua's inebriation. Xiao Ziyu crafted a potent concoction, an intoxicating spirit of 98.6 degrees, akin to industrial alcohol. It was truly remarkable that Hua could down it in one go. Subsequently, Xiao Ziyu carried the unconscious Hua back to the room. One must commend the immortal for their calmness. Even inebriated, Hua remained tranquil, allowing Xiao Ziyu to lay him on the bed, cover him with a blanket, and settle in without any fuss. There was no drunken frenzy to speak of. Otherwise, Xiao Ziyu would never have permitted Hua to partake of his life-s elixir. Forcing oneself to drink, only to succumb to drunken antics afterward, was utterly inconceivable. Initially, Xiao Ziyu had merely developed this transcendent elixir, the super life water. A marvel beyond the essence of life, just a few years prior. With idle time on his hands, he indulged in it nightly, pairing it with simple dishes. As time passed, Hua grew increasingly intrigued by this super life water that Xiao Ziyu consumed daily. Previously, Hua would only occasionally sip on modestly alcoholic beverages during festivals, merely to enhance the merriment, never reaching a state of inebriation. However, after Hua managed to drink a glass of the super life water, he seemed to transform into a voracious drinker, sharing nightly toasts with Xiao Ziyu. Over time, the two even engaged in playful bouts, though these were short-lived, as Hua was rather fragile and would succumb to intoxication after just a few rounds. Despite his extensive training, which allowed him to hold his liquor for 2 cups, he still could not match Xiao Ziyu's prowess. Each night, he would find himself dizzily tossed onto the bed by Xiao Ziyu, only to awaken in a haze the following morning and practice Tai Chi to shake off the remnants of the previous night's revelry. Night after night, he would again find himself in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, the immortal of the red kite and the immortal of the 6 paths transformed into the drunken immortal and the smoky immortal. 1,000 years swiftly passed. During a modest and unpretentious mid-autumn festival, the drunken immortal and the smoky immortal descended the mountain to wander about. Adorned with conical hats, they strolled along the stone-paved roads, observing the various vendors hawking their wares. There was an array of offerings: clothes, snacks, coarse fabrics, and sky lanterns. The two did not pause at any particular stall but ambled slowly onward. Above, the stars twinkled, and countless sky lanterns were released into the night, perhaps as wishes. Xiao Ziyu was uncertain. Shouldn't T1 release at least one? He glanced at the multitude of lanterns in the sky before turning to Hua. I have no wishes. Hua said, It's all right. Who says one must have wishes? A life of leisure is still a life. Xiao Ziyu produced currency from this era and procured a sky lantern from a vendor. Let us release one, he urged, extending the lantern to Hua. All right, Hua conceded, taking the lantern and pausing momentarily to inscribe something upon it. Xiao Ziyu stood opposite Hua, unable to discern what he was writing. Judging by the strokes, it seemed to read, XIX can X not XX open X. Subsequently, Hua ignited the wax within the calming lantern, though perhaps it wasn't wax, as I am uncertain about the ancient method of lighting these lanterns. This detail is of little consequence, but based on my experience, there will invariably be those who question its accuracy. Thus, I felt the need to clarify. With the calming lantern in hand, Hua gently raised both hands and released it into the sky. The two of them silently observed as the lantern ascended, their lips sealed in quietude. Until, that is, the accursed ruined beast appeared on the scene. Sigh, how bothersome. Xiao Ziyu gazed at the distant, tumultuous crowd and sighed again. A casual stroll would inevitably lead to overtime work. He tossed a sword towards Hua. What about you? Hua caught the sword, which then transformed into a pair of gauntlets that enveloped his hands. I am easygoing. Xiao Ziyu reached behind him, conjuring a black staff measuring approximately 2 meters from the void. What is this? Hua inquired, having just obliterated a ruined beast with a single punch. Now eyeing the staff in Xiao Ziyu's hand, resembling a mere firewood stick. Nothing much, just an ordinary tin staff. Xiao Ziyu spread his legs apart, gripping the staff behind him, then leapt forward into the fray of beasts. Let's end this swiftly. All right, if we finish early, we can enjoy a drink together. With a swing of his staff, the point of contact between the ruined beast and the tin staff vanished, as if erased by an eraser on a canvas. My wine supply is dwindling, Hua. When did you suddenly develop a taste for my liquor? It does have a pleasant quality. Xiao Ziyu frowned slightly. The water of life was brewed for his own consumption. Surely, it was peculiar for Hua to take a liking to it. Chapter 165, Qiongqi. Time, 551 BC. Is there a history student who knows what period this represents? A gentle reminder, I am a science student with little knowledge of history. Thus my understanding of ancient figures speaking Mandarin is for convenience's sake. Additionally, even if I were to write in classical Chinese, it may not be comprehensible to all, correct? Regarding certain historical queries, such as the absence of items like potatoes during this era, please refrain from criticism. Location: unknown, as it cannot be found. Xiao Ziyu and Hua traveled through the land of Shenzhou, leisurely exploring and observing the world around them. It was the spring and autumn period, a time rife with intrigue among a multitude of small states, making their journey quite inconvenient. As they wandered through the streets, they quietly observed the mundane lives of the people. Their conversation was sparse. After all, what could two immortal beings possibly find intriguing among a host of ordinary mortals? Even if they were intrigued, the principles of causality dictated that they should avoid excessive interaction with common folk. The prospect of forming a friendship only to witness its inevitable demise decades later was disheartening. Thus, for the duo, the notion of friendship was best approached with caution. As dusk fell, they sought a place to rest. After a time, Xiao Ziyu turned to Hua and spoke. "Let us find some lodging." Hua glanced up at the twilight sky and nodded in agreement. They meandered until they discovered an inn. Although the specifics of inns during the spring and autumn period eluded them, along with the terminology for service staff and the currency in use, leading them to bypass such historical intricacies altogether. After a modest meal, they secured 2 rooms for the night. On the following dawn, the two rose early to continue their exploration, for the comforts of ordinary beds and food paled in comparison to those found atop Mount Taisu. Their routine involved descending the mountain every decade to swiftly traverse the realms of Shenzhou and inspect various locales, completing their rounds within a month at most, or even a mere week if time permitted. At the borders of the state of Chu, they stood upon a hill, gazing at a colossal beast in the distance. Beneath it, a woman wielding a sword engaged in combat. She possessed striking beauty, her skin fair and unblemished, yet her expression mirrored their own, calm and devoid of turmoil. Clad predominantly in blue, she appeared to be enveloped by a flow of water, suggesting an ability to manipulate it. Was she of judgment-level prowess? Hua observed the formidable creature, Chu Chang, and readied his gauntlets, seemingly prepared for battle. Xiao Ziyu, however, did not draw a weapon. Instead, he walked steadily behind Hua, approaching the woman, who seemed on the verge of defeat. As the moment unfolded, a golden energy enveloped Xiao Ziyu, activating his 9-Lama mode. Moments later, they arrived at the battleground, where Xiao Ziyu seized the woman and hurled her to safety behind them. "Open the heavens," he exclaimed. As Hua unleashed a powerful punch, it appeared to be effective, albeit to a limited extent. The fierce roar of Qiongqi resounded in the air. Hua extended his hand, offering a buff. After Xiao Ziyu managed to handle Xiaoyun, he leaped to Hua's side and spoke up. Hua, slightly perplexed, hesitated for a moment before extending his left hand in a clenched fist. Xiao Ziyu raised his right hand and fist-bumped Hua. "All right, Hua, you've been enhanced." With that, Xiao Ziyu retracted his hand and adorned Hua's form with a golden cloak woven from the power of the 9 tails. A gentle reminder, Xiao Ziyu's current states can be broadly categorized as normal mode, wielding a fan or no weapon, employing martial arts or ninjutsu against foes. 9 tails collapse energy mode, primarily relying on various celestial techniques to vanquish adversaries. Semi-6 paths mode, which invokes the 6 paths scepter without altering his physical form. Complete 6 paths sage mode, characterized by the emergence of twin horns and a paler complexion due to the presence of the Tao-seeking jade. And the currently known most potent mode, the origin, 9 laws sage mode. The formidable collapse energy sensed its newfound strength, prompting Hua to pause and glance at Xiao Ziyu. "Why have I never seen you use it this way before?" "I merely serve as support. I was always assisting Kevin," Xiao Ziyu replied. "Go ahead." He stepped back, gesturing for Hua to engage Qiongqi. "Understood." Hua crouched slightly and launched into a sprint towards Qiongqi. After 2 minutes of relentless assault, Qiongqi fell. To be honest, I am unaware of Qiongqi's appearance and have little to elaborate on. At this moment, Hua had no worthy opponents. Regarding the original plot, where Dan Zhu and Song Xian perished, it was merely due to Hua's absence. Had Hua been present, Dan Zhu and Song Xian would likely have survived. With a whoosh, the golden 9 tails collapse energy gradually dissipated, returning both to their normal state. "All right, let's go." Xiao Ziyu glanced at the nearly pulverized Qiongqi and called out. Moments later, Xiaoyan caught up with them. "Thank you both for your timely assistance. May I inquire about the names of my benefactors?" Xiaoyan clasped his hands together and offered a slight bow. "For those who understand, please refrain from criticism. I confess my ignorance of ancient martial arts and such matters." The two exchanged glances, neither speaking. "What is your name?" After a brief pause, Xiao Ziyu inquired. I am but a humble individual, surnamed Xiao, with the given name Yun. Xiao? Do you share my surname? Hua inquired curiously, glancing at Xiao Ziyu. After all, in this new era, Hua is now familiar with the concept of surnames. Although Xiao Ziyu had previously mentioned his surname during the bygone civilization, Hua had never questioned the existence of surnames in that era. As a side note, I find it amusing. I myself bear the surname Xiao, while the surname appears to be prevalent only in Taiwan. According to my elders, it seems that during a national census, officials may have carelessly simplified the name, converting my family's too. I have a relative with the surname in Taiwan, while my family in mainland China bears the surname. Moreover, it seems our ancestors were originally surnamed. Personally, I find the surname to be far more aesthetically pleasing than. Of course, the protagonist's name is certainly not my own. I merely lack the creativity for naming. The inclusion of my surname is incidental, and the initials of Ziyu and the concept of are merely coincidental as well. I did not intend to suggest that the protagonist embodies the notion of dot. Xiaoyun? Xiao Ziyu pondered for a moment, seemingly unable to recall who this figure was. In his mind, it felt as if someone was speaking. Lousy? Xiao Ziyu regarded Xiao Yun with incredulity, realizing that the notion of Einstein and the transformation of lousy into a feminine form was something he had not anticipated. Chapter 166. Lousy. Ah, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Xiao Ziyu cleared his throat lightly and waved his hand dismissively. One is Xiao, the one who plays the flute, and I am Xiaoyu. I am honored to witness your formidable martial skills. Might I solicit your guidance? Xiaoyun clasped his hands together and bowed once more. If you can ascend to Taisu Mountain, then perhaps. Xiao Ziyu gently pressed on Xiao Yun's shoulder, speaking in a hushed tone. Taisu Mountain? Xiao Yun looked up towards the retreating figures of the two, a hint of confusion on his face, as if he had never heard of such a place. 2 years later, in the year 549 BC, should I not adopt a surname? The two sat within the confines of the room, savoring tea while observing the heavy snowfall outside, engaged in conversation. I find the name Qi Yuan quite suitable. No need for that. It sounds pleasant as it is. Adding a surname may seem peculiar. Xiao Ziyu paused momentarily, contemplating his words. Is that so? Hua raised his teacup, gazing into the depths of the liquid. Do you hear any sound? Hua took a delicate sip of the steaming tea, responding with nonchalance. Xiao Ziyu perked his ears, attempting to listen. It seems as though someone is walking in the snow, he remarked coolly. The two stepped outside, following the direction of the sound that ordinary people could not perceive. Moments later, a cold-faced Xiao Yun appeared before them, his cheeks flushed from the chill. Haha, Xiao Yun lifted his head, gazing at the two standing before him. This place is not meant for common folk. You must return swiftly. I can assure you it is of no concern. After a brief silence, Hua, with hands clasped behind his back, stated coldly. Ah, but did you not summon me to seek your presence? Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Ziyu, a hint of puzzlement in his expression. Very well, since I am here, I shall make myself comfortable. Xiao Ziyu turned and gestured for him to follow. A short while later, Xiao Ziyu and Hua sat within the room, while Xiao Yun knelt outside in the snow, bowing to the two. I am Xiao Yun, humbly requesting the two of you to accept me as your disciple and impart your wisdom. Do you know who we are to seek such mentorship? Xiao Ziyu produced a pipe, indulging in a puff of smoke, posturing with an air of authority. I have inquired and learned that you are the immortal of Qi Yuan and the immortal of 6 paths, possessing unfathomable strength, often traversing the mortal realm to punish the wicked and uphold righteousness. Xiao Yun remained kneeling, answering with resolve. Then you must have heard of my notorious reputation. Why do you not fear it? Driven by greed, anger, ignorance, and doubt, I have witnessed those who suffer punishment by whip, axe, and flame. I understand that the immortal of 6 paths specializes in vanquishing the vile. Their methods, though exceedingly ruthless, are deserved. I consider myself a virtuous character, pure and steadfast, ever willing to protect this realm's essence, yet powerless to do so. Hence, I beseech the immortal not to forsake me. Your master is the red kite, not I. Xiao Ziyu rose and entered the house. Hua watched as Xiao Ziyu tossed Xiao Yun to him, feeling somewhat helpless and bewildered, questioning how he could possibly take on the role of a mentor or teach anyone. Since that day, Xiao Yun had made her residence upon Taisu Mountain, diligently learning alongside Hua. She often engaged in discussions with the two of them, delving into various texts, such as the Tao Te Ching. The addition of another person did not significantly affect Xiao Ziyu. After all, he was not the one instructing her. His daily activities merely expanded to include preparing a few extra dishes and drawing more bathwater, tasks he found rather effortless. As for Hua, it seemed that she remained unperturbed by the changes, considering that all three were earnest individuals. Xiaoyun was merely a student on the mountain, harboring no inappropriate aspirations towards either of them. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, decades had passed. The once youthful Xiaoyun had now reached an age where she was affectionately referred to as Old Lady. She had spent half her life on Taisu Mountain. It was not that Hua and Xiao Ziyu wished for her to remain there. Rather, it was her own desire to stay. Generally speaking, the relationship between Hua and Xiaoyun could be described as both teacher and friend. After all, having lived together for several decades, there was inevitably some bond formed among them. Xiao Ziyu and Hua bid farewell to Xiaoyun with a wave, before gradually descending the mountain. Xiaoyun, carrying Ruoshui, descended, imparting her swordsmanship and Taoist arts to the world. Years later, Xiao Ziyu and Hua watched as Xiaoyun ascended the mountain once more. At this moment, Xiaoyun resembled a flickering candle in the wind, her life nearing its conclusion. What she said was indeed true. She was of impeccable character, pure as ice and jade, and possessed a sense of integrity. To be candid, Xiaoyun could be regarded as one of Hua's rare friends. Yet alas, the lifespan of mortals is limited. In the blink of an eye, a few short decades had transformed a young girl into a venerable old woman with gray hair. That evening, the two welcomed Xiaoyun with warmth. In his final act of culinary craftsmanship for Xiaoyun, Xiao Ziyu consented to allow her to partake of his industrial alcohol, a first and last gesture. After all, with impending departure, he thought it fitting for her to experience it. The following day, Xiaoyun lay quietly in bed, devoid of breath. Soon after, the two interred her remains beneath the pine tree atop the mountain. Hua stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the freshly filled grave, enveloped in silence. Xiao Ziyu mirrored his posture, his hands crossed, fixated on Hua as they both contemplated the freshly turned earth, equally mute. After a prolonged silence, they remained wordless, lost in their thoughts. Finally, Hua broke the stillness, his voice tinged with melancholy as he stared into the distance. Does our presence here truly hold any significance? He pondered aloud. Indeed, hardship, peril, sacrifice, and death are the companions on this path. To ensure the flame of civilization does not extinguish, we must become like the withering leaves. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall continue to thrive. Hua fell silent, seemingly deep in contemplation. Though you appear immortal, if weariness consumes you, I can find a way to grant you rest. Let us depart. After another stretch of silence, Hua turned to descend the mountain. Xiao Ziyu acknowledged, observing Hua's solitary figure before following suit. Upon their return to the dwelling, silence reigned once more. Hua unearthed his hidden elixir of life from beneath Xiao Ziyu's bed, neither greeting him nor preparing any sustenance. Simply consuming cup after cup in silence, their words still unspoken. Xiao Ziyu made no attempt to intervene, leaning against the door with arms crossed as he observed Hua succumbing to inebriation. As her face grew increasingly flushed and she slumped helplessly over the table, Xiao Ziyu remained silent, tending to the aftermath. He lifted Hua and carried her back to her chamber, avoiding the usual brusqueness of simply tossing her onto the bed. Instead, he gently laid her down at the bedside, covering her with a blanket and watching as she closed her eyes before turning to leave. Hua, in a hazy stupor, watched Xiao Ziyu as he placed her on the bed and tucked her in. She seemed to wish to articulate something or take some action, yet her strength had wholly abandoned her. With no choice left, she surrendered to sleep, seeking solace in rest. Chapter 167, The Frontier Guard. The Red Kite Immortal has safeguarded the realm of Shinjo for over 5 millennia. Such matters can be succinctly summarized, neither overly lengthy nor excessively brief. In the blink of an eye, the year 618 AD witnessed the establishment of the Tang dynasty, one of the most illustrious periods in the annals of Shinjo. By this time, the names of the Red Kite Immortal and the Six Paths Immortal had echoed throughout the land, though the latter was often invoked as a cautionary tale to educate children. For instance, tales warned that if one neglected their meals or disobeyed, the Six Paths Immortal would come to flay their skin, pull their tendons, or administer a beating with a stick. Such stories often left children in tears. A few bolder souls remained unafraid, yet they dared not indulge in nefarious deeds. Under Xiao Ziyu's influence, even in this ancient era devoid of effective crime-solving methods, the crime rate saw a marked decline. Fear had taken root. It was indeed formidable. Just yesterday, a man had berated an elderly woman and kicked her a couple of times. The next day, neighbors discovered his dismembered body in the street. a black rod approximately 60 centimeters long protruding from him. Attempts to remove the rod resulted in a sensation of weakness and unbearable heat. Fortunately, this black rod would gradually vanish after a week, causing no further disturbance to the lives of the people. In the year 713, Emperor Xuanzong of Tang initiated a series of reforms that ushered in the Golden Age known as the Kaiyuan era. During this time, the Tang dynasty reached its zenith. Characterized by robust national strength, economic prosperity, cultural flourishing, and frequent foreign exchanges, what we often refer to as the Great Tang Prosperity. Indeed, the lives of the common folk during this period were quite favorable. Xiao Ziyu and Hua frequently descended the mountain to indulge in various leisure pursuits, wandering through an array of bustling markets. Alas, such idyllic days were fleeting. On the 6th of May in the year 716 AD, calamity struck with the onset of the cataclysm. The original text recounts that the immortal Qi Yuan assisted the Tang dynasty in remaining steadfast amidst this chaos in 718 AD. However, I could not ascertain the precise events or their commencement, thus I have fabricated a timeline. The prosperity and technological advancements of the Tang dynasty inadvertently precipitated this disaster. An overwhelming number of aberrant creatures emerged at the borders, wreaking havoc across the land. On the 3rd of June in 716 AD, 3 cities along the Tang border fell to the onslaught of these monstrous entities, leaving a landscape replete with wails of despair and a heavy toll upon the populace. Emperor Xuanzong recognized that this was no ordinary natural calamity and summoned a vast army to the borders, intent on safeguarding this territory. By the 1st of July, the soldiers of the Tang, lacking advanced weaponry, found themselves ill-equipped to confront the relentless horde of beasts, suffering devastating losses and retreating in disarray. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, not a single soldier of the Tang army faltered. By the 14th of July, the struggle continued. Xiao Ziyu and Hua learned of the news and hastened to the battlefield. The sky above was vast. Xiao Ziyu sat upon the dragon's back, gazing into the distance, reminiscent of the posture depicted in the profound illustrations of the 10 Tales. Hua stood at the dragon's head, poised for action. It was nearly time. Xiao Ziyu tucked away his pipe, rising to brush off the dust. Below, the corrupted beasts rampaged unchecked, and the Tang soldiers unleashed every weapon at their disposal. Yet, the heavy artillery they once took pride in proved ineffectual against the beasts. On the battlefield, soldiers fought valiantly, yet their efforts were in vain. A mere glance often led to death. Nonetheless, fueled by the flickering lights of countless homes behind them, the soldiers fought on, refusing to retreat even an inch. The battlefield was devoid of cries of anguish, filled only with the fervent shouts of morale. Ahead, a young warrior, exceptionally skilled and spirited, wielded a jade sword against the horde. Engaged in a fierce battle, his once pristine garments were now stained with the purple ichor of the beasts. The wooden dragon began its descent, prompting the two to crouch slightly, ready for combat. With a flourish, Xiao Ziyu drew a folding fan from behind, tossing it to Hua. On the ground, soldiers noticed something racing through the ominous clouds above, momentarily distracting them. Fire release. Great fire extinguishment. Xiao Ziyu swiftly formed hand seals, aiming to establish a safe zone by targeting the rear of the corrupted beasts. Short strength. Cloud mist. Hua, true to his skill, wielded the fan with deft precision. A powerful gust erupted as he unfurled the fan, igniting a torrent of flames that erupted behind the beast horde. Chapter 168. Li Tai flames soared skyward, causing chaos among the beasts. The wooden dragon surged backward, delivering a physical blow. Bang! Bang! The two landed, surveying the retreating soldiers besieged by the corrupted beasts. Here you go. Hua tossed the fan back, charging into the fray. If you ask me, this is far superior to your broken gauntlets. Xiao Ziyu raised his right hand to catch the fan, immediately joining the assault against the beasts. Bang! Bang! Hua plunged into the horde, rescuing the besieged young man in white. The lad, seemingly taken aback, struggled to comprehend the sudden appearance of such a formidable ally. Retreat! Xiao Ziyu called out, following closely behind Hua while beckoning to the young man. Thank you both for your assistance, but this is a battlefield fraught with danger. You would do well to preserve your lives and flee swiftly. Despite his well-meaning advice, his words grew slower, hinting at an unsettling realization. The ease with which these two dispatched the creatures was nothing short of sweeping. Could it be? Were they truly the Red Kite Sage and the Sage of Six Paths? The young man in white narrowed his eyes. He had heard tales of the two immortals, but had always regarded them with skepticism. To his astonishment, he found himself in their presence today. And what of it? Are you a general? Command them to withdraw. Xiao Ziyu glanced at the young man in white. Noting his handsome features and commendable martial prowess, likely indicative of a commanding officer. Oh. The young man in white finally grasped the situation and began his self-introduction. I am Li Bai, hailing from Changlong and Minju, Shujun. It is an honor to meet you both. Having long revered your esteemed names, with a swift motion, the young man unleashed a burst of sword energy, slaying a corrupted beast, Li Bai. The sword immortal Xiao Ziyu mused, effortlessly felling several corrupted beasts with a flick of his fan. A sword immortal? I dare not claim such a title. I merely possess a smattering of skills. In these troubled times, every citizen bears a responsibility. My humble abilities have caught the attention of the current sovereign, prompting me to venture forth and risk my life for the nation. A gentle reminder, at this moment, Li Bai is merely 15 years old. This is the world of Honkai 3, and I thought it amusing to include Li Bai. Please refrain from criticism. Were it not for the world of Honkai 3, many might have entertained thoughts of ending Li Bai's life. Humph, you are injured. It would be wise for you to withdraw. Xiao Ziyu chuckled, seizing Li Bai and tossing him towards the now cleared soldiers. After half a day, the invading horde of corrupted beasts had been nearly annihilated. Though a distant group still loomed on the horizon, yet a fleeting peace was attained. As night fell, Xiao Ziyu and Hua were invited to converse with Li Bai in his tent. After all, the two appeared remarkably formidable in the eyes of the populace. On their way to Li Bai's tent, they were met with cheers from countless soldiers who surrounded them. After all, they were not fools. Such divine prowess could not belong to mere mortals. Ultimately, it was only after Li Bai attended to his injuries that he dismissed the crowd, ushering the two into his tent. I have long heard that immortals often dwell in the mountains and fields. Today, you have saved my Tang dynasty from peril. I am profoundly grateful, Li Bai proclaimed, raising his wine cup in both hands to express his gratitude. Xiao Ziyu cast a sidelong glance at Hua. Xiao Ziyu serves as a mouthpiece for Hua, does he not? It seems that when Xiao Ziyu is present, Hua becomes rather taciturn. After a brief silence, Hua perceives that Xiao Ziyu is subtly indicating for him to speak, and so he slowly raises his hand in acknowledgement. Why do you two immortals remain motionless? Bai Ju harbors no malicious intent towards you. Li Bai has prepared a lavish feast for the two, though, considering they are on the battlefield. The dishes are not particularly extravagant. At the very least, there is meat and wine. Noticing that the two have yet to touch their chopsticks, Li Bai appears somewhat anxious and hastily decides to sample the food himself. To give it a try, Xiao Ziyu, unperturbed by the notion of poison, glances at Hua and speaks, this wine. Hua then lifts his hand, picking up a piece of beef and savoring it, followed by a taste of the so-called fine brew. This is Jian Nanchan. It should be the finest offering Bai could present to you. There is no need for formality at the dining table. Xiao Ziyu gestures dismissively as he begins to eat. It is rumored that the two immortals possess eternal youth and unchanging beauty. Today, witnessing them, it is indeed true. They embody a perfect pair. A harmonious blend of talent and beauty, as Li Bai seems to express a certain delight at the sight of the immortals. Moreover, it appears that Li Bai perceives them as a couple. The two are unfazed by such assumptions. Hua, devoid of emotions, does not blush at idle remarks, showing no sign of disturbance. We share merely an ordinary relationship, Xiao Ziyu interjects. Hua takes another sip of Jian Nanchan, slightly furrowing his brow, seemingly displeased. Clearly, for one accustomed to drinking spirits at 98.6 degrees, the low-alcohol beverages of this era taste akin to water. I understand you are unaccustomed to this, Xiao Ziyu remarks as he retrieves a bottle of industrial alcohol from his pocket, pouring a measure for Hua. We may have matters to attend to tomorrow, so just a single drink. After all, we are on the battlefield, not in Taisu Mountain. Hua cannot afford to indulge as he usually does. Indeed, Hua acknowledges, taking a delicate sip of the life-giving liquid. Meanwhile, Li Bai expresses curiosity about the transparent substance the two are consuming. Wine, would you care to sample it? Xiao Ziyu raises an eyebrow, smiling. Though an impulse to eliminate Li Bai stirs within him, he understands that indiscriminate killing is not an option. However, a mild reprimand is certainly permissible. As an immortal, one must express gratitude for the gifts received, Li Bai replies appreciatively. Xiao Ziyu poured approximately 10 milliliters of the elixir of life for Li Bai, subsequently serving himself a glass as well. Li Bai, observing the modest amount Xiao Ziyu had poured, felt a tinge of confusion, yet he comprehended the rationale behind it. After all, such celestial concoctions are not bestowed in abundance. Nevertheless, the potion's fiery and piquant nature upon entry was quite overwhelming. Despite the discomfort, Li Bai swallowed it down, refraining from expressing distaste in the presence of the two immortals, as one cannot afford to disdain the offerings of deities. Minutes later, Li Bai collapsed. The two immortals regarded the unconscious poet without taking any immediate action. After a brief interlude, Xiaoziyu and Hua, having indulged sufficiently, summoned someone to attend to Li Bai before retreating into the tent that Li Bai had arranged for them to rest. It appeared that Li Bai had initially assumed that the Six Paths Immortal and the Red Kite Immortal were companions, as he had provided them with but a single tent. Xiaoziyu gazed at the blanket, which seemed only capable of accommodating 1.5 persons, falling into a contemplative silence. You rest. I shall seek another solution. He sighed, turning to depart. No need. Let us make do, Hua remarked, reaching out to grasp Xiaoziyu's retreating figure. Xiaoziyu turned back, casting a silent glance at Hua. Very well, it is your choice, he conceded, not particularly keen on slumbering atop a tree, especially as this place appeared devoid of any. Having been ravaged by the chaos of monstrous beasts, even the encampment was precariously perched amidst the ruins. The two lay down, attempting to embrace the embrace of sleep. An hour later, the darkness was pierced by the sound of crickets. What troubles you? Hua slowly inquired from the shadows. Why are you not asleep? Xiaoziyu responded. Hua remained silent. After a moment of quietude, Hua finally spoke. What is it? Why have you not succumbed to slumber after half an hour? Xiaoziyu queried. He fell into silence, appearing to grapple with something difficult to voice. Hua mirrored this silence, evidently wrestling with his own unspoken concerns. After a prolonged pause, Xiaoziyu finally broke the stillness. Are you not hot? It is July, and how could two individuals crammed together not feel the heat? Indeed, it is quite warm. Hua admitted. Suddenly, a flicker of flame illuminated the darkness as Xiaoziyu conjured fire, crafting a wooden barrel and then ice. Hua lay quietly, observing Xiaoziyu's endeavors until he extinguished the flame and reclined once more. Later, with the assistance of the Six Paths Immortal and the Red Kite Immortal, the Tang dynasty eradicated the tumultuous hordes of chaotic beasts from their territory in the year 718. As for the smaller nations, they fell beyond the jurisdiction of the Red Kite Immortal and the Six Paths Immortal. Two individuals governed the entirety of the earth, a task that could never be fully accomplished in a lifetime. Once the chaos subsided, they immediately returned to the ethereal peaks of Taishu Mountain. Li Bai, of course, forever cherished the memories of those days spent battling alongside the immortal Qi Yuan and the Six Realms Sage. Li Bai, possessing notable swordsmanship, further honed his skills with Qi Yuan's guidance that year, earning the title of Sword Immortal from future generations. During that time, he frequently engaged in conversations with the two, discussing various topics, indulging in wine, and composing poetry. Initially disinterested in poetry, Li Bai began to unveil his talent thereafter, earning the esteemed title of Poet Immortal. This segment is entirely fictional. Such events are not present in the original narrative of Honkai Impact 3. Chapter 169, Gifts Indeed. Time has begun to leap once more. After perusing this tome, you have collectively aged an additional 55,000 years. Returning to the main subject, we find ourselves in the year 1400 AD. The terms Jianghu and Wulin emerge. The chaos energy is referred to as true qi by the people, enabling them to cultivate and attain strengths beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, these martial artists remain merely human, limited in their capacity to harness chaos energy. Thus, the foremost figure in the martial world is undoubtedly Qi Yuan. As for Xiaoziyu, he rarely reveals his prowess in public, yet often appears alongside Qi Yuan, leading society to temporarily regard the so-called Sage of Six Realms as secondary. As human society progresses, the frequency of Xiaoziyu and Hua's descents from the mountain steadily increases. This is due to the phenomenon of becoming obsessed with martial arts, where those so-called martial artists often fall into madness. Essentially, they accumulate excessive chaos energy, transforming into death warriors. However, this reality remains unbeknownst to the masses. Since the emergence of the Wulin, people have revered Qi Yuan, yearning for the chance to meet him for guidance, yet such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Location: Vienna. Year: 1452, the birth of your beloved Otto. Otto Apocalypse is the third son of Nicholas Apocalypse. The Apocalypse family is one of the three prominent families of Destiny. The three families are Apocalypse, Kaslana, and Shaniat. Destiny ostensibly fights for the people against chaos, yet in truth, the Apocalypse family harbors grand ambitions, seeking to dominate and control Destiny entirely. In their eyes, only profit matters. Nothing else. Otto Apocalypse was born frail and sickly, leading to his ostracization by the family. The following year, in 1453, Yae Sakura and Colin Kaslana were born. I could not find the exact date of Yae Sakura's birth, but I discovered that she comes of age at 18 in the 11th year of the Wonjing era. If anyone knows the specifics, please inform me so I can amend it. In a shadowy corner, there lies the character Yaoying Sakura. I had presumed that she was the reincarnation of Sakura, yet this revelation took me by surprise. I had thought that Sakura had not perished, and thus Yaoying Sakura would not exist. However, this development does not significantly alter the narrative. It is certain that Yaoying Sakura and Colin must conclude their storyline shortly. As for Otto, he faces two choices. Otto, allow me to assist you a little. Are there any devoted fans of Otto here? Do you know in which year Otto first encountered Colin? The answer is 1465. At that time, Colin was merely 12 years old, while Otto was 13. On a tranquil afternoon, Otto appeared to have grown accustomed to the mocking jests of his family, as he spent his time alone in the courtyard, tinkering with various small inventions. He dedicated an entire evening to crafting a paper airplane, an enhanced version at that. Finally, it was capable of soaring into the sky. Otto beamed with joy as he witnessed the fruits of his labor ascend into the heavens. Though it did not rise very high, it was sufficient to bring delight to a child. Regrettably, the airplane did not remain airborne for long and gradually descended towards the other side of the wall. Otto gazed at the wall with a hint of disappointment, wishing to retrieve his creation. Behind him, a voice laced with disdain interrupted his thoughts. Still busy with your trivial pursuits? It was one of Otto's older brothers, an unremarkable character, whose name I could not be bothered to look up. As he plays no significant role in the story, Xiao Ziyu leaned against the wall with arms crossed, coldly observing the so-called brother. Why was Xiao Ziyu here? There was no rush. All would be revealed in due time. As for why the two had not noticed Xiao Ziyu, the answer was rather simple: the power of wind low refracted light, rendering him invisible. This echoes the concept from the manga Control, where a controller possesses the ability to become invisible through a faint wind law power, as noted by Mihai. Otto dared not utter a word. Slowly approaching the wall in an attempt to scale it and retrieve his aircraft, yet his physical condition rendered this impossible. Do not waste your efforts. Your health is so poor. It is a miracle you are still alive. The biting sarcasm of his brother continued from behind. How could I have such a useless sibling? Noticing Otto's lack of response, his brother seemed to grow angry, cursing before striding away. Fool, had it not been for the charade, you would have felt my wrath. Xiao Ziyu muttered, watching the golden-haired man depart. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. It had just soared so high. Karen appeared atop the wall. One could not help but admire the audacity of the Kaslana family. Dressed in a skirt, Karen boldly climbed over the wall without a care. Is this yours? She inquired, extending her hand, revealing a somewhat damaged aircraft. It's mine, Otto responded, nodding in a daze, seemingly captivated by Karen's unparalleled beauty. Wow, you are so talented. You will surely become a great inventor one day, Karen exclaimed with a smile, praising Otto. Otto remained silent, yet at that moment, he had already developed feelings for Karen. It was love at first sight. After all, she was the first person in many years to commend him, making him realize that he, too, could be valued. Unfortunately, it's broken, Karen said, leaping down from the wall, appearing somewhat disheartened. If you want, I can help you make another one. Otto promptly offered. By the way, great inventor, Karen did not respond, but slowly approached Otto. I have one more request. Come help me save the world. Colin smiled and extended an invitation to Otto. In an instant, Otto transformed into a form resembling Colin. Otto, with a slight scoff, turned and departed. Colin, a member of the Kaslana family, was genetically predisposed to combat the Herschers. She held deep admiration for her father and often recounted to Otto the tales of her father's valor in battle, expressing her aspiration to emulate him. Otto, ever the supportive friend, listened with intrigue to Colin's vivid descriptions. The two children frequently found themselves on the battlefield, clandestinely observing the formidable figure of Francis Kaslana as he vanquished one monster after another. In their innocent eyes, Francis appeared immensely powerful and dependable. Yet, to Otto, he was merely an ordinary man, easily subdued with a mere finger. Kevin's ultimate move, the blazing sword of heaven, was something Otto would face with utmost resolve. The current civilization, to Otto, felt exceedingly simplistic, especially in comparison to the hellish trials of the previous civilization, which seemed trivial by contrast. It was a testament to his superior battle intelligence. Otherwise, surviving the previous civilization would have been a far more arduous endeavor. On that fateful day in 1466, Francis was nearly depleted of strength, yet a dozen Herschers still loomed before him, while Otto and Colin stood behind him, representing the hope of the future. Gritting his teeth, Francis merged his two blades of heavenly fire, invoking their great sword form. Colin watched in awe as her father's powers converged, her pupils dilating in disbelief. Otto, witnessing this extraordinary display for the first time, was momentarily rendered speechless, overtaken by a sense of trepidation. Francis raised the heavenly fire, seemingly preparing to unleash the heavenly fire self-destruction. Perhaps time slowed, or perhaps the figure approaching was simply too swift. Francis beheld a man clad in a white-haired conical hat stepping forth from the shadows. Without delving into his identity or origins, his presence had been absent until now. He exuded a demeanor of magnanimity and integrity, qualities befitting a commendable father. The hat-wearing man placed a hand upon Francis's shoulder, urging him, "Stand down. The heavenly fire is not a weapon for self-destruction." He then took the heavenly fire greatsword from Francis's grasp. The man's words carried an undeniable weight, compelling Francis to relent. Despite his initial intent to protect Otto and Colin, the hat-wearing figure withdrew a fan from behind, placing the heavenly fire greatsword upon it. In mere moments, the two weapons seemed to coalesce, completing the Uchiha fan in its heavenly fire form. With a flourish, the figure raised the fan, enveloped in flames, and with a single sweep, unleashed a spiraling torrent of fire. Boom! In the sweltering heat, a dozen ruined beasts were instantly vaporized in a tempest of scorching winds. Moments later, the gale subsided. The man in the conical hat separated the celestial fire from his fan and turned to return it to Francis. The pupils of the three contracted in disbelief, rendered speechless. Just a minute ago, they had been confronted by a chaotic horde of ruined beasts, now reduced to nothing but scattered flames, leaving not even a trace behind. The man before them had effortlessly quelled the overwhelming threat with a mere flick of his fan. The sheer magnitude of his power was unfathomable. "Oh, my dear friend, I thank you for your timely intervention. Without your aid, I fear I would not have survived," Francis expressed, turning to the two children. "Colin, Otto, do extend your gratitude to this benefactor. Might you reveal your esteemed name? It matters not who I am. What is paramount is this heart," the man in the hat interjected, raising his hand to halt their thanks, then gently patting Francis on the shoulder. "Otto," he addressed the younger boy, stepping closer. The imposing figure and the display of power unnerved Otto. "I see remarkable potential in you. You are quite the prodigy. I possess something of great value. Would you care for it?" The man's lips curled into a smile as he crouched to gently press on Otto's delicate shoulder. Francis observed the man's seemingly trickster-like demeanor with a hint of confusion, yet dared not voice his thoughts. After all, given the man's earlier display, it would have been all too easy for him to eliminate the three, and he had shown no malice. "Now, you should return home," the man advised Francis. "Rest assured, I have a fondness for well-behaved children." However, Otto seemed to have grasped something and began to speak, only to be interrupted by the man. "Otto, come here. I have something delightful for you." He beckoned Otto to follow him deeper into the surroundings. After a brief moment, amidst the void of the cosmos, the man raised his hand, revealing a golden cube. "Otto, you hold a fondness for Colin, do you not?" "Ah, yes, I do. I wish to protect her." Otto stammered, his response somewhat hesitant. "This is the void repository. I now entrust it to you. Its purpose, you shall gradually come to understand. It is of great significance." "Is this truly important?" "Fear not, Otto. Accept it as a gift from a kind-hearted stranger. However, remember this. You may only disclose the existence of the void repository to Colin. To anyone else, you must remain silent." "Why, yes, I understand." Shortly thereafter, the two returned from the depths, where Francis had already gone back to receive treatment, while Colin remained in place, waiting. "Well, what is this?" Colin gazed curiously at the golden cube in Otto's hand. "The void's abundance is a gift from my elder brother," Otto shyly explained. "What purpose does it serve?" Colin seemed quite intrigued by the void's abundance, circling around Otto to observe it closely. "Colin, come here. I have something entertaining for you," called the hat man from a distance, waving his hand like a peddler. "What is so entertaining? Is the void's abundance fun?" Colin appeared somewhat slow to comprehend, scratching his head. "Perhaps it's not as amusing as the void's abundance, but it's more suited for you. Hurry, come over. I have something delightful for you." "Colin, surely your elder brother should gift you something as well," Otto remarked. "Really? Thank you, elder brother. I'm coming," Colin exclaimed, dashing towards the hat man. "Of course. Do you wish to become someone like your father?" The Hat Man ruffled Colin's hair, then slowly faded from Otto's view. I do. Fighting against the collapse is an adult's task. You are but a child. You cannot, he said. I'm strong too, Colin protested. Not quite enough, but I can teach you to ascend to adulthood. What does ascend to adulthood mean? It means you can become stronger. Really? I want to ascend. Not everyone can become an adult. I need to check if your physical development is normal. Check. Come on. I'm sure I'm fine. Looks like Colin is quite determined. Now, let me show you something delightful. What delightful thing? Is it more fun than the void's abundance? Absolutely. It's far more entertaining than the void's abundance. Wow. It's so big. What is this? Colin exclaimed, astonished by the suddenly appearing giant object. This is called. Moments later, the Hat Man reappeared before Otto with Colin. And beside Colin was the 11th divine key, the Covenant of Judas. Come, I have something to share with you. The Hat Man squatted down before the two and whispered something. Chapter 170. Yay Village. Though the identity of the Hat Man remained a mystery, the trio returned without mentioning his existence to anyone. As for Colin and Otto, it would depend on whether they could wield the two divine keys. The following year, that is, the 7th year of Wenjiang, 1467. Location, Yay Village. Nothing beats the cigarettes of my own making. A man exhaled a puff of smoke, expressing disdain for the cigarettes of this era. Ah, how frustrating. It seems the time for action has finally arrived. The man scratched his head, beginning to survey his surroundings. Inside a wooden cabin, Rin lay feebly on the ground. Or perhaps on a blanket. In the man's eyes, it appeared to be the floor. Rin had been frail and ailing since childhood, almost unable to venture outdoors. Confined to lying there all day, awaiting the care of others. As for Yae Sakura, she had been taking care of Rin year after year. Rin. It's time for your medicine, Yae Sakura said, lifting Rin and presenting a bowl of pitch-black herbal soup before her. To be honest. A voice from behind startled the two sisters. If this wretched medicine were effective, your sister would not have languished for so many years without improvement. Xiao Ziyu released his hands and slowly approached the pair. Who are you? What do you want? Yae Sakura, seemingly frightened by the man, stood up to block Rin, attempting to assert herself before him. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is you, the man remarked, revealing a hint of a sinister smile as he pointed a finger at Yae Sakura. Oh dear. Do you not realize that you must face the wall before you turn back? Must you wait until it is too late to contemplate change? He spread his hands, as if privy to some hidden truths. Has your father ever bestowed upon you so-called paternal love? The foolish man managed to stifle his curses. For the two before him were still minors, and he did not wish to corrupt them. Our father simply does not have the time to be with us. Rin responded tremulously, evidently afraid of this unwelcome visitor. No time. Huh. It is not a matter of time. It is that he is entirely disinterested in you. To him, you are but tools, nothing more. The man could not help but chuckle. Ah, children, so naive, so unaware. Yae Sakura remained silent, as the elder sister. She could sense that something was amiss. Yae Sakura, the man said, retracting his smile and extending his hand towards her. Surely you have heard. The day after tomorrow is the day Rin is to be sacrificed to that non-existent deity. Yae Sakura's pupils constricted. Indeed, she had received news of this just days prior. Yet being so young, she was uncertain of what she could do. Sacrifice? How laughable, how ignorant, he scoffed. Alas, their minds are so entrenched in delusion that there is little I can do. Rin looked at Yae Sakura, unsure of what to say. Yae Sakura's mind was a blank slate, bewildered by the intentions of this strange man. Do you understand? Avoidance does not resolve the issues at hand. Tell me, Yae Sakura, what is it that you truly care about? What do you hold dear? The man withdrew his smile, extending his hand toward Yae Sakura once more. What is it that you truly desire? You. What do you want from us? Yae Sakura exclaimed, her voice escalating in fear. Tell me. The man suddenly erupted in anger, causing the young Yae Sakura to tremble even more. Perhaps I should not have been so fierce. Am I truly being too harsh? As the man observed Yae Sakura's prolonged inaction, he withdrew his hand and let out a derisive chuckle. I now present you with a choice. Would you prefer to embrace Rin's lifeless body in 2 days? Or continue to live with a healthy Rin for the next 2 years? However, it was evident that Xiao Ziyu's appearance was excessively peculiar, and his words reflected this oddity. Yae Sakura, still quite young, could neither comprehend nor discern Xiao Ziyu's true intentions. There was neither malice nor benevolence apparent, leaving her with a sense of dread towards the words of a stranger she had just met. After a prolonged silence, noticing that the two before him appeared to be thoroughly shaken and unresponsive, Xiao Ziyu frowned and turned to leave. I shall offer you a final piece of advice. Do not wait until it is too late to feel regret. The path lies beneath your feet. The choice is yours. Since you are so indifferent, rest assured that 2 days from now, should you seek my assistance, I shall not extend it. Ha ha ha. With a sinister smile, he departed swiftly. In the deep of night, Yae Sakura managed to regain her composure, reflecting on the stranger's words. He seemed to be steering her towards a revelation. Do not wait until it is too late to feel regret. After much contemplation, she resolved to escape with Rin. Even if there are just the two of us, as long as we have each other, we can live happily together. Alas, her ineffectual father had sensed her unease, prompting him to hasten the ritual. Just as Yae Sakura prepared to gather her belongings and open Rin's door to flee, she was met instead by her father. Were it not for his unexpected appearance, Yae Sakura would have never forgotten that moment. With an expression devoid of emotion, her father instructed her to take the life of Rin herself. As Yae Sakura found herself at the execution site, though it should have been a sacrificial ceremony, Rin was restrained, her tendons severed, rendering her helpless like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yae Sakura's mind went blank, her gaze unfocused, overwhelmed by the situation. The crowd around her urged her on, yet she could not hear their voices. When the priest grasped Yae Sakura's hand, holding the knife, the blade descended. Rin lay on the ground, blood pooling at Yae Sakura's feet. In that moment, her mind was utterly vacant as she sat before Rin, tears streaming down her face, paralyzed by despair. The sacrificial ceremony was complete. Yet the sky offered no sign of impending rain. The crowd, perplexed, speculated whether the so-called deity was displeased with the chosen offering. At that moment, Xiao Ziyu conceived an idea that could infuse a touch of amusement into his predicament, transforming his punishment into something rather entertaining. You profess a belief in the fox deity, do you not? Very well, allow me to present to you the embodiment of chaos, a being that could aptly be described as a calamity of the end times, the nine-tailed fox. Coincidentally, the nine-tailed fox is indeed a creature of the fox lineage. With a thunderous roar, a magnificent golden nine-tailed fox, spanning dozens of meters, materialized at the heart of the crowd. Xiao Ziyu then activated the nine-tails ruin energy mode, and the golden cloak behind him manifested into the form of nine tails. Divine being. It is indeed a divine presence. Upon witnessing this enormous fox, the crowd believed it to be the manifestation of their revered deity and hastily knelt in worship before Xiao Ziyu. Only Yae Sakura remained unresponsive. After a moment of stupor, she came to her senses and rushed to kneel before Xiao Ziyu, only to realize that this so-called divine entity was merely the man who had appeared so suddenly the day before. With no time to ponder further, Yae Sakura earnestly implored, "Please, I beseech you to bring Rin back." Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to interrupt himself, pondering what he could use to repay. "Sakura, do not be disrespectful." A voice of admonition echoed through the crowd. "Firstly, I am no deity." Xiao Ziyu spoke slowly, while the nine-tailed fox bared its teeth, surveying the assembly. "Secondly, foolish ones, do you not confess your sins?" As his words fell, a barrier unfolded, enveloping all present. Simultaneously, the nine-tailed fox lifted the sakura blossom atop its head, temporarily restraining it to prevent any disturbances to Xiao Ziyu. "My sincerest apologies." "Oh, great deity, is the offering unsatisfactory? We shall act foolishly once more." The ignorance of the crowd was palpable, and Xiao Ziyu's fury intensified, suffocating the assembly with an oppressive atmosphere. To despise life is a sin of the second order. To be self-righteous is a sin of the third. To impose one's desires upon others is a sin of the fourth. The transgressions are innumerable. For such sins, a reckoning is due. Xiao Ziyu slowly raised his hand, looking down upon the crowd with disdain. To be consumed by greed, anger, ignorance, and doubt. To be punished by lashes, axes, and flames, he declared, and with that, a legion of Xiao Ziyus emerged, taking everyone away. The once boisterous village fell into an eerie silence. The nine-tailed fox gradually receded, and Xiao Ziyu returned to his usual demeanor, gently placing the sakura blossom down. "I implore you," as he regained his mobility, the sakura blossom once again beseeched Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu remained silent, slowly raising his hand. Rin materialized before Yae Sakura, and the lifeless body on the ground transformed into a tree, a reinforced wooden clone. Rin. Upon seeing Rin, Yae Sakura was overwhelmed with joy and embraced her. "Sister, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Divine One." Xiao Ziyu sighed. "I have told you, I am not a god. What kind of education is this?" He rubbed his forehead. "Where have my father and the others gone?" Rin asked tremulously. "They have been punished." Once their sentence is served, they may rest in peace. The next day, as Xiao Ziyu appeared, he was interrupted before he could speak. Brother Divine, in this village, the only one who truly cares for me is my sister. Rin reflected. Thus, she would not mourn for the others for long. It was merely human nature that she felt sorrow upon learning of Xiao Ziyu's massacre of the village. For Rin, having her sister was sufficient. Let me enlighten you. There are no gods in this world, you see. Then what about that older brother? I am merely stronger than most. As Ye Sakura prepared to inquire further, Xiao Ziyu swiftly interjected, Do not use honorifics. I dislike it when others, especially children, address me in such a manner. In his mind, a voice echoed, Should the name be revealed? Calculations indicate that revealing it will not alter the final outcome, as they will soon meet their end. I am Xiao Ziyu, he declared. Brother Ziyu? This does not seem right. I am far older than their ancestors. But do they even have ancestors that go back 18 generations in this small place? Never mind. Do as you wish. Little Ye, come here. Xiao Ziyu stood and beckoned Ye Sakura. It appeared that Ye Sakura was momentarily confused about who little Ye referred to until she noticed Xiao Ziyu's gaze upon her and hurried to catch up. This is a medicinal herb from the Divine Land. You must simmer it gently for 3 hours daily. After it cools, administer it to Rin twice a day. Within a week at most, her health will improve. Xiao Ziyu produced a pouch of herbs from within his clothing and handed it to Ye Sakura. Really? Thank you. Brother Ziyu. After all, you are the one who saved Rin. Ye Sakura's trust in him soared, and she ceased her incessant inquiries. Indeed. Note, at this moment, Xiao Ziyu in the Divine Land is still engaged in a game of dice with Hua. This implies that there exists one Xiao Ziyu here, another monitoring in Otto's realm, and yet another in the Divine Land. Those familiar with the tale of Naruto should comprehend the significance, while those unfamiliar need not worry. It will be explained in due course. Thus, it is best to accept the present. In the life of Hua, Xiao Ziyu has always been by her side, never venturing out alone. In the lives of Otto and Karen, Xiao Ziyu appears occasionally, imparting certain knowledge and offering guidance from time to time. In the eyes of Ye Sakura, for the subsequent years, Xiao Ziyu has consistently accompanied the two sisters in their daily lives. After all, they are still young and require the care of an adult for many matters. Xiao Ziyu once again transforms into the Sage of Six Paths, an indispensable item for home and travel. He prepares meals for the two, simultaneously alleviating the concerns of Ye Sakura by taking a sip of the medicine himself before offering it to Rin. He even prepares bathwater for them. After all, this place is exceedingly primitive, making the process of enjoying a hot bath a cumbersome endeavor. In merely half a minute, Xiao Ziyu conjured a hot spring for the two, allowing them to indulge in bathing for as long as they desired. Chapter 172, A Good Person. 3 years later, Xiao Ziyu has cared for and educated the two sisters for 3 years. He imparts the wisdom that one must first love oneself before extending love to others. As he sips his tea, he guides the naive sisters in their understanding of life. I am aware of the bond you share, which transcends mere friendship, and that you hold each other in higher regard. This is perfectly acceptable. The love for others, however, pertains to those beyond your immediate circle. I urge you not to be overly benevolent. Selfishness is not a term of disparagement. Do you comprehend this? Yachiyo and Rin sit attentively beneath him, gazing at Xiao Ziyu as he instructs them, filled with admiration. As the ancients have said, a gentleman does not intervene recklessly. What does this imply? It suggests that upon encountering misfortune, one should feel compassion but refrain from jeopardizing their own safety in the process of aiding others. A gentleman may assist those in need, but will not sacrifice his own life in the act of salvation. Do you understand? Xiao Ziyu prodded Yachiyo's face with a ruler, who appeared momentarily lost in thought. Yes, I apologize. Yachiyo stammered, blushing as she quickly stood up to express her contrition. What were you daydreaming about? Did you not sleep well last night? He circled behind her, using the ruler to tickle her gently. My sister slept splendidly. She kept mentioning Brother Ziyu. Rin's remark seemed to deepen Yachiyo's blush, leaving her at a loss for words. Well, I am not an extraordinary person, am I? Xiao Ziyu gestured for Yachiyo to sit down. Brother Ziyu is indeed quite remarkable, Yachiyo exclaimed. What I mean is, I am not a sage, do you understand? In teaching, I am not particularly skilled. I can only impart some principles, but the path you tread must be your own. He pressed Yachiyo back down and continued. The two girls fell silent, their eyes wide as they focused on Xiao Ziyu. Furthermore, one must grasp the concepts of honor and shame. Do you know what these mean? I do not. Honor and shame refer to the virtues of integrity and the awareness of disgrace. Integrity signifies the maintenance of a pure and upright character, while awareness of disgrace emphasizes the necessity of possessing a sense of shame, the ability to discern right from wrong, and the recognition of improper conduct. For instance, if I were to spy on you while you bathed or changed clothes and felt proud of it, that would be shameless. I would lack a sense of shame, correct? Similarly, you must not engage in such behavior towards me. Although there are differences between genders, equality must prevail. Do you understand? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Yachiyo, who averted her gaze, her cheeks reddening as she recalled peeping at him changing clothes a few days prior. What does it mean to love oneself? Rin raised her hand to inquire. Is it simply to love oneself? Close enough. Do you know the origin of the term self-love? Xiao Ziyu paced thoughtfully, directing his question at the two. I do not. Both girls shook their heads, indicating their lack of knowledge. The concept of self-love originates from Laozi. Self-love encompasses, but is not limited to, the meticulous care of one's body. It involves the unconditional acceptance of oneself, embracing both virtues and flaws. We must love ourselves regardless. Allowing negative emotions to flow is natural, for it is human to experience a spectrum of feelings. Forgiveness of oneself and the release of obsessions are paramount. One should not covet external validation. For instance, if Lin praises and cherishes you, that should suffice, should it not? The opinions of strangers hold little significance. Is there an issue? Asked Yae Sakura, raising her hand as if to inquire. I also desire Brother Ziyu's praise and affection. Yae Sakura appeared somewhat anxious, her words faltering. You see, the external world is within me. This, dear Yae, you have yet to grasp. Ziyu gestured for Yae Sakura to take a seat. No, that is not quite right. Brother Ziyu is indeed an important figure to me, Yae Sakura persisted, remaining standing. One must be cautious with words, little one, Ziyu reiterated, urging her to sit. This is not self-love, understand? How can one speak so freely to the opposite sex? Such behavior is improper. I apologize. They continued. Seventhly, open your heart. Furthermore, practice non-discrimination, refrain from judgment, and harbor no expectations. Take full responsibility for your actions. For instance, Ye must be accountable for Lin's well-being, correct? Similarly, if your father fails to fulfill his duties, he cannot be deemed a good father. Likewise, when you eventually become parents, I hope you will remember my words and take responsibility for all your actions. Understood. Lin seemed to enjoy Ziyu's lecture. Indeed, Yae Sakura appeared somewhat out of sorts lately, though the reason eluded her. To fully acknowledge and affirm oneself. What does this mean? It is akin to confidence. One must embody self-assurance without succumbing to inferiority or arrogance, correct? As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again, yet youth is fleeting. Ziyu turned his gaze towards the window, noting that lunchtime was approaching. Cherish the present and live each day to the fullest. As for notions of national duty, we are but ordinary individuals. Such matters do not concern us. Moreover, I hope that once you commit to a task, you shall persevere until its completion, yes? In ancient times, when nations waged war, communication relied on a device known as a drum. Striking the drum conveyed messages. Thus, there was an adage, with one strike, morale surges, with the second, it wanes. With the third, it dissipates entirely, time to retreat. However, in the state of Wu, there was a valiant individual whose heroic deeds can be encapsulated in a singular phrase. The Tiger Bin, gallantly advancing, struck the drum thrice beneath the city walls. Oh, have you noticed? The phrase 3 drums signifies a decline, yet we refer to it as 3 drums. The two sisters widened their eyes, gazing in awe at Xiao Ziyu as he spun his tale, seemingly just as intrigued by the reasoning behind 3 drums. This is what I wish to convey to you. In our endeavors, we must not merely echo the adage, one drum beats strong, then weakens, and finally fades. Instead, what should we aspire to? We ought to summon our strength continuously, with one drum, then another, and yet another. Indeed, we must persevere and not yield, correct? Society encompasses all kinds of people. As the saying goes, one must harbor no malicious intent, yet always remain vigilant against others. Even those closest to us, like your father, may harbor ill intentions. Do they not? Just as with me, regardless of the circumstances, you must remain cautious of my presence. Perhaps, in truth, I too could be a villain. Do you not think? No, Brother Ziyu is a good person, Lin interjected, raising her hand in dissent. I merely offered an example. And how can you be so certain that I am a good person rather than a bad one? No, Brother Ziyu is definitely a good person. Xiao Ziyu swallowed hard, at a loss for words. Ah, you see? You are still quite young. Lin, you are unaware of the perils that exist in the world. But just yesterday, Brother Ziyu said I was already an adult, Lin retorted. That was merely a statement to comfort a child. Come now, little 8. Surely you comprehend. Please enlighten Lin. Xiao Ziyu conceded, opting to allow Ye Sakura to impart some wisdom to Lin. Ye Sakura nodded and then turned to face Lin. Lin, Brother Ziyu is not a good person. Xiao Ziyu closed his eyes and nodded slightly, affirming that the child is indeed teachable. Brother Ziyu is family. Xiao Ziyu was taken aback, pondering whether the lessons imparted over these past days had truly resonated with him. No, I must be the villain. He turned to face the two, adopting a serious demeanor. Family. No, that is not right. Are you not heeding my words? Yet, did Brother Ziyu not advocate for the importance of having one's own opinions? Xiao Ziyu was profoundly shocked, at a loss for how to counter the very principles he had taught being used against him. Do you realize what you are displaying now? It is a lack of respect for your elders. I have taken the time to guide you, yet you disregard your teacher's counsel. Grasping the ruler. He took on the persona of an irate homeroom teacher. Say it once more. Who am I? With the ruler in hand, he rhythmically tapped his left palm, as if preparing to strike. Should you err again, a punishment awaits. Little 8's answer will not change. If punishment is to be doled out, let it be directed solely at little 8. While resisting, Sakura rose, hands raised, ready to remove her skirt. Is merely changing an answer so dreadful? And what is that eager expression about? This is a punishment, not a reward, and certainly not a form of corporal punishment. This is a concealed issue. At this moment, you should stand and assert that such punishments are wrong. Where had all of Xiao Ziyu's teachings gone? Moreover, as a citizen of Shenzhou, though he had not experienced it firsthand, the notion of corporal punishment, it's quite alarming, isn't it? If you aren't afraid, then why do you appear so desirous? I am truly at a loss for what I have taught. Xiao Ziyu, appearing somewhat incensed, snapped the ruler in two and cast it aside before hastily departing. Chapter 173. Acknowledgement of error. Xiao Ziyu, still seemingly upset, prepared meals for the two sisters before leaving without a word. Sister, do you think Brother Ziyu is angry? Rin observed Xiao Ziyu's retreating figure, struggling to comprehend his demeanor. It seems Sakura is also puzzled by Brother Ziyu's actions. Why is Brother Ziyu upset? Is it because we did not listen? All right, Rin, let us eat. Xiao Ziyu sat on the ground, one hand resting on his knee, quietly engrossed in a book. Sakura slowly appeared at the doorway, appearing somewhat bewildered. She approached Xiao Ziyu and knelt down before him. Xiao Ziyu had indeed noticed Yaoying Sakura, yet he remained unresponsive, engrossed in his book. I'm sorry, Brother Ziyu. Xiaoba was wrong. Please don't be angry with me, all right? In truth, Yaoying Sakura had no understanding of her misstep. Wrong? You are not at fault. It is I who am mistaken. Xiao Ziyu continued to avoid her gaze. I truly apologize. Xiaoba has realized her mistake, Yaoying Sakura said, extending her hands in an attempt to grasp Xiao Ziyu's. What defines right and wrong? Xiao Ziyu gradually withdrew, evading her touch. Brother Ziyu once said that right and wrong are relative, devoid of absolute standards. Seeing Xiao Ziyu retreat, Yaoying Sakura appeared somewhat dejected, bowing her head as she responded. What examples have I provided? Or perhaps you could offer one yourself. Xiao Ziyu lowered the book in his hands and lifted his gaze to meet hers. Brother Ziyu mentioned that if someone were to speak ill of Xiaoba or lay hands upon her, that would be wrong. What transgression is that? Greed and folly. Then why do you claim you were wrong? In what way did you err? I'm sorry, Xiaoba does not know. You don't know? Then what are you apologizing for? Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow and raised his book once more. I'm sorry, Xiaoba lied, Yaoying Sakura confessed. Resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, her head bowed in dismay. Xiaoba thought Brother Ziyu was upset and hoped to placate him. It was evident that Xiao Ziyu was indifferent to this. Xiaoba, have you never been struck? No. What am I to you? Xiao Ziyu set down his book and began to impart wisdom. Brother Ziyu, that is incorrect. From a certain perspective, I am your teacher. Do you agree? Yes, I agree. Then, you are my students, correct? Yes. Why must I teach you? Because Brother Ziyu said one must hold correct views and not harm others. That S near the mark. Now, reflect upon yourself. Are your views correct, Xiaoba? Xiao Ziyu's gaze fixed upon Yaoying Sakura. Are mine incorrect? What are views anyway? Worldview, outlook on life, values. What do you perceive the world to be? It is Rin and Brother Ziyu, right? Xiao Ziyu nodded in approval at the first part, but questioned the latter. Why do you involve me? Did I not merely save you both in passing? What do you expect? For a mere adolescent to pledge herself to someone over 50,000 years old? What kind of life do you envision? Xiao Ziyu forcibly calmed his rising ire, continuing his inquiry. Xiaoba wishes to be with Rin and brother Ziyu for eternity. Go on. Xiao Ziyu felt his agitation returning. Value implies that brother Ziyu and Rin are of utmost importance to Xiaoba. Xiaoba, although I do not perceive myself as possessing any extraordinary qualities. You must remember me, your teacher, for a lifetime. However, your words were interrupted by Ye Sakura. Little Ye believes that her brother Ziyu is first and foremost family, and only then a teacher. What defines family? It is simply those who treat little Ye and Rin well. No, it must also involve blood relations, alongside kindness. Only then can one be considered family. I do not possess this, hence I am not family. Do you understand? Yet. Little Ye desires to become family with her brother Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu continually sighed, raising and lowering his head. Little Ye, you truly have never encountered the world's malevolence. You trust me so easily just because I offer you a sweet. One must always be wary of others. Do you comprehend? Xiao Ziyu appeared somewhat flustered. Nevertheless, little Ye genuinely believes her brother Ziyu to be an exceptionally good person. Ultimately, Xiao Ziyu withdrew a cigarette case from his attire, gesturing for Ye Sakura to depart. Chapter 174, Education. Words that move are not deeply felt. Actions that move produce swift responses. Xiao Ziyu, with his hands clasped behind him, paced back and forth while holding a book. In truth, this is not a classroom setting. It is merely that Rin, having recovered, insisted on coming out to view the cherry blossoms. Yet, Xiao Ziyu could not help but impart some wisdom. It is evident that the term class is generally disliked by many. However, Ye Sakura and Rin seemed to delight in listening to Xiao Ziyu's profound principles and stories. What does this sentence mean? It conveys that words that touch the heart lack profound impact. Actions that move the soul yield quick results. Do you understand? Understood. This statement conveys a multitude of similar meanings. I have shared many, correct? Who among you can express a similar sentiment? Xiao Ziyu set down his book and looked at the two sisters. I know. It means that if one can act, they should refrain from merely speaking. Rin raised her right hand in response. Xiao Ziyu took a deep breath, furrowing his brow, feeling that it was somewhat accurate yet still not entirely right. Is Rin incorrect? Seeing Xiao Ziyu's continued silence, Rin appeared somewhat disheartened. Yes. Xiao Ziyu acquiesced, gesturing for Rin to lower her hand. Shouldn't there be a reward for Rin's correct answer? Very well, Rin. What would you like? Xiao Ziyu suppressed his initial denial. It is normal for children. One cannot impose adult standards upon them. Rin wished for her brother Ziyu to pat her head. Xiao Ziyu furrowed his brow slightly. Is this a reward? Does this not feel like an insult? All right, never mind. It is merely a gentle gesture. Xiao Ziyu knelt before Rin and ruffled her hair. Nearby, Ye Sakura appeared somewhat envious. Do not forsake great kindness for minor grievances, nor forget great benevolence for small offenses. Xiao Ziyu rose to his feet and gradually took a step forward. This is quite understandable, is it not? There is no need for elaboration. It signifies that one should not overlook the virtues of others due to minor shortcomings, nor should one forget significant kindnesses because of trivial grievances. Ye Sakura stood up to respond with enthusiasm. Indeed, that is correct. Xiao Ziyu gestured for her to sit down while nodding slightly in approval. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Ye Sakura's silence, Xiao Ziyu turned to look at her. The little Ye also wished to receive a pat on the head. And Ye Sakura lowered her gaze slightly, tugging at her skirt, seemingly a bit shy. Am I out of touch with the times? What is this head patting? Xiao Ziyu's lips twitched as he extended his hand to gently pat Ye Sakura on the head. What should be the most important aspect of a person? Xiao Ziyu retracted his hand, cleared his throat, and continued. Family? Rin suggested. Belief? Ye Sakura proposed. Well, that depends on the individual. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to catch a cherry blossom petal drifting down with the wind, looking at the two. Is it appearance? Rin tentatively answered. Bloodline? Ye Sakura ventured. What distinguishes humans from one another is their thoughts. There is a saying, 1,000 readers, 1,000 Hamlets. What is thought? It is a complex and difficult concept to describe and comprehend. Biologically speaking, thought is the activity of the brain, the contemplation of the nerves. This is a result of differing DNA. Philosophically, thought represents a person's inner self. But what is the inner self? It is yet another abstract concept. What constitutes the inner self? What is belief? The world is filled with such abstractions. It seems Xiao Ziyu had digressed. My apologies for veering off topic. In this lesson, I shall speak about desire. Xiao Ziyu sat down on the ground facing the two. What is desire? It encompasses many things, such as the greed for power, the craving for delicious food, and countless others. Desire is an inherent instinct of all living beings. However, we must strive to be masters of our desires, not slaves to them. What does this mean? It implies that we should discern which desires are acceptable and which are not. Yae Sakura pondered before responding. That's about right. This notion, I can only say, is somewhat accurate, rather than entirely correct. Why? Because as you mentioned, Xiao Ziyu, what distinguishes humanity is the diversity of thought. Rin raised her hand to answer. Exactly. Now, returning to the topic of desire. Desire is an impulse, such as the urge to indulge in the sakura cakes made by little Yae, which certainly evokes a desire to taste them, does it not? Xiao Ziyu picked up a piece of cherry blossom cake and posed a question. Why? He inquired. Because it is delectable, is it not? But does this mean we can indulge in it endlessly? Certainly not. This is what we call gluttony. In life, one must embrace contentment and moderation. Why is moderation essential? It is to ensure a more comfortable existence in the future, correct? If one overeats in a short span, it may lead to discomfort or other ailments, does it not? Moderation embodies a form of rationality. And what is rationality? It encompasses reason, wisdom, and morality. One must discern what actions are permissible and which are not. For instance, I enjoy smoking, do I not? However, I would never smoke in your presence, would I? This is because secondhand smoke is detrimental to health. That is rationality. Even if I crave a cigarette, I shall refrain from indulging in front of you. Indeed, smoking is not a commendable habit. Do not emulate my actions, understand? Many lessons must be learned through personal experience. Perhaps my constant admonitions may become tiresome to you. I do not impose. If you wish to listen, then do so. If not, it matters not. You need not pay me any mind. Stan, do not flatter me incessantly. Noticing that the two seemed poised to retort, Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to halt them. Stan, refrain from arguing. As the saying goes, do not comment on what you do not fully understand. Xiao Ziyu straightened his attire and continued. Regardless of the circumstances you encounter, I hope you will first seek to comprehend the complete context of the situation. Then, through your own judgment, make your decisions, understood? Avoid following the crowd blindly. And do not act impulsively. The world is far from tranquil. Currently, I am here to look after you, am I not? I can affirm, with sincerity, that I treat you as my own children, even though I have never been a parent myself. It appeared that two words had struck a chord with the Sakura. As her eyes gradually dimmed, parents naturally desire the best for their children, wishing for their happiness. There is a saying, if one possesses the ability, then serve the nation. If not, then delight in the presence of one's children. Do you understand the meaning of delight in the presence of one's children? It implies that one must concede their own lack of qualification. Xiao Ziyu seemed to suddenly recall something, his gaze slowly clouding over. Taking a deep breath, he appeared somewhat despondent. I have other matters to attend to. Please take care of yourselves. Xiao Ziyu turned and departed without a glance at the two individuals. Chapter 175, Lin Xiaoyu. Now, let us redirect our perspective to the Divine Land. The year is 1458 AD. On the summit of Mount Taisu, only Xiao Ziyu and Hua remained, accompanied by a herd of livestock and an ever-expanding expanse of farmland. Xiao Ziyu holds the belief that the produce cultivated by one's own hands is far superior in cleanliness to that which is acquired from the outside world. Thus, the sustenance the two partake in is predominantly of their own growing. With the advancement of human civilization, compounded by the incessant brawls of the so-called martial world, the land of Shinjo appears to descend further into chaos. Disintegration seems to proliferate, and the two find themselves increasingly overwhelmed. Given the vast expanse of Shinjo, relying solely on the two of them for protection proves to be quite a formidable challenge. Consequently, their descent from the mountains has become more frequent. As the tranquil life they once knew has vanished irretrievably, what remains is but a relentless cycle of slaughter. According to the original narrative, at this juncture, Qi Yuan would be teetering on the brink of madness. Fortunately, Xiao Ziyu's companionship over several millennia has yielded some beneficial effects. Hua, though somewhat rigid, is not devoid of emotion. Xiao Ziyu glances back at the young girl behind him, then shifts his gaze to the two deranged individuals before him. He looks towards Qi Yuan, remaining silent. Qi Yuan, observing the two easily manageable assassins, appears to hesitate, contemplating whether to slay the girl's parents before her eyes. After a brief moment of silence, Xiao Ziyu finally speaks. Qi Yuan turns to face him. In the future, such events. Xiao Ziyu raises his hand. gently pulling the girl along as he steps forward. I shall take this. He halts, turns slightly, and raises his right hand. Two slender water needles materialize at his fingertips, subsequently launched forth. Xiao Ziyu lowered his right hand, causing the two dead warriors to collapse to the ground. Qi Yuan glanced at the defeated foes before turning her gaze towards the girl. Xiao Ziyu crossed his hands and cast a sidelong glance at Hua. Hua raised a hand as if in contemplation and looked towards Xiao Ziyu. After a prolonged silence, the two turned and walked away without hesitation. Behind them, footsteps echoed, suggesting that the girl had decided to follow. They turned to face her once more. Come along, Xiao Ziyu said, pivoting on his heel. Soon, the trio returned to the summit of Tai Su Mountain. Xiao Ziyu prepared a room for the girl and subsequently began to cook. At the dining table, the girl appeared somewhat shy and hesitant to move. What is your name? Xiao Ziyu inquired, directing his gaze towards her. Lin Xiaoyu, she replied. From now on, you shall reside here on Tai Su Mountain. Hua, I entrust you with her care, Xiao Ziyu said, casting a glance at Hua. All right, let us dine. Feel free to treat this place as your home. The following day unfolded. Xiao Ziyu had just risen from his slumber when he noticed Lin Xiaoyu seated in the great hall, seemingly troubled by unfamiliarity, which had likely disrupted her sleep the previous night. Come here, I shall teach you the Tai Su sword Qi, he beckoned. Hua had also awakened and upon exiting, greeted Lin Xiaoyu. How should I address Lin Xiaoyu? She inquired, following Hua. She is your mentor, so you may call her master, Xiao Ziyu replied, sipping his tea. Then you shall refer to her as master. Hua glanced back at Xiao Ziyu. The Tai Su sword Qi comprises the 5 rhythms of Tai Su. Hua instructed as he led Lin Xiaoyu to the vacant space before the house. Xiao Ziyu observed the two from within, musing softly to himself, realizing that Lin Xiaoyu appeared to be guiding 1 immortal and 6 children. The 5 rhythms are divided into heart rhythm, form rhythm, intention rhythm, soul rhythm, and spirit rhythm. Perhaps we should adjust this and teach Hua how to guide the children. Chapter 176, Sume. Nightfall. At the dining table, Xiao Ziyu watched as Hua habitually retrieved the water of life, a gesture that sparked a flicker of confusion within him. What is the matter? Hua poured a cup of the water of life, seemingly perplexed by Xiao Ziyu's expression. As a master now, shouldn't you be mindful of your influence? Moreover, the children are present. Drinking to excess is rather inappropriate. Xiao Ziyu approached Hua, speaking in hushed tones. Lin Xiaoyu observed the two with a hint of suspicion, unsure of their clandestine demeanor. Very well, Hua replied, appearing somewhat disheartened. Forget it for now. Let us eat. Xiao Ziyu turned to Lin Xiaoyu. When is your birthday? January 1st, she responded, a fabrication on my part. Splendid. During dinner, the conversation was sparse as they each focused on their meals. It was entirely understandable, given that Xiao Ziyu had recently taken the lives of Lin Xiaoyu's parents, leading to an atmosphere of trepidation. Late into the night, Xiao Ziyu stealthily entered Hua's room. Hua, you shouldn't always wear such a serious expression, Xiao Ziyu remarked, gazing at Hua's impassive countenance. You ought to smile more. This demeanor might frighten the little ones. Come on, lift the corners of your mouth and squint your eyes a bit. Don't be so rigid. Just act a little more natural. Observing Hua's smile, which appeared even more awkward than his own, Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but facepalm. You used to smile when we were wandering about, so why the sudden change? I don't know, Hua replied after a brief silence. Fine, if you can't smile. At least be gentle. Gentle, do you understand? Children are quite fragile. You mustn't wear a stern face. What happens to children? Generally, they enjoy being complimented. Xiao Ziyu encouraged. Hua, you should also practice praising the children more. Yes, I understand, Hua responded. Do you truly understand? Xiao Ziyu pressed. I will, Hua assured him. All right. Then, get some rest. It seemed that mere words were insufficient to transform Hua into a nurturing mother, and with a sigh, Xiao Ziyu turned to depart. The next day. Good morning, did you sleep well? Xiao Ziyu glanced up at Lin Xiaoyu. Yes. Good morning, master. Hua has been renamed Qi Yuan and is waiting at the door. You should go. Though Hua had adopted a new name, it was evident that Xiao Ziyu had grown accustomed to calling him Hua. Understood. The following year, Xiao Ziyu sighed as he gazed at the child before him, then glanced at the 2 assassins across the way. Hua, take her and leave. He decided after a moment's contemplation, he resolved not to slay her parents in front of the child. All right, follow me, Hua replied. Reaching for the child and turning to depart, the child offered no resistance, seemingly unable to speak, or perhaps simply rendered speechless by fear. After a considerable time, Once Xiao Ziyu could no longer see their figures, he slowly raised his hand and dealt with the two assassins. Master, revered teacher. The trio had just returned to Taisu Mountain when Lin Xiaoyu appeared at the entrance. Do not refer to yourself as you, but rather as you in a more respectful manner. Xiao Ziyu gestured with his hand. Yes, revered teacher, Lin Xiaoyu responded after a brief silence. This child, Lin Xiaoyu cast a glance at the little one. From now on, she shall be your junior sister. Your master is, after all, rather elderly, so you must take good care of her, Xiao Ziyu said, patting Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Yes, revered teacher. Am I truly elderly? Hua seemed somewhat displeased by Xiao Ziyu's characterization of her as old. Very well. Then you shall bathe her, Xiao Ziyu directed Hua. Fine, I am indeed elderly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ziyu considered expanding their residence. After all, during the relocation, he had not given it much thought and had merely constructed a flat-roofed house. Thus, he proposed adding 2 more stories atop the existing structure, envisioning a luxurious 3-story villa, albeit one devoid of any furnishings. Why the change? Hua inquired, glancing at Xiao Ziyu and then at the villa before them. Who knows? Come on. Let us check on that little rascal, Xiao Ziyu beckoned as he stepped inside. Hua remained silent, following suit. How about it, Xiaoyu? Has she spoken? Xiao Ziyu turned his attention to Lin Xiaoyu, then glanced at the now clean child. No, she likely has the tea, Lin Xiaoyu replied. Do you have a name? Xiao Ziyu raised an eyebrow and knelt to look at the child. The child remained silent. Nothing at all? Then let us give you a surname. How about you take Xiaoyu S? Me? Lin Xiaoyu appeared somewhat perplexed. I have a surname, the child spoke up. My mother's surname is Su, so I take after her. What of my parents? The child looked at Xiao Ziyu, eyes filled with determination. They have gone to a very distant place, the child said quietly. Your surname is Su, then? Let me think. Xiao Ziyu mused as he retrieved a book of poetry and began to search through it. How about this line? The one I long for is by the waterside. What do you think? Silence ensued, suggesting that there were no objections. Then we shall call you Su Gooden. Hua nearly stumbled, momentarily thinking that Xiao Ziyu was seriously delving into the book of songs to bestow a fitting name upon the child. The so-called fair maiden, by the water's edge. This phrase is rather commendable, yet what does it have to do with Dog Egg? Furthermore, why must the girl be named Dog Egg? The trio was left in utter shock, at a loss for words. Not satisfactory? It seems the 3 are not particularly fond of this name. Xiao Ziyu continued to search. How about graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman's favor? The 3 remained silent, seemingly with no objections. Then let us name her Su Ergu. Hua appeared to think that Xiao Ziyu was being mischievous. Why must there be a dog involved? Bang! Hua raised his fist and struck Xiao Ziyu on the head. Ziyu, could you be a bit more serious? Hua retracted his fist, clearly displeased with Xiao Ziyu's playful antics. I think it's quite good. Otherwise, what about Su Lauer? Su Mombwa? Su Wisewei? Su Soda? Su Supra? Su Bingtian? Bang! Another punch landed. Lin Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Ziyu, who appeared unfazed, seemingly astonished that he had taken 2 punches from his master without any visible effect. Let us go with the first phrase, the so-called fair maiden. By the water's edge, we shall name her Su Mei. Hua withdrew his fist and turned to the child. What do you think? Hua squatted down to meet the child's gaze. Su Mei? What does Mei mean? Mei refers to the boundary between land and water. Xiao Ziyu stood up, beginning his rambling. Mei is the juncture where the shore meets the water. Hua shot a glance at Xiao Ziyu and clarified. Su Mei, pay respects to master and teacher. In the morning, Lin Xiaoyu pulled Su Mei along to greet the 2. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to interrupt. A son kneels beneath gold, and a daughter kneels beneath. It's not appropriate for everyone to kneel. Be more casual, be more casual. Should I write the word casual on the wall? A simple greeting will suffice. No need to kneel upon meeting. Moreover, Su Mei is still young, isn't she? Xiao Ziyu said to Lin Xiaoyu. Yes, master, Xiaoyu acknowledged. What does master mean? Is it the husband of the teacher, or the teacher of the teacher? Meanwhile, Su Mei looked at Xiao Ziyu, seemingly perplexed by the term master. Xiaoyu, could you explain? I'll go prepare breakfast. What would you like? Buns, soy milk, noodles, porridge? Feel free to ask. I can make anything. Xiao Ziyu said as he walked toward the kitchen. Anything made by master is appreciated, Xiaoyu replied. All right. 1 year and 2 months later, elder sister Lin Xiaoyu was, as usual, left at home by Xiao Ziyu and Hua to care for younger sister Su Mei while the 2 descended the mountain to attend to business. Elder sister Su Mei watched as their figures gradually receded, slowly speaking, what's wrong? Why do the master and the revered one not take us along? Because the tasks they must undertake are perilous, Yet I have completed my sword heart technique. I am aware of the master's formidable abilities. Is the revered one equally powerful? I am uncertain, but I presume they must possess great strength. Just how formidable are they? Chapter 177, Yin Shiluo. A gentle reminder, the so-called seven-dog shit of Taishiyu has been entirely vindicated by Xiaoziyu. Additionally, the information regarding the seven-dog shit is scarce. So if there are any knowledgeable experts who find discrepancies, please refrain from harsh criticism. In the year 1461, the demon cult? Xiaoziyu sat in the grand hall, perusing the letter delivered by the Lotus Blossom sect. While others dare not commit crimes, it appears they have resorted to a form of pyramid scheme. Xiaoziyu set the letter down and slowly rose. Xiaoyu, let us descend the mountain for a stroll. He glanced at a few individuals in the distance and remarked, what about me? Beside him, Sumei seemed displeased with being left alone atop Taishiyu Mountain. Behave. We shall return shortly. Matters of adults do not concern children, Xiaoziyu reassured her with a squint. I want to go too. Very well. Then let us all go together. The following day, looking towards the mountain. In a moment, two choices lay before them. Xiaoziyu walked alongside Hua, while Lin Xiaoyu held Su Mei's hand, trailing behind. 1. Kill them. 2. Incapacitate and punish them. What do you think should be done? The two beside him remained silent, perhaps feeling it inappropriate to contradict the revered one. We shall discuss it later, depending on the circumstances. Hua pondered for a moment before speaking. Agreed. As the four had just completed their descent and reached the summit, they beheld a figure who appeared to be no good, standing over a corpse engulfed in flames. Esteemed guests have arrived. The man turned slightly, casting a derisive gaze upon them. I am Yin Shiluo, and I cannot be bothered to listen to your ramblings. You are unworthy to speak. Xiaoyu, advance and slay him, Xiaoziyu interjected, bypassing the narrative. Understood. From behind, Lin Xiaoyu stepped forward, sword in hand. Oh, do not be in such a hurry. Observe how your elder sister dispatches that wretch, Xiaoziyu said, restraining the somewhat agitated Su Mei beside him. It is said, one day as a demon, a lifetime as a demon. All are equal. There should be no distinctions of high and low, nor should one be arrogant. Never mind, I cannot be bothered to elaborate. You are unworthy to listen. Xiaoziyu merely spoke a few words, and the so-called three supreme masters of martial arts had already been vanquished by Lin Xiaoyu. Yin Shiluo knelt on the ground, seemingly wishing to utter more. Stan, I have a strong aversion to the sound that resembles the stench of a pair of shoes worn for a decade, soaked in filthy water, and wiped with a rag that hasn't seen use in 5 years. Xiaoziyu raised his hand once more, effectively silencing his ability to speak. How is it? Xiaoziyu cast a glance towards Hua, inquiring. He was not a lawgiver. Indeed, he was far from it. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that he was the leader of a pyramid scheme. Pyramid schemes are a grave offense. Should I offer him a chance at redemption? Xiaoziyu regarded the pyramid scheme leader with a playful gaze. In that case, for crimes of greed, anger, ignorance, malice, and doubt, let him face punishment. As his words fell, a golden energy of decay slowly enveloped the pyramid scheme leader before vanishing. Okay. The demonic cult has been dealt with. Xiaoziyu cleared his throat. Yin Shiluo has harmed countless lives, and those who have been coerced by him have now been eradicated. You may leave within the incense's duration without pursuit. If you linger, there shall be no mercy. Xiaoziyu's voice echoed throughout the mountain. Chapter 178. The Saintess. After the duration of one incense stick, the base of the demonic cult was devoid of life, save for two seemingly oblivious saintesses. The two children held each other's hands tightly, their fingers intertwined, embodying deep sisterly affection rather than mere camaraderie. How is it? Xiaoziyu glanced at Hua, who was observing the two girls, and spoke. They are indeed excellent candidates. What are your names? Hua inquired, directing his gaze towards the girls. Jiang Wanqi, Jiang Wanru. They replied. Very well. Xiaoyu, take them home to rest, Xiaoziyu said, scratching an itch and stifling a yawn. Both Hua and Xiaoziyu simultaneously noticed a child hiding behind a stone pillar, appearing timid. What is your name? Xiaoziyu asked, finding the child quite endearing. He crouched down to pat her head but was met with evasion. She won't respond, came the voice of the twins from behind. She is peculiar, completely indifferent to others. Do you know her name? Xiaoziyu turned to the third and fourth, inquiring. Her name? I believe it's Cheng Lingshuang. Let us approach together. It seems she doesn't like me, Xiaoziyu said. Hua, you take her. Xiaoziyu stood up and proclaimed, Taishu Mountain. Oh, Let us be a bit more casual. I am quite easygoing. If I dislike something, I simply express it. All right, off you go. He waved his hand, beckoning them. Hua, do you wish to take a bath? Xiao Ziyu asked, observing Hua's somewhat unkempt appearance. Hua Yun uttered a sound, gradually making her way towards her room while removing the hairpin from her hair. Moments later, 5 out of the 7 had gone to take a bath, leaving only Xiao Ziyu seated in the hall, leisurely smoking a pipe and reading a book. Master, Xiao Ziyu set down his book, recognizing Su Mei's presence. What is it? Are you hungry? Or do you wish to take a bath as well? He inquired with a cheerful smile, leaning down slightly. Not that. I'm curious about your prowess. Master, Su Mei replied, her eyes wide with intrigue as she stared at Xiao Ziyu. Haha, what skills do I possess? I'm merely a delicate little Karami, he chuckled. I don't believe that. Why not engage in a sparring session with me? Sparring? Very well. Xiao Ziyu closed his book and slowly made his way outdoors. Master, be careful. I'm about to attack, Su Mei warned, brandishing a sword and eyeing Xiao Ziyu, who bore no weapon. All is well. Come at me, Xiao Ziyu smiled. Su Mei charged forward, swinging her sword horizontally, but Xiao Ziyu evaded with a nimble bend at the waist. Following swiftly, she executed a downward strike, which he easily dodged by leaping back. A thrust came next, and he sidestepped effortlessly. Minutes passed as Su Mei launched over 100 attacks, each deftly avoided by Xiao Ziyu. All right, you're tired, he said, turning sideways and pinching the sword's edge between his fingers. I can continue, Su Mei protested, seemingly unwilling to concede. The weapon is not what matters. Do you wish to grow stronger? Xiao Ziyu exerted a slight force, disarming her as he drew the sword from her grasp. I do. Haha. Once you have sufficiently practiced the Taisu sword chi, I shall teach you a technique. How does that sound? What is it? Patience, my dear. Haste makes waste, he replied, hands clasped behind his back as he ambled back inside. Speaking of tofu, do you enjoy tofu pudding? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Su Mei, who had followed closely behind. Yes. Very well. I shall prepare some tofu pudding. Go seek your master. She should have finished her bath by now. He looked at Su Mei, unable to resist ruffling her hair. A gentle reminder, Su Mei is still but a small child. Yes, master. That morning rang. Su Mei, Hua handed both of them a hand-knitted scarf at the dining table. Eat up. If it's not enough, there's more. Add whatever you like, sugar, salt, or chili sauce, Xiao Ziyu announced, presenting a bowl of freshly made tofu pudding to the group of children. Thank you, master. The two fell into silence for a moment, accepting the scarves. Actually, Hua seemed to wish to say more, but was interrupted by Xiao Ziyu. Come, Hua, give it a taste. Do you prefer it sweet or savory? He served Hua a bowl of tofu pudding. Sweet. Excellent. So how are their skills? Xiao Ziyu inquired, glancing at the 4 who were training. Quite good. Hua fell silent for a moment before speaking. Are you reminiscing about the past? Xiao Ziyu chuckled softly, gazing up at the sky. No, I merely ponder the significance of such actions. Following Xiao Ziyu's gaze, Hua remarked, significance is quite abstract. Don't you recall what I once said? A little bit of a slacker, Hua. Look at you. You wear a stern expression daily. No wonder your physique remains so lamentable after all these years. Sighing, he continued, by the way. Is that flat figurine that Danju beautified for you still in the hall? With a sudden motion, Hua delivered a punch, sending Xiao Ziyu flying 2 miles away. The 5 onlookers gazed in astonishment as their master sent the esteemed one soaring through the air, swallowing nervously, uncertain of how to react. I didn't speak incorrectly. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Ziyu's figure gradually emerged. Look at me. I'm nearly dead from trying to help you, yet you remain as stiff as ever. And by the way, don't you think my pectorals are larger than yours? Could you refrain from personal attacks, please? All right, I want to mention it. Let us try something else. How about I attempt to bake a cake for afternoon tea? Xiao Ziyu raised his hand, offering Hua a cup of hot tea, then poured himself one. Indeed, Hua accepted the teacup, savoring a sip before falling silent for a moment. By the way, it's snowing. Are you not cold? Xiao Ziyu glanced at Hua, noticing that her exposed legs appeared slightly flushed. Not too cold. Really? Then why are your legs turning red? Xiao Ziyu squatted down and poked Hua's calf. If you're cold, just say so. I can arrange some warming measures. No need, thank you. By the way, I have a question. What is it? Are you wearing pants? Hua shot an incredulous glance at Xiao Ziyu, perceiving the inquiry as rather impolite. I am. Chapter 179. Return. Zhaoyu. Hua called for Lin Zhaoyu to accompany him and Xiao Ziyu down the mountain. Su Mei. I leave you in charge for the time being, Xiao Ziyu instructed as he looked at Su Mei. If you can't cook, there is food I've prepared in the fridge. And try not to let your temper flare up. Keep an eye on the household. We shall return shortly. Understood, master. Thus, by the year 1467, 9 individuals resided together on Taisu Mountain. Come, come. Xiao Ziyu urged Ma Yanqing into the hall. Inside were the other 6 individuals along with Hua. On the table stood a 4-tiered cake. Today marked Ma Yanqing's birthday. Naturally, Xiao Ziyu celebrated everyone's birthday annually. Except for his own. Old Ma. Little Ma. Yanqing, Xiao Ziyu said as he retrieved a crown and placed it upon Ma Yanqing's head. Come, come. Let us offer some blessings. Xiao Ziyu raised his hand to signal the crowd. Amidst a cacophony of jubilant cheers, a resounding applause erupted. Thank you, Xie Yanqing said after a brief moment of silence. As for the birthday gift, Xiao Ziyu produced a wholesale key and handed it to Xie Yanqing. Thank you, master. Thank you, my teacher, Xie Yanqing exclaimed, having long desired this sword. His companions, the 1st, 2nd, and 5th brothers, already possessed it, leaving him with a tinge of envy. All right. I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Ziyu waved his hand dismissively and turned to depart. As night fell, the presence of many individuals on Taishu Mountain was finally complemented by the addition of another male figure, aside from Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu directly opened 2 hot springs. Within the springs, an air of mystery lingered. I have omitted a portion here, as some found it unsuitable, although I remain uncertain about what precisely was inappropriate. Let us proceed with what we have. I am disinclined to rewrite for the sake of coherence. Master? Beaten? Ma Yanqing furrowed his brow. Though he had seemingly never witnessed Xiao Ziyu in earnest action, it was evident that his master possessed formidable strength. He often declared me a worthless fool, perpetually feigning disdain for my abilities. Yet, every bit of my learning stemmed from his guidance, and ultimately, he perished to protect me. I am sorry. It is of no consequence. Speaking of which, do you all believe I have imparted nothing to you, that you look down upon me? No. Master and our teacher care for us deeply. We are immensely grateful. Ma Yanqing hastily waved his hands in denial. Fear not, starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the immortal mode. Though Ma Yanqing remained still, a glimmer of excitement was evident in his eyes. The following day, Xiao Ziyu began. The immortal mode does not imply becoming a being akin to me or your master. It merely enhances physical strength, inner power, and awareness of surrounding danger.